At this thought, an antenna hair began to laugh again. That way is what people think, that is how stupid it is to be stupid. Cassius, don't tell people that I am your brother, shame. Young Gaku, no, younger brother. So, under the admit defeat of young Gaku, Master Roshi of fake name Jackie Chun won the champion of this world martial arts tournament. In the first title of the world, host also brought the bonus 10 million to Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi was reluctant to pay the money, he kept his promise and gave 5 million to young Gaku. Then, an antenna hair happily took 5 million to the hospital to see a black hair. Author, hey, is dead and gone? Cassius, you explain to father, why not win? Young master is a transmigrator, you write to me to lose to native? Believe it or not, young master, I am a key blast blow you to death? Author, what winded, remember your identity, Gaku is that you can compare it? Hey, believe it or not, let you play a lifetime bachelor. Cassius. Chapter 26. That is, now, we have 5 million. In the hospital, Cassius, who was bandaged into a braid, lay in a hospital bed and was unfathomable stared wide-eyed. Right, Cassius, is old grandfather Jackie Chun giving us half of the prize money? Young Gaku nodded and his face stupidly cute. Let I rub it, it seems that this old man Roshi is in a good heart. Silently thinking about it, Cassius was a little surprised. In fact, young Gaku is not willing to give up the match. It is hard to drag the injured body to participate. Contestant Jackie Chun will use half of the bonus to let young Gaku give up. A little Krillin on the side saw Cassius' silence, start to talk explained. Hearing the explanation of little Krillin, Cassius took a few deeper look at young Gaku, and a touch of demonic smile appeared slowly in the corner of his mouth. Made young Goku's hair, and quickly turned his eyes. It turned out to be like this, however, this is also very good. At the very least, father, now, you can finally buy a sports car, this time, young master said that you have to drive the car. Dare to block me, I will destroy who is it? Little Krillin looked at the two brothers, silent for a while. Oh, yes, perverted old man. Cassius suddenly started to talk. Oh, you said Master Roshi, I remember that he seemed to have visited you once and then sneaked away. However, looking at the wretched smile on my face, I think it should be doing something bad. Krillin heard the words and explained. Sneaking? A wretched smile? Hey, right, this perverted old man but got 5 million, how can I forget this? Really a perverted old man. Late color cancer, not saved. Then, Cassius looked at young Gaku with enthusiasm for a wish in a heart. That, big brother, since you have gotten so much money, let me know what to do. A black hair looks indifferent, and I don't know how to write shyness. It seems that this matter is justified. Yes, Cassius wants it, I will give it to you. Young Gaku agreed without hesitation. Cassius's brows were a little light, his look was a little shocked, and he returned to normal. I am shocked by what is this, isn't that normal? This antenna hair has had a money concept. If it is not married to Chi-Chi, and forced by Chi-Chi, this antenna hair may not have the idea of making money for a lifetime. And the little Krillin on the side is not as calm as Cassius, the face is unfathomable. Hey, that's 5 million, Gaku, you give it to 5 million, the brothers still have a clear account, really, more and more do not understand these two guys. No, don't give me so much, I want 2 million to be enough. The rest, you keep your wife. Cassius looked at the shocked look of Krillin and smiled a little. Oh, then I will leave a little, pinch, Krillin, do you want a little? After some dumb nod, young Gaku turned to look at Krillin and asked. No, Gaku, keep it for yourself. Little Krillin waved his hand and said no. At this time, Cassius suddenly appeared in his mind, young Gaku, little Krillin driving a sports car and driving on the road. Oh, it's you. So I turned to look at Krillin, Cassius said. I said, Krillin, since we have money, it must be a big deal. That said, yes, but the money is not ours. Little Krillin looked at Cassius and looked at young Goku, weakly. What are you talking about? We are 3 brothers, your money is my money, Big Brother's money is our money, my money is my money. You are right, Big Brother. A black hair starts the God Stick mode. Little Krillin is very happy that Cassius regards himself as a brother, but in what money and money, Krillin always feels something wrong, but can't say it. This makes little Krillin very depressed. On the side of young Goku, he can't even find out what he is thinking about, and he only nods to say yes. Seeing this scene, Cassius smiles and thinks. It seems that the young master, who is a transmigrator, is still very cultural. Look, this doesn't make the 2 children's shoes look awkward. At this time, the 2 figures slowly entered the ward. After seeing the soft blue hair, Cassius immediately went to the understood who was who. Bulma and Yamcha, plus a Yamcha pet. It seems that you 2 spirits are good, Goku, Cassius. After saying hello, Bulma found a chair to sit down. Good guy, young master is going to go to your home to find you after the injury, did not expect you to come to your door. Bulma, Yamcha, how are you? Young Goku said. Hello, said Cassius. Oh, yes, this is Krillin, the good brother of our 2. Looked at the awkward little Krillin, Cassius moved towards Bulma and Yamcha. You hello. Little Krillin was obviously shy and his voice was a little trembling. It seems that the 3 of you are really monsters? Especially you and Goku, it's just monsters within monsters. Yamcha looked at Krillin and thought about it. This guy, isn't that the guy who used the strange light wave in the match that day? At this moment, Bulma is looking at Cassius with great interest. The ladder was made, and I couldn't understand what Bulma was doing. It's no wonder that after all, Cassius was so powerful on the World Martial Arts Tournament that he was not short, handsome, and he would naturally be paid more attention. Cough cough. Cough a few times, Cassius moved towards Bulma. Bulma, can you please use the Dragon Ball radar for me? I am looking for Shenron. I just brought Dragon Ball radar. Since you want it, I will give it to you. I am going to make a new one. In this regard, Bulma did not say much. I reached into the accompanying parcel and took out the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Cassius. Cassius, it turns out that you are looking for Bulma for this. At this time, young Goku on the side suddenly said something. On the face, it is a look of a sudden realization. Well, I am looking for Shenron a bit. You simply said that you have wished to let Shenron do it for you. To wait for Cassius to finish, Bulma interrupted. Amount, hee. In contrast, Cassius only scratched his head, embarrassingly smiled. In other words, you were really strong that day, Cassius. Just playing one hand, I played so badly. At this time, Yamcha said. Interesting. In this regard, Cassius said, this cannot blame me, if both hands and feet are used, you are estimated to have disappeared. Oh, yes, Bulma, can you please do something? At this time, Cassius suddenly remembered a very important thing. It's a big problem for Cassius to be able to safely pass the plot in the future. Bulma was a bit strange about this, but she nodded because of her relationship with young Goku. Upon seeing it, Cassius didn't have the slightest drag in water, and opened the door to see the mountain road. It is like this. Can you help me with a gravity chamber? I think if you train in it, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Gravity chamber. Bulma has some doubts about this. Yes, can you? Rest assured, I will pay, really, you have to believe me. Cassius wanted to go on, but as soon as I saw the contemptuous look of Krillin, only embarrassed smiled, and I was too embarrassed to say it. Since you are Goku's younger brother, then money is not used. However, after all, I have not done this thing, I have to go back and think about how to do it. Perhaps it is afraid that Cassius is worried that he will not do it, or that he is from genius. Girl's pride, so Bulma continues to say. Well, however, you don't have to worry too much, so after 3 months, you go to my house to find me. By then, I am showing you the gravity chamber I am doing. Well, that's really a thanks. Chapter 27. The midday sun is like an oven, exuding the hot aura. On the earth, it began to rise up with a trace of hot air visible to the naked eye. Even the birds in the sky have hit each and every time, and there is no trace. In the endless wilderness, there is a long highway, which is caused by the hot weather, which causes the temperature on the road surface to be extremely hot. Boom boom. At this time, the road began to recall a shrill car, and the sound is getting closer and closer. Finally, along with the boom sound, a black streamlined sports car screamed like a hurricane. On the car, a black hair was wearing sunglasses and was very chic. Then, a heavy-duty mini locomotive followed closely, and was unwilling to catch up. Above the locomotive is a bald-head child with sunglasses. You wait for us ah. After the mini heavy-duty machine body, there is also a red sports car. Sitting above an antenna hair, an old bald head. At this point, the old bald head is gnashing one's teeth squatting in front of the locomotive and sports car. Grandfather, open a little faster. Grandfather. Looking at the heavy locomotives and black sports cars that are getting farther and farther, an antenna hair is getting more and more anxious, and the old man in the driver's seat is rushing to hurry and drive faster. At this time, the laggards saw that in the black sports car in the first place, a black hair moved towards the outside of the window and extended a hand, then gave a thumbs up. Just when everyone thought they were praising themselves, which one of the thumbs up hands slowly stood upside down. Then, in the roar of a sports car, the black sports car in front of everyone smoldering, and turned into an afterimage disappearing into the sky. Only left, the exhaust of a car. Cassius. You are waiting for me. A little Baldy bit his teeth, the throttle was stepped on, and the mini heavy locomotive chased it. The two brat, do not know how to respect the old love young ah. Run so fast, this is not a hard heart for me. An old bald head looked at the sports car and locomotive that had disappeared in front of the front, my heart is not a taste. They all blame Cassius, the brat. After leaving the hospital, he said that he was playing a car, and it was hard to pull us to pick up the car. However, these two boys are really abnormal, just 1 week, they each got a driver's license. Small. Krillin was too short to step on the throttle of the sports car, so he took the driver's license, and Cassius, who was tall, successfully tested the driver's license. As for young Goku, it goes without saying that in just 3 days, it destroyed 10 training cars and scared people to give up young Goku decisively. Grandfather, fast accelerating ah. At this time, young Goku was anxious. If he didn't open it, he wanted to push Master Roshi away and open it himself. However, for this, Master Roshi can only bite his teeth and chase after the accelerator. At this time, the culprit, Cassius, was drinking a drink beside a Keep It Up station and keeping it up for his beloved sports car. These two, really not the old driver, young master drinks are almost finished, have not caught up, really slow. After adding oil to the sports car, Cassius sat in the sports car and took sunglasses to wait for the little Krillin. This million is really worth it. This speed is really, it's too fast, it's so cool. The crossing of this time is finally not worn. Ah ha 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 ha. Then, a black hair began to laugh loudly. This body is worthy of fighting race, Scion's body. Resilience is strong, just a week's time, I will be healed. Secretly sighed in my heart. Not only is the recovery rate amazing, but when it hurts. Cassius vaguely felt that his strength is not 1 star or 2 better than before. This may be the most abnormal place in Sion's body. Every time there is a serious injury, the strength will have a great leap. When playing Frisia again, Son Goku is not in this situation, the strength is soaring directly, and Frisia is tied. Although, in the end, one of the antenna hairs was abused by Frisia of body transformation, but the good people have been yelling. Touching the Dragon Ball radar in the car, Cassius is really looking forward to Shenron. When solving his own body transformation problem, young master can enjoy the moon like a normal Chinese, and eat moon cakes. Really, if you think about it, you will feel beautiful. Later, Cassius looked at the time on the sports car and whispered softly. Calculating time, little Krillin is catching up. Just as the sound of Cassius just fell, the engine of the heavy locomotive sounded. Then, a little baldy with sunglasses appeared on the scene. Hey, Cassius, you are too embarrassed too. I am full strength and accelerate, even your tail can't keep up. Little Krillin said to Cassius as soon as he stopped. Nonsense, that is a must, how can you run my million in just 200,000 cars? So years, don't be stupid. Amount, in fact, Cassius can buy such a expensive car, all by borrowing 2 million from an antenna hair. After buying a sports car, taking a driver's license, paying medical bills, and so on, there is still a huge amount of money left in a black hair. However, little Krillin, like Cassius, borrowed 1.5 million from young Goku. However, he did not want Cassius to be so defeated. He had almost nothing to buy except the locomotive. Now, it is estimated that there are still about 1 million left. As for Master Roshi's sports car, this old man slammed the door, but he was only willing to spend more than 100,000 and bought a second-hand sports car. For this operation, Cassius was extremely contemptuous. Whistling. After another roar, Master Roshi was driving his second-hand red sports car. Just arrived. Young Goku couldn't help but blame grandfather for being so slow, and it took us so long to catch up. And, Cassius, Krillin, you have nothing to do so fast. For this scene, Master Roshi said, I am silent, I don't speak. Ahaha. Cassius and Krillin made a haha. So, now, what are your plans? At this time, Cassius suddenly moved towards the crowd and asked. Everyone obviously understood the meaning of Cassius and began to introduce their plans. I am going to continue training with Master Roshi on Kame House, Krillin said first. I plan to go to the world to risk training and strive to become stronger, says young Goku. Amount, you are ready to be Earth's strongest, my old bro. Despite thinking in the heart, Cassius did not say it. So you, Cassius? At this time, Master Roshi asked. I am. Well. I will go to the father of Dragon Balls first, then go to Bulma and see where the gravity chamber is done. Cassius looked at Master Roshi with some meaningful meaning and continued. In the end, I will return to Kame House and learn from Master Roshi about martial arts. This way. Then I and Krillin are waiting for you. Then we are here, I will leave with Master Roshi. After the farewell, little Krillin rode on the locomotive and left with Master Roshi in a sports car. Young Goku said after carefully looking at Cassius. Then I am leaving, younger brother. Ah. Goodbye. Just as young Goku floated into the sky and planned to speed up, Cassius suddenly said, Big brother. When you meet again, you must be sure to become stronger. Ah. When I am, I will challenge you, don't lose. I will. Cassius. After careful reciprocation, young Goku changed into a meteor and disappeared into the sky. Goodbye, my big brother. Chapter 28. On the volcano filled with saltpeat, Cassius was looking at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Thanks to the Dragon Ball radar positioning, the strength is strong, and Cassius took the giant Dragon Balls in less than a month. Now, at the moment he is looking for the last Dragon Ball. According to Dragon Ball radar, 7 Dragon Balls is nearby. For the sake of convenience, Cassius's luxury sports car is ready to be included in Hoi Poi capsules. And, this Hoi Poi capsules was also sent by Bulma. There is, Bulma looks at Cassius's eyes, so scary. Fuck, no, is this Dragon Ball in the magma? If this is the case, how can I take it? I have not practiced such a strong physique and can bathe in the magma. At the thought of this, Cassius's handsome little face was suddenly depressed. This last Dragon Ball is really naughty, which shows that it is a problem for me. Really, believe it or not, young master directly bombed the volcano. However, Cassius looked at the lush forest under the volcano and decisively dismissed this year. I have not yet reached the point of losing my madness, and I cannot do this. What is your own previous life? Environmental protection volunteers are coming. This world cannot say too much. Well. Dragon Ball is moving? What happened? At this time, Cassius clearly saw the small dots on the Dragon Ball radar begin to move. Is it because the magma began to change, so the Dragon Ball was taken to the ground? Fuck. No, it's absolutely not. If you are taken to the ground, how does young master play? At the thought of it, Cassius no longer hesitated, and his hands were dissatisfied with light. Zai. After a roar, a huge blue energy beam emerged from Cassius's hand, and the move towards the fire went straight. Losing a black hair before talking about what to protect the environment, in the blink of an eye. This is really a typical set in a set. This kind of behavior is very shameful. Please don't learn. Boom. Energy beam rushed straight into the magma, and then there was a shocking explosion. Suddenly, there are dark clouds, heavy winds, and wind and sand. The hot magma was thoroughly power up at this moment, and only a hot magma was sprayed out. The lush forest was completely swallowed up at this moment. The violent volcanic eruption makes the air suddenly dotted with violent lime and other toxic substances. Even Cassius had to retreat at a very high speed, and looked far and wide at the end of the world. Sorry, I can only do this for the Dragon Ball. Looking at this scene, Cassius couldn't help but feel a trace of embarrassment. However, in order to solve the problem of his own body transformation, his face instantly became quiet and indifferent. A gesture of Toph unconcerned and let matters rest. Author, Loss, you said that it was a volunteer, you are a hypocrite. Cassius, Lieutenant, don't do this, how does young master find Dragon Ball? Noisy, beware of young master, a key blast blow you to death. Author. For a time, the magma was filled, the animals fled, and the birds fled. This scene, really, how miserable it is, how miserable it is. To be more shocked, there will be more shocks. And the culprit that caused all of this, at this time is gathering the moving little dots on the Dragon Ball radar. Boom! At this time, with a huge roar. This time the eruption height of the crater directly covers the entire sky, looking far away, a piece of black pressure, which is full of dead aura. Coming! Cassius, staring at Dragon Clan radar, suddenly saw the small point start to rise rapidly and finally get closer and closer to himself. After noticing this, Cassius' full strength is mindful of the volcanic eruption, because he knows that the Dragon Ball will rush out together at this time. Boom! At this moment, the volcano is another eruption. And this time, Cassius also clearly noticed the light that rushed out from the crater. Then, facing the light, Cassius held his breath and sped. For the volcanoes that are in power up, there are so many toxic gases. If Cassius doesn't hold his breath, even if his strength is amazing, it will be affected more or less. However, in the blink of an eye, Cassius grasped the light with precision, and then his figure began to retreat quickly. Soon, it disappeared nearby. Only left, this piece of annihilation of the forest in the magma. On top of a wilderness, there are 7 Dragon Balls shining brightly. Beside them, there is a black hare. Rise, Shenron. With the sound of Cassius, the 7 dragon balls began to shine even more dazzlingly. Moreover, the sky that was originally clear and clear, completely darkened at this moment. Then, a ray of light rushed out from the 7 shining dragon balls, continually sprinting until it fell into the clouds. Cassius knew that the light was Shenron, and it didn't take long for Shenron to appear. Sure enough, after a dozen seconds, a blue-colored Shenron appeared in front of Cassius. The hard, thick cyan scales, the majestic body, the red eyes, the sharp, unusual teeth. This, everything, shocked Cassius. It turned out that when you saw Shenron with your own eyes, you can feel the shock. Speak your wish, no matter what, I can do it for you. Just as Cassius was shocked, the huge faucet popped up in the clouds, start to talk. At this time, Cassius was obviously awakened by this echoing sound. After carefully scrutinizing this unusually mighty Shenron, Cassius started to talk. Shenron, please let me stay clear-headed at Great Ape Transformation, please. As Cassius waited to feel the change of himself with the body, Shenron said again. This wish, I can't achieve it. As soon as Cassius heard it, he was in a hurry. Father is working hard to find Dragon Ball for what it is, not to be able to enjoy the moon and moon cakes like a normal Chinese. You are here to give this to Father. Believe it or not, Father learns Great Demon King Piccolo and kills you. However, for the doubts in my heart, Cassius asked. Why? Because of this, you already done it, so I can't go to complete the completed thing, Shenron replied. What? I have done it. Then why don't I know? Cassius listened, and instantly stunned. Already done? Why don't young master know? Why didn't young master feel? Are you lied to me? For Shenron's answer, Cassius was shocked in his heart, no less than the 50 million award. This thing is mainly to look at your will. You used to lose control. Because your will is not strong enough, strength is not strong enough. Now, as your strength increases, your willpower is also enhanced, so you are now ready. It can be sensible at the time of Great Ape Transformation. What else do you have? If not, I will see you again. Although Cassius didn't understand it very well, but when Shenron was going to go, how did Cassius be willing? Father hardly called you out, and did not realize wish. You want to run? No way. And many more. There is nothing wish, let's talk. Shenron's red eyes stared at Cassius, hoping he would answer quickly. Cassius heard it, thought about it, said. That being the case, you will let me freely enter Great Ape form. However, if you check carefully, see if my or not really can be rational under the Great Ape form. This is very easy. After Shenron finished, the red eyes were suddenly bright. After doing this, Shenron disappeared without waiting for what Cassius said. Hey, you wait for ah! Run so fast, believe it or not, I will kill you next time. Looking at Shenron running so fast, Cassius was dissatisfied. Later, he felt a lot more in his mind and his body began to become a bit odd. After calming down, Cassius began to feel the strangeness of his body. However, at this time, I saw that Cassius's body began to change at a rapid speed. Finally, a huge great ape appeared. I saw Great Ape holding a clenched fist and opening his mouth and saying, "It seems that Shenron is indeed ready to realize my wish. Young master now feels that he is really in control of this state. This huge strength is really it's fascinating." Chapter 29. After solving his own major problems, Cassius continued on the road with great excitement. Of course, some black hair in some sports cars naturally chooses move towards the nearest city. At the moment, Cassius, his inner activity is like this. It's really not expect, it took only a month to solve the problem of body transformation. The strength is the difference, the original extremely difficult task, to the young master here, it is easy to finish. This is the feeling of the powerhouse. Ahaha! As soon as I heard this, a black hare couldn't help but laugh loudly. Before arriving at the nearest city, this road was not only tumultuous, but also inserted directly into a grassland. And, on grassland, there are still many animals living. There are cute herbivores, as well as ferocious bloodthirsty carnivores, and there are hunters who live by hunting. After a huge stone, two middle-aged people, a girl in the flower season, a slightly younger youngster sitting around, looking at the horns not far away, discussing what? Ah, today is your 16th birthday, so today, you have to rely on yourself to hunt prey. The one who spoke is one of the two middle-aged people. I saw him on the back of his bear, the slender and well-developed limbs, and the faint muscles in the bulging muscles can be seen, among them the explosive strength. And there is a scar on the face of this person. Although it is not very long, it can be seen from the appearance of the delicate pale skin next to the scar. This scar is definitely only recently. Coupled with a slightly fierce look, it can be seen that this person is definitely not good. Don't worry, Dad, this time, my brother will definitely catch good prey. This time, I was the only one of the four girls. The delicate face of the melon, the charming and unobtrusive phoenix eyes, although the skin is not as white as other girls. However, it is a healthy wheat color, and it is full of strange styles. At the moment, her little mouth was slightly tilted, and she looked at the youngster next to her face with a smile. Yet, big brother, this time, you can rest assured that with a brave skill, you will definitely hunt a good prey today, and you will put 100 hearts. At this time, another middle-aged person started to talk. This person is not as strong as the original, his body is slightly thin. However, the hands of the old man are deeply reflected, this one guy is also a bad character. Right, hey, Shu and Fang Fang are right, with my skill, catching a prey is not very easy. The slightly younger youngster patted the chest and looked at the channel. As a man on grassland, the youngster is not only well-versed, but also one of the best archers in the tribe, and is loved by many women in the tribe. Today is his 16th birthday and his adult days. On this day, he must personally hunt down a prey that matches his identity. Celebrating him, today is the entry into the ranks of adults. It is precisely because of this, his father, the second uncle, and the younger sister called Grassland First Golden Flower, Nada C, specially accompanied him to hunt. I am going to witness the moment when he hunted. Among them, so many people came out together to prevent accidents. I hope so. Big Person prayed silently in his heart. For his son, Big Person is well aware. Not only is the bow and the horse familiar, but the effort of archery is even more powerful than the one that makes father. However, it is the temper is too urgent, too impulsive. Doing things always does not go through the brain, and when the brain is hot, it is easy to mess people, it is too unreliable. Therefore, in this divine day, he is the first warrior in the tribe, and he will follow the savage son to hunt, for fear of any accident. Hey, hey, look at the back of the horns, that whether or not saber-toothed tiger ah. At this time, the girl Nadasi licked her mouth and looked excitedly at a certain direction behind the horns. The other three words have been looked at in the direction of move towards Nadasi. Sure enough, I saw only 3 or 4 meters of saber-toothed tiger in the grass behind the horns. At the moment, they are watching the horns, and the sharp teeth that are exposed in the air indicate that they are ready to hunt at any time. Dad, I decided, it's it. This time's prey, I decided to be him. Youngster put out his tongue and licked some dry lips, his face full of war. Fang? Have you decided? Big Person seems to be confirming, asking for the youngster Fang again. Dad, I decided, the prey is it. Fang picked up the bow and arrow next to him and looked in the direction of the saber-toothed tiger. The tone was very firm. Good. In this case, wait for us to copy it together, and my uncle and I are responsible for dealing with the other 2 saber-toothed tigers, and you, go hunting your prey." Big person with a little thought, I decided to come down. "Okay, just do it." The people said that they had no objections and agreed. So, the big person took the bow and arrow, backed the arrow, picked up the long hair, and then took the people slowly around the horns, moved towards saber-toothed tiger and touched the past. Slowly, slowly, the distance is getting closer. About 200 meters away from the saber-toothed tiger, the 3 saber-toothed tigers were clearly found to be different, and they moved to the place where the hunter was. It's now on. At this time, big person bears the brunt. Pick up the bow and arrow and move towards one of the saber-toothed tiger's shots. Another big person on the side also quickly followed, moved towards another saber-toothed tiger. For a feng, it is to shoot while shooting, and the arrow moves toward the eyes of the last saber-toothed tiger. As for Nada C, it is also a quick retreat, picking up the bow and arrow to support in the distance. As a woman, she is not as good as a man in strength. Once she is close to saber-toothed tiger, she is finished. Therefore, she dare not rely too close. I saw the saber-toothed tigers. After they noticed this, they were angry and moved toward each other at a very fast speed. As one of the overlords on grassland, their dignity is not to be trampled. For this scene, everyone did not fear, while retreating, while speeding archery. Soon, a saber-toothed tiger was shot in the thigh and the speed of the movement began to slow down. A Feng saw this scene, his mouth slightly tilted, and he pulled 3 arrows directly from the arrow, and then the saber-toothed tiger in the move towards the arrow was Samsung burst. A Feng is not the name of the archer. I saw that the 2 eyes of the saber-toothed tiger were shot directly, especially on the head, and there was an arrow in it. This also caused the saber-toothed tiger to lose its thread in a short time. Only to see it begin to smash everywhere. The other 2 saber-toothed tigers were handed over to the other 2 big people. I saw a big person with a sly face on his face and pierced one of the saber-toothed tigers. Then he kicked a saber-toothed tiger with a head of about 3 or 4 meters. From this we can see that this big person, strength is still possible. The other big person who greeted another saber-toothed tiger seemed to be a little weak. However, although it was unable to defeat, it would not be lost immediately, and Chiang could continue to hold on. However, the saber-toothed tiger who fought with him, after seeing his companion being instantly killed by an instant, immediately developed fear and opened his limbs and turned to run. A Feng saw it, where was Ken, and hurriedly chased it up. In that direction, there is a road. A Feng, come back. Big person looked at the sun and chased it up and shouted. Second brother, you have to solve the saber-toothed tiger, I will keep up. Big person moved towards after his own younger brother greeted him, he quickly chased it up. At this point our protagonist, Cassius, is stepping on the throttle, full strength of the brakes. With sunglasses, listening to the song, and enjoying the thrill of this rapid advancement, Cassius didn't mention how happy he was. But at this time, a huge saber-toothed tiger jumped onto the road. According to Cassius' current speed, after about a few seconds, it will definitely hit go. Fuck. Chapter 30. Fuck. In the face of this sudden scene, Cassius couldn't help but burst into a thick mouth. However, as an old driver, how can he let his beloved sports car be reimbursed? Just by the time of the electric light, he had a way to deal with it. I saw Cassius seeing the big cat, not only did not slow down, but the throttle was pushed to the bottom, and then the steering wheel was rotated at a very high speed. Then, the sports car that had to be loaded with saber-toothed tiger in a few seconds, at this moment, made a difficult meniscus drift with the big cat as the origin, and thrilled to avoid hitting a big cat. Tragedy. However, although the car accident was avoided, Cassius was accelerating on the accelerator pedal, which also caused his sports car to rush out of the road and rush into grassland. Fortunately, the grassland near the road was flat and there was no major damage to Cassius's beloved sports car. At this time, the big cat that was hit by the car was avoided. The early was scared and stupid, and the situation shook on the ground. At this time, Cassius' anger is increasing and rising. At this moment, I feel that I can't wait to peel a cramp of a big cat and bake it directly. Damn's big cat, dare to scare you out, Cassius uncle. I don't know if your Cassius grandfather's sports car is expensive, crashed, can you afford it? Just as Cassius turned back, a big cat's already recovered from a sluggish state and ran away with his feet open. In this scene, Cassius looks more and more angry, stunned, scared. You, Cassius, wants to run? No doors. Just as young master is hungry, tonight, take your life to pay. Then, Cassius stopped the car with a brake and jumped out of the car and held the button in his pocket. With the sound of, the sports car became a capsule and landed on the ground. A black hare, after picking up the capsule, casually aimed at the direction in which the big cat escaped, and the footsteps flashed and chased it up. With unbeatable speed, Cassius' blink of an eye caught up with a big cat that escaped. Then, after a heavy punch, a big cat uttered a sigh, and completely disappeared. It's no wonder that Cassius, who is raging, can get lighter. After examining the dead body of a big cat, a black hare patted the chest and let out a sigh of relief. So strong, the meat must be crisp and tender. It seems that young master has a good time tonight. Just as Cassius was going to find a place to peel a cramp of a big cat, an unpleasant sound came. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? Also, stay away from my prey. Cassius heard, stunned. My heavens, what is the situation? There is a person to grab a meal, there is no reason. Cassius looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a youngster, a unkempt long hair, wearing a animal skin, wearing a tiger skin skirt, wearing animal boots, facing the fierce light holding a bow and arrow. Cassius. There was a big difference in words, and immediately shot the scene of Cassius. At this time, A Feng also looked at Cassius standing beside his prey. With long bangs hair, the top is wearing a designer jacket, the bottom of the brand name jeans, and wearing a pair of unknown sports shoes. A Feng knows that this guy is a city man. However, these are nothing, the most let A Feng guess is that this bastard is actually longer than you. A pretty boy's appearance. This makes A Feng, who is usually called the first beautiful man in Grassland, unhappy, and has the urge to kill Cassius. Cassius, fuck, is the long handsome also wrong? Also let people not mix. Amount. I said this little brother, I advise you to let go of the bow and arrow in your hand. If you accidentally hurt, it is not good for anyone. As the card looked at the shining arrow, Cassius was in a bad mood. After all, who is willing to let people point at the bow and arrow? Although, there is no threat to Cassius. I want to say no? How are you waiting? Listening to Cassius's words, A Feng is obviously not a good-tempered person, and he is pulling the bow into full moon against Cassius. Then, come and try it, I can see how it. Cassius's eyes picked up slightly, he was a little angry. Unclear jumped out to grab my dinner, and now I pointed my bow at me. Sao, you are killing, do you know? Don't give you some lesson, you can't get a persimmon when you are a Cassius uncle. The entire scene is stretched and the conflict may occur at any time. Then I will try it. At this time, A Feng's hand was loose, and the sharp arrow with the wind and the sound of the wind moved towards Cassius's head. It seems that this little bitch is going to be a headshot, and Cassius is second. But who is Cassius? Scion with more than level 2000, faced with this death, power level is only X as A Feng, and it is not a minute to beat him. When I saw Cassius's hand stretched out, I caught the bow and arrow at the speed of flight, and then I flashed in front of A Feng. The other empty hand grabbed A Feng's head and slowly pulled the latter off the ground. This act of Cassius took less than a second. you. Still wondering how Cassius was hit by a sword, Feng, how could he not think about it? He was actually brought up by the other party in the blink of an eye. Feng, who was also planning to struggle, felt the power from Cassius's hand and the growing pain. His body began to feel a sense of weakness, and the whole person was like a dead dog, so he was caught by Cassius in midair. Cut, strength is so weak, don't be so arrogant. Cassius looked at the Feng, which had lost resistance, a faint start to talk. Forget it, anyway, I am not going to kill this guy, just intimidate, give him a lesson, then let go. Cut, wasting my time to eat. Just as Cassius was about to put Feng in his heart, a thick voice came over. Please little brother, start off leniently, leave me alive. Cassius suddenly saw a guy who was clutching with his own hand, and the big guy dressed almost jumped out of the grass. However, this big person is more sturdy, of course, it is not difficult to see from his exposed muscles. We are a nearby hunter. You are not malicious to little brother. If there is any offend, please ask little brother for more. Big person stopped at about 5 meters from Cassius and explained. Hunter? You know, your son almost killed me. Cassius heard, looking at the big person's gaze slightly. Hunter? What about hunters, is the hunter very big? Can a hunter take a bow and arrow and point to someone? This is a misunderstanding. Today is my son's 16th birthday. According to the tribe's regulations, a 16-year-old adult must capture the prey by hand to show the early adulthood. Originally we have already killed 2 saber-toothed tigers, leaving one for my son to kill. However, the saber-toothed tiger was more cunning. And the danger was decisively ran. I was chased after a hurry, and therefore offend little brother. Unexpected changes in Cassius, big person's face suddenly changed, and quickly explained. He saw with his own eyes how his son was defeated in uniform in an instant. Big person knows that if you start your hand, you will definitely be instantly killed by the other party. Therefore, the safest method is only, recognize. Cassius thought about it, it seems that this is really the case. First, the big cat ran, and after he had done it himself, a little scorpion ran out and was subdued by himself. Cough cough. Cassius gently coughed a few times to cover up his cover and continued. In this case, I will not care about him. However, this big cat is my prey. You can find another target for him. Said, lost a bad luck egg to his dad. Scared the big person, and quickly lost the spear in his hand to catch the ladder. Just after Cassius was about to pick up a big cat to leave, the voice of the big person came again. If little brother doesn't give up, go to our tribe to sit down, and we can use this to plead guilty to little brother. Cassius listened and agreed to it. Nonsense, don't you agree? Do you wait for yourself to cook? As a patient of late-stage lazy cancer, Cassius must behave in accordance with his or her own identity. Chapter 31. As time passed by, the night gradually descended on this grassland. Tattoo tribe is the most powerful tribe on the grassland. There are many young adults in the tribe. The future fresh blood of these tribes is not only familiar, but also full of positive life force. This day is the big day for their tattoo tribe, their chief son's 16-year-old big day. On this day, they had one of the chiefs of the archers, not only with the help of chief, but also under the hegemony of 3 grassland, saber-toothed tiger, and brought back a friend from the city. For those of tattoo tribe, it is a great enthusiasm for those who come from afar. No, in order to celebrate chief son's adulthood and to receive guests from afar, tattoo held a grand party tonight. At this moment, the flame connecting the heavens in tattoo tribe is very lively. The boys and girls sing and dance around the campfire. And our protagonist, Cassius Children's Shoes, is sitting on the futon at the moment, holding a leg of lamb in one hand, and is full of joy. And, on the table in front of him, filled with a variety of food. What roast whole sheep, goat milk, saber-toothed tiger meat or something. Food, that's how many counts. The big person, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at Cassius, who was having a good time, and slowly relaxed. At the same time, I secretly licked my own son in my heart, and how can the attitude of guests who come from afar be so bad? And, you can do it, the most embarrassing thing is that you can't move people. I was almost killed by others, it was a shame. Little brother Cassius, are you still having fun? Big person looks in the direction of Cassius and asks. Cassius listened, stopped eating, rushed to the big person and nodded, replied. I am very happy, the food here is not only delicious, but people are very enthusiastic, I like it very much. Cassius is not lying, the girls here are really very enthusiastic, just to eat their own time, it is better to have more than 10 grassland girls to talk. However, an antenna hare that is obsessed with food is not very concerned about them. That's good. That's good. Big person heard, nodded. However, big person's son A Feng, but did not give Cassius a good face. However, I dare not let it go, after all, the strength of Cassius is there. How can he do about it? Go up and give someone a meal? Don't be kidding, this is in the tribe, A Feng doesn't want to be embarrassed. Still, A Feng, sitting next to the big person, was still black and staring at Cassius. For this matter, Cassius said, who cares for you, you blame you, I eat my, who does not affect anyone. Pinch, listen to you, you beat big brother in an instant, whether or not really. At this time, Cassius suddenly heard a beautiful voice. Then, I smelled a fragrance. Cassius, curious, turned his head and looked. I saw myself next to the flower season girl, not only with a delicate face, but also a healthy wheat skin. In particular, the eyes that are like agate are shining, and people can't help but fall into it. Beside Cassius is not someone else, it is the daughter of the chief of the grassland first golden flower, Nada C. Pinch, why don't you talk, stay alone, so cute hee hee. Looking at Cassius's dull look, Nada C couldn't help but cover his mouth. Amount. Realizing that he had a foreign appearance, Cassius, he quickly turned his eyes away, not looking at Nada C. However, this girl is so beautiful. Much better than Mana's undeveloped Taro film. Author, are you a whelp? Mona Lolita is so cute, this little older sister can compare it to say, and so the development of the Mona, 10,000 times certainly stronger than this little older sister. Cassius. My name is Nada C, I am the daughter of the tribe chief, and I am still the first golden flower on this grassland. Looking at Cassius, Nada C said something playfully. Cassius, amount. You look like this, it can be called grassland first golden flower, but, little old sister, how is your look terrifying? Ah! I am so scared. Oh, wow, that old sister is not a lot of small big brother chase. Cassius pretending to be surprised. That is of course, old sister, but there are many people chasing it. Nada C subconscious answered, but after thinking about it, this plot is not right. Older sister? What's the situation? Amount. You call me old sister? How old are you? You will not be smaller than me. Cassius. Nada C suddenly panicked. In fact, Nada C was a bit interested in Cassius when he heard that his father said that Cassius had instantly subdued his big brother. However, after seeing Cassius's handsome face, Nada C fell in love with the boy. After all, there are not many boys who are handsome and have strength. Amount, small old sister, I am 13 after this year, Cassius heard, some awkward answers. However, Cassius noticed that Nada C's eyes suddenly lit up when he said that he was almost 13 years old. Then I heard Nada C's underestimation. 13 years old, it is not very small, I am only 15 years old. After secretly speaking in his heart, Cassius began to find reasons to flash people. That, little old sister, I am a little full, I will not accompany you, and go to sleep first. When Cassius got up and turned around and wanted to run, his obvious sense, a delicate soft hand held his hand. Then, a sweet voice came from Cassius's ear. "Cassius, let me go dancing." Then, Cassius was forced by a girl to the campfire. Originally, a black hair was going to resist running away. However, it may be because the girl on grassland is more energetic, and Cassius is a god of sorrow, and it is pulled a center of gravity. Then, when it was about to fall, it was pulled to the campfire by a passionate grassland girl. Feeling the hostility from all directions, especially A Feng's gaze, Cassius suddenly groaned and embarrassed, scratching his head. "Cassius brothers, young master, I don't want to, it's obviously your golden flower that dragged me over, can't blame me." Author, this is sophistry, you are a pervert with more than you 2000 power level, you can be a power level shortage girl 10 to toe. Pinch, Cassius, how do you stand stupidly, move with me. Perhaps it was to see Cassius looking silly at the fire, and Nada C pulled up Cassius's hands with both hands and began to dance with Cassius. At this time, Cassius also went with the flow and followed the rhythm of Nada C. However, behind him, dozens of eyes led by A Feng were staring at Cassius, causing the latter to cool down. Chapter 32. Under the enthusiasm of Nada C, Cassius gradually released himself and began to dance, drink, wrestle and so on with the people in the tribe. It can be said that Cassius has tried almost all the custom items that should be on grassland. Watching Cassius follow the tribes of the tribe, the happiest is the big person. Second, Count Nada C and C each and every tribe warrior defeated the Cassius subordinate. Nada C was so happy that her eyes were bent into a crescent shape. It was not the taste of A Feng that was on the side. Looking at Cassius's gaze is becoming more and more fierce. If it is not impossible to defeat Cassius, it is estimated that Cassius has been unloaded by A Feng. Really, this damn's bastard, when I came here, I turned my younger sister, it is awful. Bastard. Damn's bastard. A Feng slammed the glass on the ground, and his eyes became more red. This scene happened to be seen by the big person. Perhaps worried about Sun, or perhaps to enlighten Sun, big person came to the side of Sun, gently touched A Feng's head. "Father." A Feng was a little surprised when he felt his father's move. "Fenger, you know what day is it today?" Big person looked at his son with affection and asked. "No, it's my adult days." A Feng's look calmed down and replied. "Yeah, in the blink of an eye, my Fenger has grown up, and I have grown up." Big person said and stopped, closed his eyes and seemed to be remembering something. A Feng really doesn't understand what his father means, and his face is full of doubts. However, he has always noticed that his father, the first warrior in the tribe, did not know when to start climbing a little wrinkles. "Fenger, since you are an adult, you must be sensible and assume the responsibility of the tribe and less patriarchs." At this time, big person opened his eyes and looked at the son in front of him with a serious face. "Father." The baby doesn't understand. A Feng is a little unknown. "Father already is getting old, so, but soon, you will succeed me and become the patriarch of trust. By then, the whole tribe's life and death will be in your hands, your every move, every word and deed, will affect the entire tribe. So, Fenger don't be willful, don't be naughty. Dad, as a man, you really know what to do. After all, you have to know that the ambiguous ability is not infinite, and it is impossible to be able to protect you from everything." Speaking, big person's eyes gradually dimmed. "Father." A Feng looked at his father with amazement. This man of grassland strongest, he did not expect, his father would say this. In his own impression, his father is the hero of the sky, the idol of his own mind, the goal of his own pursuit. However, tonight, my father, who is standing on the ground, is asking for himself, asking himself to be sensible, asking himself not to be mischievous, and asking himself to take responsibility like a man. At this moment, A Feng's heart is like a kind of miscellaneous grains, and his face is bitter. Dad! Is it because of Cassius? At this time, A Feng asked tentatively. After all, A Feng is not a stupid person. From the previous conversation, it is not difficult to see. His own father has always emphasized his own words and deeds. At the time of his duties, his eyes always look at the direction of move towards Cassius from time to time. Fenger. Have you heard of the immortal legend in the Koran Tower? Big Person gently sorted out his son's clothes and asked. Ah? What do you mean by that? It is obvious that A Feng has heard of this legend. Fenger, you listen to me. Big Person nodded and continued, Koran Tower, in the southeast direction of our tribe, as long as riding a horse, 3 or 4 days on the road, it will arrive. Dad used to go to the Koran Tower when he was young and climbed the Koran Tower. That, Dad, have you seen Immortal? The words of Big Person clearly caused A Feng's interest, which made the latter eager to ask. Big Person waved his hand and gestured to A Feng. Don't be excited, wait for him to say slowly. Well, I was carrying a lot of food and water at that time. I was afraid that I had climbed for more than a month before I climbed the Koran Tower and saw Immortal. Do you know how happy you are when you see Immortal? But, after Immortal was a cat, Dad was still young and ignorant. Under the unreasonable pressure, it was pressed by Immortal's aura. Kneeling down. Cat? Under pressure. A Feng was obviously surprised. His father was so strong that did not expect it would be crushed by the only aura. And, let him not expect that the Immortal on the Koran Tower turned out to be a cat. This is in the subversion of his view of the world, really unfathomable. Well, Immortal is indeed a cat, and I am indeed crushed by its aura. Big Person did not hide anything in front of his son, bluntly. That, then? A Feng continued to ask. Big Person, drinking again, continue. Later, I took it, no longer dare to let go. After that, I begged Immortal to guide me to train. At first, Immortal did not agree, but did not drive me away. I started doing some housework for Immortal, and every day I begged Immortal and guided me to training. Ah, don't you expect that your face is so thick, Immortal is bothered every day. A Feng simple-minded smiled. Smelly brat, do you want to continue listening? Big Person, his face flushed and angered. Listen to listen, why don't you listen? A Feng saw a Big Person getting angry, and rushing to think, for fear that the Big Person is not going on. After a few months, Immortal was finally touched by me and promised to guide me to train. However, due to my lack of talent, despite the guidance of Immortal, I still can't learn about it. I read this, Big Person, it's a bit stunned. Ah! A Feng looked at the blank father and couldn't help but comfort. It's no wonder that I've been struggling to climb the Koran Tower. After I've worked hard to ask Immortal to guide the training, I'm not able to learn enough because of my lack of talent. This is undoubtedly huge for Big Person. Strike? Nothing, A Feng, although I didn't learn the real skills of Immortal, Immortal taught me a skill for me to avoid strong enemies in the future. Big Person smiled at A Feng and continued. What is the skill? A Feng asked. You can see the strength of each other's strength, Immortal said, this is called Qi. In fact, you don't know me, I can only perceive each other's anger, and then nothing. Big Person replied with some depression. Qi. A Feng is curious about this new word. Yes, this is why I am so polite to Cassius. Big Person nodded and continued. Ah! Is it? At this time, A Feng was shocked and stood up, his face unfathomable. Big Person nodded and continued, well, A Feng, you know. Cassius's temper is much bigger than Immortal's gas. What? Chapter 33. What? After hearing his father say it, A Feng is no longer calm, and his face is full of shock. Yes, Fenger, as far as I can see, Cassius' key is indeed much more powerful than Immortal's powerful key. Big Person stretched the action and pressed Sun down to signal him not to preach. Fenger, I know you don't believe it. Actually, I didn't believe it at first, but after many times I perceive it. Cassius's temperament has not only not weakened, but sometimes it has increased. Fenger, do you know what this means? The Big Person looks a little excited, but the tone is still peaceful. Actually, this thing for Big Person. This is the case, Cassius, the usual power level will remain around 300. However, you should not look down on 300 power level, it can be said that it is one of the best powerhouses on Earth. Not to mention the cat at Korin Tower, even if Kami is coming, it may not be able to do Cassius under the 300 power level. As for the Big Person's perception of the increase in the Cassius power level, this is actually the case. When Cassius enters the tribe, always keep an alert. So, a black hair has slightly raised the power level, which is about 400. This is that Big Person why sense, Cassius gas is changing the reason. Ah! Isn't his strength more than what you perceive? His hidden strength will be stronger. A Feng looks like an unfathomable move towards Cassius, who is drinking and dancing. Well, there is nothing wrong with it. It is for this reason that I will be so polite to Cassius. Big Person nodded, saying that was the case. So, the whisper that you said to the younger sister not long ago was that the younger sister used to attract Cassius. At this time, A Feng suddenly said. Cough cough. This kid, what do you say? I am the kind of person. Big Person knocked on A Feng's head and continued, I will tell you younger sister that Cassius is not only young, but strength is still very strong, your big brother was just subdued by him, and there was no room for rescuing. Ask her to go to Cassius to chat, not to be left out in the tribe. What? Ah, are you so pit your son? A Feng has a small mouth and a grievance. What is pitting you? I am telling the truth. However, Nada C's reality is beyond my expectations. Did not expect that she made friends with Cassius so soon, it seems that I need to give them a fire. Only then. Big Person looked at Nada C, who was playing with Cassius, and his eyes turned and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ah? What are you thinking about? You look so sinister. Wait, oh yeah, you don't want to mess with the lifelong happiness of the little girl, it's not good. A Feng looked at the laughter and nodded the father, and couldn't help but pray for her younger sister. What are you talking about, Dad? I am like that kind of person. Do you dare to talk nonsense? Believe it or not, I will smoke you. Big Person seems to be guessed, and his face is red, move towards A Feng's head, take it as such a knock. In short, I mean, I don't want to mess with Cassius. For our tribe, do you understand? At this time, Big Person changed his color and looked at A Feng seriously. Oh, I am understood, I will not bully my future brother-in-law again, so that is the head office. A Feng scratched his head and said. Well, this is right. Brother, this is not bad, go, apologize to your future brother-in-law, say hello. Big Person listened to A Feng's words. Nodded and agreed, then the big hand waved, indicating that the latter would apologize to his future brother-in-law. Oh! At this time, after clearly understanding the strength of Cassius, A Feng knew that his revenge plan was definitely not playing. And, if you don't do well, it will bring disaster to your own tribe. It's better to have a good relationship with Cassius. So, a grassland youngster began to identify a black hair as a brother-in-law. Cassius, who was drinking, felt his head start to faint, and even the people were a little dizzy, scared him to stand up quickly, return to his original table, and then start eating. This is also can't do anything about it, after all, on the other side's sight, and watching A Feng that pair want to eat their own eyes. Cassius can't dare to get drunk. If he is drunk, he will be killed. What's wrong? Why don't you continue to drink with everyone? but is it a person who eats here? At this time, a beautiful voice came into Cassius's ear. Cassius knows that a grassland golden flower is coming again. Little old sister, I don't want to go out with you to drink. You don't see your brother's sorrowful eyes, there is him, young master, I dare to get drunk? However, although Cassius thought so, he would not say so. Nada see older sister, drinking too much, I feel hungry, so I will come back to eat something first. You don't care about me, you go to play with you, ahaha. Said, a black hair smirked. Nada see wow. So handsome, so cute. I like it very much. Nada see, looking at Cassius's silly look, his eyes glowed again, then, next to a black hair, said. How can I leave you alone? You are the guest who brought you, I have to entertain you. Feel the lingering fragrance that comes from the side. Cassius knows that it seems that a certain grassland golden flower is not so easy to go. At this time, a voice was introduced into the ears of Cassius, causing Cassius to change his face and look at the unfathomable face. Right, Cassius brother, you are a guest, we can't slow you down. I saw A Feng holding a wine glass, laughing at He's look at Cassius, all without a bit of a slap in the face of Cassius. Nanny! What is the situation? Is there any conspiracy? When was this little polite so polite? Really? Oh, little brother Cassius, I used to be offended, and I ask you to a person of great moral stature does not remember the offences committed by one of low moral stature. Forgive me. This glass of wine, I did it first, right? When you are injured. I saw A Feng sipping the wine from the glass, and then apologizing to the move Cassius. Wow! This plot has become too fast, right? I can't turn around my little head. Nothing, since you are so sincere, then the past, just like this. Although Cassius is very confused, Sir still forgives A Feng a lot. Besides, I have Scion with power level 2000 or above. Even if they are conspiring, even if they are not in a good state, they can still be a key blast. If you don't get any better, you don't have mastered the great ape transformation. If there is a change, you can directly make a body transformation, step on it, and finish it directly. All in all, what are you afraid of? Wow, very good, you are reconciled. I was still worried about your grievances before. Now it's all right. Nothing is going on. Nadasi watched Cassius and his big brother reconciled and was happy to jump. Don't mention how happy you are. And looking at my younger sister so happy, A Feng also laughed. Younger sister, big brother is really happy for you, you have to be happy. At this moment, Cassius did not know that his own was given the sister-brother, future son-in-law, future husband label, still look at the two brothers and sisters like an unfathomable mystery. What's happening here? Chapter 34. Cassius squinted at the pair of smirking brothers and sisters, the more they looked at the heart and panic. They will not have a conspiracy? Especially the little nephew, nothing to be diligent, non-rape, and steal. To this end, Cassius decisively chose, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. My head is so dizzy, I have to sleep first, you don't care about me. After throwing a sentence, Cassius quickly took out the hoi poi capsules, which was loaded with the sports car, and then after a bang sound, a handsome black sports car appeared out of thin air. I saw a black hair rushing into the sports car with lightning speed. And, don't forget to quickly close the baffle and completely seal the inside of the car. Then, a black hair lay directly on the seat and pretended to be a big sleeper. I want to use this to shift the attention of a brother and sister, and to protect myself better. I am in the sports car, even if they are relative to themselves, they have to pass the car. Even if you drop the car off the cliff, or hit a weapon like a hammer. Cassius believes that as long as there is a huge sound, no matter how much he sleeps, he will wake up instantly. For this matter, Cassius classified him as Scion's instinct. However, it is obvious that a girl has not missed Cassius. DNG DNG DNG, DNG DNG DNG. At this time, the voice of a car window was resounded. Cassius heard it, turned over and continued to fall asleep. Anyway, you can't see the situation inside me, too lazy to care for you and continue to sleep. Sure enough, when Cassius ignored it, the sound of the car window stopped decisively. At this time, outside Nada C and A Feng look at each other in dismay, did not expect Cassius to come to this hand. Moreover, due to the appearance of the sports car, many people around the group began to gather, curiously looking at a black hair sports car. Big brother, this, whether or not Cassius hate me. Nada C looked at her big brother and was aggrieved. Nada C, no, nothing, it should be Cassius tired, want to rest. Looking at his younger sister's grievances, A Feng couldn't help but comfort. But, if you are tired, you can go to our tent and sleep. There is a bed there. Why do you want to sleep in the car? People really don't understand. This is not annoying me? What is it? Nada C looked at the sports car and began to gather tears in her eyes. Nada C. A Feng looked at his younger sister, sighed and looked helpless. In fact, he knows why Cassius is doing this. He is guarding himself. He is afraid that he will be disadvantaged to him after he falls asleep. Thousands of mistakes are my fault. At that time, why didn't I talk well? It was necessary to start with a bow and arrow at Cassius, and now that Cassius is so wary of himself, it also drags his younger sister. I am really a curse. At this time, Nada C made a move that made both A Feng and Cassius helpless. Cassius! You don't come out again, believe it or not, I will cry for you. Fuck! Cassius, who was going to sleep in the car, suddenly heard the threatening crisp sound, and it was a depression in my heart. I provoke you to mess with you? Sleeping, you are giving me a trick, believe it or not, a key blast blow you to death. Cassius! Author, I do not believe. Cassius, why are you? You are nothing, don't show up, die, and dare to. Author, young master, a key blast blow you to death, right? Cassius! Looking at the unmoving sports car, Nada C felt aggrieved in his heart, and his mouth was flat, and he cried out. When is this young lady so shameful? When did this young lady believe in self-destruction? Who dares to do this to young? Cassius, you are an idiot, you are a batard. Why do you want to be so handsome, why do you want to do this to me? The more Nada C wants to be wronged, the tears seem to be like money, and the death is falling. My ancestor, don't cry, you cry like this, big brother doesn't look good on this face. At this time, A Feng is a depressed person. His younger sister is crying. It is not someone else but a self. The most important thing is to cry in your own tribe. How can this be done, so how do their own people think about themselves? Really, this bastard Cassius is all this guy. A Feng is more and more eager, and the hatred that Cassius has disappeared has increased. Cough cough. At this time, the cough of big person was introduced into A Feng's mind. The latter instantly reminded me of what she had said, cold sweat. Ho ho ho. At this time, a black hair sports car opened the door, and then, with a certain hand stretched out, and instantly dragged a crying girl into it. Then, the door closes instantly. A Feng, a look, stupid, what is this fuck situation, grab my younger sister? Also robbed in public? What happened to Ah? How was Nada C caught in? I don't know. I didn't see it. Listening to the crowds around, there is a lot of discussion. Just when A Feng wants to knock on the window, a powerful big hand pulls him away. At first glance, it is a big person. A Feng saw his father shook his head at himself, then pulled him away directly, and a thick voice echoed in the tribe. Okay, well, Cassius is drunk, don't bother him, I will let Nadasi take care of her. And, after the talk, Big Person still patted A Feng's shoulder with a happy face, laughed heartily. It's a good daughter, I'm still thinking about how to add fire to you, let you bear auras. I don't know, you are so gimmick, so I will give you a fight for father, and you won't have to get it out. Really good daughter ah. It seems that our tribe must have a strong ally. Dad? You are this. A Feng looked at the Big Person with a puzzled look. Les, don't bother them. Big Person pressed A Feng directly into the seat and shouted. A Feng. In the sports car, a black hair looked depressed at a red-faced grassland first golden flower. Cassius is speechless. Since I couldn't listen to the crying of a girl a few minutes ago, I was dragged into a girl. Not only did a girl not cry, but she looked at her sports car curiously. And also worried or not shyly watching Cassius, blushing is darker than red apples. That, since you don't cry, then I will send you out. For a long time, Cassius looked at this increasingly strange atmosphere, start to talk. However, he does not start to talk. Fortunately, a start to talk, a girl tears and drops down the tower. It's not that Cassius is looking at it, not swearing, the irritability in my heart. I said, what do you want ah? Finally, a black hair finally got power up. However, this anger is coming fast, and it is going fast. Under the words of a girl, it immediately disappears. I like you, how are you yelling at me? A girl with eyes and spring, watery looking at a black hair. Fuck. Confession. What should father do? Refused. However. He looks so cute. No, no, I am still small, absolutely not, refuse. Decisively refuse. After a black hair in my heart, I finally got a word. Sorry, actually, I am not a person. Then, the tail of a black hair began to jump out. Ah! Chapter 35. Sorry, actually, I am not a human. Under the strong proof of a black hare's tail, I successfully scared a girl. Ah! Not human? Deceptive? Is it that other animals have changed? No wonder so handsome? No wonder I didn't respond to him so actively. I thought this young lady's charm has dropped. However, since he is not a person, then we or not cannot be together. However, he is really handsome ah. As Nadasi struggled in her mind, Cassius looked helplessly. Bye. I have to be young master so black. Really enough bad luck. So, you understand, we can't be together, that's why I don't care so much about you. Cassius looks and looks at the girl's faint start to talk. But why do you have a human appearance? You said that you are not a human being, are you demoness changed? Will that eat people? Nadasi thought for a moment and always felt that something was wrong, there was too much doubt. So, asked Cassius weakly. Fuck, eat human. Little old sister, you too imagine, if you eat, young master is still here with what you tricked me, and swallowed you directly. Amount. I don't eat people. And there is, I am really monkey, but I am not demoness. It is immortal that makes me have a human body. Looking at a girl who is awkward, Cassius once I thought and continued. It is God on earth. He turned me into a person, gave me wisdom, and gave me an unparalleled strength. It seems that a small older sister may not be willing to believe in Cassius's words, but the tale behind Cassius makes her have to face reality. If he is really an animal, then he really can't be with himself. However, he is really handsome. Perhaps, probably we should be able to get married. A little old sister has an illusion in her heart, eager to marry Cassius. The little older sister on grassland is too enthusiastic. We can only meet someone else after we meet for less than a day. This is also too terrifying. However, fortunately I still have trump card tail. Cough cough. Looking at a small old sister who is still fantasizing, Cassius couldn't help but cough a few times to remind him. So, you understand, we can't be together. To blame, you blame Kami, he turned me into a human. What are you upset, or unhappy, you can marry him. A black hair was very irresponsible to throw all the black pots to Kami. Anyway, Kami's old fart Piccolo was also unable to defeat himself. If you dare to come to yourself, young master calls him a minute. Day Kami? I thought you were the body of the immortal on the Koran tower. Nadasi heard the strange words of Kami and couldn't help but wonder. At first, he always thought that Cassius was given to the body by immortal on the Koran tower. Immortal on the Koran tower? Isn't that a cat? Is there any story in this? Immortal of the Koran tower? You said it wouldn't be Koran that grows beans. There is a mystery, Cassius moved towards Nadasi asks. Nadasi blinked and thought about it. Some of the replies replied, yeah, yes. We have been circulating legend of immortal on the Koran tower, but how do you know that immortal on the Koran tower is a cat? Isn't Cassius you already seen immortal? After the talk, Nadasi looked at Cassius tightly, hoping to get an answer from the latter. For this question, Cassius will definitely answer and have not seen it. However, after hearing Nadasi mention a cat, Cassius couldn't help but want to go to the Koran tower. After all, a white cat has the magical medicine in the Dragon Ball Senzu bean. Eat one, no matter how much injury you have, you can cure it. For this, Cassius has a lot of experience from the plot. Cassius remembers that it was the third time in the Dragon Ball to hold the World Martial Arts Tournament, then young Goku? No. At that time young Goku grew up and should be called Big Goku. At that time, the Big Goku was defeated by Piccolo Jr., the two people were not only near the state of death, but also Goku's chest did not open a hole for Piccolo, directly penetrating the past. Goku was originally dying, but after eating the Senzu bean from Yajirobe, Goku immediately became alive, even though he had a hole in his chest. In addition, Senzu bean also plays a vital role in the follow-up battle of Dragon Ball, but because of a big fatty, Yajirobe, it is rare to eat a huge amount of things like Senzu bean. In this regard, Cassius just wants to say dead fatty, don't let me touch you, otherwise, young master won't kill you half, young master is not Scion. It's not Cassius's heart poison. It's really a big fat too much. If someone eats a divine object that doesn't have to eat for a week, this dead fatty actually gives it a rare item. You said, this is not mad. Dead fatty, really, don't let me meet you, otherwise, young master will kill you in minutes. Looking at Cassius for a long time without returning to his own problems, Nadasi couldn't help but come out. That, Cassius. What are you thinking about? You haven't answered my question yet. At this time, Cassius was also brought back to reality by the voice of Nadasi. After watching the latter, some embarrassed said, of course, I have not seen Koran, however, I have plans to visit it. As he said, Cassius's face became hotter. Senzu bean, such a magical thing, for Scion born for battle, it is no less than divine tool. And, now that a dead fatty hasn't arrived on the Koran tower, there should be a lot of inventory for the white cat Senzu bean. Therefore, this time, you must have more to take, even if you cannot finish, you must take a 70 to 80%, absolutely not cheaper a dead fatty. At this time, a fatty who is grilling food can't help but sneeze. Amount. At this time, Cassius also remembered. With a dead fatty to the Koran tower, it seems to be his brother, Son Goku. This is really. How to say it, if young Goku is here, it is absolutely inevitable to be mad by a black hair. On the side of Nadasi saw Cassius ignore him, the small mouth was suddenly flat, and his face was full of grievances. Cassius, what's the matter with you, how are you in a daze? Amount, looks like he is in a daze again. I noticed that a black hair at this point rushed back to God, and then looked at a small old sister, solemnly said Nadasi, so, we can't be together, understand? Nadasi heard that the face was suddenly filled with the word frustration. Although it was not recognized, the fact is that it does not allow you to refute. So, a little old sister, after leaving such a sentence, decisively left the sports car. I know, sorry, it bothers you. Hey, I don't like you, just, I am still small. A black hair looked at Nadasi from the window and thought of it. Chapter 36. After Nadasi left, perhaps the big person was told, and Cassius spent the night in the car safely. On the second day, Cassius, who had just slept in the granules, heard the sound of knocking on the window. Opening his eyes and opening the window, Cassius saw big person, Afeng, and Nadasi looking at himself outside the car. It's easy to see from the big person's eyes that he is insomnia tonight. Not only him, but even Afeng, Nadasi. The eyes are covered with bloodshot eyes and the face is tired. Amount. Uncle, are you? Cassius asked inexplicably. This posture, is it that yesterday I attacked Nadasi too much, now they are looking for their own account? Cassius thought of something terrified. Big person look left, look right, there seems to be hesitation. However, under the eyes of Afeng and Nadasi, they bite their teeth and squatted in front of Cassius. Then, Afeng and Nadasi followed the big person and collapsed. Uncle? What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Cassius is even more puzzled. At Cassius's inquiry, the big person looked nervous and said in a sincere tone, Cassius, yesterday we were ready to listen to Nadasi. What are you counting? I bullied your daughter, what are you doing for me? Shouldn't you find me desperately? Cassius heard, even more puzzled. I saw the big person continue to say, since Kami can give you human body, then your relationship with Kami must be very good. And, therefore, I beg you here, can you bring my family Fenger to Kami, please? Kami trained him to train. What? You are kidding. Cassius was stunned for the request of big person. He did not expect himself yesterday, in order to get rid of a girl's lie, they even casually believe, this is really too good to lie? Is the people on grassland so simple? For this, Cassius expressed deep suspicion. Amount. Uncle, how do you know that I am not telling lies? Or is it because I just want to get out of it? Cassius looked at the big person's lips slightly tilted and smiled somewhat meaningfully. What? Then you lied to me? Sure enough. You just hate me because of this. At this time, the big person lying on the ground had not spoken yet, and Nadasi on the side was the first to speak out. Fuck, not good. After Nadasi said this, Cassius secretly noticed that it was not good. Sure enough, I saw that a girl's eyes were red in an instant, and the tears began to condense, and the posture of the next 1 second was taken out. Nadasi, don't mess around. After the big person exhorted Nadasi, he said firmly to Cassius in a tone of voice, I can be sure that you are telling the truth. Because, you know immortal on Koran Tower, Koran. I used to have the chance to climb Koran Tower, I have seen Koran. And, from Koran's mouth, the people who climbed the Koran Tower were very rare. Naturally, it is even rarer to know that immortal is a cat. However, Cassius, you not only understood immortal is a cat, but also uttered Kami. This has to make me believe. Listening to the big person, Cassius brows slightly. To be honest, he is really not expect, and the big man in front of him has climbed the Koran Tower. After all, in the plot, the white cat did not mention that such a person existed. While Cassius was still thinking, the big person continued. At the time, I used some hard-to-find methods that made Koran promise to teach me training. But because my heavens had limited talent, I didn't learn home. As soon as Cassius heard it, he couldn't help but look at this big man. It is difficult to open the teeth. It seems that this uncle does not look as honest as the surface. For the big person approach, Cassius disapproves and does not object. After all, when necessary, do what is necessary. If necessary, Cassius may also choose the style of big person, for the purpose, unscrupulous. At this time, the big person looks a little regret, saying, despite this, I also learned the size of others with the help of a mortal. The size of the gas? Don't be kidding. How is this possible? At this hearing, Cassius couldn't help but growl. What kind of joke? Perceive the size of the gas? Do you know how many martial artists are on earth? How many people are learning? Not to mention you, even the cat on the Corin Tower may not. I didn't make a joke, Cassius, what I said is true. And, I also use this method, understood you have a stronger strength than immortal. It is because of this that I will believe what you said. Perhaps it was influenced by Cassius, and the voice of the big person began to sound louder. That being the case, you come and feel it for yourself. Look, this is whether or not you are angry. After getting out of the car and taking the sports car into the hoi poi capsules, Cassius slowly stepped back a dozen steps under the eyes of everyone. Wow! With Cassius shouting loudly, power-up suddenly appeared on his body with an amazing strength vortex. The strong hurricane that emerged from him began to spread like all around. Suddenly, the wind is raging and the space is turbulent. A suffocating aura, from full power on Cassius. I saw the big person, grassland youngster A Feng, Nada C, and the surrounding people, who were crushed by this pressure. They don't mention how embarrassed they are. Cassius doesn't really know how strong his strength is. He only knows that after the battle with young Gaku, his power level has been greatly improved. And, as soon as he was discharged from the hospital, he went to the driver's license and bought a sports car. Therefore, he does not know how strong he is now. Card. Hughes. Stop. Quick. Stop. At this time, Nada C's intermittent sound was introduced into Cassius's ear. At a glance, Cassius saw Nada C, big person A Feng, panting by the pressure of the on-ki, sweating, and the whole person seemed to collapse for a long time. Seeing this, Cassius stopped and helped Nada C. However, the latter was obviously weak, and after Cassius lifted her up, the whole man took advantage of Cassius. Cassius suddenly stunned, this hand, not put it, not Nada C will fall. Really, a dilemma. Card. Hughes, I fruit. Not mistaken. You, really strong, amazing. I saw the big person struggling to stand up and looked at Cassius with a look of shock. So, I ask you again, please, take my son to Kami, or the Corin Tower Immortal, let Immortal guide him to train. I beg you. Saying, big person is not directly concerned with the existence of people around, directly he was in front of Cassius and began to bow to Cassius. Dad. A Feng lay on the floor and watched the big person burst into tears. This man is his father. Ah! Ah! At this time, Nada C screamed at the big person, then looked up and looked at Cassius with pity. Looking at Nada C, whose face was covered with fine sweat, and feeling the warm girl's body, Cassius sighed and nodded. When the girl saw it, she clung to Cassius with the strength of not knowing where to come from, and then took a kiss on the face of the latter. On the sky at least 2 kilometers above the ground, Cassius looked at the pillars in front of the clouds and sighed slowly. Above, that is where the cat lives. Oh, myself, I really love to find trouble. At the moment, Cassius's right hand was carrying grassland youngster A Feng. On the day he was 16 years old, he left home, left the tribe, and left Grand Grassland. Follow Cassius and come to Corin Tower here apprenticing to a master learn martial arts. Chapter 37. Cassius, Cassius, the girl is a disaster, the girl is in trouble. Later, how far you can run, don't get caught up, oh. Silently sighed in his heart, Cassius carrying the grassland youngster A Feng, regardless of the latter's squeak, full strength moved towards Corin top of tower. Thinking about yesterday's situation, Cassius was shocked. Time is back to yesterday. After Cassius promised to take Muta Peak and find Corin or Kami apprenticing to a master, Big Person told Cassius about the general orientation of the Corin Tower. And intend to keep Cassius after a day off before heading to Corin Tower. Oh, yes, Mutu, that is the full name of grassland youngster A Feng. It was Cassius in the chat, Nada C told him. When it comes to Nada C, this is awkward. Originally Cassius was planning to hold Nada C after the collapse, and went back to her boudoir. However, when Cassius came to the latter's room, he planned to put Nada C on the bed. But what surprised Cassius most was that a grassland girl had fallen asleep in her own arms. And, no matter how Cassius pulls, a grassland girl just doesn't let go. Even if he fell asleep, the whole person was still clutching Cassius. I couldn't open it, and some black hair of the gas almost vomited blood on the spot. The heart was depressed, and I walked into her room in less than 5 minutes. Can you fall asleep with a grassland girl? Are you kidding me? This is too fake. It is clear that it is in the pit itself, obviously that they have made such a big sacrifice. Even if you are not a person, you can say it. What do you want me to do? Little older sister, how do you want me Even worse, the clothes of a grassland small older sister were completely wet with sweat. A big person is throwing a sentence, it's easy to get sick when you sleep in wet clothes, so just bother Cassius and change your clothes for my daughter. After that, the flight ran. The most irritating thing is that this guy has to go on his own, and even called everyone out. You said, this is not angry? Are you so relieved of me? Are you so irresponsible? You are not afraid of what I am doing to your daughter? Bye. Okay, to be honest, I don't dare. Looking at Nada C who caught himself, Cassius's small face was wronged. In the end, it was really can't do anything about it, and Cassius was stunned, biting his teeth light and hard, and struggling to open a girl's hand. Then, with the speed of lightning, I instantly got rid of the claws of a small old sister, and ran away. However, after buying Cassius, just ran out, a small old sister who had just slept, and slowly opened his eyes. After running out of Nada C's room, Cassius went straight to the big person. After learning about the direction of the Corin Tower, he quickly lifted up a grassland youngster and then used skydance art to hurry. He is going to take advantage of a small old sister while he is still sleeping. After watching Cassius's feet off the ground and instantly vacating, the big person looked in the direction of Cassius's departure, and his eyes became more and more hot. Cassius, who was flying up the top of Muta Peak, suddenly saw a top of tower resembling a flying saucer. Then, the whole body aura popped open, and the whole person disappeared instantly. When it appeared again, the existing stepped on a flying saucer like the top of the tower. Hey, come on, let go, don't hold me. Men and men don't kiss. Let go. As the footsteps moved, Cassius entered the UFO. Then, with a black line, I looked at someone who was holding her eyes with her eyes closed. I won't let go. Release it and it will fall. It's so high, it won't kill. Don't loose it. Don't kill me. Muta Feng thought that Cassius would throw him down and his eyes didn't open. Clinging to Cassius. The whole person, like a dog's fart plaster, can't get rid of it. Hey, I said it. Open your eyes and see where it is. Hold me, believe it or not, I really leave you go. Cassius was depressed. I used to see this guy quite there is a bone, but it has been scared by the aura that I released yesterday. The whole person is as obedient as a pug, and it is dry. For this kind of behavior, Cassius just wants to ask, what is your day? After a minute, a white cat, no, is a white Corin appearing in front of Cassius. And, the expression looked a little playful to Cassius and hugged Mucius of Cassius. Fug! When Cassius saw it, he immediately dropped a dogskin plaster and warned the latter to dare to do anything, and immediately throw it away. Then, start looking at a cat carefully. Coincidentally, a cat is also looking at Cassius. It seems that there is no change, it is still the same in anime, except that the coat looks a little brighter. You are Cassius, little demon? Asked Cassius to ask, Corin with a cane asked first. Oh? Do you know me? Cassius asked curiously. No, how can this cat know about himself? Is it that he knows what he was doing the night before? Nature is to know you and the big brother Son Goku's battle, I know it. I have to say that you are now strongest on whole earth except your big brother Son Goku. It is. Corin said, licking his own white hair. On the side of Muta Peak, after hearing Corin's words, my heart was even more shocked. He never thought that this person who might become his brother is actually a strongest person on earth in addition to his big brother. As soon as he thought of his unreasonableness to him, Muta Feng felt a horror. Fortunately, his own dad stopped himself in time, otherwise he would bring his own tribe to the top. Oh, did not expect that I am so famous. Cassius heard that he was not happy. After all, it's a pleasure to be noticed. That is of course, I also know that your strength is strong, but your knowledge of martial arts is very shallow. Therefore, you worship Master Roshi as a teacher to make up for your lack of knowledge in martial arts. Corin looked at Cassius and said. Yes, I can only choose to do this in order to be able to go on the martial arts road in the future. Moreover, I don't hate to worship Master Roshi. On the contrary, I should admire him because he is a good teacher. Good master. Cassius didn't deny it, and nodded and continued. Exactly, Master Roshi is indeed a good master. Corin clearly agrees with this. So, if you say so much, you should say something right. Cassius said to Murin after looking at Muta Peak. At this time, the face of Muta Peak suddenly showed a trace of worry, a eager expression. You want me to teach him, Cassius? Just as Cassius was about to start to talk, Corin looked at Muta Peak and suddenly said. Nothing wrong, I know this request is a bit too much, but I still want to ask you to think about it. Cassius said that he was not humble, and he sat down on the wood next to him. Cassius, I can teach you for him. But I won't accept him as a disciple. And, Cassius, I want you to promise me one thing. Corin suddenly walked over to Cassius and said. Oh? What? Tell me? See if I can do it. Cassius heard a bit of interest. It's very simple. Go down and help me bring some fish up. This is the case. Corin looked calm and indifferently said. Fish? Is it that simple? It seems that he thought he was wrong, and Cassius was asking again. It's that simple. Corin looked at Cassius with a serious look. Cassius breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that Corin would let him do something that was difficult to accomplish. Did not expect that it was just catching fish. Sure enough, the cat is a cat, immortal, or a cat. Zhongshan is easy to change, and its nature is difficult to move. Chapter 38. Buy fish? This is simple for Cassius. At his speed, it is a matter of hours. Even for an hour. A black hare took the 10,000 block and bought a push fish and successfully gave Muta to Corin. I said, I am ready to do what you said. Then you should fulfill your promise and guide this guy. Cassius relies on the column beam, indifferently said. A cat is eating fish at this time, and it is a stunned look at grassland youngster Muta. He absolutely did not expect, immortal, which is so admired in his own eyes, turned out to be this virtue. It is really too much for his expectations. Cassius, this is no problem. Corin replied. That's good. Oh, yes, Corin. I heard that you have a senzu bean that can eat people who can eat for several days and can heal. At this time, Cassius said the idea of hiding in his heart for a long time. Oh, senzu bean, there is indeed, in the jar in the storage room over there, you want to take it yourself. Korin apparently was ready to be conquered by the fish, and the existing had no time to take care of Cassius. He casually pointed to a place and asked Cassius to find it. Cassius didn't care too much, and the place where the move towards Korin pointed out went. Obviously, it is to treat this as your own home. It's Muta Peak. Since I came here, the whole people have been fighting and not saying anything. I know that a person is sitting on a stool in a silly manner, and I can see that the grassland youngster has been unyielding. Now, he is like a mouse who sees a cat. It is estimated to be scary. Coming to the basement of the storage of senzu bean, Cassius saw several large jars. Obviously, this is definitely the jar with senzu bean. Going over, the lid is opened, suddenly, unclear, and the unclear fragrance is introduced into Cassius's nose. After careful observation, the senzu beans in these few jars add up, and it is estimated that there are at least hundreds of thousands. It's hard to imagine that in the Dragon Ball late period, it's rare to be in the rare senzu bean, and there are so many now. Cassius was so happy, picking up the nearby sack and loading it inside. I don't have much to say, let's talk first. Soon after installing 2 jars, Cassius stopped. This thing is enough, too much is a bit of a hassle. Coincidentally, the young master is most afraid of trouble. Carrying sacks, Cassius walked, thinking. Is there a shelf life for this thing? Will it expire? What if it expires and loses its function? You are really welcome, Cassius. At this time, the voice of a cat was introduced into Cassius's ear. Cassius looked at Korin faintly and said calmly. It doesn't matter if you keep it. I don't have to take anything. I think you shouldn't mind it. Korin. In the end, a black hare's face gradually became sinister, and looked at a cat with no good intentions. This, of course. Some senzu beans not long ago, of course I didn't care. Anyway, it's useless to keep it. If you still want it later, come and get it. Korin obviously didn't care, and faintly echoed. Cassius saw Korin's anyway, and thought about it. Also, for a cat who stays in the tower all day, senzu bean is really not useful. Here, at most, it is a food that can fill your stomach. That, Korin, will your senzu bean deteriorate and expire? At this time, Cassius asked a little embarrassed. Well, you don't have to worry about it. It's no problem to put it casually for decades. That's good. After getting Korin's reply, Cassius was relieved and relieved. If it goes out of fashion, I have taken so many senzu beans. Adding so much cumbersomeness in vain has increased so much trouble. Hey, I said Muta Feng. You can say something, don't always stay alone. Didn't you see a cat here, a little polite? At this time, Cassius suddenly said. Sitting on the side of Muta Peak, he was not stupid, he immediately understood the meaning of Cassius. Hurrying to the front of Korin, he squatted down and then slammed a few heads. The mouth shouted Master. And after a few seconds, a grassland youngster continued, Master, disciple will have dozens of ways to cook fish, each with a different taste. So, please ask the master to accept me as a disciple, guide I am training. Nice, not stupid, or will be a man. However, in the year of Sao, do you really have dozens of ways to cook fish? How do I feel that this lie is full of loopholes? Silently gave Muta Peak a compliment in his heart. Cassius began to think about himself. Since he came here, would you like to go up and see Kami? Look at this great demon King Piccolo. After thinking about it, Cassius decided to go to visit Kami. Ask him to guide his knowledge of martial arts, and then, check out the dark body of the whole body. You know, when you watched the Dragon Ball, Cassius was very curious about Popo, which was so strange, so dark, and so distinctive. So now that I have arrived at the Dragon Ball, I am still here at the Koran Tower. Then say anything to go up and see this dark guy. It's hard to imagine that after Mutapeak said he would have dozens of ways to cook fish. A cat immediately agreed to accept him as a disciple and guide him to training. At this time, Cassius suddenly remembered that there is also an ultra-divine water. I was thinking about whether to drink a little bit, but with a little thought, Cassius decided to add the knowledge of martial arts first. Anyway, ultra-divine water can't run anymore, afraid of anything. Koran, since I have been here, I want to see our Earth Kami. After all, I haven't seen it yet, Cassius said. What? You didn't mean that you made it by Kami? Why didn't you say that you haven't seen it? At this time, Mutapeak, standing next to Koran, asked first. Oh, I am understood, it must be the lie that you asked me to ask my little girl. In fact, you are a human. Right. Mutapeak stopped and suddenly realized. That's it, anyway, you can't go back now, how can you? Cassius squinted at Mutapeak and then looked at Koran, waiting for his answer. I am understood, I will tell you to visit. Koran nodded and said. That's a big thanks. Then I will go first. After getting Koran's recovery, Cassius carried sacks and flew up. Bye. It seems that I still want to find a few Hoipoi capsules for Bulma. This sack is too much trouble. It's really troublesome and affects the image, really. Looking at the sack with Senzubin behind him, Cassius had a black line on his head. Chapter 39. With its powerful strength, Cassius saw the outline of the lookout in less than half an hour. Then, a burst of gas accelerated, and the whole person disappeared instantly. After a few tens of seconds, the silhouette of a black hair appears in the lookout. Strolling through the temple of the lookout, Cassius looked at all around. The environment is generally the same as anime. The same as the tree planted on both sides of the road. As for the tree, Cassius can't say it. Going along the road is the day of the lookout in Kami. However, at this time on the steps next to the lookout, there is a chubby, dark, black man dressed in Arabia. If there is nothing wrong with this person, it should be the god's Popo. When Cassius saw the Popo, his eyes flashed instantly. It is like a child who sees something fun, full of curiosity and interest. Wow, oh! If I didn't guess wrong, you must be a god's poker. You know, when I was watching anime, I was very curious about you. Especially if you use your mouth to directly put Goku's Kamehameha, the move that is eaten, the super handsome is Wood Ah. A black hair has two eyes straight on Venus, and his hands are extended, and the body of move towards Popo touches it, where it touches. Made a lot of people Popo practice back a few steps, looked at a black hair with a look of horror. Singular eyes looked at Cassius, as if to say, Saunian, I don't want to base, you still want to find someone else. Although some can't understand the strange words of a black hair, but because of courtesy, Popo said in a kind tone. Make sure you are Cassius. Kami already knows that you are here. But he is a little busy, so let me come out to entertain you. If there is anything that is not well received, please bear with me. The gentleness of the voice and the calm tone are really a good goddess of politeness and strength. Amount, nothing, nothing. Actually, my interest in you is the biggest, see Kami just by the way. For modest words, Cassius nodded again and again. However, the last sentence of a black hair is obviously scared of a certain black. When Popo heard it, she was suddenly feared. This youngster, don't you really want to let go of yourself? Even if I can't defeat him, I can't be humiliated. I can't do it, I will break it. At this time, Cassius still didn't know Popo's intentions, and still looked at Popo with a curious baby. Pinch, Popo boots, you or not have move you can use your mouth to devour Ki Blast's ability ah? Cassius asked. Although Popo didn't understand what the youngster had to do, why did he know that he had this ability, but he still has a good look with good qualities. Said. Yes, I do have a move that can use the mouth to swallow the other's ki blast, but the premise is that my strength must be stronger than the other. Otherwise, if you rush to take ki blast stronger than your strength, immortality, it will also be seriously injured. Wow! It turned out to be like this, but, anyway, this move is so handsome. Ah! Teach me! Teach me! I have to teach me the trouble, I am grateful. After hearing about Popo's anecdote, a black hair instantly stared at Venus, and the dead skin grabbed Popo's, pleading for the latter. It is not impossible to teach you. But what? What are the requirements, though, if you can teach me this move, even if you are robbed dozens of girls to be a wife? A black hair listened to Hope, and immediately took the chest to promise. As long as Popo teaches himself to swallow ki blast, he immediately grabs dozens of girls and gives Popo a wife. Amount, I only have one request. That is. ENN. You said. A black hair nodded. You come down from me, I will teach you. Popo looked at Cassius hanging on himself with a black line, helplessly said. Amount, because Popo's skin is too dark, I can't see him or not black lines. A group of crows flew over and the atmosphere was awkward. As soon as Cassius heard it, he found that he was too excited, causing him to cause himself to hang on Popo. Image, is very unsightly. Amount, good. After coming down from Popo, Cassius looked at the latter awkwardly. That, sorry, ha ha ha. A black hair smirked and apologized to Popo. As soon as I saw the latter's slightly deeper eyes, Cassius clearly knew what the other party must have misunderstood. Cassius quickly explained that it was a matter of his own reputation. Reassured, rest assured, I like girl, rest assured. Ahahaha. Then, scratching his hair with his hand, smirking with a smile, pretending to be a national expression. However, from the eyes of Popo, Cassius can clearly see that the latter is full of disbelief. As a result, the scene was once embarrassing. Fuck. This black is absolutely misunderstood, it is related to the reputation of young master, whether to solve him in this way, 100. Popo watched Cassius look at his eyes more and more strange, and his heart was cold and sweaty. Although he served several kami attendants, he still couldn't help but be afraid. After all, this now-looking youngster is probably like a man. Therefore, you must be very careful. Otherwise, a little careless, the festival is not guaranteed. Ah. In the meantime, Popo couldn't help but take a few steps back. Just as he still wanted to step back a few more steps, Cassius's voice came over. Amount, that Popo boots, if you are back, you have to hit the pillar. Popo. At this time, a slightly old voice passed over. As soon as Cassius heard it, his eyes turned and he didn't know what his ghosts were. And the Popo on the side is hearing this sound. Obviously relieved. Ahahaha, Cassius, you are really funny. Ah. Ahahaha. Obviously, it is Kami. I saw that one of the mixters, old man, was wearing a cloak with God and lived with a cane, slowly coming out of the lookout. It's your God's apologetic, and I don't want to scare him. Cassius is not only awkward, but a pair of your gods. Amount, haha, it's really interesting, it's fun. Kami didn't get angry. Okay, Cassius, can you tell me what is your purpose here? Don't say it is to scare Popo. In this case, I don't believe it. Kami has no shelves at all. Like a kind old grandfather, the body is full of sunshine and harmony. Hey! Actually, I am here to help you supplement my knowledge of martial arts. Now I am like a nouveau riche. If I don't add it, I think I must be on the martial arts path. Therefore, I want you to guide me and learn about martial arts. Please. Kami. Speaking of this, Cassius looks awe-inspiring, move towards Kami, and pleads. Time passed like this for a few minutes, and Kami looked up and glanced at Cassius. Start to talk. Yes, I promised your request. But, I have a request, that is, I ask you to protect this planet in the future. Cassius looks a bit, some unfathomable. Of course. Even if you don't say it. I will protect this planet. Chapter 40. Cassius is not joking. As the two of them are Earthling, it is undoubtedly the greatest glory of his life to have the protection of his mother star. Kami, after Cassius promised the Earth Protector, began to gradually guide Cassius's lack of martial arts. The so-called predecessors planted trees, and later generations took the cold. Under the guidance of Kami under Popo, although Cassius' own power level is not very promote. However, his knowledge of martial arts path has gradually increased, laying the foundation for him to become stronger in the future. Unconsciously, Cassius already the lookout stayed for nearly 3 months. On this day, Cassius suddenly remembered that he had promised Bulma, to find her, and to see how the gravity chamber did about it. Now, not only did he forget, but he also missed the contract for more than a month. This is really, too rude. Although a black hair doesn't care about this kind of thing, for a girl who is cool and a beautiful girl, the consequences are no less than the end of the world. Gravity chamber. Yes, Kami, I asked a friend to help me make the gravity chamber. I originally planned to go to her for 3 months. But for my own reasons, the earlier has been missing for more than a month. So, I want to go down and find her. Cassius was embarrassed to look at Kami. Well, it's really a good way to get under the strong gravity, that being the case, you go. Kami nodded, indicating that Cassius had no problem. Okay, that being the case, I will go back. After saying goodbye, Cassius jumped directly from the lookout. Then, a burst of gas, instantly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Halfway, Cassius was thinking about the 3 months of training. Kami and Popo not only solve many of their own training problems, but also can list many columns from various aspects. Cassius benefited a lot, and after Cassius reduced power level multiple times in Popo hand-to-hand combat, Cassius had a stronger powerful awareness of the battle consciousness. The most important thing is that a black hair successfully learns the Popo tricks and swallows Ki Blast. I thought of eating the opponent's Ki Blast in front of the enemy. In the heart of a black hair, there is a glimpse of beauty. Of course, if you want to do this, power level must be stronger than the other. Oh, right. At the lookout, Cassius had a full strength of power up over his strength. At that time, it's really a sudden change of clouds, white clouds rolling, and space tremors. Scared that Popo and Kami thought that the end of the world was over, but once I saw a black hair at play. Decisively criticized the meal, after knocking on the latter's head. Only then did he get rid of the blame and let go of a culprit. Estimated, Cassius's current power level is near 3000. Although progress is a bit slow, Cassius believes that as long as his martial arts foundation is solid enough. In the future, my own power level is definitely a slap in the air. And without any side effects, pure natural non-polluting high-quality products. However, at the thought of this, Cassius thought of the Universe Emperor of Frisia. This guy, after resurrection, was only trained for 3 months. It evolved into the state of Golden Frisia and was evenly divided with Super Saiyan Blue, although it was largely due to Goku's release. However, it can be done in 3 months. I have to say that Frisia is indeed a genius. As soon as he thought about fighting with Frisia, a million power level, Cassius felt a little scared. You know, the fierce battle, it will take up to 10 years or so. As soon as he thought of the power level that 5000 didn't have now, Cassius had no end in his heart. In the end 10 years, power level can achieve a degree that can defeat Frisia. Otherwise, I will only be able to fall to the point of soy sauce in the future. Regardless of how about it, the most important thing for you now is to lay the foundation and then use the gravity chamber to train hard. Strive to become Super Saiyan as soon as possible, as long as body transformation succeeds. At Frisia Saga, self-insurance is definitely not a problem. The problem is that the body transformation into Super Saiyan requires extreme anger. For this, Cassius is not satisfied with this condition. He has always been a lover, except for Goku, who really doesn't care too much. Do you want to find someone to kill Goku, and then you are extremely angry with body transformation? This shows that there is no such thing. Goku's body transformation was killed by Frisia. Krillin, who grew up with him, was successful in body transformation. However, Cassius, who is familiar with plot, has more than 1 star and 2 points compared to Goku's anger. Perhaps, fate is so equal. After giving himself the gold finger of the plot, he added difficulty to his own body transformation Super Saiyan. Really? To know Vegeta's son 10x, Goku's son Goten, but at the age of 7, body transformation became Super Saiyan. How come it is so difficult to get here? Really, people are more than people, mad people are. It is very angry. It is very angry. However, since Goku's son is said, then young master should or not should choose a beautiful good mother for his future son. Let me think about it carefully. Which girl in Dragon Ball world should I pursue? Bulma? Forget it, although she is very beautiful, and has genius wisdom. However, in order not to destroy the future plot, this plan is still to be eliminated. Actually, some black hair, what he didn't know, was that he had already destroyed the plot. For example, Son Goku, Krillin, whose strength has risen. Also, find a disciple for Korin. Then there is his own existence, and already greatly changed the plot. Although the plot of the plot is still correct, but these butterfly wings will definitely have a great effect in the future Dragon Ball's plot. Well, think about it. Well, with, not destroying the plot, cute. Just like the grassland girl I met before, Nada C. Although she is 2 years old, however, looking at this beautiful old sister is such a beautiful part, of course, forgive her. However, Cassius had a headache when he thought of a small old sister who was crying in a word. I have to endure the pain and have to remove a small old sister. Bye. Dragon Ball is so big, young master doesn't believe it, and can't find a girl who is virtuous, gentle, beautiful and doesn't destroy the plot. No, young master, I will grab Bulma. Regarding his Prince of Sion, father will grab your wife. What plot you are, blocking young master from getting married, all dead. Besides, people Bulma is white, rich, and beautiful. If you marry her, you can completely borrow everywhere without having to pay for money. Why not do this? Now, the most important thing is to find a way to make Bulma like yourself. Then everything will be a matter of course. Author, Sao Years, this idea is you destroy the terrorist plot, beware victors Cassius, rolling the blind, no one can stop me from marrying my wife. If gods block, kill the gods, if Buddhas block, kill the Buddhas. Author, do not worry, you will definitely have a very good future, I promise. Ahahaha. Cassius, you smile so terrifying. Chapter 41. Originally at the speed of Cassius, you can reach the Bulma home in less than a day. But because a black hair was separated from Bulma, she did not ask where the latter was. However, fortunately, the Bulma family's Hoi Poi Capsules company is very famous. After Cassius went to the city to ask the residents, he understood the general direction. After a few hours of rushing, Cassius came to the big city where Bulma is located. Without affecting and not attracting attention, Cassius found an inconspicuous place in a corner of the city. Really, you have to be careful to fly, for fear of being discovered, as an animal to visit. However, fortunately, in the case of an address that I don't understand, it came from Kami where it took less than 2 days. Time. A black hair turned to think again, as if this is not something worth showing off. The most important thing now is to consider how to bear the anger of a certain genius girl. Even if you miss the appointment, you have been sloppy for more than a month, and most importantly, you are asking for help. This is more than excessive. Forget it, big deal, do a grandson in front of Bulma. Small cannot bear to chaos, for the future brilliant future, young Master I Cassius, forbearance. After making up his mind, Cassius asked the nearby residents and got the address of the Bulma home. In the city center, the biggest group is. In order not to cause a sensation, Cassius did not fly directly, but will drive past. His sports car is also timed to keep it up, and his own gasoline storage is not enough, but also add some. Otherwise, when Cassius wants to drive outside, there is only heave-deep sighs. After spending an hour of keep it up and replenishing the petrol, Cassius appeared outside the Bulma home. I have to say that the Bulma home is indeed a big one. The huge building is round, all around has flowers and plants, and a huge outdoor pool. What is even more amazing is that at this time, Bulma's family, how to say it, From the gate, Cassius estimated that it was in the direction of the backyard. There was a huge explosion suddenly, and then a black smoke rose. At this time, Cassius can't take care of anything and knock on the door. Under curiosity, directly use Skydance art, and the body instantly disappears. Excuse me, are you? At this time, Cassius stood on the grass in the ground and was asking someone in front of him who was bombarded with dark grey. From the shape point of view, it should be a man, and is not very old, at most as old as Cassius. You are Cassius. At this time, the man suddenly started to talk. Yes, isn't it wrong? You know me. Cassius was a little surprised at this time. How could the man in front know him? In the Dragon Ball plot, I remember that Bulma had his father outside, and it seems that there was no man. What? Of course, Vegeta is only behind, this is not. What Cassius, I am Yamcha. Last time we met at the World Martial Arts Tournament, I have also handed over to you? It's only a few months, you don't know me. The man who was smashed into black and grey looked at Cassius and said with a depressed face. Oh. It turns out that you are Yamcha. At this time, Cassius also remembered that there was such a person. In the early days of Dragon Ball, Yamcha was indeed with Bulma, and he was not surprised to appear at Bulma's house. For this mistake, Cassius only shook his head, indicating helplessness. Can't do anything about it, the number of times this item appeared in the late stage is really too little, which also caused a black hair subconscious to fail to think about it for a while. Right, I am Yamcha. Yamcha saw Cassius recognize himself, said emotionally. Sorry, I didn't recognize it for a while. After a slight apology, Cassius looked at Yamcha's Wolverine and then said, What is your dress? At this time, Yamcha's face is dark, and the hair is even more rooted, like, how do you say it? Oh. It is like a peacock opening screen. In addition, this guy's clothes are even blown up, and there are many Wolverines. Hey, his pants were broken except for a few holes. Oh, don't mention it. Today, Bulma said that to test the stability of spaceship, then let me do a demonstration and enter the actual operation in spaceship. Then, maybe I accidentally got something right, and the spaceship self-destruction program started, and then it became like this. Hey! Yamcha said as he sighed, his face was getting more and more helpless. So, what about Bulma? At this time, Cassius couldn't help but ask. After all, I came to Bulma's, and I must definitely rely on the fall of Bulma's. I am behind you. At this time, a beautiful and pleasant girl voice came from behind Cassius. Despite the sound, Cassius felt a murderous aura from the inside. Cassius certainly knew that Bulma had come. As a boy who had been missing for more than a month, Cassius was, of course, turned his head and looked at a girl. In fact, Cassius is thinking about it now. As the saying goes, reach out and not smile. Cassius thought that he should be safe. However, who is Bulma? This is the girl who even dared to play with God of Destruction Beerus. What is Cassius? I thought it would be okay to smile. Don't dream, Sao Nian, this does not exist. The result is naturally that Bulma piped your Cassius whether or not, and it was a punch. Then, a black hair was directly hit in the head, and on the spot, he slammed on his forehead and did not know when to pack. Fuck. This is unscientific. Father routinely keeps the 300 power level expert, how can I be broken by a girl casually, it really hurts me. Looking at the painful expression of a black hair, Yamcha couldn't help but suck a few mouthfuls of coolness. This guy is a monster, did not expect to be killed by Bulma casually. Bulma, so dangerous. The more Yamcha thinks, the more fear he sees in Bulma's eyes. Can't do anything about it. As a Bulma's boyfriend, facing a girlfriend who has the chance to kill Cassius' strength, I am not afraid that it is a fake. I said you still know. You know how rude it is to miss a girl. It is because of you that I even went swimming at the beach, and sunbathing on the beach has become a bubble. You know. Bulma's murderous aura's gaze was waiting for a black hair, and even Yamcha, who was next to it, felt the strong resentment of the latter. At this time, a black hair decisively, resolutely, shamelessly adopted the ultimate skill of an antenna hair, smirk. Play self-pity. Innocent. I saw a black hair and looked at Bulma with tears. Poorly said in tone. Sorry, actually, I lost my way. Chapter 42. In the face of Cassius, this shamelessness cannot be answered shamelessly, and poorness cannot be in a pitiful tone. Bulma sighed deeply, then picked up the ear of a black hair and said, "When are you an idiot? The starting point on Dragon Ball radar is my home. I was just afraid that you wouldn't understand my home. Where did I specifically set it in? What reason are you looking for? But I am looking for this." Hey! Nanny! Cassius was stunned in an instant. He was absolutely impossible to expect, and Bulma even considered his lost problems. At this time, Cassius had to secretly praise in his heart that it is really called genius girl, and IQ is really high. So, what's the explanation for you? Just say it together, lest you wait until I don't give you a chance. At this time, Bulma looked at Cassius faintly and raised his head proudly. A sample. You dare to lie to this lady? Next life. For this scene, Cassius really has no way to deal with it. Since it's useless, it's hard. I didn't explain this. I want to accept it to me, I accept it one by one. After the talk, a black hair secretly promotes its own power level, in order to prevent it from being attacked by Bulma's. Bulma, he's a monster, don't be impulsive. At this time, Yamcha quickly walked over to Bulma's and whispered in her ear. However, as a girl who dares to play Vegeta in the future and punch God of Destruction, what is Cassius? And, at this time, Bulma is at a time when the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, how could it be scared by Cassius? I saw that Bulma didn't care about Yamcha's reminder, but came to Cassius in a light pace, and then looked directly at the latter's eyes. I want to let you go. Really, a black hair was happy. Looking at Cassius's excited look, Bulma rolled his eyes and said. However, I have a request. What requirements? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Cassius heard it and quickly agreed. Isn't it a requirement? What is difficult? It is imperative now to find a way to get the gravity chamber. Can't do it? No, you have to do it. Bulma heard can only do in Cassius's words, his face was immediately dissatisfied, and his tone was firm. Must be done? This is a bit too much. Cassius was a little surprised. He really couldn't think of Bulma, what other big things to do. Is it the father the Dragon Balls? Or is it a lesson to teach someone? Impossible, these things can be done casually. If there is no need to do what will it be? Why didn't you see Bulma in anime so hard? How come to me here is such a bad luck? False, all fake. Author, fairy tale is a lie, I cannot, your angel. Cassius. Author, amount. Sorry, sing wrong. I am coming again, anime is a lie, I can't, I believe completely. Cassius, roll. Roll the father. What? Don't promise? What gravity chamber you have, don't talk about it. After waiting for a long time, Bulma's eyebrows were slightly tilted, and some were dissatisfied. For Bulma's, Yamcha was shocked. This is a monster, Bulma, to come. Then, again pulled the Bulma's clothes and pulled the eyes to the latter, as a reminder. This behavior of Yamcha is obviously superfluous. How can a black hair be a bastard that does not speak a word? Even if it is a hands-on, but also for the big person, how can it be done to the girl? Really, how can I treat me like this, three good citizens? After hearing that Bulma didn't give the gravity chamber, Cassius's heart collapsed. Anything can be, don't take this threat, big sister. You know, this thing is related to the future, the young master, I cannot live safely, divine tool. If you don't say a word, you will deny it to me. Do you know how many people will die if you do this? Of course, these words Cassius will not say to Bulma. Even if it is said, Bulma will not believe it, and will use it as an excuse for Cassius to increase Bulma's disgust. So, a black hair looked at Bulma with a serious look, and said with a solemn tone, don't say that you are asking for it, even if it is 2 requirements, 3 requirements, I will help you to do it. Here, Cassius is obvious. Seeing that Bulma's face was a little better, there was some joy in her eyes. But, I only have one request, I only ask you to help me to improve the gravity chamber in the future. Of course, as a reward. Your request, I will do full strength, even fight to do it. Cassius's look is serious, his tone is firm, his eyes are on the same line as Bulma. Well, I promise you to help you improve the gravity chamber in the future. Bulma's face is still quiet, but the eyes are filled with joy and heralds her, and the heart is very happy. It's not finished early. It's true. A few steps back, Bulma muttered a few words. Yamcha on the side clearly noticed that Bulma looked like this, but he thought that Bulma was relaxed to get Cassius, so he didn't care too much. So, tell your request, no matter what, I will try my best to finish it. After sighing silently in his heart, Cassius was just looking at him, looking at Bulma's eyes solemnly. Can't do anything about it, out of courtesy, talking to people to look at each other's eyes. Cassius didn't want to be embarrassed by this IQ, the genius girl who broke his own few streets to find out what was wrong. However, for this, Cassius is obviously more concerned. I saw that Bulma with his look at each other was slightly red, and then he turned his head and walked away. Then, a playful voice passed over. I haven't thought about it yet, I will tell you when I think about it. Then, another sound that was heard was passed, but there was obviously some dissatisfaction in this voice. Now, you will follow me to see what gravity chamber you are, and accept the acceptance results. When you get the province, you will regret it and don't accept it. In this regard, Cassius sighed helplessly, and frustrated to follow up. Also, on the way, I was a little confused and looked at the accompanying Yamcha, secretly asking brother? Your girlfriend who or not relatives came How is it so difficult today In the face of Cassius's inquiry, Yamcha was very happy, but she was very happy with Cassius's brother. Say, who doesn't want to have a strong brother? However, for Bulma whether or not to come to relatives, in fact, he does not know. Ever since, he moved towards Cassius and shook his head, saying that he didn't know. That's weird, that being the case, this girl has no reason to blame me. Is it to look at my long handsome, then I want to find a way to fix me? It is estimated that this is the case. Otherwise, why should she ask me to do things for her, and I must do it, and I must do it. While Cassius was still thinking about what Bulma's requirements would be, unconsciously, the early went to a semicircular building. However, Bulma, standing in front of the building's door, looked helplessly behind the two people, Yamcha and Cassius. Chapter 43. I said, what are you doing, two grinds? Really, the two big men still can't leave me a girl, it's useless. Standing in front of the gate of the gravity chamber, Bulma looked at Cassius and Yamcha, who was so uncomfortable, and dissatisfied. Come on, come. Cassius, Yamcha. When he heard the urge from Bulma's, Cassius couldn't help but speed up. Just kidding, how can I be laughed at by girls, and it's still pretty girl paper. This is not a simple matter, and this already rises to the issue of dignity. But, in the face of this ignorant Bulma, even if he gave Cassius 100 courage, he would not dare to have any bad ideas and do bad things. At this time, he, in the heart, actually thinks so, for this is absolutely, the ant woman who came to the ant. It is best to install a grandson yourself. It is best to listen to people honestly and save yourself. After Cassius and Yamcha came to Bulma, the latter directly pressed the button on the door and the originally sealed gate opened instantly. Bulma looked at the two people and took the lead. Cassius followed, and on the way to go, did not forget to look at the environment around. All around are walls made of steel and metal, in the middle of the room, the console. There are some buttons on the top, and there are small notes next to them, indicating the role of each button. This is your gravity chamber. Bulma sat on the console seat and gently squinted at Cassius. Amount, can you introduce it a little? Cassius had some doubts. It's no wonder that you are not the same as Bulma, the owner has a high IQ. Therefore, in order to avoid breaking up in the future, it is still necessary to seek for the blessing in advance. Well, yes. Blinking Cassius, Bulma continued. The biggest red button in the middle is the start button. The small yellow button next to it is to increase the gravity multiple, while the small purple button on the other side is the gravity multiple. As for the other buttons, the small black button on the far right is the air conditioner switch. The small blue button on the far left is the refrigerator switch. Just a little, the refrigerator hidden in the wall will come out, then you can eat some ice cream, drink some drinks or something. Bulma seems to realize that there are too many features, and it seems that some can't be finished. So, after a little pause, I continued, there are a lot of features, and I will be helping you get a manual at night. Here, after Bulma paused a bit, he looked at Cassius very seriously and said, there is, you can't press the green button at the bottom. Why? Cassius had some doubts. Bulma listened a little funny, and Cassius asked such a naive question. I can't help but squint my eyes, some playful saying. Idiot, because that's a self-destructive device. Just start it, unless you have my strong IQ, otherwise you're ready to run. After hearing a genius girl's words, Cassius and Yamcha look at each other in dismay and are speechless. I said, as a girl, why are you obsessed with installing a self-explosive device? I don't know, this is a very dangerous behavior. At this moment, Cassius's mindfulness made a very absolute judgment, that is, this gravity chamber cannot be loaned to Goku. Otherwise, Cassius already can see that an antenna hair is pressing the self-explosive device under unclear conditions, and then the entire gravity chamber is blown apart. At this point, Bulma suddenly pulled out a small remote from his pocket. After handing it to Cassius, he said, this remote control, after clicking the button above, the entire gravity chamber will be put into hoi-poi capsules. You will slowly experience it, I will apply the mask first. After taking over the remote control, Cassius nodded as if he understood it. After handing it over to the Cassius remote, Bulma walked out of the gravity chamber at a light pace. When I got to the door, I seemed to think about something again. I turned to Cassius and said, "Oh. Right, this gravity chamber, the largest gravity multiple is 50 times, although I want to set it to 100 times. But think carefully, how can ordinary people move freely under 100 times of gravity? And, this 100 times gravity also has many requirements. Although I know that you are a monster, you will still use it." Having said that, Bulma suddenly smiled and said with a playful voice, "When I get to this young lady, I will help you improve it. Then, goodbye." Then, a blue-haired girl didn't go back. After a few minutes of silence, Cassius smashed Yamcha next to him and said, "Hey, brother, your girlfriend's personality is really bad enough." After a while, the latter smiled and explained with a smile, "Actually, Bulma is still very good, and we get along well." Hey. What is the expression of your face's happy face, do you want to be so exaggerated?" Cassius looked at the side, and instantly looked at the Yamcha of the pig brother, the face of the unfathomable. In other words, these two people are really amazing. "Brother, wait until Bulma has smashed you, and you know what happiness is." For this reason, Cassius silently prayed for Yamcha in his heart. Then, click on the largest red button on the console behind you. "Hey, don't press, wait for me to go out." Hearing the behavior of Cassius, Yamcha said nothing, moved towards the door and ran. That speed is so fast that Cassius is a bit stunned. It seems that Yamcha has also tried this gravity. Drips. At this time, the start of the gravity chamber sounded. Then, Cassius suddenly felt a strong pressure to oppress himself. Also, your body has become extremely heavy in an instant. Making him breathe in an instant, lack of oxygen. Under the circumstance, he was almost directly crushed on the ground. No longer hesitate, and immediately open the strength power up of your whole body. After a burst of fire, Cassius's obvious sense of his own body was relaxed. Although I still feel that the action is difficult, it is better than being soft on the ground. Since the gravity chamber already has it, I will leave here tomorrow. Go to the lookout and continue training, then wait until the next World Martial Arts Tournament, and start again to join the match. Cassius couldn't stop being excited when she thought of training in the gravity chamber while studying martial arts. In this way, in thinking about Kami's martial arts experience, my body can continue to accept the oppression of gravity, thus achieving the goal of extremely fast growth. Not only did not waste the slightest time, but more and more fully utilized. Cassius seems to have seen himself 3 years later. No, it should be said that after seeing himself for 2.5 years, the strength of the arrogance. Whole body aura power up, the world is discolored, the air is vibrating. The wind is whistling, and the waves are rolling. That shocking adulthood, really, I feel excited when I think about it, and I can't wait to think about it. Goku, the next World Martial Arts Tournament, you can't think of it better than me. I have to get it myself, the 10 million bonus after 2.5 years, oh no. It should be said that after 2.5 years, the champion of the martial arts tournament, Cassius, accepted it. Author, leave it, in fact, you are for that 10 million. Cassius, you will die without disassembling me. Author, yes. Cassius. Chapter 44. Because of Cassius, Bulma had to wait for the gravity chamber manual to be written for himself at night, and he did not leave immediately. Instead, they had a very interesting dinner with the Bulma's family. Cassius also saw the birth of the Dr. Brief couple of the genius girl of Bulma. In general, with the anime of previous life, the Dr. Brief couple is very enthusiastic, especially Bulma's mother, who is sipping Cassius from time to time during dinner. Although Cassius has lived for more than 2 decades, in general, no matter whether it is previous life or this life, he has never talked about love. How could it withstand the latter's temptation? And after Cassius's face was red and the dinner was finished, the whole person immediately entered the training in the gravity chamber. For a move of a black hair, Bulma has no dissatisfaction, but there is not much expression. After screaming at the sofa, I returned to my room. However, she did not forget to write a gravity chamber manual for Cassius. As for Yamcha, what did the Faint felt after seeing Bulma's performance? Frowning, a man returned to his room in a sullen mood. It was his pet, Poor was still eating silently. In addition, after seeing the weird move of Bulma, the couple saw the aura of conspiracy in their eyes. In Yamcha's room, Yamcha was looking at the opposite window at the moment, and Bulma in the window was seriously helping Cassius write the gravity chamber manual. Their room was specially arranged by Mrs. Brief, saying that it is for the relationship between the two to have a greater development. And when I left, I also looked at Yamcha meaningfully. It seems to be deliberately revealing anything, but Yamcha's eyes have been gathered on Bulma and he has not noticed. What do you do? Is Bulma like the guy at Cassius? Bulma staring at work, Yamcha secretly thinking in her heart. For the weird performance of Bulma today, Yamcha had to think about it. It's no wonder, Cassius, though young, is tall, handsome, and strength is so powerful. It's just a single finger to defeat himself, and it's no wonder that Bulma would like him. Thinking of this, Yamcha smiles at some self-deprecating. However, from the performance of Cassius, it seems that there is not much interest in Bulma. This shows that as long as he is good enough, Bulma can't run out of my palm. After thinking about it, Yamcha felt it. Have an idea. Although, I don't know if I can be stronger than that guy, but this time allows me to train hard once and strive to get a place on the next World Martial Arts Tournament, even champion. This, Yamcha could not help but secretly made up his mind. A raging fire, aura up in his eyes. On the Bulma side, she is now writing the gravity chamber's instructions while comparing Cassius to Yamcha. She was a genius from a young age, and her boyfriend's request was not too high. However, if she is really passionate about her, she will think of moths and fears. Like her in the plot, she fearlessly fell in love with the proud Scion Prince, Vegeta. And also gave him a son. You know, at that time she, our genius girl Bulma, has not yet announced a marriage with Vegeta. Completely only she and Vegeta, plus her parents, plus a Yamcha. Such a girl who dares to love and hate, no matter who can marry her, is a blessing that has been cultivated for many generations. Hey! If it's Yamcha's vision, it's better to use it less for other girls. A little from the window, I looked at the Yamcha room not far from the window and found that the latter was sitting on the bed and staying behind. Slightly wrinkled, sighed slightly. Then bow your head and continue writing the gravity chamber manual for Cassius. But Cassius is more lively here, and the Brief couple, who were also eating, are curiously talking to Cassius at the moment. According to Cassius's plan, he originally planned to train for one night directly under gravity. However, due to the arrival of the Brief couple, they had to cancel their previous plans. It was strange to say that just after the Brief couple had talked with Cassius for 10 minutes, after a bell rang, Dr. Brief hurried away with Mrs. Brief. The speed of this plot change is too fast, and Cassius is a little bit fascinating. Afterwards, Cassius continued his original plan and trained for one night in the gravity chamber. However, he did not know that when he was training, there was a personal shadow who had been hiding in the darkness and staring at him silently. Soon after the second day, Cassius had used breakfast. Grab the chamber into the hoi poi capsules and sit on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Bulma's to arrive. It's strange to say that Bulma's silhouette was late after waiting until noon. Cassius had to suspect that a blue-haired girl should or not deliberately retaliate against his failure to do so. No, your manual, ah. Going to Cassius, Bulma yawned in front of Cassius after handing the latter a stack of instructions with at least dozens of pages. Cassius was surprised to look at such a thick manual, full of questions. Hey. Isn't that the use of some features? Is it so thick? Perhaps I saw the doubts in Cassius's eyes. After a few yawns, Bulma started to talk. I am afraid that you are messing up. I have introduced some simple repair methods. As long as you are literate, it is not too difficult for you. Speaking of this, Bulma continued in a skeptical tone, don't tell me, you are the same as Goku, illiterate. How is it possible? Of course, I am sure literate. Some smiled awkwardly. Cassius replied. That's good, that being the case, I went to sleep first, but it took me a lot of time to write this thing. After a little complaint, Bulma turned and left. At this time, Bulma suddenly turned back, and some playfully said, oh, yes, you don't have to inform me when you go. After all, when the girl is sleeping, it is not a knock on the door. Otherwise, hey. When I heard this, Cassius was a little moved. He didn't expect Bulma to sleep for one night, and he didn't feel guilty in his heart. After watching Bulma leave, Cassius originally wanted to say hello to Yamcha. But I don't know why, from this morning to the present, Cassius has not even seen his figures. Even his pet, poor, Cassius did not see it. Maybe it is going to do something. After Cassius thought about it in his heart, he didn't think. After bidding farewell to the brief couple, Cassius left. Chapter 45. After leaving the Bulma home, Cassius was not wasting time. Directly bring the gas to the strongest, making the fastest speed move towards the day the lookout flies away. However, it is also a coincidence. What made Cassius absolutely did not expect was that a familiar city appeared in front of Cassius after about an hour. Nothing wrong, this city is the city where Cassius was fighting with Demon King Oni-san. It is also the city where golden blonde hair little Lolita, Mana. No, now the parents are big, it should be said that it is golden blonde hair girl. Cassius, who stopped over the city, was thinking about whether to go back and see. After all, I have lived here for 5 years. Reluctantly can count as his second home, and there is one more here, saying that as long as Cassius can get champion on the World Martial Arts Tournament, he will marry the Cassius golden blonde hair girl. With a little thought, Cassius decided to go back and look at a golden blonde hair girl. After all, it's all at home, and I'm going to look back. I am not as great as Daxai, and I have not passed through the house 3 times. Count yourself at most, patriot. After making up his mind, Cassius no longer hesitated, and a flash rushed into the city, moving towards a familiar place. In just 5 minutes or so, Cassius came to the front of the familiar store. At this time, if the expected good, the store is in addition to the store manager is watching the store. The other 2, it is estimated that the ready to take a nap. This little brother, want to buy something, are you? Cassius. Just entering the store, Cassius heard the surprise of the manager. Well, the manager, I am coming back. Nodded at the manager, and Cassius took the bread on the shelf. Then, unknowingly ate in front of the manager. Seeing this scene, the store manager did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Cassius with kindness and asked Cassius, is the world outside still fun? No danger. For the store manager, after 5 years of life, the latter has long been treated as a child. Well, okay, it's quite good. Cassius replied after swallowing the bread in his mouth. In response, the manager smiled and took the take action and took the cake on the shelf and handed it to Cassius. Speaking of it, when I first saw this child, the child was like this, eating bread made by himself and Mana. However, Cassius at that time, the incomparable Wolverine, is a starving ghost. How can I sit in front of myself and eat bread in a lighter way than now? Then, have you made any friends? Cassius the store manager seems to be like a parent, no, it should be said that it is like a parent, asking him to return home. Well, yes, there is a little baldy, a perverted old man. Well, in short, I have made a lot of friends. Cassius replied with a slight thought. That's good. At this time, the store manager walked into the back room. Soon, I took a glass of juice and came out. Then, handed it to the latter, indicating that Cassius had a drink before eating bread. At this time, a certain arrogance came with a tender voice. Oh, it turned out that Cassius is back. Ah! Cassius looked up and saw a little Shota wearing short sleeves and jeans, looking at Cassius with a look of discomfort. Hey, it turned out to be Nazca. Long time no see, how are you? As a courteous child, Cassius greeted the cold shot with a friendly shot. A cold, proud little Shota. After a few glances at Cassius, did not say hello to Cassius, did not speak, turned into the back room. Seeing this, Cassius only smiled awkwardly, then buried his head and ate bread. Nazca, this child, not even say hello, it is rude. The manager looked at Nazca leaving, some complained. For Nazca's performance, the store manager is not much to say. After all, when the child grows up, he is in a rebellious stage. He said more, and the gap between father and son is not good. It's okay, I have been living for so long, and I am used to it. Cassius said with a smile, not to mention it. Is this time coming back? Are you going to leave? At this time, the store manager was expecting to ask. He knows that for a child with such a strong strength in Cassius, it is impossible to stay in one place. Still, as a parent, I naturally hope that children can stay at home for a while. Well, I still have to go. After all, I have already agreed to others, and I want to go to the other side where I train. Cassius looked at the manager's eyes and looked forward with a slight apology. When are we leaving? A rest for one night, go tomorrow. At this time, a crisp and pleasant voice passed into Cassius's ear, and the tone was full of arrogance. Oh? Is it? What are you doing back? Cassius naturally knows who is coming, twisting his stiff head and turning his head hard. Then, the smile was a bit stiff and said, Hey, Mana, long time no see. However, the latter apparently did not buy his account. I saw this golden blonde hair girl in a princess dress, came to Cassius in a brisk pace. Then, sounded crisp, with echo. Obviously, a black hair was slap in the face of the manager, and was slap in the face of a golden blonde hair girl. Mana, what are you doing? The manager wanted to slap Mana, but when he saw the watery eyes of the latter, Su Man's tears. If you have already been ready to the lips, you can't say it anymore. A black hair looked at Mana, who was sobbing in front of her, and she was in the same place for a while, not knowing what to do. At the moment, his face was printed with a bright red palm print. Red, swollen, very conspicuous. However, at this moment, relying on Nazca at the door, looking at this scene, the corner of his mouth slightly tilted up. After looking at the two people, the store manager, unconsciously, took the Nazca, who had wanted to watch the fun, and sneaked out. At this time, there was only Mana who was sobbing in front of Cassius, and some black hair that was overwhelmed. That, Mana, don't you cry. Looking at the golden blonde hair girl in front of it, Cassius suddenly couldn't do anything about it. How did it happen? Just now, Aura's slap in the face, how suddenly he cried. Is the girl paper so fickle? I knew that this would be the situation. Young master shouldn't come back. It should be decisive and full speed. Don't cry, I don't blame you for hitting me. You still want to hit me? I will stand and give you a fight. I will never fight back, okay? Cassius, originally wanted to comfort Mana. But who knows, the original people just sobbed, and now, like the flood of the dike, burst into tears. Hey! You! How to cry more and more fierce, the manager. Nazca! What about you? Come help me ah! In desperation, Cassius had to start asking for help. But who knows, no matter what Cassius calls, these two people can't live without sound. As if they have never existed before. Rely on, these two bastard. Although Cassius was very angry, he couldn't help it. Do you want him to leave Mana crying and crying, to find them two accounts? This is not possible, really, young master is really mad. This is more troublesome than putting a go with Gaku. Really, how do every girl like to cry like this? Nada C is, Mana is also, not let people live. Looking at Mana's big red eyes, I don't know why, Cassius suddenly felt inexplicably heartbroken. It seems that there is something that is biting his body and swallowing his own soul. Mana. Looking at Mana, who was crying with pears and rain, Cassius whispered softly. Then, he couldn't help but stretch out his hands and hold the latter tightly in his arms. After doing all this, Cassius discovered that he had just been an unconscious movement. Chapter 46. Mana was caught by Cassius's sudden hand and was caught off guard. The whole person's small face instantly became red, and cried, and it slowly went down, and finally changed back to sobbing. At the moment, Mana's heart is like a deer, and it doesn't stop. However, her slender little hand is naturally holding the waist of Cassius. And, when making this action, it is extremely skilled. It's like this action has experienced thousands of absolutes. Cassius feels the unique fragrance of the girl, the soft body, cannot help but have some heart. In particular, Cassius was more complicated when he noticed that the girl's natural backhand gripped herself. According to Cassius's conjecture, at this time, a golden blonde-hair girl should not be directly slapped in the face. In fact, when Cassius reacted and grabbed Mana, he was ready to be beaten. But who knows did not expect that he has not been beaten, but he has been hugged by the other party. Is this golden blonde-hair girl always likes herself? Fuck, the plot of Dog Blood. Do you want to happen to me? No, you have to try again and see if this or not is true. Or, I am dreaming. Then, a black hair slowly put his hand on the hair of a golden blonde-hair girl and gently stroked it. There is actually an explanation for the move of Cassius. Now in the golden blonde-hair girl in Cassius's arms, she is very caring for her hair. In general, whoever touches bad luck. Cassius once touched it once, and then he was stepped on by a golden blonde-hair girl. Not to mention Cassius, even the younger brother Nazca of Mana, and it is still. Step on it. Absolutely did not expect, Mana not only did not have a backhand to give Cassius a slap, or stepped on Cassius. Instead, it only caught Cassius's waist, for fear that the latter would disappear from his own eyes. And as Cassius stroked Mana's long blonde hair, the latter's body began to tremble slightly. I rub. Could it be that this beautiful golden blonde hair girl, already, like me? A black hair brain is short-circuited, so it's so silly to look at Mana, don't talk, and don't let go. At the door of the inner room, there were two pairs of eyes staring at Cassius and Mana. Needless to say, these two guys are naturally the store manager and Nazca. I saw no, Nazca, Cassius, they are ready to hold together. At this time, the store manager was full of excitement and moved towards his own son. I saw, these two idiots. There are so many things. A little Shota was dissatisfied, but his eyes did not move away from Cassius. It seems that I am ready to prepare the dowry of your old sister. When they are 18 years old, let them get married. The manager thought a little, and said with a serious look. Dowry? Oh. Nazca didn't say anything about it, just glanced at Cassius. For him, his old sister can marry Cassius, which is naturally the best. Who makes these two people the closest to them? That, Mana. At this time, Cassius let go of Mana and said softly. However, although Cassius is loose, it does not mean that a golden blonde-hair girl is willing to let go. I saw a golden blonde-hair girl still holding Cassius's waist, then, looked up, and looked at Cassius with a gentle look. It is as if a gentle wife is waiting for her husband to speak. Well, a golden blonde-hair girl smirked with watery eyes, gentle and shy. The scene, a moment of rising a little silky atmosphere. What? At this moment, Cassius was as shocked as the world destruction. Fuck. Do you want to look at me so gently, do you want to be so obedient, even buy coffee? It's no wonder that Cassius is so shocked. In his memory, Mana has always been a proud person. Like now, so gentle, tone so shy to look at Cassius. This undoubtedly subverts the black view of a black hair. I said. You two guys, did you see enough? At this time, Cassius suddenly turned his head and yelled at the back room. For Cassius, whose power level has increased, how could it not be aware of the existence of these two bastards? If a golden blonde-hair girl is crying sadly, Cassius has already rushed up and talked to the heart with them. The two people hiding behind the door listened and didn't hide, so they came out. However, the store manager, after coming out, put a sentence, "Flour is gone, I will buy some," and then, I ran out of the store. As for Nazca, this bastard is overdone. The fart was not screaming, but after squinting at Cassius, he walked out of the store door. Fuck. These two bastard, do you want to be too much ah? A black hair is in the heart, extreme anger. Nye, Cassius at this time, Mana in Cassius's arms suddenly started to talk. Well, what happened? That World Martial Arts Tournament has champion, Mana asked with a little embarrassment, but soon started to talk and said that, even if there is no win, nothing happens. After the talk, the little face that was originally red became more and more red at the moment. It seems that people can't wait to kiss each other. Amount. Actually, some black hair did this. I saw a black hair lifting a delicate little face of a golden blonde hair girl, and then, under the surprised look of the latter, printed a rosy little mouth. At this moment, a golden blonde hair girl has a big eyes and is full of unfathomable. However, her slender little hand quickly caught the latter's neck, closed her eyes and left 2 lines of tears. In one of the streets, 2 figures were watching this scene. However, a small silhouette quickly responded. Instantly took out the phone from his pocket, and then scratch. After a few sounds, the perfect shot. At this time, the big silhouette also reacted. After seeing a series of actions of the small silhouette, he smiled and raised a thumb at the latter. Then, this big one and 2 small guys started, all round, no dead ends, sneak shots. After dinner, a black hair was sitting on the sofa upstairs without saying a word. Next to him, a golden blonde hair girl is happy to cut fruit. As for the 2 managers, the manager and Nazca, they went out after dinner. However, when leaving, the manager looked at Cassius and Mana with some meaning. It made Cassius's face helpless, and Mana, the little face was red and shyly bowed his head. That Mana, at this time, Cassius screamed softly. Well, is still such a gentle look, still so gentle tone. I am leaving tomorrow, slightly thinking, Cassius said. Can't you not leave? The last time, when you left, you didn't say goodbye to others. At this time, Mana's tone was no longer gentle, and some complained. Amount. At this time, Cassius only smiled awkwardly. At the time of eating, Cassius was ready from the store where understood Mana why he slaps himself. The reason is very simple, that is, a black hair has gone away and does not say hello to someone. Moreover, someone is not leaving you. Then, after Cassius came back, there was such a situation. That. How long does it take to stay for a few days? At this time, Mana's tone was slightly pleading. But, yes, when Cassius had just said it, a girl began to sob again. I made a pair in an instant, and I was dissatisfied with the sound of crying. Upon seeing this scene, a black hair decisively surrendered. Where you do, what do you say? After hearing this sentence, a golden blonde hair girl instantly stopped sobbing and put on a smile. In the face of this scene, Cassius can only secretly marvel at the speed of the girl's face change. You better not guess, because that is absolutely unimaginable. Chapter 47. Under the coercion of a golden blonde hair girl, Cassius, who had planned to leave the next day, was dragged for several days. And, can you go? It's one thing. When I was with Mana, as long as Cassius wanted to say that she wanted to go, a girl's eyes were red. This is really, really, miserable. This made Cassius deeply understand that Goku is facing the powerlessness of Chi-Chi. It seems that universe strongest, the most fearful of his wife, is not unreasonable. No, I am facing this challenge now. No. Oh, right. In the past few days, the store manager looked at Cassius and Mana, who were tired of each other. Not only did they not stop the idea of their daughter's early love, but they also feared that the world would not be chaotic. Thinking of the way to add fuel to the fire, Cassius had to doubt, is the parents here so open? Nadasi's father is like this, the manager is like this. In this regard, Cassius thought of her previous life, but after a little holding a girl's hand, she was educated by her parents and her parents for a long time, but here, people not only did not do this, but also wanted to put oil on the fire. As soon as I read this, Cassius was very depressed. Eventually, after a sudden sentence of a little Shota, Cassius was finally tagged. It's all day, I'm tired of getting together, I'm just getting engaged, I'm running, my sister is going to die all day. After Nazca said this, Cassius suddenly saw the light in the manager's eyes. Also, as one of the parties, Mana, the delicate little face is instantly red, and it looks cute. Then, a golden blonde hair girl grabbed her bright red face, a long blonde hair, and ran into her boudoir. I don't dare to see anyone. After that, the store manager directly booked a marriage contract for them based on the fact that you took advantage of my daughter's cheapness, regardless of the opinions of the two parties. Since then, a black hair has had a fiancé. Although Cassius disregarded the opinion of the two people, he was angry with the act of forcing marriage. However, he was happy that he had such a beautiful fiancé. Although this fiancé is sometimes difficult to do. However, in most cases, at least it is very sensible. Hope so. Hey Cassius, take me to the sky, I miss the thrill of flying in the air. On this day, a golden blonde hair girl suddenly said to an antenna hair sitting on the sofa. In this regard, Cassius did not refuse, picked up the ladder directly, and then smashed the sky from the window. Looking at the blue sky, Cassius was lost in thought. He has been here for almost a month, and the original plan has long been broken. Although I always look for opportunities to make a point with a golden blonde hair girl, once I want to start to talk, Mana always cleverly avoids it and then uses other excuses to block it. In order to make yourself helpless, it is only closed. What's wrong? Cassius, how have you been unhappy for a few days? Mana looked at the fiancé, who was expressionless, and asked with some concern. Looking down at Mana in her arms, Cassius smiled, then stretched the action and gently stroked the latter's long hair. Hey! Mana, this world, but it is very big, and it is full of many dangers. Looking at the white clouds ahead, Cassius's tone was a bit bloated. Cassius. Smart Mana naturally knows what Cassius means, but she is not willing to listen. She was afraid. She was afraid that after listening to it, she couldn't help but let Cassius leave. She is not an unreasonable person. She is just a little girl who has fallen into the abyss of love. She doesn't want a lot of things. She just wants someone she loves and can stay with her. Hey, Cassius, you know, I loved you a bit when you first took me in the sky that day. Mana. Cassius was a little shocked and felt really unfathomable. The dog blood plot in the movie, his did not expect will appear on his body. Then, we lived together for 5 years. During the 5 years, when I was crying, you stayed with me. When I laughed, you accompanied me. Sometimes I will be a little unreasonable, it is a bit unreasonable, but you always let me, don't care about me. Mana said, tears slowly flowing out of his eyes. In childhood, no matter how irrational I ask for excessive demands, you can always smile and agree. Do you know? At that time, I feel like a princess, and you are my knight. Mana. Cassius was speechless at the moment, only gently stroking the latter's supple hair. So, this time, I beg you, can't you go? Even if you go, can you take me with me? I know that you can't stay in a place forever, that being the case, you where to go later, I will follow you where to go. Speaking of this, Mana clasped Cassius's waist tightly, and the whole person stuck to Cassius and begged, well? I beg you. I don't want to be separated from you. Cassius. Mana, gently called the latter's name, and Cassius was silent. Sighing slightly, Cassius took Mana to land on a small dirt slope nearby. Here, it was once he was looking for a golden blonde-haired little Lolita to see the sunrise and sunset. Cassius, please, take me, okay? It seems that seeing Cassius not talking, Mana is not nervous, and can't help but hold Cassius, pleading. Well, Mana, I will take you. I will take you wherever I go. Move towards the ladder, and Cassius promised the ladder. Well, Mana nodded softly, snuggling in Cassius's arms. Look, sunset. Well, this red sunset is really beautiful. Ah. Nestled in the arms of Cassius, Mana's face was full of happiness. Well, is it beautiful? Mana. Cassius looked at his fiancée in his arms, his eyes softer and softer. Only he himself knows that he himself cannot carry Mana anyway. Since he became the younger brother of Son Goku, he must accompany Son Goku and go step by step. For those who only have 3000 power level now, if they don't try to train again, they will only have a dead end if they encounter those big guys. Although Cassius can also be reclusive, give it all to Son Goku and let him defeat each and every enemy and defeat. If so, what is the significance of his crossing? What is the meaning of training? Cassius, he is not willing to finally become a passerby, a bystander. The blood of Sion within the body is telling him that it is not willing to be mediocre, he is eager to battle, eager to be stronger, eager to battle. Who does not have a heroic dream, who does not want to be a savior, save the world? At night, Cassius was suspended by the window, looking out from the window and looking at the lonely sleeping Mana, guilty of self-blame. Did not expect finally, I will leave in this way, forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Sorry, I can't let Goku alone face the enemy of the future, sorry. When I come back, I will marry you. Then, Cassius' blink of an eye disappeared into the night. But he didn't know, another window was there, a pair of eyes were watching him. Chapter 48. Cassius is suspended in midair and looks at the city where Mana is located, silent. Finally, shaking his head, the whole person turned into a streamer, moved towards the distance and galloped away, completely disappeared into the night sky. But after 2 hours, Cassius saw the Koran Tower. At the moment, there is no pause, whole body aura power-up is coming, the speed of the move towards the day the lookout rushes away. Under the sprint of speed, Cassius only took about 10 minutes or so and saw the look of the lookout. Since it was still at night and the day was still not bright, Cassius did not see Popo and Kami. Going to the open space on the side, Cassius took the gravity chamber out and was ready to start training. When it was dawn, Cassius opened the door of the gravity chamber and saw Popo and Kami looking at the gravity chamber with curiosity. At the moment, Popo and Kami were also surprised. After they got up, they saw an unidentified building appearing in the open space of the lookout. Curious, they are going to see what it is. But who knows that the two of them just came to the warehouse door, Cassius came out from inside. Really shocked both of them. "Hey, Popo, Kami, good morning." After seeing Popo and Kami, Cassius smiled and greeted them. "I thought who it was Cassius." "Good morning," Popo responded. "Cassius, this is your room?" "It's out of thin air, is hoi poi capsules." Kami is Kami after all, although she rarely travels to the ground, but she still knows something about the ground. "Well, it's really hoi poi capsules, but, Kami, don't underestimate this big guy. This is the gravity chamber, I used it for training," Cassius said with a smile after walking out of the door. Gravity chamber. Kami and Popo have some doubts. "Yeah, this is a quick promote strength, but a divine tool. Fast promote strength." "Well, Popo, Kami, you think about it. If we are under the strong position of gravity, the physical body and the spirit are under great pressure. After a long time, our strength will be greatly improved," Cassius explained patiently. "Gravity training, so that's how it is." "Have to say, Cassius, your method really opened my eyes." Kami thought about it with a little thought. "Oh, right." Cassius agreed. "Cassius, in other words, if you run this thing, you don't need electricity. You know, we have no electricity here." At this time, Popo suddenly started to talk. "Fuck. Play with me." Cassius suddenly has a look of distress. Running the gravity chamber, the higher the gravity, the more electricity it consumes. Just like a sports car, the faster you drive, the more you consume your petrol. "What should I do? I really need electricity for this," Cassius said with a bit of depression. "By, how to forget, God the look out, there is no electricity here. Really, this is too backward. You can't play happily like this?" "Well, that's it, Cassius, I'm going to get some generators on the ground." Popo thought about it and got an idea. Start to talk. "Popo, by the way, some wires and so on, let's put the wires here. After all, we have to keep up with the times." At this time, Kami suddenly opened the library. "In this case, I am going to the ground to go to the crane now. Goodbye, Kami, Cassius." After Popo made up his mind, after saying goodbye to Cassius and Kami, he left. "Ahaha, it's really a problem for you, Kami." Cassius smiled a little. He really didn't expect Kami has electricity here or for his own reasons. It's a good thing, we have to install it sooner or later. As Kami on Earth, it's not good to be too backward. Kami waved his hand and said nothing. In this regard, Cassius also smiled. At the same time, I was silent in my heart. Fortunately, Bulma has prepared enough electricity for me for a few months, otherwise I will wait until the Popo comes back with the generator and install the wires. Your own training progress can be slowed down. Then we will start training, Kami." Cassius didn't want to waste any more time, but he was looking forward to the World Martial Arts Tournament 2 years later. At that time, he didn't want to lose to an antenna hair. "When I got champion, I immediately went back with the 10 million bonus and asked Mana to pay for it. If the other person is still angry, I will. Young master, father will slap the board." "I don't believe it, the young master is all on the plate, and how Mana might not forgive himself." "No hurry, Cassius, before that, I hope you can answer me a question." At this time, Kami suddenly started to talk. "What's the problem?" Cassius was also a bit puzzled. "Well, what problem does Kami have to ask?" "Cassius, I feel a wicked strength from the tail you wrap around your waist. Can you tell me if this tail has made you lose your mind and made you want things to do?" Kami walked over to Cassius and pointed to the tail of Cassius wrapped around her waist with a cane, and asked very seriously. At this time, after hearing Kami's question, Cassius understood it. "It turned out to be because of my tail, as in original work." Kami also told Son Goku about his tail, and Goku also said a series of bad things he did because of tail. Finally, with Goku's consent, Kami sealed Goku's tail. After it is broken, it will not grow any longer. However, Cassius would not be so stupid to let Kami seal the tail. I have just mastered the method of free great ape transformation, and I have control over this powerful strength. How can I make Kami seal it? Cassius remembers that in the Dragon Ball GT, when it became Super Saiyan 4, it seemed that you needed tail. In this case, Cassius is even more unable to let his tail happen. So, a black hair said, Kami, I did run out of control because of the tail. At that time, I lost the grandfather who loved me and the younger brother. I used to be annoyed, why is there something like tail? Without him, perhaps grandfather would not die. As soon as he thought of son Gohan's kindness, Cassius was not very happy. To know that the day is night of the full moon, you should cut off the tail yourself, and then take the grandfather quickly away when you are in Goku body transformation. Read this, Cassius unconsciously, the mood began to fall. That being the case, let me seal it for you. At this time, Kami also noticed the changes in Cassius, and the good words reminded. As soon as Cassius heard it, he recovered from the low mood. Looking at Kami with a serious look, said, Thank you for your kindness, Kami. However, after many years of exercise, I have been able to control this strength and never lose rationality. In this case, then I am relieved. Kami did not insist on hearing Cassius. If you don't believe it, I can prove it to you. Sassy, Cassius's body began to speed the great ape. Soon, a great ape with red eyes, thick limbs, fine long hair, and huge height appeared. In the face of this scene, Kami did not have some fear, which made his footsteps retreat. Kami, it's okay, I can control. At this time, Cassius of Great Ape Transformation saw Kami's look and couldn't help but remind him. Well, you can control it. Gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Kami trembled. Can't do anything about it, the Cassius strength in the case of Great Ape can't be hidden, and the power level is still 10 times more. That is said that Cassius's strength is now 30,000. 30,000 power level for Kami, the gap is not a bit of a point, but the middle is separated by a sea. Moreover, Cassius in the Great Ape state is not free to change his power level. Although Cassius has worked very hard not to expose aura, it has oppressed Kami. However, the aura that was inadvertently exposed, or deeply, Kami could not bear it. Seeing the sweat on Kami's forehead, Cassius lifted body transformation and restored the human form. Kami, are you okay? Cassius came to Kami and cared. It's okay, it's just shocked. It doesn't get in the way, it doesn't matter, slightly waved his hand, Kami signaled that he had nothing. In my heart, Kami is extremely shocking. It's really not expected that Cassius would be so strong. It seems that even if Piccolo unveiled the seal in the future, someone can subdue him. Really, very good. Chapter 49. Time has passed, blink of an eye, 2 years has become a thing of the past. In 2 years, I said that there are not many, and that short is not short. But compared to Cassius, it is definitely an opportunity to prove yourself. Because, after 3 years, the world's first military convention is about to be held. Today, he is planning to say goodbye to Kami and Popo and go to the World Martial Arts Tournament to participate in the match. Determined? Cassius. Nothing wrong, I have decided to decide. This time will test the results of my 2 years of training. Looking at Kami, Cassius's face was full of seriousness. This time's World Martial Arts Tournament is not only an important channel for Cassius to win, but also an appointment with Goku. 3 years, let us take a look, who is stronger? I thought that 3 years ago at the martial arts venue, I tried my best to win the game. Did not expect finally, it was completely defeated by Goku's power-up. Is this the natural protagonist aura? For this, Cassius is not believed. It's also a good person to go through, and it's not arrogant. How can I beat a young Gaku who is still in the child stage? If the Gaku is long, Cassius is naturally understandable. However, since you are still young, then when you were young, these glory, these bonuses, were all accepted by me. A similar power level won't win you, then I will kill you twice with twice the power level. This time's World Martial Arts Tournament, what you say you want to win champion, get the bonus. Although Cassius had this idea, he still had some fear in his heart. Ever since, a black hair began to pray without any fucking. God, please be sure to bless me this time to win champion, especially Gaku. You should give him a sandstorm, tornado, or something, let he is best not to enter. You must help me, this is about my happiness. You don't give me the golden finger that I crossed. You can't let me be married, there is no awe in happiness. Kami looked at Cassius, who suddenly spoke to himself, and his head was full of black lines. In particular, the words of this kid seemed to be related to themselves. So Kami coughed a few times as a reminder. Cassius, in the past 2 years, you have successfully mastered all the knowledge of martial arts that I and Popo know. I think, now, you are always strongest. I think Trivial's World Martial Arts Tournament is not threatening for you. Why are you so worried? Still ready to go to the match scene? I rub, what do you know? Do you know that an antenna hair power up, even I have to hide far away? Still not a threat? Wake up, it doesn't exist. Although Cassius thought so, he still had a confident look. According to his words, this is, the loser does not lose. In short, that's it. In any case, the surface work must be done well. Hey, Kami, if you are old, let me go to participate in the match? With your strength, you can definitely get the top 3. Cassius suddenly looked at Kami with some thieves, and his face was not good. Indeed, Kami's current strength is indeed much stronger than the original work. In normal times, Kami and Popo were taught under the gravity chamber while teaching Cassius martial arts. Over time, Kami and Popo gradually adapted to the 20 times gravity in the gravity chamber. Therefore, their strength is naturally increasing. Conservatively, Kami's current power level is estimated to be around 1000. For Popo, Cassius is not understood. In addition to teaching Cassius battle technique and martial arts experience, Popo rarely does with Cassius. Even if it is hands-on, it never uses all the strengths, and always has reservations. For this, Cassius has been pleading for a few blacks to make full strength to play with himself, but a certain black is not to buy. Every time it is perfunctory, or it is to leave directly, birds are not birds. This made Cassius so angry that he couldn't wait to kill a black one. Amount. Sorry, I made a mistake. This method seems to be a girl's patent. Cough cough. It should be like this, Cassius can't wait to go directly to a key blast, let a black person say hello to the world. However, as a good Chinese who respects the teacher, Cassius can't do it. You can only blame in your heart, or just move towards the white clouds to release a few key blast, venting and venting. Cassius looked at the still changing expression, and it was really uncomfortable. However, after noticing the latter's chubby black face, a trace of bad taste suddenly generated from Cassius's mind. Then, a black hair was surprised by Kami's eyes and Popo's grievances. Rushing over, stretched out his hands, and knelt with a dark face. Author, boy, you wicked fun little cruel ah. Cassius, what? Accurate? Believe it or not, young master, a key blast blow you to death? Author. Originally, Popo was still struggling, but after seeing a black hair's gas grew stronger and stronger, he immediately dismissed the idea. At the same time, I kept whispering in my heart, this bastard, needing my face and licking power level. When I am stronger, I can't take care of yourself in minutes. However, the ideal is very beautiful, the reality is very bitter, some black, and finally cannot escape the small hand of a black hair. In the end, Kami on the side couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't help but say cough cough, Cassius. Before going to the martial arts tournament, Corin wanted you to go. Oh? The white cat has something to look for. Cassius at this time also stopped pinching Popo's chubby face. At this moment, Kami is a black line with a full face. I thought this kid is too rude to immortal. However, when I think about the character of a black hair, I sigh. Well, yes, it seems that there is something to please you. Nodded, Kami said. Amount. Well, look at the white cat who gave me so many senzu beans, I will go to her. Look, he has something to ask me. Slightly thought, Cassius agreed. After all, I also took so many senzu beans from others, even though I used the fish for bribes. But how can fish compare to senzu bean? Senzu bean is divine tool, but the medicine in the with Dragon Ball. There are a few things that are always prepared. If you are injured, you can heal. If you are hungry, you can use it to fill your stomach. This is a must-have medicine for home travel. Then, Cassius, I wish you all the best. Well, thank you Kami, then in this case, I will leave. SAS, Cassius vacated, and the whole person moved towards the gallop. Seeing this scene, Popo instantly burst into tears, and the dark road had eyes, and finally sent away this god. In this regard, Kami only smiled awkwardly. However, at this time, Cassius's words suddenly came from below. Scared Popo directly spit foam, fainted on the spot. Popo, don't think too much about me, I will find you when there is nothing. Is nothing wrong with it? Popo. You ask for more blessings. Hearing here, Kami glanced at Popo with sympathetic eyes, and then decisively walked into the lookout. He didn't want to, what happened again? So, still hide first. Chapter 50. In less than 10 minutes, Cassius came to Corin's residence. After entering, Cassius did not see Corin, and even Mutapeak did not see it. I was a little surprised in my heart, thinking in my heart, I am not right, this big white cat should not be absent. According to its laziness, it can be stronger than its late-stage lazy cancer patient. How could it not? At home. Despite some doubts in his heart, Cassius began to look for it in Corin's residence. And from time to time open some jars to see if you can find white cats from inside. In the plot, Corin looks at Goku's training progress through these bottles and cans. Therefore, Cassius could not help but think that Corin would train with Mewtwo. For Mewtwo, Cassius has nothing but helplessness. He did not expect because of his appearance, so that Corin, who did not have a disciple, had the object of guidance. And it is this culprit that causes all of this. Cassius was originally intended to try not to destroy the plot, but when he thought of Big Person and Nada C, Cassius couldn't hold it. Especially Nada C, this beautiful grassland little older sister seems to still like it very much. I remember that I was told by a kiss, but fortunately not the lips. Otherwise, young master's first kiss is gone. Amount, like existing is gone. At this time, Cassius only remembered that his first kiss, like already, gave a golden blonde hair girl. However, that is also can't do anything about it. In desperation, plus Mana at that time is so cute, no one can hold it. And this is not a bad thing. The first kiss gave my fiancé. Isn't that the result of all the joys? At this time, in the room where Cassius was located, the lid of one of the many bottles and cans suddenly opened. Then, a white cat jumped out with a cane. Behind it, the grassland youngster Mutapeak caught his cane and followed it. Oh, it turned out to be Cassius, long time no see. At this time, I noticed that Corin of Cassius was the first to say hello. Long time no see, Corin, it seems that you have a good life. Cassius smiled and thought Corin jokingly said. Long time no see, Cassius. At this time, Mutapeak also smiled and moved towards Cassius. At this time, Cassius only slightly looked at the Mutapeak. The grassland youngster, which was still very young, is now really grown up. Although it is still wearing short sleeves and shorts, Cassius already perceives that the latter is not too strong. With strong muscles, nearly 2 meters in height, a resolute face, an aura faintly exuded from Muta's body, Cassius had to look at it differently. If the former Mutapeak is a cat, then now he is a tiger waiting for hunting. From the point of view of Ki, this kid has a power level around 50. Although still very weak, he does not have the powerful scion physique like Cassius. It is not a supporting role in the plot, just a complete passerby. After 2 years of training, you can get to this step, which is really good. While Cassius looked at Mutapeak, Mutapeak was also looking at Cassius. He looked at Cassius in front of him, a man who had been like a mystery since 2 years. At this moment, his already has a height of about 1 meter 8, which is a lot more than 2 years ago. Its appearance is more handsome than it was 2 years ago, and the hair is still in the shape of a long bangs. The clothes are also black t-shirts with black jeans. And the shoes are still some unknown brand name running shoes. Especially the key potential, Mutapeak can be sense, Cassius just standing in front of him, there will be an invisible pressure. Force this to surrender, if you let go of the suppression of aura. Mutafeng believes that at that time, he is expected to immediately power the powerful key to oppress the ground, instantly smashing, losing the strength of resistance. Hey! You called me, what the hell is it? I am very busy. At this time, Cassius suddenly looked at Corin and asked uncomfortably. Actually, there is nothing big about it. That's a little thing. Cassius interrupted before Corin finished. Corin was obviously awkward, and he coughed a few times to cover himself. Actually, this is the case, Feng, I have been training here for 2 years, I think, it is time for him to go home and see. Corin looked at Mutu, start to talk. So, you want me to send him home? Cassius questioned. Master. You don't want me? Mutapeak listened, anxious, thinking that Corin would drive himself out of sect, and quickly start to talk. You have been standing alone for me for a long time, so I am also giving you some tests. Without care about Muta's face, Corin continued, you will return to your tribe to meet your parents. Siblings. After a while, you will start walking the world, you must train on the way. Master. Mutapeak is obviously somewhat puzzled, questioning. Cassius, looking at this scene with some curiosity. Speaking of this, Corin didn't stop, and didn't care about Cassius's watching look. He continued, you must walk for 3 years. At that time, you must climb the Corin Tower yourself, remember. Climb yourself. Come up. Here, Corin has aggravated the tone and looked at Mutapeak very seriously. Cassius was really scared by Corin. He was really not expect, and there was a serious time for a cat in front of him. It's no wonder that Cassius thinks this way. After all, in anime, Corin is generally a light-looking look, not a high-level look that is confused by the world. After you climb up, I will guide you through the next stage of training. Can you understand? Mutapeak. Here, Corin is not kindly called Feng, but is serious about his name, Mutu. Peak. It is conceivable that the importance of this matter. When Mutapeak heard it, he understood that this was a test of the master and he was not saying anything. Instead, the seemingly moved towards Corin squatted down and said, the master's command, disciple should follow. Good. At this time, Corin smiled and lifted the ladder. Hey, this scene is really In the lively Cassius, I know that there is no play, so I plan to leave here and go out to breathe. Just as Cassius was about to leave the room, Corin's words came over. Cassius, my request is very simple, returning to his tribe with a feng. Then, in the tribe, compare it with a feng. What? Contest. At this time, Cassius was not surprised. Are you not mistaken? Contest, do you want your disciple to die? Perhaps it is what understood Cassius thinks. Corin continued, it's not asking you to kill him, just let him see how big the gap is between you. At this time, Cassius also probably understood the idea of Corin. Isn't it just to motivate your own disciple? You are not afraid of my strong strength, your disciple has been lost since then, lost the fighting spirit? Cassius. Promise me, you have to make full strength. Corin stared at Cassius with a strong eye. Okay, I promise you. Since you are not afraid, then what are I afraid of? That being the case, big white cat classmate. Let me take a look, your disciple, whether it has been fighting since then, or not. Chapter 51. At an altitude of about 2 kilometers from the ground, Cassius grabbed Mutapeak with his hand and was advancing rapidly. After agreeing with Corin's request, Cassius did not make the slightest stop, and directly took up Mutapeak and vacated. He doesn't want to waste so much time, although there is still a month away from the World Martial Arts Tournament, it is relatively abundant for Cassius. But as a foodie, Cassius wants to get to the destination early, and then enjoy eating and drinking. This is not to live up to the benefits of the transmigrator, this is the original intention. Hey, Cassius! These years, you must be more comparatively stronger. At this time, Mutapeak in Cassius's hand suddenly started to talk. Just become stronger? In the year of Sao, it is a big mistake to think like this. Uncle, how can I just become stronger? A father with gravity chamber and a lot of martial arts knowledge, if it is only a comparative stronger, then I simply find a piece of tofu and kill myself. Well. Okay, like you can play tens of thousands of fingers with just one finger. Cassius looked at him and smiled. A finger will play tens of thousands of me casually. For the exaggerated description of Cassius, Mutapeak is a bit unbelievable. With just one finger, you can kill tens of thousands of yourself? How can this be? The master said that he can be regarded as a small expert in earth. You will play tens of thousands of casually as soon as you come. Who believes amount? Oh, then you are really amazing, Mutafeng smiled and smiled. His eyes were full of disbelief. What? You don't believe it? Cassius, who noticed this scene, bowed slightly and looked at the latter with a smile. Feeling this gaze, Mutapeak obviously has some doubts. Is this goods angry, to throw yourself away? Fuck. This can't be done, you have to know that it is a few kilometers from the ground, and it will definitely be finished when you fall, big, calm. At the thought of this, Mutapeak suddenly showed a smile that was more ugly than crying. He said, that. I believe. Cassius made it clear that from the latter's eyes, he saw fear and did not believe it. He moved his heart and raised his spare hand. He gently extended a finger. Then, a huge ki blast instantly moves toward the nearby peaks. With the bang sound, the deafening explosion sounded, and the sky was suddenly turned on. At the moment, the huge mountain peaks were completely smashed into slag. Seeing this scene, Mutafeng's eyes are full of shock. I was shocked that he had not added words for a long time. One finger? A finger, a mountain of more than 1,000 meters was completely smashed into slag. Really just a finger? At the moment, Mutapeak has to believe that Cassius's words are indeed true. Such a strong shock wave, let alone tens of thousands of yourself, even if it is more than 100,000, you must thoroughly finish it. Did not care about the eyes of Mutapeak at this time, Cassius moved towards galloping forward. Joke, now grandpa, I am strong, don't want it, tens of thousands of what you count, even if it is hundreds of millions of you, young master, I can smash you into slag. You know, we Scion, but just 5 people dare to go to the planet's monster. Ah! So years, you are still too young, this world is too big, your road is still very long, continue to work hard. Card. Cassius. Just now. What was the shock wave just now? How could it be, would it be so strong? At this moment, Mutapeak has obviously not recovered from the scene that was just shocked. Even the voice of the speech cannot stop shaking. Oh, you said Key Blast. Ah, how about it, whether or not is very good. Why or not worship me? At this moment, Cassius was full of laughter. Amount. I have seen narcissism, but I have not seen such narcissism. Although Mutafeng did not admit it in his heart, the facts were placed behind him. The mountain that disappeared that moment is the best proof. He knows that the man in front of him has an incomparable strength. I may be able to catch up with my life, and I may not even see his silhouette. He, already, is not the frog at the bottom of the well. Following Koran training, nearly 2 of him, they probably saw the vastness of this world. This powerhouse is like the world of clouds. Key Blast? What is that? Although he followed Koran training for 2 years, he never heard anything about Key Blast from Koran's mouth. Muta is full of curiosity about this new word. He can sense, is having a door full of strength, waiting for himself to open. As long as he can step into the door, he believes that he will have a different life. His achievements, his path, can be even higher and longer. Well, how do you say that? At this time, Cassius hesitated again. He didn't know what to think about Mutafeng explaining this thing. After all, this is still too far away for the latter. Not everyone can comprehend and can enter this world. Cassius, he still doesn't know if Muta has this qualification and enters the world of this powerhouse. Is it difficult to explain? Mutapeak was a bit frustrated when he heard the hesitant tone of Cassius. Sure enough, how can he tell me such a powerful thing? After all, if I am, I will not tell anyone to listen to it casually. Here, a grassland youngster can be wrong, Cassius is never afraid to take this thing out of the way. Even telling you how about it. In Cassius's eyes, you can only count as a grasshopper that is a little stronger than an ant. Killing you, a finger is enough. It's not that hard to explain, but it's still too far away from you. Cassius looked at the more frustrated latter, and he couldn't bear it. But, no, I will give you a hope. Tell you too. When Mutapeak heard it, his eyes were filled with gratitude and his smile on his face. Really? In the face of this unexpected surprise, it seems that a grassland youngster seems to have some disbelief. When you return to the Koran Tower here, I will ask Kami to teach you about the gas. Looking at the more confused Mutapeak, Cassius knew that the latter is now more doubtful. Key Blast hasn't figured it out yet, and now it's another temper, not fainting. Chi, it is something that allows you to send Key Blast and make you stronger. Become stronger. Mutapeak obviously has some doubts, and he murmured incredulously. It's no wonder that he is just an ordinary person who can't be in the ordinary grassland youngster. But I happened to meet Cassius and got a chance to see the world. Yes, it can make you stronger, and even like me, just instantly smash a mountain into a slag. Although Cassius knows whether the latter can comprehend, but it gives a good fantasy to others. No. A stick to kill people, this is never the best policy. Cassius. I understand. I will become stronger. I want to stand on top of anyone, I want to stand on the top. Mutapeak changed the color, looking at Cassius with serious look. The firm color in the eyes is self-evident. Youngster's fighting spirit, at the moment, ready to bear aura. In this case, you are pursuing my footsteps. Wait until one day, you can defeat Kami, and I will take you to a higher sky. At this time, Cassius was not affected, and could not help but get the channel. Good. A word is fixed. At this time, Muta Feng replied firmly. Hey! Youngster, you know, Kami has two people, one of which will still grew stronger and stronger. Your path is still very long. Chapter 52. Cassius did not expect, Muta Feng actually has such a fighting spirit, not to mention a bit high to see the ladder. Maybe, you can really go farther. In his heart, muttering to himself, Cassius thought of himself. I have also been ready to come to this world for nearly 15 years, now I am, even though it is considered Earth's strongest. However, this is not enough. Your goal should not be just that, you should be able to move further and higher. This is a bloody world, a world that once made Cassius tears. I also remember that when Son Goku became Super Saiyan because of Krillin's death, he was excited at the time. I remember that when I was in Cell battle, Son Goku finally used his own death to avoid Cell's self-destruction, at that time. It's a pity at that time, regret at that time. At that time, stupid thoughts, how can there be such a simple and kind person in this world, how can there be such a selfless person? I also remember that the shock of Goku and Majin Buu is all the battle of the universe. It is so worrying and exciting. What a bloody, can be said, that battle, playing wonderful, playing beautiful, playing no regrets. Since I have come to this bloody world, then I have no reason to go out and have a good time. Creation belongs to her own glory, who does not want to punch Frieza, Uncle Cell. Aura is just a little power up, it scares Majin Buu. Perhaps this is too far away for the current Cassius. Just like Muta Peak is far from his own, but Cassius believes that as long as you work hard and fight hard, this will no longer be a dream. One day sooner or later, this will become a reality and will become his pride, his glory. When you are old, you can talk to your son, grandson, about your own deeds, and boasting. Cassius remembers that when Frieza first appeared, there were more than 600,000 power levels, and with full power, there were nearly 100 million power levels. To defeat him, you must have a stronger strength than he did before that day. If you don't want to be good, you have to become Super Saiyan, so that you can have the capital to go to the world. That being the case, but becoming Super Saiyan is really too difficult. During the 2 years of the lookout training, Cassius explored it more than once, but every time he was disappointed. At this time, he couldn't help but think of 10X and Son Goten. How can they succeed in body transformation when they are so young? Is it really genetic inheritance? Remember that Son Goten was angry with body transformation when he was fighting with Chi-Chi. However, this is too simple. This is really angry with the door, and it's just a few words about the success of the body transformation. If it's too fake, it's too fake. At the time of the lookout, young master also once imagined that his family had died, and he was humiliated by people, and he was still unable to take care of himself. Why didn't I see the success of body transformation? This shows that the old bird is opening the buff to the two little donkeys. If it weren't for buff, it would be so easy for body transformation to succeed, killing Cassius, and Cassius didn't believe it. However, if the old bird does not do this, the latter two nephews estimate that it is no play, and it becomes a soy sauce. Thinking so much, Cassius realized that he seemed to be ready to go wrong. Said to talk about their own dreams. And now become a discussion of two strong second generation. This topic is really not a bit of 2 points. It seems that this is a disease, and it is ruled. Having said that, I went back with Muta Peak, wouldn't I have to meet a beautiful grassland little older sister? Fug. Young master knows that this is not a bad thing. When I think of a passionate grassland little older sister, Cassius can't stop being afraid. Especially their general stunts, cry. As soon as she saw the girl crying, Cassius couldn't help but feel soft. This is the case with Nada C, and so is Mana. However, compared to Mana, Nada C didn't have a special heartache when she cried, but she felt a little overwhelmed. I don't want Mana, what kind of feeling is like the collapse of the entire sky, which kind of painful pain? Cassius said that after he tried it once, he didn't want to try it anymore. This is also his indirect expression, who would dare to cry my future wife, who I did. Grandmas, don't think that father is irritating. Young master, but I am, oh. How do you say it? Well, that's right, father is protecting his wife and madness. Whoever does the mess, I will do it, rub. Author, protect the wife spree? Sow years, you can, and I like you ah. Cassius, why, dissatisfied? Believe it or not, I am. Author, I am a key blast bomber's dead? Cassius, count you. However, it seems that he did not say goodbye at the time, sneak away in the middle of the night. This is going to be miserable. I have to know that I didn't say goodbye once, and a golden blonde hair girl came up with a slap. And, that's the case when she didn't make an appointment with her. Now, I am engaged, and I ran again without a word. It is estimated that if you go back, it is certainly not as simple as a washboard. I have to pick up the bed and lay it for 10 days and a half months. Otherwise, it is hard to avoid the hatred of a golden blonde hair girl. Thinking of this, Cassius couldn't help but think of it, or else, with his scars on his back? This will certainly not be beaten, maybe you can get unexpected benefits? Maybe, Mana sees himself seriously injured, not only can't bear to beat himself, but also take care of himself carefully, and be compliant with himself? At the thought of this, a black hair began to smirk without any fucking. That way, in the eyes of Mewtwo, it is silly to be stupid. What is this guy doing? Is it a psychiatric attack? Fuck, so bad, what about my younger sister? Mewtwo thought, immediately afraid of it. In fact, Korin called Cassius to send Mewtwo back as his own idea. For that, it is your younger sister. It is also out of his own selfishness that Dad told himself. No matter what method you use, be sure to bring Cassius back to the tribe. Then, please have a black hair to eat, and take medicine from it, then, oh. At first, Mewtwo did not agree with this method, but in the eyes of the big person, and the teaching of almost 3 hours, a grassland youngster had to give in. Then, some time ago, Mewtwo wanted Korin to come up with the idea of going home to sea. I thought that if the master promised his own words, he would definitely have to pay a bit of a slogan. But who knows, Korin not only promised himself, but also let himself go to the WDO experience, and said that he would climb back to Korin Tower 3 years later to go back. This is really true, it is not a lie. However, as long as you have a good relationship with Cassius, your own advantage will no longer be a dream, which is about to become a reality. However, I was wronged by my younger sister. Amount. No, it seems that I am not wronged. It seems that my younger sister is still eager to do this. When I think of my younger sister, the flower-like idiot, Mewtwo's mouth can't help but twitch. Fuck. This kid is stupid? Whether or not sheep episodes have committed awe. At this time, Cassius was a little scared after noticing the behavior of Mewtwo. I heard that this thing seems to be contagious. Author, infect your sister on no culture really terrifying. Cassius. Chapter 53. With the thought of an antenna hair, unconsciously, the early came to the front of the tattoo tribe. Cassius left a grassland youngster in front of the tribal gate and then watched all around with vigilance. After discovering that I didn't see a passionate little older sister, I was relieved to express my safety. At this time, Mewtwo stood up from the ground and looked at Cassius with a weird look. It seemed that he did not understand what the other party was doing. Cassius. What happened to you? Is it looking for something? Mewtwo asked. No. How is it possible, how can I find something? Is there anything I can find? At this time, perhaps it is guilty, Cassius's answer is a mess, there is no sentence, completely not right. The more you look at the latter, the less you admit it, the more you feel that Mutafeng has problems. Actually, he also knows what Cassius is looking for. Isn't he afraid to see my younger sister Nada see? Really, such obvious things are still used to cover up? It's a tattoo tribe people who know it. That being the case, then Cassius, let's go in. Speaking, I haven't come back for 2 years. This time, let's have a good party, tonight, thorough carnival. You say how about it, Cassius? As he walked into the tribe, Muta said. Well, okay, open a party. Cassius was obviously absent-minded and still vigilant. It seems that something is happening and I am ready to run. At this time, with Mutapeak and Cassius entering the tribe, some of the busy tribes have also noticed their existence. Soon, some people recognized Mutapeak and recognized Cassius. Jokes, at that time, it was so big that almost everyone in the tribe was crushed on the ground. It is difficult for people to think about it. Everyone is coming, the young patriarchs are back, and Cassius is here. Go to the patriarch, the young patriarch is back. Soon, the people who were quietly working began to make trouble. All of this is because their young master is back. I saw that in less than 10 minutes, Big Person was rushing under the leadership of the people. Dad, glimpsed the Big Person, Muta Feng excited, directly rushed to save the Big Person. Excited? Well. Come back, just come back. My Fenger grows up and grows strong. It seems that my strength is definitely going up. Big Person is full of gratification, rushing Mutapeak kept on his head. In this way, express your own inner joy. Of course, I am in Koran's subordinate, but I don't have to be lazy, but I have serious training. Now I can play dozens of saber-toothed tigers casually, even if it is a dozen big bears, they can all be beaten down. Mutapeak looked at the Big Person with a smug look, his face full of confidence. Good. My son is really powerful. It seems that the father didn't make a mistake. I took it to Cassius and brought Koran to know that training is correct. Looking at his own son, Big Person doesn't see it. Satisfied with living. And Cassius, watching the two men talk about it here, can't help but be more careful. However, after seeing the absence of a small old sister's silhouette, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, just looking for a stool, I sat down so loudly. Anyway, the two guys will definitely be old for a long time before they notice themselves. There is no need to bother them now. So, Cassius moved towards a certain ethnic group. Then, next to gently knocked on each other's shoulder and asked. The brothers, I ask you where I eat a little hungry. Author. Sao years, you're this offer? Cassius, nonsense, as a foodie, don't eat food, how can you afford yourself? Author. I saw that the people were slightly stunned, but when they saw Cassius, they immediately became excited. It turned out to be Cassius. Hello, hello. I am your fan, remember that day? Your image of the prestige aura deeply impressed me. Then, a tribe died and Cassius talked about it and never stopped. Make a black hair just want to give him a punch, stun him. Really, annoying father, young master is just asking where to eat, is it so embarrassing? By amount, this brother, I just want to ask if you have eaten. I am hungry, can you take me to the place where you put food? Although the heart was very upset, Cassius was still polite. Eat? Oh. There are. Please Cassius sir, wait, I will prepare. However, for this time, some guys finally understand. Then, I made a look that was hugged on me and ran away. Fuck. Are you leaving? Young master is saying, teach you to take me to I rub. At this moment, in the heart of a black hair, a group of people rushed past. At this time, Big Person and Mutapeak also moved towards Cassius. Especially the Big Person, came up with Cassius's hand and said, "Hey, thank you very much to little brother Cassius. Thank you for taking my finger to Koran and knowing training. Thank you very much. In this regard, a black hair is only a sly smile. Amount, nothing, it's all trivial, not worth mentioning. Scratch, make a look at the ancient times, when the official clothes are returned to the country, hair ma'a. Is it so exciting? As for this, I rub. Where is it? This is a trivial matter. It is a matter of whether our tribe can develop rapidly. It is not sloppy. The big person is getting more and more serious, and the eyes of Cassius are getting hotter and hotter. I wipe. What are you doing with me? I like men. Noticing the big guy's hot eyes, Cassius was seen by his heart. Amount. Well, you said that big things are big things. Cassius looked at the big person, helplessly. That being the case, in order to thank Cassius, let's have a party now. Anyway, it's almost late at night, let's have a good time at this time. At this time, big person patted Cassius's shoulder, big smiled. This is right, do not say this soon. I am waiting for your sentence. Then, a black hair backhand was placed on the shoulder of the big person and shouted, "Good. Let's have a party. Eat and drink. Aha. Good. Open the party. Fenger, let the people prepare food and drinks, we will have a party tonight." Big person moved towards Muto, and then, after Cassius thought the big person was finished, I saw a big person suddenly walk to Muto Peak and whispered quietly in the latter's ear. Despite the small sound, Cassius heard it. Then, a black hair suddenly rose to the idea of wanting to run. Big person is such a quiet finger dialogue with Muto Peak. Your younger sister is still asleep, you call him to get up and dress up. But, younger sister is not getting up? What if she is worried? Nothing, you said Cassius is coming. Okay, no problem. Then, Muta Feng gave a big person, and after I understood the expression, I ran away. Cassius. I wipe it. I know that this is not a good job. Damn's cat, one day, father will stew you. Author. How about it does not happy surprise no surprise. Cassius, now, what I want to do most is to kill you. Author, hey, this is your fiancé exclusive technique. Cassius. Chapter 54. As Tattoo tribe grew green, food and drinks were cooked and lifted. And Cassius sitting on the side of the seat, there is no image of a pig's trotter in the left hand, a duck leg in the right hand. That is the same as eating a lot of people who want to be hungry for hundreds of years. However, no one dares to laugh at Cassius's eating. After all, the original pressure is still vivid. Who doesn't want to go looking for boring, otherwise, maybe bad luck is himself. Big person is still sitting in the main seat, Muto is still by his side. At the moment, they are drinking fine wine, eating roasted whole lambs, talking about home. Cassius' younger brother, long time no see. At this time, Cassius suddenly felt a faint jasmine fragrance, and then a numbing voice was introduced into his ear. At this moment, Cassius certainly understands who the owner of this voice is, Grassland's first golden flower, Nada C. I saw Cassius's smile immediately stiffened, and the whole person turned his head like a mechanical rub. Looking at the first golden flower of a grassland with a smile that is more ugly than crying. You, hello, Nada C little older sister. At the moment, Nada C wore a barn costume with a headgear on his head. The delicate face is red and white, and looks very cute. In particular, the faint jasmine scent that came from her body eroded a black hair like a drug addiction. Hello, little brother Cassius. After greeting, Nada C hugged Cassius tightly from behind. Perceived by all this, Cassius was like an electric shock, and he was trembling. Do you know that in the past 2 years, I have been thinking about you? Cassius little brother this is full of charm and sexy voice, deeply shocked by the heart of a black hare. Little old sister, you are not so good, you are not so good, hee hee. At this time, no matter how unhappy Cassius is, how uncomfortable it is, how aggrieved. Now, you have to do one thing. That is, to be stupid, to pretend, and finally to be silent. As the saying goes, silence is the best weapon. What? Why don't you talk, Cassius little brother? I saw Nadasi gently put his face on Cassius's neck, regardless of whether it is now or not in public. I have to say that when Cassius felt the softness coming from behind, there was indeed some touch. However, as a good child, it is absolutely impossible to accept early love. Author, so you engaged with Mana, how was it? Cassius, can this blame me? This is not what you arranged. Let me tell you. This pot, I don't back. Author. Even if it is soft, the young master will never, I must not betray my favorite Mana. Absolutely not. Amount, little older sister, you are not good, don't play any more, I am afraid. I saw that a grassland girl was getting too much, and her hand was not honestly touched by Cassius. There is absolutely no shame that a girl should have, and some are just bold and open. For these, once asked Cassius to question. This girl should not have the genes of Westerners, otherwise how can it be so bold and open? At the moment, Nadasi is not calm, and the heart is extremely anxious and shy. How come it, Cassius, whether or not what's wrong? Older sister, I am so hard and effortless, how is it no action? Really, what exactly is How can you make your heart beat? Cassius, you know how much I like you. This can't blame Cassius. After all, his fiancée, Mana, is much more beautiful than a little older sister. After a whole month of being tired with a golden blonde girl, when I go out, I will say something will be immune. Besides, don't just touch it. What is it? Cassius has long been touched with his fiancé, and he kissed him. As far as this girl is concerned, what can be counted? Pediatrics put on, not worth mentioning. However, there is one thing that Mana is not as good as Nadasi. That is, mature. Let's just say, Mana is like a persimmon that is still developing, and Nadasi, but already mature, is a ripe persimmon. I can pick it at any time, but it depends on a black hare dare to do it. Back to reality, Cassius suddenly released the food on his hand. Then wiped the greasy hand on the hand with a paper towel on the side, and then directly grabbed a small hand that was messed up. Said, "Please don't you be so good? This is for you, not good for me." In order to quickly solve this trouble, a black hare released his key slightly when he spoke. It makes a grassland girl suddenly feel a sense of suffocation, and even a little dizzy. A grassland girl, sudden feels aggrieved. How is this person Doesn't people like you? Do you like a person wrong? Is it wrong? Although a grassland girl is extremely uneasy at the moment, she is a pragmatic tribe princess. She knows that the more she does, the more she can't get angry. This way, for her, for Cassius, for her own tribe. Whoever makes this little boy in front of him has an amazing fear of strength. A little careless is the abyss. Sorry, I know, I am not right, but I really like you. And you, I feel, you have nothing to me. I really don't have a way. I really don't know. I don't know what to do, so that you can like me. If it bothers you, then I apologize to you now. To tell you the truth, I am ready to have a fiancé, so I can't possibly like you, let alone I will marry you. Even though I know this may be a huge harm to you, but for me, my fiancé, I have to do this. Cassius looked at Nadasi and looked very serious. At this moment, he is not making a holiday. He really cares about the time with Mana. He really cares about Mana, the fiancé. Listening to Mana's laughter like a silver bell, Cassius always feels very warm. It is like being covered by warm sun, warm and secure. Cassius knows that this may be the feeling of home. The warmth of the home is irreplaceable. What? You have a fiancé? Cassius's words are undoubtedly a blue sky for Neda C. Cassius, he actually has a fiancé? This. Neda C's mood is extremely complicated at this moment, and the heart is full of despair. She did not think that the Prince Charming, who was thinking about it day and night, had waited for 2 years for the Prince Charming, and had a fiancé. And, most importantly, his fiancé is not himself. God, at this time, Neda C was softened by the whole person. Fortunately, Cassius noticed this in time, and helped it up, so that it was not soft on the ground. Cassius, you tell, this is not true, right? Neda C seemed to have some disbelief, and looked at Cassius with a trace of luck, hoping to get a bit of comfort from the latter. At this moment, Cassius knows that when it is broken, it will be countered. Although Neda C can't help but feel pity at the moment, he can't be soft for a moment, and it leads to shackles and tangles. In the end, it is not good for both people. So. A black hair looked serious and looked at Neda C with a firm look. Thank you for your likes, but I have a good person who likes it. To blame us for meeting too late. Let it all. End it. After a pause, Cassius put a little bit of Neda C on the blanket next to him and said, I'm sorry. Chapter 55. After accepting this sudden news, Neda C suddenly felt that the world was dark and could not see hope. Did he always have a fiancé? Then what do I do? I have been waiting for so long, what should I do? At the moment, Neda C is very complicated. She has a grassland girl who dares to love and hate her. At this moment, she does not know whether to let go or continue to entangle. Moreover, I feel a little sad in my heart. As a reputation with grassland's first golden flower, did not expect that I can't catch a boy's heart. Is Cassius, his fiancé, more perfect than himself, and how many times more beautiful? Otherwise, how can you lose? You know, in grassland, the man who pursues himself, lined up, but can't see the end. Maybe you shouldn't like him at first, maybe it was a mistake at the beginning. If you can't get it, let go. At the moment, Neda C has a lot of thoughts and incomprehensible contradictions. With a slight sigh, Cassius patted the latter's shoulder gently and said with a smile, Nothing, I believe, you can meet a better boy than me. After a pause, Cassius continued, Not to mention, we can still be friends. Wow! Did not expect this line. Young master actually said it, it is so touching. You know, when it comes to previous life, this sentence is generally said by others to Cassius, how can it be as fast as now? Say it out. Crossing, it's really good. At this moment, a black hair is really grateful to pass, thank God. Neda C looked at Cassius with tears, and wanted to start to talk. However, when the words came to the mouth, they stopped and could not be said. In this regard, Bean's tears instantly scratched the delicate face of a grassland girl. For this, Cassius only has a silent sigh. The situation on the side of Cassius, Mutapeak, they obviously noticed. Even their eyes began to gather in the seat of Cassius. However, how Cassius can make them wish, and directly use their fierce eyes to move towards them. The meaning of the warning is self-evident, dare to do much, young master has done you. Originally they wanted to come over and check what happened. It made Neda C crying with pears and rain, but after seeing a black sly look, he immediately fell down. Hurrying to look away, sitting on the seat, sipping wine. Cassius Neda C suddenly started to talk. Let's say, what to do. Cassius's tone was obviously blunt, and now he really didn't want to find it at any trouble. Neda C, who wanted to continue to start to talk, was more aggrieved when she heard Cassius's blunt tone. However, Grassland's girl dared to love and hate, how could she retreat? I saw her looking directly at Cassius's gaze and begged, "In this case, I will not be entangled in you in the future. I know, I have added a lot of trouble to you, many troubles, I am sorry." Cassius heard it, some stunned. He was a little surprised to see a little sensible grassland little older sister, thinking it was unfathomable. "What do you say?" There seems to be some unbelief, and Cassius couldn't help but ask again. Nadasi looked at Cassius's astonished look, and the grievances in his heart rose several times. "It seems that he really didn't like me. After all, it is better to let go of it with more entanglement. Make each other better, even if you meet in the future, you can talk and laugh together." Then, after a slight sigh, Nadasi's wrinkled brow slowly loosened. Staring at Cassius with a big bang, and said, I won't add any trouble to you in the future. I am apologizing for the inconvenience caused, I am sorry Cassius." "Sorry." After hearing the exact answer, Cassius suddenly felt that the whole world was beautiful, the sun was shining and the light was shining. Looking at the look of a grassland girl is not a bit softer. Little old sister, you finally understand my good intentions." At this time, a grassland girl seems to have made a lot of determination, and her eyes are firmly watching Cassius, saying in a sincere manner, "Finally, I have a small request, I think you can promise." "What request? Why is there still this? It will not be a very excessive request." As soon as Cassius heard it, it was a bit bumpy and very contradictory. "Promise, and afraid of the other party's condition too terrifying, too much. Do not agree, but cannot bear it." After all, this may be the last time Cassius and a girl have met, and in the future, there may be no intersection. After all, the world of two people is not the same. Ordinary people are destined to live the lives of ordinary people. Powerhouse, destined to take an unusual path. Can't you? Seeing Cassius's hesitant expression, Nadasi's face was more and more frustrated. "Forget it. Promise her, if the request is too much, then I will refuse." After making up his mind, Cassius looked at Nadasi with some helplessness and said, "Let's say, what is your request? Explain in advance, too much, I will not agree." As soon as Nadasi heard it, his face was full of smiles. With a big, watery eyes, grateful to Cassius. "Thank you. Cassius, you can rest assured that my request is very simple and will not be very troublesome." Nadasi's mouth was slightly tilted, and the joyful mood was completely written on the face. Well, you said, what is your request?" At this time, Cassius asked for speed resolution. "It's very simple, I want you to accompany me to the river to see the fireflies, look at the big grassland at night, and see the moon in the sky." After that, Nadasi instantly looked at Cassius with a pitiful look. "The river? Look at the fireflies?" Cassius couldn't think of it. Nadasi's request turned out to be this. "Well, please. Nadasi said, his hands folded and pleaded with Cassius. "This is my biggest wish. I hope to sit by the river with this person I like, watch the fireflies at night, watch the big grassland at night, and watch the beautiful moon in the sky. There are only two of us, even if you leave me after tomorrow, I am satisfied." For the monologue of the girl's heart, Cassius is naturally undetectable. At this moment, he simply believes that as long as the latter's requirements are met, it will be completely liberated. "Okay, I promise to accompany you to the river." "Really? Thank you." Chapter 56. Cassius did not refuse Nadasi's request. But with a quick attitude, Cassius came to the river with a grassland girl that night. At this moment, the bright moon hangs quietly in the night. The stars are shining and decorated with the night. "It's just like this. Thank you for coming with me." Nadasi looked at Cassius beside him and was grateful. "It's nothing, it's just for me, it's just a matter of raising my hand." Not gentle or alienated, Cassius's tone is still dull. "Do you know, On grassland, two loved ones will watch the fireflies together by the river, and make a wish together under the starry night sky, pray together. Nadasi sits on the grass next to the front and looks at the front. The flowing river is talking to himself. At this moment, Cassius can only be silent, and now he can only serve as an audience. Quietly listening to the heart of a pregnant girl, quietly waiting for the end of all this. Looking at the view, Cassius was a little surprised. I have to say that the scenery at the moment is indeed beautiful. The bright moon reflected in the crystal clear water, and a group of fireflies flew by the reeds growing by the river. The little flash of flashing flashes in the night, shuttles, looks, so close, so far. As if you are reaching out, you can hold the starlight tightly in your hand and watch it glow like an emerald. Cassius. I hate you. Why don't you like me? I hate you. At this time, Nadasi put his hands on the small mouth, and moved towards the river and shouted loudly. The sound is crisp and sorrowful. In this regard, Cassius did not answer, still looking at the girl in front of expressionless. He knows that she is venting, and when she screams out in her heart, the resentment in her heart, the anger in her heart, and the loud voice, all will be fine. Cassius is also not afraid to be heard by Mewtwo and others, but to know here, but at least 10 kilometers away from Tattoo tribe. No matter how Nadasi vents, Mewtwo Peak and others will never hear it. What's more, at the moment, they are still opening a banquet, and the sound is bigger than it is here. If you do this, you don't have to worry about it. Call, shout out loud. After you call out, you will feel much better. When you vent enough, tired, sleep, tomorrow, you will forget me, then, you can start a new life. Call, Nadasi. Shout. Looking at Nadasi, still shouting, Cassius silently prayed for her in her heart. Cassius. You are an idiot. You are a idiot. This princess is so many people pursue, so good, why do you just look at your big fool? Baby, bastard. Listening to this increasingly excessive sound, Cassius couldn't help but look ugly. It's really not expect, the appearance looks so cute, such a beautiful girl, it's so fierce, so many poisonous. Can it be said that the beautiful girl paper comes with a poison tongue technique? Fortunately, however, his own mana is still better. Most of that is slap on both sides, and then we are aggrieved by a few cry. Finally, in my warm embrace, quietly settled. As Nadasi's voice grew louder, the fireflies that had been on the riverside reeds were also scared. I saw a group of fireflies flying in the night sky, circling. The whole night sky was completely covered by the green light, especially when they flashed a time skip, which was breathtaking. Nadasi, who was still venting, stopped at this moment. And some looked at it with a sluggish look. At this point, I saw Cassius slowly taking the action machine from his pocket, and then turned on the recording function to record the scene. In this way, one is in the video, one is watching. Quiet for a long time, until a certain non-harmony sound suddenly sounded. This scenery is really beautiful. Ah, did not expect we can still see this scene when we are on the road, luck is really good ah. At this moment, Nadasi, who was immersed in the scenery, and Cassius, who was recording, instantly reflected. Turning over at the top speed, the move towards the direction of the sound came over. I saw that there are 3 people at the source of the sound. One is dressed as an old lady, wearing a witch hat on her head, holding her hands and putting it on her abdomen. Moreover, her body is still very small. The body is extremely short of limbs, and the face is covered with wrinkles. What surprised Cassius most was that the old woman was sitting on a huge crystal ball. Also, the crystal ball is still suspended in the midair. Looking at this dress, Cassius instantly understood who the other person is. Dragon Ball World has a strange strength wizard, Fortune Teller Baba. Beside the Fortune Teller Baba, there are 2 masked silhouettes, which can be seen from their big and small figures. These 2 people, one estimated to be a big person with a strong body, and one estimated to be a normal human with a normal human body. However, it is estimated that they should all be martial artists. After all, fortune teller Baba will not walk away with ordinary people. Who are you? At this moment, Nadasi looked at the three people who suddenly appeared, and looked alert. Young miss, rest assured, I am not a bad person. We just passed by here when we were on the road, no malicious. Fortune teller Baba looked at Nadasi with a smile and the voice was calm and close. But also, we heard that you called Cassius to come over. Speaking, I am familiar with him here. You say yes, Cassius. Fortune teller Baba said, looking at Cassius with a little deeper look. What? At this time, Cassius was a little surprised and familiar with himself. Is it very familiar? Cassius, do you know? Nadasi looked at Cassius with a puzzled face, hoping to get an answer from the latter. However, Cassius did not pay attention to Nadasi at the moment. Now, he is not too excited in his heart. I am familiar with myself? And next to fortune teller Baba, if there is nothing wrong, it is estimated. Yeah, grandfather, yes, you? Yes, grandfather. Is it you? Cassius looked at the mask of the little silhouette, and it seemed that some of them were not confirmed, some did not believe it, and there was no trace of trembling in the sound. Although not clear, Cassius can sense, the silhouette is indeed brought to his kind aura. If there is nothing wrong with it, that person must be son Gohan. The grandfather who loves her. I would rather die on my own, but also care about my safety in grandfather. Cassius, long time no see, you grew up my grandson. Under the eyes of Cassius, I saw the masked man slowly taking off his mask. It reveals the kind face that makes Cassius familiar and old. Seeing this familiar face, seeing this kind expression, Cassius can no longer control himself, and can no longer restrain himself. As soon as the whole person accelerated, he immediately came to the front of Son Gohan, then opened his hands and threw himself into the arms of the latter. At this moment, tears instantly slipped off Cassius's handsome face, and he couldn't help it anymore. Now he just wants to burst into tears. Years of thoughts, years of grievances, at this moment, the thorough power-up. Chapter 57. Nadasi looked at Son Gohan and cried like a child like Cassius, and she was shocked. She did not expect, strength such a strong Cassius, there will be such a side. This is, too much of her surprise. However, why do I feel that they are not like good people? Especially the witch sitting on the huge crystal ball, not only looks ugly, but also short, with the witch hat is so ugly. Really, it can't be described in words. There is also a stupid big man with a mask behind her, staying in the air, and knowing that IQ is not high at first glance, typically the role of cannon fodder. How can Cassius' grandfather relate to them, which is really unimaginable. And, if you don't have a rest at night, you're still rushing. Just hurry, they have not even brought lighting equipment? Are their eyes so good? Can you clearly see things at night? Anyway, I don't believe it. These people are really suspicious. Well. At this time, Nadasi of fortune teller Baba was being looked at, and suddenly the latter hands were constantly making a series of strange gestures. And in her hands, there is still a faint glow from time to time. Also, although it is very weak, Nadasi can still be clear, his body is shaking slightly in the big person behind the old grandmother. It seems to be afraid of something and fear. Grandfather, have you been in hell in these years? Is there anyone in hell who bullies you? If you tell me, I go to hell to have tea and chat with them. Cassius looked at the old son Gohan, perhaps worried that his grandfather was being bullied in hell and couldn't help but say. This child, what do you say? Grandfather is good in hell, how can it be bullied? You are good, what do you want to go to hell to drink tea with them, talk about life, talk about what? Can hell go anywhere? You know, that's the world where the dead are dead. Your child, talking all the time without the brain, is so big, it still does not let me worry. Oh. Really? Son Gohan listened to Cassius's inconsistency, especially when he heard that he went to hell to find someone who was bullying himself. However, I am happy that Cassius is so filial. For Cassius, it's not that he is joking. If he wants to go to hell, he can go without death. Just ask Kami and let him take him to hell. Even if it is discovered by the ghosts of hell, you can take the opportunity to find Kai. You know, Cassius is very interested in Kai's Kaioken. Multiply the promote power level, such a powerful buff, if you can learn, don't you punch Frieza and Petal Cell in the future? This is welfare, absolutely must not be missed. Cassius, who is that female doll? Is it my grandmother? Ha ha ha, did not expect, old man, I can still see my granddaughter, I am really happy. At this time, I noticed that Nadasi's son Gohan's old face was suddenly smiling, and the eyes of Cassius became more and more hot. Grandfather, what are you talking about? She is not your grandmother, we are only friends, just friends. Cassius heard, and immediately froze. It's hard to ask for a grassland girl, grandfather, you don't want to create trouble for your treasure grandson as soon as it appears. Your grandson is timid and can't stand it. Upon hearing Cassius's explanation, son Gohan didn't take it easy, but instead began to look at Nadasi not far away. As soon as Cassius saw this scene, he knew that something bad had happened, and that he was still in a passive state. The little girl over there, come over and let grandfather see you. Son Gohan looked at Nadasi kindly and his voice was close. Nadasi, who was still watching fortune teller Baba, was nervous when he heard the call from son Gohan. I rushed to sort out my clothes and see what is unreasonable. Then, the careful move towards son Gohan walked over. Nadasi knows that now that her chances are coming, as long as I can satisfy the old people there, when an elderly speaks, it is absolutely safe to marry Cassius. Thinking of this, Nadasi pays more attention to her words and deeds, for fear of something wrong. Grandfather, hello, my name is Nadasi, my home is not far away. If grandfather doesn't give up, I can go to my house. Let me do my best to host grandfather. The tone is sincere, and the face is smiling and the eyes are soft. Now, Nadasi feels like a soft sun, warm and not hot. Cassius looked at Nadasi faintly and didn't say anything. At least for now, he feels that there is nothing wrong with Nadasi's language. Well, have a heart, but grandfather is busy, may not be able to go to your house, and wait until the next time, grandfather will definitely go and see. Son Gohan is more satisfied with Nadasi, and his face is full of smiles. It's a pity. Originally, people still want to entertain grandfather well. When it comes to this, Nadasi suddenly shows a look of regret. However, no matter when grandfather comes, Nadasi is absolutely welcome. At this time, son Gohan suddenly said something that made Cassius sluggish. Reassured, this day will not be too long, your wine, old man goes back to drink. Grandfather, what are you doing? This is not your grandmother is not here. At the time of Cassius's heart, it was really helpless and speechless. Grandfather, you are really mistaken, she is really not your future granddaughter. Don't talk about Now Cassius really has nothing to say about son Gohan. I haven't noticed that son Gohan has this attribute before. Is it hidden? Must take the conditions to activate. On the side of Nadasi, after listening to son Gohan's words, the delicate little face was suddenly reddish. Although very shy, at the moment Nadasi has more of a sweet joy. However, as soon as I heard Cassius' explanation, the whole person instantly slammed like a deflated balloon. It seems that he really doesn't like me. Frustrated inside, Nadasi did not give up, she knew that as long as he had the old man in front of him, then Cassius could not run. From the previous Cassius's behavior towards the elderly, Cassius is very respectful and very filial to the old man. Therefore, he should not let the elderly feel unhappy and feel uncomfortable. Good, don't say it, don't say it. Son Gohan looked at the more intense grandson and smiled. This is really bad. Cassius looked helpless at Son Gohan, and the whole person lost his vitality like a dead dog. It is now, hands. Mirror Heart Demon. At this time, Fortune Teller Baba's eager voice suddenly came from behind Cassius. What happened? Mirror Heart Demon. When Cassius heard it, he was wondering what happened to Heart Demon. Suddenly I felt a cold strength instantly shrouded myself, and then my limbs were instantly imprisoned and could no longer be moved. At this time, Son Gohan suddenly flew Nata C, and he stepped back a few steps. And Cassius opened a distance of about 5 meters. What the hell is going on? Grandfather! Cassius looked at Son Gohan incredulously, his face full of shock. However, this is not the end, just the beginning. I saw that something under the feet of Cassius suddenly rose up like a magical array, and then a black light vine immediately wrapped the limbs of the card to make it impossible. Chapter 58. What is going on here? Grandfather. At the moment, Cassius's face was full of doubts and he was very puzzled to see Son Gohan. Cassius, you are really simple, can't you guess it now? At this time, the big person, who had not said a word behind Fortune Teller Baba, came slowly to Cassius. At this time, he is not afraid of Cassius suddenly violently wounding people, for this ritual-like thing. Not only is there a strong imprisonment, but also the ability to learn from others' strength. It can be said that the Cassius at this moment is like a lamb to be slaughtered. What do you mean? Believe it or not, I killed you. Listening to the big person in the mask, Cassius burst into anger. It seems that you still haven't heard from my voice. Who am I, Cassius brother? Don't say so much nonsense, hurry and immediately perform the ceremony. At this time, Son Gohan suddenly said to talk to start. You? Who are you? Why do you pretend to be my grandfather, damn idiot? Not paying attention to the mask big person, Cassius glared at the guy who pretended to be his grandfather, his eyes filled with murderous aura. Snort! When you die, you dare to be so arrogant? Little Harry! Tell you the truth, father is one of Demon Realm's Demon King, Mirror Heart Demon. After a little disdainful look at Cassius, Son Gohan's body began to be covered in a black mist. Waiting for the black fog to disperse, a long horn on the head, and the demon with 3 eyes appeared in front of Cassius. Evil! Magic! Seeing this scene, Cassius was a little shocked. One of Demon Realm's Demon King, Mirror Heart Demon? When is offend him? I seem to have never seen him before. What exactly is going on? Cassius looked at the heart of the face with a very handsome face, Heart Demon, and even more doubts. I remember, I really don't want to provoke you, Demon King, Mirror Heart Demon. Cassius said. I didn't provoke us. Cassius, I see you are more expensive than you see, who am I? In the face of Cassius's awkward attitude, the big guy on the side of the mask is not a bit angry. I saw him slowly picking up his mask, and then, looking at Cassius with a sinister look, slowly start to talk whether or not very unexpected. Cassius brother. At this moment, Cassius thoroughly understood how he was related to them. It turns out that the person in front of Cassius is not someone else. It was 8 years ago, the subordinate of Demon King Oni-san, Demon Pickup. It turned out to be you? How could you be here? Didn't you follow Demon King back to Demon Realm? Cassius was shocked by the appearance of the pickup. No, Demon Realm Gate is not already destroyed? How did you come out? Hey! Cassius, do you think Demon Realm Gate is only one place? If you really think so, then you are too self-righteous. Pickup said, cold eyes squatting Cassius, the fierce look, seems to hate to smash the ladder. The shame we received on that day, today, my Pickup and Sir Demon King, I will return it to you. Cassius. The shame of the day? Not right, I am not impressed, I really don't want to say you about it You are either or not mistaken For the situation at the time, Cassius could say that there was no impression at all. At that time, he is in the shape of great ape transformation, acting entirely with instinct. It can be said that Cassius at that time has no sense of autonomy. However, even so, father is proud scion, how could it be killed by your miscellaneous? This time, what do you want to do with Demon King? Let you know what mirror god demon, let young master send you to see King Yema thoroughly. How? Want to start? Don't dream, in order to deal with you, this king spent several years on this ritual magic array, and the resources it consumes are far beyond your imagination. Mirror Heart Demon seems to be a change in the body of fellow Cassius, with a little disdain. Dealing with me? How many years? You are kidding, just for you to deal with me, do you use it like this? Father is killing your mother, or killing your father, as for such a big hatred? Hearing, Cassius couldn't help but secretly swear in his heart. Even though the Mirror Heart Demon says so, Cassius is an action school. If you don't try it, you know how to do it. Although his limbs are now tied to the already, but Cassius can feel that his own with the body's strength is still there, not yet trapped. I saw Cassius screaming, and a day of aura rose to the sky. One after another strong strength storm, instantly powered up from Cassius. At this moment, Cassius's strength was released without reservation. Suddenly, the sand and stone scattered, the space vibrates, and the suffocating air pressure instantly makes the whole way. The purpose of Cassius is very simple, that is, to kill them thoroughly with absolute strength. In the past 2 years, I have not only made rapid progress in the knowledge of martial arts, but also the power level of my body has been assisted by the gravity chamber. At this moment, Cassius does have a power level close to 10,000. Under full power, Cassius' power level can be increased by at least 4-5,000. It can be said that now, he is undisputedly the first in Earth. Very good. Ha 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 ha. Very good, this is perfect, it's perfect, pick up, it seems that you really didn't deceive the king. Mirror Heart Demon looked at Aura, the more powerful Cassius, not only a little fear no, on the contrary, Cassius' strength is strong, but he is more happy. Cassius. It really deserves to be from the demon realm. It really deserves the time and energy that the king spends so far. This strength is so beautiful. You know, in order to catch you, how much thought did the king spend? But, fortunately, all this is worth it. After the king will take your strength, it will give you a happy. This strength, it is really fascinating Ahaha. A side of the pickup looked at the almost mad Mirror Heart Demon, his face was a little helpless. This Sir Demon King is all good, and the pursuit of strength is almost crazy. As long as you see a strong strength, or people, your heart will be extremely eager to own. And, for the purpose, no means. I remember when I returned to Demon Realm with Sir Demon King, when I was talking about the encounter, the Mirror Heart Demon Sir heard the Cassius Great Ape transformation, and the move defeated Demon King, the gleaming eyes. The look of eagerness will undoubtedly prevent the pickup of the pickup. What happened? This guy is sick. After seeing his full power, is he still so happy? Neuropathy, fuck. At the thought of this, Cassius seems to feel that something is wrong, the other party should not be such a brainless person. And from their conversation Cassius can know that they have been planning for several years. And it is impossible to find such a slap in the face. Moreover, his own scion instinct is a faint sense of a dangerous aura. Therefore, things definitely don't want to be so simple. What is the so-called Mirror Heart Demon? There must be any conspiracy. Chapter 59. Now, let's do a good job. Pick up, Mirror Heart Demon. At this time, Cassius, whose strength had reached the peak, looked at the Mirror's Heart Demon and pick up, showing fierce light. Don't be kidding, Cassius, do you think you can get rid of your battle? Looking at Cassius's arrogant speech, pick up is full of disdain. What? When I heard this, Cassius felt a little dangerous in his heart. Whole body aura instant power up, Cassius's 2 feet on the ground, trying to rush out of the magic circle. However, to his surprise, he was unable to leave this magic array with his support of 10,000 power level. His body just jumped up and immediately had an invisible barrier to bounce him back. No matter how much he beats himself, it doesn't work. Just like hitting a sponge, there is no way. Although the black light vine readiness that entangles your hands and feet can't bind yourself, no matter how you struggle, you can't live without this little magical array. At this moment, Cassius was not nervous. Originally in his eyes, Dragon Ball World is just a world of force first, as long as the power level is strong, anything can be ignored. Knowing this moment, he knew that his original book was wrong. Dragon Ball World is not as simple as it seems, it hides many unknown strengths, as it is now. Isn't the magical array that traps him the best one? How about it, whether or not desperate? Cassius. Looking at the Cassius, who couldn't do anything, Pika couldn't help but feel a little pleasure. Cassius, you have today, you know, how many people have been scorned when we returned to Demon Realm that day, how many people were ridiculed. Now you, just repay it all, use your life to pay back. Don't struggle anymore, it's useless. This magic array can absorb your strength to strengthen the barrier. The stronger your strength, the stronger the barrier. At this moment, the Mirror Heart Demon suddenly walked to the Koma Nadasi and carefully looked at the latter. What do you want? She is innocent. Seeing this scene, Cassius thought that the Mirror Heart Demon was trying to be unfavorable to Nadasi, and she was anxious. After all, this is the fault that he himself has provoked, how can it be implicated? Hey! You can rest assured, I won't hurt her. When I say it, I still lack a king. I look at this young miss. It's good to have a face, a body, and wait for the king. After turning her into demon, it must be more charming and charming, haha. Looking at the Laughter Heart Demon, Cassius was angry, but what made him helpless was that he couldn't do anything. This time, he again felt his weakness. I saw the Mirror Heart Demon slowly reinforced Nadasi and picked it up, then placed it on the clean grass. After finishing all this, the Mirror Heart Demon turned his head, moved towards Cassius, and moved towards the fortune-teller Baba-shaped grandmother. Witcher, hurry up and prepare to separate the magical array and transfer the strength of this kid to me. Follow, Mirror Heart Demon sir. After responding to the Mirror Heart Demon, her body began to grow and began to change. The original short body grew up at the moment. However, although the body has grown up, it is still the appearance of a grandmother, still so ugly. I saw the wizard's hands stretched out, and a magic staff appeared on her hand instantly. Then, Cassius saw the sorcerer's mouth beginning to read the words. And not yet waving this magic staff. Soon, there was another magical array under Cassius's feet, overlapping with the previous magic array. And, the magic array began to bloom with dazzling purple light. However, this time is not only a magical array at the foot of Cassius, but also a magical array at the foot of his Mirror Heart Demon. Pika, go to the surrounding warning, this ritual can never be destroyed, cannot fail. Otherwise, if the light is antiphagic, you can let us fly away. I saw the wizard's face full of serious instructions to the pickup, and looked very cautious. Pickup naturally knows the importance of things, and with a tight grip on both hands, a huge mace appears on the hand. Then, start on all around the patrol, alert. Cassius feels that things are not good, and there is no hesitation at the moment. Hands clasped together and a blue glow began to appear. Cassius, he wants to use Kamehameha to blow this barrier. Don't dream, no matter how you struggle, it's useless. Let's give it to me. After paying attention to the action of Cassius, the mirror heart demon is still a light look, as if everything is expected. Cassius naturally does not believe, as he screams, a huge beam of energy instantly rushes out of his hand. Then, the cockroach hit the barrier. To the surprise of Cassius, his own Kamehameha was directly absorbed by the barrier. Not to mention breaking the barrier, even the defense of others cannot be broken. By damn! Is the young master really going to be planted here? Snort, how about it? It's very unexpected, but what more unexpected? Hearing, he saw the mirror of heart demon, his eyes violently, and he shouted mirror. Reflection. What? At this time, the barrier behind Cassius suddenly rushed out of a huge energy beam. For this, Cassius naturally did not notice. When he reacted, his own Kamehameha had hit him. Ah! The pain caused by the huge energy collision deeply afflicted Cassius and stayed behind. Cassius the whole man-wolf is so soft that he is on the ground. At this moment, how much he will be embarrassed. It's hard to take down Kamehameha under his full strength. If he doesn't die on the spot, it's a great fortune. You, hateful! Ah! Cassius sat on the floor with scars, his eyes glaring at Heart Demon and the wizard who kept waving the magic staff. At this moment, he knows that if he wants to live, he can only be wise, not an enemy. Looking at the busyness of the wizard, Cassius knows that it takes a lot of time to prepare for the separation of magic rituals. Now, there is still time. So, Cassius looked at the mirror heart demon, the weak road planted here, I recognize it. But I am very curious, how do you know what my grandfather looks like, and why I feel your kindness on you? Aura. In the face of Cassius's question, mirror heart demon is a small wish to satisfy the dead. This is very simple, but I am mirrored heart demon. I have a magic mirror that knows the astronomy and knows the geography. As long as I ask the mirror, I know everything about you. Magic mirror? Fuck, I am Snow White? I wiped it. Hearing, Cassius couldn't stop talking. As for the kind of aura that you feel from me, it is because of copying. I use the reflection of the mirror to the left and right, and I can completely copy it into that person. Since it is completely complete, then he is key character. The king naturally copied all of it. Then, the last question, why do you bring fortune teller Baba when you appear? This question is not a problem. There is a mirror. This king naturally knows the whereabouts of your grandfather. To be honest, your grandfather is indeed with fortune teller Baba, and he has seen his face with your big brother and son Goku. What? Has Goku already met grandfather? Cassius was a little surprised to get this information, but after thinking about it, it was relieved. After all, it was a plot. And, fortune teller Baba has the right to hire a dead person, so take your grandfather in her capacity and you are naturally hooked in minutes. Speaking of this, the mirror heart demon has a smug face. Chapter 60. Looking at the more smug smile on the face of Heart Demon, Cassius couldn't stop being angry. If you can go out, young master must tear you away. Damns demon! At this time, the wizard at the side stopped the magic staff waving, and looked at the mirror heart demon with respect and respect. Mirror heart demon sir, the ceremony is ready to go. Good. Very good. I have been waiting for this moment for too long. Hearing the sorcerer's report, the heart of the mirror, heart demon, smiled even more. Looking at Cassius's eyes is getting hotter and more cruel. Don't waste time, now I'm going to start the ceremony, I can't wait to have a strong strength. Sir, I have to remind you that although the separation of the magic array can transfer Cassius's strength to you, it will also transfer his character and his partial consciousness to you. In this case, your consciousness may not be complete. If this is the case, please allow your subordinates to ask. Are you sure you still want to do this? Mirror Heart Demon, sir? At this time, the wizard looked at the Mirror Heart Demon cautiously, waiting for the latter's reply. This nature, even if it is part of his consciousness, what can be done? If you become a big event, how can you succeed without paying a little price? Don't waste time, the wizard, immediately carry out the separation ceremony. Speaking of this, the Mirror Heart Demon couldn't help but urging. At this moment, Cassius also probably understood from their conversation. It turns out that these two guys not only have their own strength, but also separate their personality. I wipe it. For the desire of strength, Cassius does not blame the heart demon, but you pursue the strength and pursue it. You separate my personality and do it. You said that the young master is a good person. If you don't die, you will be split by personality. This experience is really miserable and more miserable. Yes, Mirror Heart Demon, sir. As the sorcerer recovered, Cassius saw the magical array under his feet instantly glaring. Then, a black mist went straight into his body. This is not finished. Cassius suddenly feels that his body is starting to get hot, and the whole body seems to be uncomfortable by fire. Especially in my own mind, the pain of tearing a strand is tormenting my own soul. It's like your own soul is completely divided into two at this moment. Ah! As the ritual progressed, Cassius became more and more aware of the pain in the body, and the terrible pain made him scream again. I saw his body, covered in red, and from time to time the sound of silk, the body is still rising a little white heat wave. Even the clothes on his body, at this moment, aura, the whole person is like a fire, suffering from the two injuries on the body and the heart. Okay. Damn ah! Did not expect I was so planted myself. I am not willing, father is not married yet. Father has not yet reached the peak. Really, it is damn. Despite the unwillingness of the heart, but at this moment Cassius, have to admit that he lost. Lost in his own mind, lost in his self-confidence, lost defeat. Ah! At this time, a very strong tearing sensation completely impacted Cassius's mind, making the latter almost fainted. At the moment, Cassius, the whole person is suspended in the midair by the black mist, in his all around. Is a magical barrier that emits purple light. Yes, Mirror Heart Demon, sir, now I will transfer the strength of Cassius to your body, please prepare now. At this time, the wizard waved the magic staff in one hand, and moved towards the mirror of another magical array, Heart Demon. I am ready, wizard, start. The latter nodded and signaled that he was ready to start. When the wizard saw it, the moment he was not hesitating, the magic staff in his hand waved again. A black mist began to flow into Cassius's with the body, which was different from the original one. This time, the black mist not only brought Cassius pain, but also swallowed the strength in Cassius' body. At this moment, Cassius, always he was numb by the strong pain. The eyes are sluggish, and the whole person seems to have no life force, like a dead person. At this time, the black mist continued to go back and forth between the magic array where Cassius and Mirror Heart Demon were located. The barrier that originally blocked Cassius came out, as if it were black aerosol. It does not exist. You can easily penetrate the past and go directly to the body of the body demon. Mirror Heart Demon feels the powerful strength of black mist, and the excitement in my heart. He soon with his strength, ruled the entire demon realm. I Mirror Heart Demon, the Emperor of Demon Realm. I am strongest, and all of you guys will surrender to my feet. Ahaha! When the wizard saw this scene, he couldn't help but shook his head. He couldn't help but secretly think, it seems that the Mirror Heart Demon sir has begun to be affected. The original him would not be so arrogant. However, the wizard also understands that no matter who is, under the strong strength, there will always be some unexpected comments. Hopefully, the mirror heart demon sir will not have any surprises in accepting the strength. Otherwise, our demon will be devastated. In fact, the wizard is also the first time to perform such advanced magic. He doesn't quite understand what happens to magic. However, it can be confirmed that Christius's strength is now separated, but I don't know if I will separate more things that should not be separated. For this, the wizard can only do everything, waiting for the outcome to come. I hope there will be no accidents. Looking at the face of the worse-faced mirror, heart demon, the wizard is not praying in his heart. Oh ah! Feeling the more and more violent pain in the body, Cassius again, who was originally numb, was awakened. And began to scream for heartbreaking. The voice is so helpless, so stern. However, after Cassius was awake for a short moment, he was immediately dragged into an endless space of consciousness. I heard that when people are about to die, they will always enter their own consciousness space and wait for death. Is it dead like this? Oh, this is really funny. I didn't even die on the road of Xian battle, but on the ceremony of what died here. It's ironic, it's an insult to Sion. Perhaps, after I arrived in hell, the originally dead Sion people estimated that they would laugh at the big teeth. Interesting. Perhaps, such an ending is not bad. In the end, the last conscious awareness of Cassius's remains was completely immersed in sleep at this moment. Perhaps, when he sleeps, he will never wake up again. His fiancée, his big brother Son Goku, everything he has, will leave him completely. Cassius, Cassius! Wake up, wake up! Who is this? Who is calling me? Who is it? Who is it? Cassius, who was originally asleep, suddenly heard someone calling for himself. The tone of the voice was so anxious, so sad, so desperate. Someone is calling me? Who is it? Who is it? In the deep space of consciousness, Cassius looked blankly at the darkness of the darkness, with a weak tone and full of doubts. Chapter 61. Cassius, get up, wake up, Cassius! Who is calling me? Who is calling me? In the boundless darkness, Cassius walked aimlessly and walked. He doesn't know where he should go, nor where he should go. However, one thing he can be sure of is that he can never stop. Never stop, he knows that if he stops, then he will really die. Outside, by the river, Nada C, who was originally placed by the mirror heart demon, is now slowly waking up. To be precise, it was awakened by the painful mourning of Cassius. I saw Nada C standing up and screaming at the place where he was hit by the mirror heart demon. Then, start to look at all around. As soon as he looked up, Nada C saw Cassius trapped in the magical array. I saw Cassius at the moment, and the light column that was raised by the magical array was brought to mid-air. His body is red, and the whole person looks like he is steamed by steamer. His face was incomparably ugly, and the closed eyes were shaking from time to time. Beside the corner of the mouth, it is constantly flowing out a trace of bright red blood. Especially his limbs, although still entangled by the light vine, but Cassius's tightly held hands are representing that he is still struggling at the moment, still not giving up hope of life. In the other magical array, Heart Demon, at the moment, is also closed. However, his status is significantly better than Cassius. There is no scar on the whole body, and even his face is extremely rosy and shiny. As for the old hag in the middle of them, Nada C saw her magic staff waving her hand. And as she flicked the magic staff every time, Cassius had a black mist coming out and then went into the body of the other side of the mirror, Heart Demon. And every time a black mist emerged from Cassius' body, Cassius's face was even more ugly. The latter is the opposite. Every time there is an aerosol, the face becomes more rosy and more healthy. Seeing this scene, even if Nada C is stupid, I understand it. As long as you kill the old hag, or get Cassius out of the magical array, Cassius is saved. However, when Nadasi saw the purple barrier of Cassius all around, it was a little difficult. She herself can't beat the barrier. Otherwise, according to Cassius's character, this barrier is estimated to be broken. For a time, Nadasi suddenly was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. With a little thought, Nadasi had an idea. Since he couldn't beat the barrier, he would kill the old hag. After the decision, Nadasi picked up the big stone on the side, and moved to the position where the wizard was quietly touched. As a hunter, she has enough experience to come to the prey without awakening her prey and launch a fatal blow to it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In this way, Nadasi step by step, careful moved towards the wizard approaching. Even in order to try not to make a sound, she took off her shoes. This also led to the sharp grass roots on Nadasi's smooth little ankles, and despite the pain, Nadasi did not dare to make a sound. She knows that if she is discovered, she will not only save Cassius, but she may die immediately. So, even if you hurt again, you have to hold back. At this moment, the wizard is carrying out a ceremony in the whole body. This advanced magic is absolutely not allowed to have any numbness. Especially in the process of transferring the strength, there must be no errors. Otherwise, not only will the life of the person be injured, but even the person being treated will have the danger of life. He will die if he dies, but he must not let the heart demon sir have a slight accident. It is absolutely not allowed, and any difference between the mirror heart demon sir is not allowed. However, fortunately, there are pickups in the vicinity, which also makes you feel at ease. Although the guy's strength does not have about it, it is more than enough to deal with a few ordinary humans. This ritual is good, it takes too long and the risk is great. Fortunately, now that the immediate is in the final step, as long as the separation of the strength of Cassius within the body is given to the mirror heart demon sir, the ceremony is completed. You can also go back to Demon Realm and see your granddaughter. Speaking of it, it's been a birthday of my granddaughter in a few days. At that time, I have to give a good gift to her. Speaking of it, the world's pastries and toys are good. When things are busy here, go buy some Demon Realm. Let the little girl, happy. Hurry up fast, it's coming soon. Looking at the wizards who are getting closer and closer to themselves, Nadasi is highly concentrated between successively. There was nothing else in her eyes at the moment, only the sorcerer, the grass, the stone, and the clearness disappeared from her gaze. At the moment, she has only one thought in her heart, that is, kill her. It's now. With the final step, Nadasi came silently behind the wizard. Then raise the stone with both hands high, and the heavy move towards the latter's head is smashed. The wizard's eyes were white, and after looking at Nadasi with an unfathomable look, he completely passed out. Pick up. You mistake my main event. Looking at the wizard with scarlet blood on his head, Nadasi suddenly squirmed in the spot, slender little hands patted his chest, gasped for breath, to calm his inner feelings. After all, in the past, Nadasi most of that is to kill some ferocious beast, which is as ferocious as today, directly a stone will not know the life and death of people. It is obviously not easy to do this step. At this time, with the stun of the wizard, the ritual began to collapse gradually without human manipulation. Cassius, who was still squirting out of the air, stopped at this moment, but the barrier that imprisoned him was not destroyed. Nadasi didn't take a break, and the magic array where moved towards Cassius was going quickly. And while walking, he continued to call Cassius. Wake up! Cassius, wake up! Get up soon! At this time, the black mist in Cassius and Mirror Heart Demon began to make a scream, and then the violent move towards the unconscious wizard rushed over. But the blink of an eye, the black mist instantly swallowed up the wizard. This is not finished. I saw that the black mist swallowed up the wizard. The suddenly divided into two parts, some moved towards Cassius, and some moved towards the Mirror Heart Demon. Mirror Heart Demon is clearly not aware of the change in the situation, and has not regaining composure to be swallowed up by black mist. Then, the black mist gradually formed a person's face. Although it was not clear, it was faintly obvious that the face was obviously Cassius' face. I saw that the black mist that was about to engulf Cassius stopped at this moment, and began to make a more violent voice. And there was still a trembling in the voice. Cassius! Wake up ah! Hurry up ah! Nada C, who noticed this scene, jumped to the scorpion and was filled with anxiety. Now the barrier is, and shouting at Cassius. I hope that the latter can wake up a little faster, otherwise he will become a black misty food. I saw that the black mist that came to Cassius paused for a while, then instantly penetrated the barrier, and moved towards Cassius. Seeing this scene, Nada C was even more anxious. Finally, Nada C suddenly felt desperate when the black mist hit Cassius. She closed her eyes in an instant, and she really didn't want to see the scene where Cassius was dying. Chapter 62. The black mist with a screaming move towards Cassius swept the whole person, if there was no accident. It's a bash, Cassius should go to King Yemaware to report. Perhaps it is God's unbearable, just as the black mist is about to fall into Cassius, a pair of dark eyes instantly open. Then, a strong energy began to power up, and the black mist was blown over. In fact, Cassius was called by Nada C, and consciousness had long been awake. However, due to the physical injury, he could not open his eyes and check the surrounding situation. However, although Cassius woke up in jeopardy. However, due to the previous separation ceremony, it also led him to say that the oil was dry. Just power up, already exhausted all his strengths. He has no way to stop the black mist attack. When the black mist is attacked next time, Cassius really wants to see King Yema. Cassius! When Nada C, who had closed her eyes, noticed something wrong, she opened her eyes. In the eyes, it was Cassius' aura power-up, a scene in which black mist was blown. Seeing this scene, Nada C couldn't help but surprise. Cassius! Are you okay? Is there anything? Nada C looked at Cassius and cared. Crap, how could it be okay? It must be something. Did you see that young master was being beaten so badly? Aoe, I am almost going to see King Yema. At this time, although Cassius did not admit Nada C's words. However, his gaze towards Nada C is more and more soft. Although Cassius's own body is comatose, his consciousness is awake. He still knows about what happened just now. If it wasn't for a grassland girl that would stun the wizard and destroy the separation magic ritual, I would have seen King Yema long ago. And when he is about to be eclipsed by magic rituals, he can wake himself up in time, so that his life is temporarily protected. I have to say that Nada C is indeed the great benefactor of Cassius. Cassius looked at the girl's worried face and couldn't help but feel warm. So, looking softly at Nada C, comforting. Reassured, I can't die for the time being. That's good, that's good. After getting the recovery of Cassius, a grassland girl was looking at the black mist that circled in the distance. The mood was just relieved, and it instantly tightened. Finally, I saw that the black mist was slightly under the hover, and it turned into a streamer move towards Cassius. Cassius! It's coming again! Nada C looked at the black mist of the moving towards Cassius with fear and worried. She knew the strength of this black mist, but the blink of an eye swallowed up the wizard. In the end, it was divided into two parts. Some of them moved towards mirrors, Heart Demon, rushed over, and some moved towards Cassius. Moved towards mirror, the part that Heart Demon rushed to instantly ate the mirror Heart Demon, and the latter did not respond. If Cassius didn't wake up in time, it is estimated that he is now with the mirror Heart Demon. Fuck. Father never believes in life, father does not believe, young master will be accounted for here today. Tightly staring at the moving black breath of the move towards yourself, Cassius's face was extremely dignified. Now, he has not thought of any way to stop this group of things. How could it be killed here? I am, but I am crossing the big god ah. People's potential is forced out, father's life, father himself is the master. You can't take this dirty thing to collect. I am ordered by me, not by the sky. As Cassius was unwilling to roar, a thrilling strength instantly tweeted from Cassius's power-up. The magic barrier that originally bound Cassius was broken at this moment. However, the group of things saw this scene, not only not afraid, but more and more excited. Strength, for it, is the best food. A golden energy powered up on Cassius's body, and soon a golden circular energy hood was formed around Cassius. And the black mist of the group was hit by a slap. Ka with Macron Z, Ka with Macron Z. Two huge strengths confront each other at this moment, rubbing against each other. A shrill roar sounded like a wave of moving towards all around, and a strong energy storm caused a hurricane. Good, terrifying. At this moment, Nada Sea is crumbling under a strong storm, as if it could be blown away at any time. This may be what people often say, immortals fight while mortals suffer. At this time, another black mist that had swallowed up the heart demon had changed. It was only the original illusion that resembled Cassius's face. However, he is now shrinking and expanding. Sometimes big and small, the shape is strange, but one thing has not changed, that is, it's changing. Cassius' face is more and more like. At this time, there is a constant black airflow on the ground that is flowing toward the black mist that changes. At this moment, the change of the black mist is about to be completed. I saw the sky flashing thunder at this moment, and the wind is even more masterpiece. A thunderous sound rang, and the road slid across the sky like a silver snake. At this moment, it seems that the sky was torn and was scratched. The thunder of a bucket of water smashed on the ground, and each and every huge pit appeared instantly. Seeing this scene, Nada Sea was even scared and shocked. She is just a little grassland girl, when she saw this scene. This is like the end of the world. At the moment, Nada Sea has been scared to the ground and completely frightened. However, the thunder and lightning in the sky are still pouring on the earth at the moment, creating another explosion. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Cassius, who is confronting another black mist, is also aware of the change. This is a good night, how to change at this moment, and this lightning bolt is not good, but it is concentrated in the area near where you are. Just as Cassius thought about it, the sky instantly dropped a few thunder, and the cockroach slammed into the protective cover of Cassius. Cassius was so unstable that he almost fell from the air. Seeing this hand, Cassius was afraid of it, and the question was pushed one by one. Is it because of yourself? It's because I've just said, I'm by my life, and then God's life is not good, but I'm going to drop me to mine me? Let me taste the thunder? This is really, I can't bear the unbearable awe. Really, deceiving too much. You can bring the father over, and father doesn't blame you. You don't give me a golden finger, forget, you don't blame you. But now? Father never provoked you, you have to drop the thunder and father? Father just wants to live, is this little request wrong? Excessive? But you are embarrassed, even a life road is not given to me, I am. Really, deceiving too much. Deceiving too much. Deceiving is too awe. I am not satisfied. I am not satisfied. I am not convinced ah. Ah. The anger of Cassius' eyes has turned into white at this moment, and the power of the originally exhausted body has a strong aura. I saw that a powerful golden energy powered up on him. The original confrontational situation was tilted to Cassius at this moment. Chapter 63. This, what kind of battle is it? This, what is it like a world ah? Faced with this scene like the end of the world, looking at the Cassius, which shines with dazzling golden light, it is as powerful as Kami. Nada Sea had to again to question this world, whether or not is the world that I understand. Is this world still what you see? Such a strong destructive power, such a terrifying strength. which changes the terrifying strength of the environment. Is it true that what I have seen now is the reality of the world? Cassius, Cassius, what kind of strength do you have? What kind of world do you live in? I? Still not qualified to like you? Is there any qualification to stand by your side? Perhaps this is the reason why you don't like me. After all, I am just an ordinary person, a person who is not qualified to stand by your side. Can stand by your side, there should be only people who are as strong as you, Cassius. Although very unwilling, I saw this as the end of the world. Nadesi had to admit that ordinary people like himself were not qualified to stand by Cassius and become his help. If not, it will only become the burden of the latter, and it will be cumbersome. What happened in the end? Mirror Heart Demon sir? Wizard sir? Where are you? At this time, a nervous and scared voice came from behind Nadesi. Turning his head, Nadesi saw the pickup with a mace and anxiously searching for all around, the anxious uneasiness in his eyes highlighting his inner peace. When Nadesi turned his head, the pickup also noticed Nadesi, taking a step by step with the mace to move towards the ladder. And while walking, I asked, "Hey! Woman, what happened here? Where did the Mirror Heart Demon sir and the Wizard sir go? Hurry up, or I will crush you into a meat." Nadesi originally wanted to get up and escape, but after being scared by the previous scene, her feet could not stop shaking, let alone escape, and even the station could not stand. Now she can only watch the pickup step by step move towards itself. Cassius, Cassius! Help, Cassius! Looking at the pickup truck getting closer and closer, Nadesi asked for help from Cassius while using his hands to climb forward. This woman! It's really seeking death. Seeing that Nadesi not only did not honestly explain his own problems, but instead attempted to call for help, and also used his hands and feet to escape, the pickup truck did not fight in one heart. Raising the mace on his hand, Nadesi, who escaped from the wolf, smashed. On the side of Cassius, Cassius already in anger is gradually suppressing the black mist, and is preparing to suffocate the latter. Suddenly I heard Nadesi's call, which also made him angry and he recovered a little bit of clarity. Just as he moved towards Nadesi's direction, he saw Nadesi, who was running away from the wolf, and a pickup truck behind her, holding up the mace. The eyes slightly picked up, Cassius's left hand quickly extended a finger, and the move towards the pickup pointed to the past. Then, I saw a blue energy beam that was instantly launched from Cassius's finger, aiming at the pickup. On this side, the immediate catch-up with Nadesi's pickup, and the mace in his hand is moving towards the latter's head. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a horrible aura rise in his mind, and then he felt his chest cold, as if the wind had penetrated. After that, he suddenly felt that he was so tired. So I really wanted to close my eyes and take a good sleep. Ah wow! At this time, Nadesi covered her face and looked at the pickup in front of her, and she couldn't stop her hair. After a few steps with his hands and feet, Nadesi looked at the pickup truck half squatting on the floor, fearing. Looking at Cassius's gaze, there was a bit more deep fear. At this moment, the pickup truck was half squatting on the grass, and his hands were weakly hanging on the ground. As for the mace, the early did not know when it was randomly discarded on the grass beside him. His eyes were white, and he looked at the big hole that suddenly appeared on his chest. The pickup truck lost its sound. Became one of the many ghosts who went to hell to report. After seeing this scene, Cassius took his eyes back and looked carefully at the black mist that was not far from him. Cassius knows that he must not underestimate this black mist. It not only has a strong phagocytosis, but also has a very strong penetration. If it wasn't for the power-up that I had just reinforced my protective cover in time, I might now be ready to be swallowed up by the latter. What the monster is? After secretly screaming in his heart, Cassius played a 12-point spirit and locked this thing. However, things will never make you too good. I saw that the sky was falling again, and there were several lightning bolts as thick as a bucket. The goal is not others, it is Cassius in the golden shield. The purple lightning bolt lingered on the protective cover of Cassius. For this powerful natural force, it is not enough to see Cassius' current strength. With the voice resounded, the Cassius's golden shield was broken. And there was a lightning bolt directly on Cassius. It is not finished to straighten the ladder to the ground. I saw that the power of this lightning directly drove Cassius into the ground, and then it was a huge explosion. The black mist on the other side, after discovering this situation, may be the principle of hitting the dog. I saw it turned into a black line, and the straight move towards Cassius rushed over. If there is no accident, this time, Cassius estimates that 9 out of 10 will be swallowed up by the ladder. But the accident is so sudden. I saw that on the way to the black line, a face formed by black fog instantly opened its mouth and swallowed the black line. Then, the face of the black fog, which was still very vague, became clear instantly. Even more amazing is that the eyes on the face suddenly opened, and the deep and full of auras eyes quietly looked at all around. With the appearance of those eyes, a lot of black fog began to form a human shape. Soon, the black fog formed a human shape. A dazzling black light instantly enveloped the human form of black fog, with the sound of scratching, rubbing. A human silhouette is suspended in midair, his clothes are black short sleeves, black jeans, and white sneakers at the feet. It can be said that his clothes at the moment are exactly the same as the clothes worn by Cassius. And, his face is also the same as Cassius. Chapter 64. This is, Cassius. At the moment, Nadasi looked at another Cassius suspended in the air, his face full of unfathomable. It's really not expect, as such an ordinary person, you can see such a magical scene with your own eyes. And what do you want to do? At this time, I saw another Cassius suspended in the sky with a slight grip, and a huge energy ball appeared in his sky. Then, the Cassius hand waved gently, and the energy ball instantly rushed out. Then, a deafening explosion sounded, and between them, the sand was everywhere and the dust was filled. Cough cough amount cough cough. This old thief heaven, there is a kind of you will kill me. Fuck. At this time, in the giant pit on the ground, Cassius's silhouette slowly emerged. At this moment, he is extremely embarrassed, and he is even more embarrassed than before. Not only was the hair turned into an explosive head by lightning, but also a scar appeared on the body, and the scars could not stop bleeding outside. Blood stained his upper body, and even his original black jeans were stained dark red by blood. It can be said that the current Cassius whole person is just like a fish that has just been fished out of the blood. I rub. What happens? Which one are you? At this time, Cassius also found another Cassius suspended in midair, and I was not only confused. What is the situation? How do you have to me? Are you kidding? Despite my shock, at the moment, Cassius's physical injury is even more severe. If you don't deal with it, it is estimated that a certain guy is ready to cross. Cassius didn't hesitate to take the small sacks out of his pocket. Straighten the bag directly, then take out the senzu bean and immediately swallow it. For the home travel of senzu bean, the necessary divine tool, Cassius is naturally at your disposal. Otherwise, how could a black hair be so fearless? To put it bluntly, since I have eaten a lot during the gravity chamber training in the past 2 years, senzu bean seems to have been eaten almost as usual. In fact, it's a black hair, senzu bean, when cooking. It seems that after the World Martial Arts Tournament at this time, I will go to Korin again to get a few cans. With the entry of the senzu bean, Cassius has a soul with a strange energy running. Soon, the speed at which Cassius had been seriously injured and dying was visible to the naked eye. Without the blink of an eye, he could jump and jump. Hey! Nadasi, how are you? At this time, Cassius, who was getting better, laughed at he and laughed at Nadasi. What happened? You are not seriously injured. Is it so fast? Nadasi was so shocked that her eyes jumped out, but fortunately the strange things she saw today. Not enough. Soon, she recovered. This is Senzabine, no matter how much injury, as long as one can make your body recover as before. Card Training smiled and said. So amazing? Can you give me a few tries? Nadasi asked curiously. Oh, however, you tell me first, who is the main above? How long is it with me exactly the same? Cassius readily agreed, but he did not lack Senzabine anyway, and then said, no more, go find a cat. So, this is not a problem. What he cares about is the long guy in midair who is exactly the same with him. You said him. Nadasi was a little surprised. Well, that is the main in the sky. Cassius nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with it. Well, how do you say that? Actually, I don't know much about it. Nadasi thought about it. Suddenly, she didn't understand it. She didn't seem to know how to say it. Nothing, think slowly, and slowly say, the main above does not have time to take care of us. Cassius comforted Nadasi and signaled him to think slowly. Anyway, the Cassius in the sky is now still in the distance, and will not find trouble for them for a while. Besides, even if it is troublesome, Cassius is not afraid. From the previous battle, his power level has increased a lot, and after adding the Senzabine, he recovered. He also senses his own strength and is increasing. It can be said that the current Cassius strength is a few streets before it bursts. I really loved this particularity of Sion's body. This is really hard to say. The speed of this power level promote is more than the effort to train 2 years of promote. It is really buff, the biggest cheater. Well, this is the case. After you were struck into the ground by lightning, the black fog wanted to rush to kill you. Nadasi thought and said. Then. Cassius nodded and motioned the latter to continue. Well, then the black fog is in the move towards you, and suddenly it is swallowed up by another black fog. Swallowed up? Cassius was a little surprised to hear. He did not expect, this black fog can still beat his own people, is it love to kill each other? Well, swallowed it. Nadasi nodded and continued. Then the black mist began to change, first appeared on your face. My face? Well, your face, then there are a pair of weird eyes. Amazing eyes. Cassius suddenly felt unfathomable, what a plot. Yes, weird eyes, since the eyes came out, the black fog began to form around the eyes. Here, Nadasi thought about it and changed his mind. No, it should be said that it has grown up. Fuck. Isn't this the plume of Majin Buu? How did it appear on me? Really? It won't be the last main to fight with me, then beat me, will I absorb the evolution? When I heard this, Cassius was not calm. When I looked at myself, my heart was suddenly stunned. After the last growth of the body, after a black light flashed, he appeared. Nadasi continues to say no matter what Cassius's face is at the moment. Not good. If it is really like that, this guy's strength is definitely several times stronger than the original one. However, my current power level has also been strengthened, and it has grown by several times. If it is really played, who will lose and who will win? Thinking of this, Cassius was a little calm in his heart. Moreover, looking at the main above, it is estimated that he is not familiar with the body, and strength will definitely not play out. Therefore, I can say that I am bursting him. This way. Nothing, isn't it another me? If he comes to trouble, I will kill him in minutes. This main, what? Cassius touched Nadasi's head and said confidently. At this time, a cold and arrogant voice without any emotional tone passed. What do you say? Who kills them in minutes? Chapter 65. You said, who did you kill in minutes? This road has a deep and unpleasant question, and this faint question contains anger. I said. Kill you in minutes. Turning his head, Cassius looks directly at the other in the air, and the mine is full of arrogance. Another Cassius, forward, is called Hesius. I saw that Hesius had a fierce light, and his face looked badly at Cassius's gaze at each other. Cassius did not show weakness, his eyes glimpsed, and he looked dangerously at the latter. In the air, a faint electric sound is heard. The smell of gunpowder is suddenly diffused. Great battle, at the touch of a hair. Is this ready to fight? Then, do I have to avoid it? Nadasi looked at the two people who didn't let anyone, and the heart became more and more scared. With previous experience, Nadasi knows that these two people will definitely reach a wide range. If you don't hide far away, I am afraid that you will suffer immediately. With two people each singly coldly snorted, the silhouette of the two people disappeared at the same time. Boom! The fists collided, and the air waves visible to the naked eye instantly spread out. Boom! They are each boxing and they are colliding with each other. Rarely, the fist is quite powerful. Feeling the strength of the opponent's fist, Cassius was shocked. You must know that you can all have a 7-layer strength, and the other side can play evenly with yourself. Even from the other side's somewhat flat look, it is obviously more than enough. To this end, Cassius had to put away the contempt and treat this opponent with care. Contrary to Hesius, the look is much better than Cassius, too much. It is still a kind of calm and self-confident. You are too weak. After another punch, Hesius slightly opened the distance from Cassius and said indifferently. I am so curious, since you are consuming the heart demon, why is it like me? Cassius had some doubts after pulling away from Hesius. Although he did not pray that Hesius would tell himself about the matter, Cassius couldn't help but ask the latter because of doubts in his heart. After all, this thing is indeed too unimaginable. What is obviously swallowed up is someone who has nothing to do with himself, but why the person who formed it does exactly the same with himself? Even the clothes are exactly the same before they are not bad. This matter is really unacceptable to Cassius. For Cassius's question, Hesius not only refused to answer, but said a little ridiculously. Since you ask sincerely, then I will tell you with great compassion. In order to prevent the destruction of the world, peace for the universe, I... Stop! Stop! Hearing here, Cassius was full of black lines on his head. I wiped it, isn't this the rocket's line of appearance? What are you doing? Hey! Not right, should not Whether or not feels very kind, Cassius. Ahahaha! Looking at Cassius with amazement, Hesius seemed to enjoy it very much, and laughed heartily with his belly. At this time, Cassius also realized that it was wrong. Since this guy knows this line, then, whether or not his own memory, is this going to happen? This is unscientific, this rhythm is not right, it shouldn't be, how come this will have my memory? And many more. Separate the magic array. It seems that the mirror heart demon is what they do to separate the magic array. As if it were a magical ritual formed by separating their strength. Could it be said that when I separated part of my strength, I copied my memory to the past? If this is the case, then it will be. In this case, not only will the entire Dragon Ball world be destroyed, but even everything that you own may be deprived. Therefore, no matter what kind of price you pay, you must be here to kill Hessian. Otherwise, the consequences cannot afford it. In this regard, Cassius looked at Hesius's eyes full of killings. And the strength of his whole body is always ready to move at any time. It seems that you have already guessed it. Cassius. Seeing the sudden change of Cassius, Hesius is not a serious matter, just looking at the latter with a contemptuous look, contemptuous. Nothing wrong, I really have your memory. As soon as I heard this, Cassius looked at the dangers of Hesius's eyes more and more, and his heart strengthened his determination to kill Hess. How come you look at me? How? Do you want to kill me? However, even if you have this idea, you can't do it, it's the same thing. Speaking of this, Hesius did not care about the increasingly darker Cassius, and continued to say, however, you can rest assured that although I am a split of your personality, but because of physical reasons, the memory I carry not completely. It is just that the memory I have has no information about this world, so I know almost nothing about this world. With a strange smile on his lips, Hesius continued to say, how about it? Not surprised? Not unexpected? Surprise you, a big ghost? Do you think that I will believe? Today, no matter what, you will die here. For Hessian, Cassius is not believed by 10,000. Did you say that there is no information about this world? Ghosts believe in you. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. And many more. He seems to have said that he split his personality. How is this going? What did you just say? You are my personality splitting out. What do you mean? Say in detail. Cassius looked very anxious, and quickly asked to talk. After Hessian Lazy Sheep looked at Cassius, he said with some helplessness, well, let's just say that because of the magical array, split your personality out and then be transferred by the former wizard. Go to the mirror of heart demons with the body. I knew it was because of that magical array, damn's mirror heart demon. Hearing, Cassius hates the thought. The mirror heart demon wants to swallow your strength with me. Of course, how can I make him do it? It was because of the resistance of the young master that the magical ritual lasted for so long. But, nevertheless, under the control of the wizard, the magic ritual began to suppress me, making my resistance strength smaller and smaller. However, fortunately, with the help of the small older sister below, fortunately she has stunned the wizard. After the magic array was not manipulated, the antiphagic began, and I swallowed the wizard by this rebellious strength. After that, perhaps it is the seal set by the wizard that led me to stop the heart demon with the pharyngoscope. Speaking of this, Hesius paused slightly, and looked like a sigh. How could the young master obey, decisively abandon the strength of the anti-smack, and his own move towards the mirror? Heart demon rushed over and swallowed him away. However, the rebellious strength is looking for you. You are lucky. At that time, you just woke up and escaped. Speaking of this, Hesius looked at Cassius with a weird look. However, you are really bad luck. When you resist, you are still being thundered. It is really shameful. When he heard that Hesius said it, Cassius couldn't stop being angry. Old Thief Heaven made it clear that he couldn't go with himself, always looking for opportunities to yell at himself. Otherwise, he has already solved the black fog. And he has done this bastard, how can he still have a chance to be born? After swallowing the mirror heart demon, I found out that my strength is not enough for adults, so I will swallow up the black fog that is going to attack you, and become human. So, what do you want to say now? After Hesius finished, he looked at Cassius with a slight provocation. I don't have to say anything, just want to kill you. The faint discourse seems to contain infinite killings. For himself and for the normality of Dragon Ball world, Cassius must kill Hessian anyway. This is no doubt. Chapter 66. Oh. It seems that you are very confident. Youngster. Words fall, people are. I saw that Hessian had a flash, and blink of an eye came to Cassius. Then, when the latter has not reacted, a punch will kick Cassius. Then, Hesius's right hand was radiant, moved towards Cassius, and a huge blue energy ball hit Cassius. Where does Cassius think that Hesius will come to this hand, and he will be succeeded by the other party? Looking at the momentary ready to come to the energy ball in front of him, Cassius covered his chest with his hands, and he sustained the blow. Boom! As the explosion fell, a silhouette burst out of the smoke, and the speed of the move towards Hessian rushed over. Seeing this scene, despite some surprises, Cassius was able to attack like a murderer under his own attack, but he was not afraid of his own confidence in his strength. Instead, clench your fists and move towards the other side. For a time, the continuous collision sound echoed into the air. And, at this time, the original dark night, at this moment, the existing quietly faded. The soft light of the morning dawn, the already beginning to shine on the earth. Nadasi looked at the empty, but from time to time the sky of intense collisions was not only depressed. What? I can't see I hate it. After the gas kicked a stone, Nadasi complained. Although Nadasi can't hear it, Cassius and Hesius are indeed playing against each other, playing life and death. The original fighting force, due to the gradual power-up of Cassius' strength, gradually gained the upper hand. I saw Cassius grabbing a misplaced time, grabbing the body of Hesius with his backhand, and then using his strength at the waist, he slammed Hesius from the sky. And Hesius, ready to be ready when Cassius grabbed his body. I saw him giving a wave of energy to the ground in the back of his hand, and returned to the sky again by this anti-shock. Just as he breathed the air, in order to calm the balance within the body, a silhouette came silently behind him. Cassius naturally knows that this damage can't affect the other side, so when the other party sends out the energy wave, the ready is ready to attack. As soon as you put it back in the air, you will immediately launch a series of blows. Kamehameha. A sound that shook the sky came out, and then a huge blue energy wave instantly rushed out of Cassius's hands. After hearing the voice of Cassius, Hesius looked back at some incredulously. After seeing the dazzling blue energy wave, the face is unfathomable. Since this series of actions was completed in an instant, it also led him to be not prepared for it. And, while waiting for him to notice, Cassius already sent Kamehameha. And, the distance between them is less than 2 meters. Awful! Under an unwilling roar, Hesius was shot by Kamehameha. His silhouette, also gradually disappeared under the power of Kamehameha. After seeing this scene, Cassius was obviously a little excited, but to be cautious. He was still concentrating on the gas around him, fearing that Hesius would not die. Although Cassius has full confidence in Kamehameha's full strength, but for some reason, his heart is always hairy. And I still felt a lot of uneasiness, and I always felt that something was wrong. However, after carefully examining all the news of blackness that was not perceived by all around, Cassius did not relax. Looking at the shocking Nadasi on the ground, I couldn't help but smile. Then, slowly landed beside the ladder. Pinch! That guy was wiped out by you. Nadasi looked at Cassius and looked at the empty sky. It seemed that she didn't believe it. You didn't see it. Looking at such a simple girl, Cassius couldn't help but be a little funny. What did I see? You called in the sky, the speed is amazing, I can't even see your shadows. Nadasi looked at Cassius with some complaints, then, with a small face firmly say, I only saw a dazzling blue light wave, and there is only you left in the sky. However, I believe that the guy must be killed by you. You, I really have confidence in me. With the latter full of confidence, Cassius smiled, stretched the action, and touched the latter's small head. At the moment, Cassius, in his eyes, is full of deep smiles. He did not expect to solve Hessian so smoothly. To be honest, if he was power-up once in anger, he would not be able to kill the latter so easily. This time, if you don't destroy it yourself, there is no second person to influence this Dragon Ball world. My own pot is finally solved. Thinking of this, Cassius was a little relaxed. Watching Cassius stroking his little head, Nadasi's little face was filled with red glow. Especially at this time, Cassius, his eyes are extremely soft. Nadasi said that he had never seen such a Cassius, and for a time, looking at Cassius's eyes was a bit crazy. Feeling the temperature from the palm of Cesius's head, Nadasi moved a little, and with a bite, he reached out and grabbed Cassius's waist with his backhand. Sure enough, I still can't forget you, I still like you. Cassius. P. Nadasi's sudden behavior made Cassius a little surprised. Cassius wanted to push the ladder apart, but when he thought of the ladder, he saved himself and his heart was soft, and Nadasi was allowed. Anyway, in the end, I will still leave this grassland. At this moment, just leave her a good memory. After reading this, Cassius's hands could not help but hold the latter's body. Nadasi, who feels all this, is not sweet in her heart. In the soft sunshine of the morning sun, a man and a woman cuddle each other. This scene, for a time, is warm. I was thinking about this moment. Nadasi, who was able to continue with the distance, through Cassius's shoulder, suddenly saw Hesius looking at himself with a strange look. Then, moved towards Cassius, put out a finger, and after the corner of his mouth moved, a glare of red light rushed over. That mouth is not difficult to understand. Nadasi knows that he is saying go die. Feeling a strong sense of danger from the red beam, Nadasi wanted to remind Cassius, but the red beam speed is too fast, but the blink of an eye, the ready is coming to her. So, Nadasi's mouth biting, his eyes are extremely firm, seems to have made a major decision. Cassius! Run! I saw Nadasi holding Cassius and hurriedly turned around, his body facing the red beam. Then, both hands make all the effort and Cassius pushes away. After the sound of the red beam instantly penetrated Nadasi. In the heart of her chest, there is a round hollow. Cassius naturally didn't expect this to happen. At the moment when Nadasi pushed it away, Cassius saw a red beam and pierced the chest of the latter mercilessly. And she, at the moment, is still looking at herself with a happy face. Through the body of the latter, Cassius saw a sinister Hessian. Nadasi. Chapter 67. Nadasi. Looking at this scene, Cassius suddenly squatted in place. All this came, it was too fast, so fast that he was completely unprepared. Cassius was staring at Nadasi, who was still smiling at her mouth, but she was shocked. Can't take care of the injury caused by the penetration of the red beam, Cassius hurriedly held Nadasi in his arms and quickly took Senzubin out and gave it to the latter. Nadasi is pierced by the chest, if you don't take Senzubin faster, you will die. However, when Cassius had just taken out the Senzubin and fed Nadasi, the silhouette of Hesius appeared beside him. Do you think that I will give you a chance? Cassius. Without the time to prepare for Cassius, Hesius took the action directly and grabbed Cassius's neck tightly to lift the latter. And Nadasi's body fell to the ground, and her eyes still looked at Cassius with worried eyes. The face is full of worries, not like the expression that a person who is about to die should have. Nadasi. Seeing Nadasi fall to the ground, Cassius was full of anxiety. Hurry up and take action, trying to take Hesius's hand holding his neck off. However, Hessian can make Cassius wish. After the cockroach of the mouth and the enchantment, the grip on Cassius' neck was tight. What? Want to save her, ah? Are you not always upset about her? That being the case, let her die is not good? Cassius, ha ha ha. Looking at Cassius, whose face is getting more and more red, Hesius feels the thrill of his heart. Nadasi. Cassius, who felt a sense of weakness in his body, couldn't help but deepen his grip on the hands of Hessian's arm. He knows that if he can't get rid of this guy, Nadasi only has a dead end. Looking at Nadasi on the ground, the eyes began to diverge, and Cassius became more anxious. Although he is ready to break free, but Hessian's hand is like a pliers, firmly grasping himself. And, as the strength of Hesius's hand grew bigger and bigger, Cassius couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, and even breathing began to get difficult. The brain began to feel a burst of dizziness, and the body gradually weakened. Cough cough. At this time, Nadasi gently coughed a few times, his eyes softly looked at Cassius, and said with eagerness, "Oh, Cassius, I have liked you since I first saw you, even though many of me under the temptation, you all said that you don't like me. But, Cassius cough cough, Nadasi is cough up a few mouthfuls of blood, but her gaze has always been softly watching Cassius, never removed. Although you hate me so much, I still like you. I don't know why, at this time, maybe this is the love that I said at first sight. So, love me, tolerate all your shortcomings. It's not surprising then. Nadasi. Cassius's face was getting more and more ugly. In the end, his hands were no longer struggling to hang down. And Hesius, originally intended to kill Cassius directly, but once he heard Nadasi's monologue. There are some touches in my heart, maybe it is a conscience discovery. I saw that he intentionally or unconsciously relaxed his strength, and looked at Nadasi with some curiosity, and looked like a play card. Cassius, when it comes to this, Nadasi's face instantly becomes extremely pale and her tone is very weak. I from not saw you lose the look, so, this once, please also. No, don't lose. In the last sentence, Nadasi almost spelled out the full strength. Death, very normal took her away, but she walked very happy, very peaceful. Hey! What a deep confession at this time. Cassius, did not expect there is a girl who loves you so much. Even me. It's a little jealous. In this sentence, Hishiusi was gloomy and his voice was horrible. At this moment, Cassius, his hands are still hanging in the air, the long bangs covered his half-face with the wind, people cannot see him, the expression at the moment. Since she, like you so much, then you go to hell to accompany her, Cassius. Looking at Cassius, who still had no movement on his hands, Hesius could not help but lose his banter. All your things, I have to take away. Including your family, your master, and your favorite fiancé, they are all my. In the last sentence, Hesius almost snarled. At the moment, he looked at his face, his eyes were sullen and sinister, and the murderous aura was shot. And you, at this moment, let father go to hell. After a roar, Hishiusi made a hand suddenly bright and generous. I saw him holding Cassius's hand and slowly lifting the latter in the midair, and another shining hand pointed at Cassius' body. If it wasn't expected, Hessian planned a key blast to completely annihilate Cassius. What did you say? A dull, not in a dull voice, slowly spit out from Cassius' mouth. Of course it is killing you. Without hesitation, Hesius's shining hand immediately shot past the body of Cassius. If you hit, Cassius will definitely be killed. However, at the moment of the millennium, a powerful hand like a pliers, slammed the hand of Hessian to Cassius. You. Seeing this, Hesius looked at Cassius with trepidation, and the hand holding the neck of the latter instantly deepened his strength. Since you can't use energy wave blow you to death, I will grab your neck. However, how could Cassius make him want it, and saw a huge aura instantly coming from power up on Cassius. A stalk of heart-rending aura suddenly spread, the wind, began to master, thunder, began to fall, the air, began to creak. You shouldn't stop me from being her, she's just a normal person who can't be in the ordinary, you don't have to tie her in. No need to involve her in awe. As Cassius is filled with the roar of endless anger, a golden energy storm comes from Cassius's power-up. Hesius originally grabbed Cassius's hand and was instantly annihilated by this strength storm. Without taking care of the pain and licking the wound, Hessian's figure began to explode quickly. I saw that Cassius didn't care about the strength of Hessian's injury. The eyes looked at the latter like a death sentence. The look was a slight glimpse, and a strength storm immediately slammed Hesius. Hesius, who was forced to retreat a few hundred meters, looked at Cassius with a trepidation, and suddenly rose a little in his heart. Feeling the grew stronger and stronger pressure, Hessian knows that he is definitely not an opponent of Cassius now. If he does not leave, I am afraid to explain it here. At the moment, there is no hesitation, and the footsteps are slammed, and the figure is turned into a streamer move towards the distant gallop. However, at this time, something had rolled from him into the grass. For all this, after a faint glance at Cassius, the body disappeared into place. When it reappears, the early is in front of Hughes. And, there is no time to respond to the latter. Move towards the other's belly is a punch. This fist directly hits Hughes Xian to bend the whole person like a crescent moon. Without stopping, Cassius throws Hughes directly, then puts his hands together and shouts Kamehameha. After a huge wave of blue energy light, the air began to slowly fall some ash down. Obviously, someone, the already smashed into slag. Chapter 68. After seeing this scene, Cassius did not immediately relax his vigilance, but carefully examined all around with gas. He didn't want to be attacked again, and he didn't have the price to bear the sneak attack. Nadasi's sacrifice made him feel deeply guilty. If he didn't relax his vigilance at the time, he could use more snacks. Then, Nadasi will not die, and he will not watch Nadasi die. The feeling that I could save but can't save myself, I don't want to try again. Especially when Nadasi died, looking at his own eyes, it was still so soft, full of love and confidence. Until I die, I still believe that I am invincible. I am strongest. Seriously, Cassius is the first time to see such a stupid girl, really, is first time. Desperate to believe in yourself, desperately love yourself, even death, are also watching themselves, happy death. Cassius at the moment, my heart hurts, it hurts. The scene that once worked with Nadasi began to replay in front of his eyes, looking at it all, tears, could not help but slip down Cassius's handsome face. Perhaps, I like it, maybe, I have fallen in love with the innocent and romantic grassland girl. Just, always is too late, too late. It was not until I lost that I found out that it turned out that I was ready to go to you, Nadasi. Ah, hey. It turned out that I am ready to like you Nadasi. As he said, Cassius's voice was a little sobbing, and the tears of his eyes fell into the mouth of Cassius with a salty feeling. At this moment, Cassius can no longer control his emotions, his incompetent resentment, his anger at watching Nadasi's death, his ignorance and anger at himself, at this moment, the thorough power-up. Along with the roaring roar, a golden energy storm opened from Cassius's power-up. The strong air waves, with a strand of destruction's aura rippled out. The small stones were slowly brought up from the ground by this strength, and the air-tearing voice resounded, and the scene was suffocating. PA with Macron. At this time, a loud slap in the air rang. Cassius heard it, full of killing eyes and moments moving towards the source of the sound. Then, the anger that had been eliminated was at the moment powering of the again. Move towards, people roaring, bastard. Nothing wrong, the person who came is indeed, Hessian. I saw that the clothes on his body were not damaged at all, and even the hands that had been dropped by Cassius' destruction were always long. Moreover, the latter is looking at Cassius with a smile, not paying attention to the latter's eating eyes. Knocking his forehead with his hand, Hesius said, Allah! It seems that you saw that I am not dead, very unexpected, Cassius said. Hesius suddenly held his forehead with his hands and laughed. Ha ha. In contrast, Cassius naturally hates gnashing one's teeth, and can't wait to rush to the top again and tear the latter into pieces. He really didn't understand how Hesius survived, knowing that Kamehameha was his own full strength. Moreover, he himself saw that the latter was smashed into ashes. He did not stop investigating the surrounding gas for a moment, and he lived under his own eyes. This series of questions really makes Cassius puzzling. Cassius, you might or not thinking, how did I survive? After laughing enough, Hesius looked at Chrysius with anger, and asked some jokes. However, in response to him, it is still a candid look of Cassius. Well, it seems that you don't want to talk to me, then that being the case, young master, I will tell you with great compassion. Although very reluctant to listen, at this moment, Cassius is still a whole body focused on watching Hesius, for fear of missing a word. Young master, I am, immortal body. Originally, Hesius wanted to make a joke, but when he saw that Cassius was still the same, he couldn't help but be speechless. Cut, it's really boring. Tell you the truth, just your attack is really strong, but I have a heart, as long as he is not hurt, I can have unlimited resurrection, and, every time I resurrection, my strength it will be stronger. How about it, did not expect. Heart. Is it the same as the cell guy? This is really a wonderful setting, but that being the case, this time, I will break his heart. You must be very confused. You obviously have made my body smashed into pieces, but why can I still resurrection? Here, it is necessary to look at the wisdom of this uncle. When the uncle fled, the uncle had already unexpectedly pulled out his heart, threw it in the grass that you could not see, and then used your body to divert your attention and gain time for my rebirth. Speaking of this, Hesius's hands were slightly swayed and made a helpless look. Which do you understand that you are so stupid, even this did not notice, the whole person's attention is on my body, the really stupid can be So, now that you say it, are you afraid that I will kill you again? This time, I will not let you have a chance to resurrection. The fierce look of Hesius, Cassius is very cold and ruthless. That being the case, I am killing him once. This is not difficult for the present self, already. However, since it is the heart, when I approached him, why didn't he find a wound in his chest? Can he recover instantly? Cassius is not exaggerating. At this moment, his strength at least already has a power level of nearly 100,000. If the angry power up of again is estimated, it will be stronger. I said that you are too arrogant. Since I dare to come out, I will not be afraid of you. You think that you are very strong now? Now it is much stronger than you. Look carefully, Cassius, this time, I want you to despair. Aha! After Hessian shouting loudly, the whole person's aura changed instantly. I saw a power storm that was no less than Cassius' power up on him. At this moment, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the calm water of the air suddenly dripped into a drop of water and began to oscillate. The sound of the air filaments bursts, and the amazing key interest is filled with the powerful key field. Feeling that this stock is no less than own key, Cassius's look is more and more dignified. The strength of this guy's power up has to be treated with caution. Come on, Cassius. Today, it's not that you die, that is, I am dead. Let's die. Come on. Today, I have to avenge Nada C. As the roar of the two people rang, their respective move towards each other rushed over, their respective fists, and then slammed together. Boom! The two fists collided together, and the sound was loud enough to shake the ears. I saw that a swell of the naked eye was suddenly scattered from the two people, and a huge wind madly tore the two people around. For a time, sand and gravel, wild grass flying. The scene is so good. Chapter 69. In midair, Cassius is fierce, his hands are swiftly waving, and moments move towards Hessian to play countless energy balls. Facing the sky full of energy ball, Hessian did not have any panic, and after a soft sneer, the whole body was like a monkey, and it was very fast in the energy ball group, fast speed, astounding. Seeing such a strong attack, I didn't even cause some trouble to Hesius. Cassius was not so upset. When the current hand is closed, the aura is mentioned to the extreme, and the move towards the latter greets. Boom! It was a pair of bangs, and it was a world-shaking tremor. At the moment, no one else will let anyone else, and they all have the same idea. This time, they changed the battlefield while playing, the towering peaks. At this moment, they were beaten by Yu Weisheng, who was fighting. Fucking and kicking, playing well is not intense, so lively. These two people, one is the king with the Scion bloodline, and the other is the product of the birth of the ceremony, which is barely weak and difficult to distinguish. However, what is certain is that these two people are inherently incomparably powerful against the instinct of the battle. I saw that Hesius was fascinated by Cassius, and the silhouette of the 360 was swiftly swept, blinking into the back of the latter, and by the inertia of the rotation, he squatted on Cassius. The powerful strength moments with Cassius moved towards the ground. Originally Cassius wanted to struggle to stop the falling body and launch a counterattack. But he seems to have looked down on the fallen strength. At this moment, let alone stabilize his figure, even the speed of stopping himself from falling a little cannot be done. I can only watch as Hess moves toward himself, and then he raises his fist and hammers his body. This time, Cassius was shot at least a dozen kilometers away, and was borne from the edge of grassland to the city. I saw him as a meteor, and he fell in the center of the city. Boom! A strong sandstorm bursting on the ground, the nearby vehicles, the house, at this moment have been thoroughly affected. Under the powerful sandstorm, it turned into ruins. What is going on here? What happened in the end? Passerby said with amazement. Is it a rock that has fallen? Passerby B followed. No, I think aliens have invaded Earth. At this time, passers-by denied. How is it good? Call the police first. Finally, a very fashionable woman interrupted their conversation and took the lead to start to talk. After the dust was full, Cassius's silhouette slowly emerged from the huge pit formed by the fall. At the moment he is looking at the distance, his face is cautious. It must be said that the thorny degree of Hesius is greatly beyond his expectation. Not only is he not weaker than himself in the battle experience, but even on the battle instinct, he may be stronger than himself. Perhaps, the separation of the dam separation ceremony, perhaps its own battle personality. If this is the case, then it is not as troublesome as it is. If you can't do it yourself, you will be killed by the other party. In particular, his resilience is really amazing. In the previous fight, Cassius found the opportunity to interrupt the other hand. However, the guy not only did not care, but the more fierce, and his arm, also recovered in the fight. Cassius has to admit that this is a monster, a full 10 monster. How can I defeat this guy in the end? It's really a headache. Look! There is a person floating in the pit. At this time, an untimely word was introduced into Cassius's ear. At this time, he noticed that his own is no longer the edge of grassland. Looking at the house around, Cassius's face was getting more and more ugly. It seems that this guy's strength is very big. Ah! I have come to my big island city, I wipe your uncle. Really, not good. Ah! I guess he must be an alien. Wow! It's a man, and it's so handsome. At this time, after a girl saw the appearance of Cassius, she couldn't help but make a flower idiot, and her eyes flashed with the stars. You are a love-struck girls. A love-struck girl with a big face on her side, looking at Cassius's eyes, full of contempt. It seems to be saying that long handsome is not good. Ah! Long handsome can eat. Ah! You are a main. For the people around, Cassius is speechless. These people, not only did not fear themselves, but each and every ushered in, and also took out the phone and took a photo. This makes Cassius depressed. Don't you know that it is dangerous? Is it more important to see the excitement than your life? Really, after serving, it is really served. In this regard, Cassius patted his forehead with his hand, his face full of helplessness. Hey! It seems that your body is quite strong. Under such a strong impact, you can still be unscathed. However, next, you are not so good. In the sky, I don't know when it happened. Hesius looked at Cassius with a smug face, and the fist in his hand squeaked, as if the next moment would rush over, and the latter would kill the latter. Wow! There is still a person in the sky. At this time, a passerby looked at Hughes. His eyes suddenly appeared in the stars, and a pair of people discovered the appearance of the new world. Right, and the two men are still the same. Ah! Someone reminded. Is it twin? Listening to the irritating arguments of the people around him, Hessian had no good temper with Cassius. The right hand moved towards the crowd, a purple energy ball with an extremely dangerous aura burst out instantly. After seeing this scene, the crowd not only did not immediately flee, but took the take-action machine move towards energy ball. This is really true, do not pay for life. To this end, Cassius no longer hesitates, and his figure instantly appears on the path of the energy ball. He raises his fist and slams the energy ball. Boom, after the energy ball hit the building, suddenly caused a deafening explosion. A storm with a strong sandstorm spread in an instant. After the dust has been exhausted, the area where the explosion is located, whether it is a person or a building, is now completely emptied. Yes, it is just a huge pit left on the ground. The rescued crowd saw this scene again, and some were scared to incontinence on the spot, some screamed on the spot, and some were already scared. However, what's more, some people are always escaping and never want to stay in this place. This, good terrible. This is no less than atomic bomb exploding. Isn't this a movie? Listening to these words, Cassius's brain is black. Bye. What is the cost? Don't you run away. What are you doing here? Waiting for death. A district is silly X. Despite being angry, Cassius has nothing to do with it. Can't do anything about it. Cassius had to take advantage of Hesius to look at the crowd with great interest, forcibly hit the ladder, and the ladder would fly the hit out of the city. Author, Nada see bodies still grassland it. Cassius, Smithy. Chapter 70. Hess, who was retreating at a very high speed, stopped his body. At this moment, he was watching Cassius with great interest and said, "How do you decide to save them? Is it really loving? I don't like you, a cold-blooded monster, I am a human with blood and flesh." Glaring at Hughes, Cassius is an energy ball. For such a simple attack, Hesius is naturally not in the eyes, and the silhouette of the flash is easy to hide. However, things didn't end as simple as this. At the moment he escaped the energy ball, Cassius's attacking immediate came to him. He naturally did not escape this attack, and he survived with his body. I saw Cassius's fist slamming on Hesius's body, and the other fist came instantly. Ah! With a loud roar, Cassius's fists are getting faster and faster, and the blows that hit the body of Hessian are getting louder and louder. Finally, Cassius's right hand squats behind the body, and a blue glow instantly emanate from his fist. Without any hesitation, Cassius directly hit the body of Hesius with his fists. This powerful force instantly smashed the ladder, and after losing several mountain peaks in succession, it still went unnoticed. With the principle of hurting the dog, Cassius' whole body aura exploded and chased it into a meteor. Blink of an eye along with the speedy retreat of Hesius, his eyes are fierce, and his ankles are lifted on the latter's body. This time, Hessian directly spurted a blood donation, his face was pale and his eyes were a little distracted. If not unexpected, this time, Cassius caused him a very serious injury. However, at the thought of the latter's almost abnormal resilience, Cassius felt a burst of headaches, and there was no hesitation at the moment. The whole person was once again turned into the artillery shell, and the move towards was chased by the flying Hughes. Then, there was another burst of madness, and the latter was beaten with white eyes, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground without knowing. For this scene, Cassius, who had had a lesson before, naturally did not let go of checking the position of Hessian's heart. He didn't want to again let the latter fully recover. This time, he has to completely crush the heart of the latter, so that it can no longer resurrection. After grabbing the latter's neck with his hand, Cassius lifted Hughes. After hearing the heartbeat of the latter, Cassius's worried heart was forced to let go. After the other hand is aimed at the heart of Hesius, a wave of energy filled with destruction aura instantly moves towards the other side. And just as the energy wave was about to penetrate the other's heart, Cassius clearly saw that Hesius, who was clutching his neck, had a demonic smile on his lips. Between the electric and the flint, the physical flash of Hesius's body was extremely thrilling to escape the energy waves from Cassius. Then, a powerful fist hit him on Cassius's chest and straightened him back several steps. And the hand that originally grabbed the neck of Hesius was also uncontrollably released at this moment. Half squatting on the ground, holding his hand on his chest, Cassius looked at Hesius with amazement, his face unfathomable. He did not think that this guy could recover so quickly after being so severely attacked by himself, and he could seize the opportunity of a moment and cause harm to himself. I have to say that this is a very laudable idea. Feeling the pain in his chest, Cassius's brow could not help but wrinkle. This guy, the strength is getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, Hesius was suspended on the ground, and the whole person rose to create a black mist, just like the demon in the dark. Exudes extremely dangerous aura, an incomparably powerful key potential. The black mist is wrapped around his body, just like the soldiers waiting to be dispatched. You don't have to keep it, this time, let's make a break. At this moment, Hesius changed his pre-color, and looked at Cassius with a cold and ruthless look. The hot battle in his eyes was ready to be eagerly aura. For this state of Hesius, Cassius was shocked, especially the guy's serious expression, the fiery battle desire in his eyes, and all of them were surprised by Cassius. At the same time, my heart feels a burst of enthusiasm, the hot emotions, the uncontrollable battle desire, and power up at this moment. Then, I will fulfill you. After a dull and majestic voice resounded, a golden energy storm rose from Cassius to power up. This time, there was no tremor on the ground, the sky did not change, everything looked so calm. However, these two people dare not look down on each other. Without any other reason, it is enough to let them respect each other with their own ingenious control of strength. Not immediately, the two people at the moment are still looking at each other, waiting for the moment. At this moment, it seems that I can see the lightning of the wire beating in the air, the scene aura is extremely dignified, and the suffocating aura begins to spread. A breeze blew and the two figures disappeared at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The figures flashed and the fists collided. A white wave of air was scattered in the air in the form of a naked eye, and a huge collision sound echoed in the sky. However, in just a few breaths, the two individuals have been ready to hand combat no less than dozens of times, and even more. The silhouette of their battle began to appear in their respective places as the battle progressed. It was over the mountains for a while, and then appeared in the sky above the city. Finally, it appeared in the sky above the ocean. Every time it appears, it is accompanied by a violent collision and a suffocating aura. Battle, which lasted for a few hours or so, is now on the beach by the sea. No one is obeying who is obeying each other. At the moment, they are all in a violent gasp for breath. It seems that this violent senzubin has lasted for a few hours, and they can't afford it. Even Hesius, who has a very strong resilience, is always as aggressive as Cassius. Moreover, the injury on his body, the immediate does not recover as quickly as before. It seems that when the black fog is entangled and the strong strength is obtained, he also loses the resilience of his body abnormal. At this moment, his body is covered with red punches and footprints. Even in some places, the beginning begins to be black and blue, and it is very fascinating to see. This is the same as Cassius, the same scars on the body, the fists are everywhere. Even with one of his eyes, he was swollen by Hesius, causing Cassius to glare at Hesius with one eye. However, despite this, Cassius is still incomparably hot, he feels the blood of his body is boiling, roaring. Unlike the anger at the mirror of heart demon, at that time, at most, it can only be regarded as anger, and at this time, he is now extremely excited. Yes, there is nothing wrong with it, it is excitement. For the excitement of the desire of the blood battle, perhaps this is Sion's instinct, eager for the battle, enjoy the battle. At the moment, Cassius seems to have some experience that Goku can enjoy senzu bean at all costs. Scion, born to be destined to be battle. Only battle is the fate of Scion. Chapter 71. On the beach, two people who are exactly the same are glaring at each other. However, one is like a normal person, and one body is surrounded by a black mist. It seems that in this state, you lost the abnormal resilience. Gasping for breath, Cassius said with a single eye, said with difficulty. How about that? Even so, I can still destruct you. We two, destined to have only one person to survive. Yes, we really have only one person to survive. For Hessian, Cassius agreed. After all, two people who are exactly the same live on this world, and there are indeed many drawbacks. And I believe that one, who survived, is definitely me. It's me. The last two words, the two men almost came out at the same time. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. For this scene, two rare ones looked at each other at the same time, then looked up, laughed heartily. Sure enough, it was separated from his own body, and even this unyielding personality is so imaginary. No, it is exactly the same. At this moment, the two people suddenly felt that they themselves might be the ones who know each other best in the world. A sympathy that should not have been there at the same time appeared on two people at the same time. However, fate is such a tricky person, the two of them are destined to live only one. Nothing else, as far as Nadasi is concerned, no matter what, Cassius could not let Hesius go. This is his invincible commitment to a girl, an invincible image, for which the girl also sacrificed her life as a price. This is the reason why Cassius can't lose, and his desire to survive. The same is true for Hesius. As a person who has just come to this world, there are too many things to try and not to play. In love, the road should not be terminated here. I myself, there are important things that I have not done, myself, and many dreams to achieve, absolutely cannot stop here. Absolutely not. At this moment, the two people who have the exact same appearance, exactly the same character, and the exact personality, at this moment, see the other person's eyes, the deep desire to survive. But only one person can survive. Cassius. Blacks. At this moment, both sides glared at each other and shouted live. It must be me. Then, the two men clenched their fists and moved towards each other. In the face of each other, moved towards the other side's fists. Snapped. As the two voices resounded, their respective fists carried a strand of destruction's aura slap on the other's face. The faces of each other were distorted at this moment, and then, a strong tingling sensation suddenly shocked their minds. However, they did not pay attention to it, but quickly closed the box, and then the move of the opponent to the other side to throw a fist. Finally, it is. This time, from their sudden gaze, it can be seen that this time's attack has caused great damage to them. The strong pain deeply stimulated their nerves, making them almost fainted, but fortunately, they all hold on. After each of them unwillingly blinked at each other, the figure retreated quickly. After pulling a certain distance, the two men put out the gesture of Kamehameha. It seems that both of them understand that since the beat is not the winner, then the method in Dragon Ball world is used to determine the outcome. For Ray. Kamehameha. Kamehameha. As the two people roared, two energy waves that shimmered in blue light were instantly sent by them. Then, with the sound of boom, the bangs hit together. At this moment, the energy waves that collided with each other produced a huge energy storm, and a hurricane blew away the things of their two people without mercy. In the air, there was a burst of blasting sounds. Looking at the energy waves that couldn't hold together, Cassius was very anxious. At this moment, his body shines with golden light and firepower, and it is obvious that the ready is fully open. However, despite this, it is still the most dangerous to take the other person who is opposite. The longer the time drags on, the more unfavorable it is to yourself, and the physical strength of its own clearly reaches its limit. In this fight, he is not killed by the opposite Kamehameha, or he is exhausted first. The situation is very critical. On the other side, Hessian is also uncomfortable. At the moment, he is also very cautious, with full firepower. In order to obtain a strong strength, he himself abandoned the abrupt resilience of his own. This time if it was hit by this huge Kamehameha, it must die. You must think of a way to break through this situation. You must first make a man, look for a chance to face the opposite side. Then, after the other party's chaos, he used Kamehameha to annihilate him in one fell swoop. However, although this method is very good, but Hessian is not a cell after all, there is no ability to be separated, so now, he is only honest with Cassius, against Ray. Hey, Cassius, it turned out to be you. I said how to have such a powerful key, it's not surprising if you are. This is a small silhouette appearing over Cassius and Hesius. Gaku, very good, come help me kill him. Don't listen to him, come help me. At this time, Cassius gave hues to the Gaku, and the original anxious look was slowly released, and moved towards Gaku start to talk. Ah, how come there are two Cassius? Ah. Gaku at the moment formed a golden energy cover to block the storm caused by the collision of two Kamehameha. Originally, after he heard Cassius's request for help, he was very happy. He thought that he could finally help the younger brother once. But after looking at the two Cassius who are exactly the same, they can't help but make it difficult. For a time he can't do anything about it to tell which one is the real Cassius. Author, both are true. Big brother, I am Cassius, help me kill him. Looking at Goku's hesitant look, Cassius was not worried and hurried out. Don't listen to him, big brother, I am Cassius, I am real, that guy is a counterfeit. Hessian listened, but also anxious, things have come to this step, he does not want to be Gaku bad things, so, also start to talk. This, who are you Cassius? Ah. Gaku is really guilty. These two are not only exactly the same, but the tone of the conversation is so similar. What should I do? What? Originally planning to go to the World Martial Arts Tournament, suddenly felt the two strong spirits. When you are curious, take a look. But who knows, each time he is about to arrive at the destination, the two key immediately changed places, making himself pounds a few empty. However, fortunately, their speed is fast enough, and after catching the position where they appeared, they quickly rushed over. But who knows, when I came over, I discovered that there are two Cassius in the fight, and they are all at a critical juncture, and they can always tell the difference. And the two Cassius also sent out for help at the same time, which made themselves difficult. Help, but I am afraid that I am wrong, don't help. What if my real younger brother is killed? You know, that's the only one of your loved ones. You can't have a little bit of sloppiness. Otherwise, when I am crying, I don't know where to look for crying. What are you honing? You are dead angel hair. If you don't do it, your brother will be wiped by the card. Looking at the grind Gaku, Cassius couldn't help but scream. Really, I don't know how hard I am. You are an idiot big brother, an idiot Son Goku. When I heard the antenna hair, Son Goku didn't move, I thought it was split, but... Dead antenna hair, speed over and take the handle ah. Grinding, like a girl, believe it or not, I will stew you, eat meat. When Hessian saw it, he did not show weakness, but also started to talk. It is not difficult for him to have Cassius memory. The scene froze for a while. Chapter 72. This is difficult? What should I do? If this time, Bulma is just fine, she must know how to separate it. The two people's exactly the same words and deeds made Son Goku feel a headache in his brain. This also made him unable to scratch his head, and his look was tangled and funny. Seeing this scene, Cassius in the middle of the squad could not recognize a spurt of old blood, almost did not breathe, and suffocated in one breath. This big brother, ah! I can't even get out of my own younger brother. Really, really. At this time, Cassius did not know what to say, but it was normal to think that the other person's personality was split and Gaku could not be separated. After all, the melon in terms of reason is his younger brother, so it is not surprising that it cannot be separated. To this end, Cassius only silently sighed in his heart, and could not help but increase the output of energy wave. His thoughts are very simple. Since you can't get help from others, you should rely on yourself. After all, there is a saying that is good, and asking someone is better than asking for yourself. Ah! Under a roar, Cassius was almost exhausted, and the again was forced out of potential. On the other side of Hesius, after seeing the distressed look of Son Goku, the nervous heart could not help but relax. Originally, it was very difficult to deal with Cassius. If you add another Son Goku, you estimate that you only have to wait for death. However, after Hessian saw himself, he was empty and could not help but frown, and could not help but get up. Nothing wrong, he was born by the black fog, there is no Scion's tail, that is said that he can't be great ape transformation. He knows that he may be distinguished by Son Goku for this, and may be killed by Cassius' great ape transformation. You know, in his memory, there is also the method of Cassius' free great ape transformation. This is the benefit of memory sharing. However, the memory is not completely shared. For example, he is formed by black fog. In the process of separating the magic array, some memories are lost due to the cruelty of the process. However, fortunately, he still saved at least half of his memory. For this, Hesius is quite satisfied. These memories not only have Cassius training on Kami, but also most of the memories of previous life. However, what makes him most speechless is that in the Dragon Ball world, most of the plots in the front part are forgotten. Only vaguely remembered the plan of Majin Buu, but this memory is very vague. There are only a few fragmented scenes that are not expected to be useful. However, for the memory of the Mirror Heart Demon, Hessian remembered all of them, including all his magic, and Hessian swallowed it. With it, you can escape to Demon Realm. When you become stronger, you are coming back to Cassius to take revenge. However, the method of opening Demon Realm gate is a bit difficult and time is long. You have to think of a way. Row. At the thought of this, Hessian's face is hard to look at. Although he found a way to escape, he didn't use it very much. First, the cost of opening Demon Realm gate was too great. He not only lost half of the strength, but also continued a month of weakness. This is nothing. It is the so-called big man who can bend and stretch. This little thing is not a problem at all. This is the second, although there is no need for special props, but it is too long. It must take more than 5 minutes to open. According to Cassius and Son Goku, let alone stick to their subordinate for 5 minutes, and even 3 minutes, they can't stand it. For this reason, they must think of a complete policy. What can we do about it? What should I do? There are ways. At this time, Hesius suddenly appeared in the mind of a girl, and he was so distressed that he had an idea. The best way not long ago? Snort. Having said that, but due to Cassius's power-up, the original Kamehameha has gradually moved toward Hessian. And, because he was thinking about things, he didn't notice the situation in time, and when he discovered it, Kamehameha was also less than 5 meters away from him. Only Kamehameha, who was issued in his own hands, was still weakly insisting, but in a few minutes, Hesius would be swallowed up by Cassius's Kamehameha. Great, I think things are too fascinating, forget that I am still very Cassius, that guy is against Ray. Looking at Kamehameha, who is getting closer and closer to himself, Hesius can't help but close his eyes with some fate. Don't I be buried here today? At this time, a loud roar sounded. Kamehameha! Then, a powerful Kamehameha rushed over and slammed into two people's Kamehameha. Then, the lively changes to the two Kamehameha orbits, directly hit flying to the sky. Boom! A huge explosion came from the sky, followed by a dazzling white light. At this moment, the originally dense white clouds on the horizon were blown clean. At this moment, Cassius was looking at Son Goku, who was in Kamehameha. There was a tear in my heart, and I couldn't help but cry. It turned out that when Son Goku saw that one side couldn't hold it, I was afraid that Cassius couldn't hold it anymore, so the younger brother of him, the decisive full strength of Kamehameha, the hard-working Cassius, the superior Kamehameha, changed the track. He didn't know that his behavior, someone alone, decided to kill him immediately after the end of the matter. The other side of Hesius was also shocked by Son Goku's Kamehameha. He did not think, and finally saved his life, it would be Son Goku. To this end, he was grateful to Son Goku. However, grateful to be grateful, at this moment he still has to escape. I saw him decisively with a serious body, vacated, and instantly mentioned the gas to the maximum, turned into an artillery shell, full strength moved towards a certain direction. At this time, Son Goku also noticed the back of Hesius. Originally it was his eyesight very good, very, very clear to see that there is no tail behind Hesius. Then, the one who was extremely verified, quickly turned his head and looked at the waist of Cassius, who was still stagnant, and a red tail was decisively wrapped around it. For a time, even Son Goku was a bit sluggish. Looks at Cassius in a very complicated look, I am embarrassed to say. Amount, oh, that, Kaka, Cassius, long time no see. At this time, Cassius also regaining composure, watching the back of Hessian's escape, and then seeing Son Goku's expression, and with this out of date, the anger is increasing. However, at this moment, he was very clear about the consequences of Hessian immortality, so he licked his teeth. After glance at Son Goku, he dragged the injured body and chased the direction of the move towards Hesius. Only Son Goku was left alone, and his face was stagnant in place. Chapter 73. Looking at the silhouette of Cassius getting farther and farther, young Goku's originally sluggish expression suddenly became serious, and he seemed to make a decision. So he jumped and the back of the move towards Cassius caught up. Cassius saw. Since I am doing something wrong, then the consequences will be borne by me. Then, these three people began a chase. Both Hess and Cassius were seriously injured, and the nature of flying was not very fast, but in a few minutes, Son Goku was ready to catch up. Cassius looked at Goku next to him, and his look was complicated. He wanted to start to talk what he said. However, when the words are on the lips, they can't say anything. Son Goku is simple, but careful. He has already discovered the condition of Cassius. Full of scars, it can be said that every wound in Cassius is seriously injured by the extremely powerful force. And the other side is obviously the same, and Son Goku, he is still seriously aware of his younger brother, Cassius has a very strong killing. Therefore, Son Goku can expect that his younger brother and the guy in front will definitely be ready to the immortality. Since I have destroyed the good things of Cassius, then this time, let me do this, big brother, to help the younger brother report this hate. In this regard, Son Goku's gaze is very serious, looking directly at the front of Hesius, the whole body aura burst, the whole person suddenly became a streamline, catching up with Hughes. Then, in his hand, a golden energy ball was condensed in his hand, and he hit him on Hesius. However, Goku's hand, obviously already, was blacked out by the black, and the latter was slightly twisted, and escaped the attack of Son Goku. Then, the latter accelerated, and immediately opened Son Goku, and began to descend sharply, landing on the ground. At this time, Cassius naturally noticed this. When looking at the nearby environment, it was a bit sad, but more of it was anger, the endless anger. Nothing wrong, here is where Nadasi was killed by Hesius, the grass by the river. You guy, what do you want to do? In the sky, as the corpse of Hes moved to Nadasi rushed past, Cassius felt a secret. The heart is getting more and more nervous, so dragging the body that is hurting, moved towards the ladder. On this side, Son Goku, who was suspended in midair, did not feel surprised after Hessian escaped his attack. Instead, he began to push his whole body's breadth to the extreme. He faintly perceives that the opponent in front of him, even if he is seriously injured now, but if he does not come up with full strength at first, he will definitely regret it. Even, it may be seriously injured by the other party. This led to the release of the opponent, and if so, he would have no face in front of Cassius. However, when he saw that Hes moved to a girl's body and rushed over, and his younger brother looked very angry, he probably understood it. That dead girl paper, perhaps the reason why Cassius and the other immortality endlessly. So, Son Goku accelerated, and immediately came behind Hesius. Just as he punched the ball and flew the ladder, the body of a girl's paper appeared in front of him. Then, a cold and ruthless voice passed over. Don't come over, otherwise I will ruin the girl's body. Son Goku, who was originally ready to punch, stopped his fist and retreated a few meters. At this time, Cassius also came to Son Goku's side. And at this moment, his eyes were full of anger, his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes. His face was very ugly, his teeth were tightly bitten, and he couldn't even notice his mouth. It can be said that Cassius at the moment is a ferocious beast of loose rationality, a ferocious beast with a terrible strength. You, better let him go. In this case, after I have destroyed your heart, maybe you can make your body complete. Cassius stopped Son Goku next to him and prevented him from taking action. The red eyes were tightly held by Hessian, gnashing one's teeth. Snort! Cassius, this girl, for you, the meaning is not ordinary, you know, she is willing to go for hell for you. Without paying attention to the threat of Cassius, Hesius grasped the body of Nadasi, putting one hand on Nadasi's body, as if Cassius had any unfavorable behavior, he immediately smashed the body of the latter. I think, you will not care about her. After all, we are the same person, and most of your thoughts can be guessed. Hey! Who is the same person as you? I have you so mean? I have you so shameless? Listening to Hesius speaking here, the raging Cassius retorted. I am not so mean. The same person? Cassius? What is this situation? At this time, Son Goku was full of doubts and looked at his younger brother unbelievably. This matter, when things are over, I will tell you well. Cassius did not immediately answer Son Goku's doubts, but looked at Hessian very cautiously, for fear that he would do something right. Nadasi corpse is not good for things. Let me go, otherwise, I will smash her body into a slag. Big deal, everyone will burn together. At the moment, Hesius said, the other hand also emitted a black mist. Impossible. You killed Nadasi, I can't let you leave here alive. For the condition of Hessian, Cassius refused to think about it. Just kidding, if you kill someone, you want to go? No doors. Do you want to think about it? Be aware that if her body is smashed, even Shenron, it is impossible to resurrection her. For Cassius' reaction, Hesius was not afraid, from him. Split yourself, but very understand your own character. There are hatreds to report, there is grace. This is the style of his own master, so Hessian is not afraid of Cassius not giving in. Moreover, I am about to open the door to Demon Realm. When I am, I will take care of you, Son Goku, and what Cassius you are. Just return to Demon Realm, snort. You, have to say that Hessian is right. At this moment, Cassius is really struggling. Do you want to abandon Nadasi and kill Hessian here? However, he did not say that there is nothing wrong with it. If Hesius ruined Nadasi's body, to the extent of Earth Shenron, it is indeed impossible to resurrection Neda C. To this end, Cassius was caught in a difficult decision. You have to think about it, Cassius. You don't want, ungrateful ah. Listening to the ridiculous statement, Cassius's face was even more ugly. Cassius. Nothing, nothing, no matter how difficult it is in the future, Big Brother will face you. Looking at the painful Cassius, Son Goku patted the latter's shoulder and comforted. Goku. Cassius looked at Son Goku with an incredulous look, and his eyes were full of shock. Because we are brothers ah. In response to Cassius, Goku's warm smile and a firm and gentle voice. Seeing this, Cassius did not hesitate and said to Hesius, I can let you go. But you can't do anything about Neda C's body. That being the case, let us face this disaster together in the future. For Cassius's request, Hesius's mouth tilted slightly and promised no problem. At this time, a one-person high, half-meter wide dark door appeared in front of Hesius, and then opened. By the way, if the father is not in a good state, this demon realm gate will not be so shabby. If you forget it, you will use it, safety first. Now, you are back 10 meters. When I enter the gate, I will let go of the girl's body. For Hessian, Cassius was very angry, but for Neda C, he could only bear it. So, Cassius pulled Son Goku slowly back 10 meters. After seeing this scene, Hessian walked into Demon Realm Gate halfway, then abandoned Neda C's body and said, Back to you. In this regard, Cassius saw, immediately moved towards the ladder rushed over, for fear that Neda C's body fell to the ground. However, at this time, a huge blue energy wave was instantly sent out by Hesius. Seeing this, Son Goku's pupils contracted and hurriedly pulled Cassius back and shouted loudly. Be careful! Then, he quickly pressed Cassius to the ground. Therefore, Cassius, who was pressed to the ground by Goku, was like this, so he looked at Neda C and watched Neda C's body completely and thoroughly swallowed up by the blue energy wave. Finally, there is no residue left. Seeing here, Hessian's intense gasp for breath, his body also completely entered the Demon Realm Gate, and then the door disappeared. Son Goku stood up and took a few steps back, some helpless looking at the sluggish younger brother. Chapter 74. Cassius. Are you okay? Goku took a few steps back and looked at Cassius with concern. He knew that Cassius's mood must be very uncomfortable now, and it was the time when he needed the most comfort. And myself, as a competent big brother, it is incumbent on me to enlighten my younger brother. For Son Goku's call, Cassius was still staring at the ashes falling in front of him, his eyes white. Hello, my name is Cassius, the daughter of this tribe chief. This was when they met at first time. Neda C greeted him with enthusiasm, but he did not care about the grin, his face was unhappy. Thank you, Cassius. Thank you. This is his promise to take the Koran Tower on Muta Peak. Neda C is grateful to him, and he is also ashamed to kiss himself. It's very simple, I want you to accompany me to the river to see the fireflies, look at the big grassland at night, and see the moon in the sky. This was yesterday, Neda C's request for a request, and she promised her. However, because of this, she also harmed her. At the thought of Neda C, although he was dead, he still looked at himself with happiness, an expression of death without regret. Cassius felt a tingling sensation in her heart, and she was tired of her. She is troublesome. She wants to ask her by herself. To death. Still love yourself. Why? Why? Neda C, why? Why do I deserve to do this? Why? Why? Neda C. The shocking roar rushed into the sky, and a dazzling golden light drove from Cassius's body power up. The ground is shaking, the sky is torn, and the air is torn. An amazing ki wave instantly shook off from Cassius, and even the nearest Son Goku couldn't stand it, and was blown by this ki wave. After a few fights in the air, Son Goku barely stood up in his body and looked at his younger brother unfathomable. At this moment, Cassius clenched his fists tightly in his hands, his eyes were completely white, and the characteristics of a normal human eye were not. The most amazing thing is that his hair is constantly changing between gold and black at this moment, and the angry expression on his face is very embarrassing. Why? Nada see. So bad, I deserve to be like you. Why? It was another roar, but this time, a strong golden storm began to drive from Cassius's power up. With him as the center, the circumference of about a kilometer of ground was all shaken into the air by him, which is not finished. However, in a matter of seconds, a golden light that was stronger than the original was instantly powered up from Cassius. At the moment, the ground that was originally shocked by him and flew into the air, was completely lightened by golden light to ashes. Moreover, there is a rush of winds that are centered on Cassius and spread out in all directions. Son Goku, who had been suspended in the air, had to put a golden shield on power up after being hit by the gust of wind. Under the premise of not being blown over by the wind, you must be able to rescue immediately when Cassius is in danger. At the moment, Son Goku, his face is slowly shocked, and he feels that Cassius is much stronger than the original, and his heart is more like a wave, and it is surging. He didn't think of it, but only for 2 years, his younger brother was so strong that he was much stronger than himself. With my current strength, I can't stop the current Cassius move. Now Cassius can definitely give myself an instant kill. Looking at Cassius in the center of the golden light, the shocking eyes, the terrifying face, Son Goku was not worried. Black hues. Kill. Kill. At this moment, Cassius is like a beast that is going to be lonely rationality. His mind is slowly killing Hesius. This also made him, who was about to become a golden hair, and turned black again at this moment. Then, his figure, the beginning of this time has completely changed. The original thin body began to swell at this moment, the black long hair instantly filled the whole body, and the red eyes were cold and ruthlessly viewed all around. Finally, with the deafening beast, Cassius turned into Great Ape at this moment. Oh, is it okay? Was it not so good before? How suddenly became like this? Now, no day, no moon, what about Cassius? How about Great Ape transformation? Looking at the scene, Son Goku was shocked. When he was absolutely did not expect, Cassius turned out to be Great Ape. This is to make him unimaginable. Here is still daylight, and there is no moon. Cassius, why did it become Great Ape? Each and every question is constantly encircling Son Goku's mind, but at this moment he is always ready to think about anything. Because, at this moment, Cassius's red eyes are fixed to him, and the latter's full killing is felt, and the gap between the strengths is felt. At this moment, Son Goku not only did not feel a trace of fear, but also excited to tremble. He felt his blood boiling, his own war is very high. It seems that the blood of Sion within the body has completely boiled at this moment. No matter how difficult the front is, it must be thorny and difficult. This is Sion. This is the fighting race of the strongest in the universe, Sion. Just as Son Goku was ready for the battle, the Great Ape transformation shape of Cassius changed again at this moment. At this moment, the original dark hair, gradually turned into gold at this moment, slowly turned from the head into gold. For this scene, Son Goku is even more amazed. The arrogant aura's war in the heart is even more intense at this moment. He has a hunch that he will become like this in the morning and evening. Not because of anything, just because they are brothers. It is a close relative. At this moment, Cassius was once again angry with the sky. This time, a golden energy wave was instantly emitted from his mouth. Goal, pointing to Son Goku. For Cassius's hand, how could Son Goku, who had been prepared, might be tempted to see a strong aura power up in his body, and escaped Cassius' attack with great speed. Then, in an instant, behind Cassius, a circular light blade appeared in the palm of his hand. At this moment, Cassius will not notice what Son Goku is doing because there is only instinct left. And, at this moment, the body's hair is still turning into gold, the area, but only covers the upper part of Cassius. Then, at this moment, the light blade formed by Son Goku's palms instantly crossed the huge tail of Cassius, and then, cut off. In the end, Cassius recovered his body as quickly as he lost his tail. I saw him fell on the grass, life and death. Son Goku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the great ape Cassius has only instinct and no reason. Otherwise, he can't cut his tail so smoothly. Really, it's too thrilling. In fact, some antenna hair does not know his hand. The birth of Cassius, who could have turned into Super Saiyan. I think, if Cassius understood, the expression will definitely be wonderful. Chapter 75. At the moment, Cassius has no clothes on her body, and the whole body is naked. For this question, I think, when he wakes up, he will definitely find Bulma to make a quality lever and clothes. Best, for example, Vegeta's battle suit. Remember that when fighting with Son Goku, Vegeta used to have great ape transformation and Son Goku. Among them, the quality of his clothes is not said. Not only can it become smaller with Vegeta Great Ape, but also become smaller. It is really a must-have for home travel and special fights. Looking at the stunned Cassius, Son Goku sighed and stepped forward, slowly slamming Cassius, who was much better than himself. Then, after slowly taking off, moved towards galloping in one direction. Here, to emphasize, Cassius is now naked in the sky by Son Goku. Where is this? The head hurts. At this time, Cassius, who was in a coma, slowly opened his eyes. After looking up all around slightly, I found myself in a very comfortable room. Here, not only has the most advanced luxury LCD TV, but also a few pots of unknown flowers. Especially the bed where I am lying now, it is very comfortable, and the soft feeling makes people feel very cool. This is much better than Simmons, who sleeps on her previous life. It's awesome. In other words, where is I here? At this time, Cassius suddenly remembered that he should not be on grassland. I remember that it was because of Nadasi's body that he was given destruction by Hesius, and his anger burst directly. Then, it seems to be power up, and it seems to have almost become Super Saiyan. However, at that time seems to be suddenly controlled by the wildness of his Saiyan, becoming Great Ape. Then still lack rationality, and finally not understood. However, since I am now ready in this house, then I should have not caused any major accidents at the time. It should be that Goku brought himself back, but when did the guy know someone with such a connotation? In the words of his character, where did he wake up? Should a certain cave be right? This plot is a bit not right. Is it to say that it is not Goku that saves you? But someone else? Is Goku being killed by myself? Fuck. Not so bloody. If I killed Goku, is this Dragon Ball still the original Dragon Ball world? Isn't that a mess? However, it seems that this world has changed. Due to his arrival, a Hessian was born. Blacks. At the thought of this guy, Cassius burst into anger, and then a powerful energy storm instantly rushed out of Cassius's body. It wasn't finished, and then a dazzling golden light burst from the latter's body, moving towards all around. Everything that is encountered by golden light is turned into ashes at this moment. Soon, there was only one comfortable bed in this house, and Cassius was now in a red-hot power-up. In the lobby of this home, Son Goku is following a beautiful blue-hair girl with a beautiful and supple story about what he sees and hears. Next to them, a young man with a scar on his face was listening to Son Goku's narrative with great interest. Nothing wrong, blue-hair girl is not someone else, it is Bulma, and the face-faced man is also Yamcha. It turned out that after Son Goku left with Cassius, he suddenly had the idea of seeing an old friend of Bulma, so he came to the latter's home with Cassius. Bulma is very happy to see Son Goku coming to visit. However, once I saw a guy's naked coma on Son Goku's shoulder. The normal face was completely red at this moment. Quickly shifting the line of sight, but a girl can't help but secretly look at it. At this time, an amazing tremor of aura instantly filled. Goku is okay and has not been affected at all, but Bulma and Yamcha are not so good. I saw them too direct, gave it. For this sudden situation, Son Goku did not hesitate to rush to the direction of the fast move towards Cassius' room. He knew that this must be his younger brother and woke up. Best, don't happen anything, but here is the Bulma family, how can I do it, but I can't take it home. Bulma, but super fierce. This key is fleeting, but, immediately after, a very powerful energy storm arrives instantly. Bulma, who had lost his repression, finally stood up and saw a gale of unfathomable mystery in his home. In the heart, it was an anger, no matter what. The 3721, followed by Son Goku and followed quickly. The sight of Yamcha sees this, and there is not much to say, but sitting on the sofa with a lingering fear, silently bowing his head, I don't know what to think. On this side, Son Goku, who came to the Cassius room, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Originally decorated in a very beautiful room, at the moment there is only one bed in the center, and all around the window, the wall, all disappeared. What surprised Goku in particular was that Cassius was sitting on the bed at the moment, his eyes were red before, and by his side, a gust of wind blew him as the center moved towards all around. Just as Son Goku was bothered by Cassius and was about to run away, a beautiful rage came over. Cassius! Are you going to dismantle your home? As the sound fell, the original red eyes of Cassius slowly recovered. Then, the latter blinked and pretended to look at the Anjrouse Bulma innocently, saying innocently, Bulma, long time no see ah. In fact, some guys don't have lose rationality, but after thinking of Hessian, his heart is angry and he wants to vent. But did not expect that he himself seems to have vented his head, so after the sound of Bulma's passed, the latter immediately realized his fault. However, as soon as he thought of himself facing Bulma's anger, Cassius had no bottom in his heart, and then he pretended to be an innocent look. It shows that I did not know what I was doing. However, Bulma did not buy a black hair account. Instead, he walked up to Cassius with anger, then raised his fist and slammed it down. Then, it is another punch. As a result, there are several big bags on the head of Cassius, or one that is connected one by one, not to mention that the size is quite big. I didn't mean it. Looking at Bulma who was glaring at himself, Cassius said, pouting weakly. Can't do anything about it ah, I am losing money, I don't think it's okay, and, look at this decoration, it's definitely worth it. What if Bulma finds him to lose money? I am very poor, is it time to go to the bank to lose money? That's not too shameful. Not intentional? I am in charge of your or not intentional. Dare to press me on the ground, are you tired? Bulma listened to Cassius's defense, and the little hand was a fist. Cassius. Chapter 1 SBR. Chapter 1 SBR. San Diego, 1890. Liu Chen's ears were filled with a cacophony of noises. He was certain he had failed in his extreme sports challenge. In that situation, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself lying on a beach, surrounded by many people who looked like cowboys. It didn't look like these people were just cosplaying. Liu Chen realized that he must have traveled through time, and this was probably an era similar to the West. At this moment, Liu Chen realized that there seemed to be an extra door in his mind, dim and without light. It seemed that it could not be opened yet. How to use it still needed to be explored. Liu Chen straightened up and listened carefully to the conversations around him. He didn't know why, but he could understand what they were saying. Most of them were discussing how they would spend their $5,000 million. Some were worried about the $1,200 registration fee. Still others were bragging about their abilities. Liu Chen probably had some idea of what kind of world he was in, after all, he had read a lot of comics before. Without listening to the conversations of the passers-by, he walked straight to the registration point to confirm whether this was the world he knew. "Young man from the East, are you here to sign up for the competition as well?" There were several people from the East who participated in the competition before. The employee at the registration point chattered incessantly after seeing another young man from the East. He seemed to be very curious about the people from the mysterious East. "I'm still saving money. $1,200 is really too expensive. It would be better if the registration fee could be lower." In fact, Liu Chen didn't have a penny. Winning would be $5,000 million. Mr. Steele spent a lot of money on this competition, so $1,200 is not too much. I heard that the officials in Congress also attach great importance to this event. The SBR will be a competition that will attract worldwide attention. There was a hint of encouragement in the employee's words, but in fact the registration fee had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to show off what he knew. After learning the exact information, Liu Chen decided not to participate in the SBR competition anymore, but to go directly to find the saint's body, hoping to get a substitute. The remains of the saint are the real purpose behind this competition, so Liu Chen does not need to participate in the competition and can go straight to the ultimate goal. The good news is that Liu Chen knows the approximate location of all the remains. Just as I was about to leave, a man with an iron ball hanging from his waist, a cowboy hat on his head, green paint on his lips, and a mouth full of gold teeth walked in. Liu Chen recognized this person at a glance: Jiro Zeppelin. The characters in JoJo are generally very distinctive. It can only be said that the stand users all have good taste. There was a sneaky man following behind Jello, who pretended to be curious and reached out to Jello's waist. Liu Chen stepped forward and grabbed his hand, and a few gold coins in his hand were thrown out. The man shouted at Liu Chen angrily, "Why are you meddling in other people's business?" He was not ashamed of his behavior at all, but instead blamed the person who disturbed him. Of course, Jello also noticed the man's little action, so he turned around and touched the thief with his hand. And the thief sat down on the ground. The thief yelled, "What's wrong with you guys? What do you want to do to me? I'm just curious about what's hanging around his waist." Jello ignored the thief's yelling and stretched out a hand to Liu Chen and said, "Jello, the man who is ready to win the championship. Are you ready to participate in the competition too? But the championship will definitely be mine." After shaking hands with him, Liu Chen replied, "My name is Liu Chen, and I don't have any idea about the championship of the competition." Because he was not planning to participate in the competition at all. That's a smart idea. The rewards for the top 10 are quite generous. Jello thought Liu Chen was aiming for a different ranking. He had no doubt that he could win the championship. The staff who arrived also subdued the thief. The thief who kept shouting became even more angry when he realized that no one paid attention to him. In his excitement, he pulled out his revolver and pointed it at Liu Chen. He was even more resentful of the person who ruined his plan. Liu Chen was startled when he saw the gun pointed at him. He didn't have the same leeway as Jello. This thug, blinded by anger, wouldn't have any sense either. The moment the thief pulled out his gun, Jello reached for the iron ball at his waist. He was convinced that such a person would not have the courage to shoot here, but the person being pointed at was the one who had helped him, so Jello still responded. However, the thief was immediately pinned to the ground by the sheriff. "You two are going to participate in the competition, right? I will also participate. I will hinder you along the way. I am much faster than you. As long as I am here, you two will have no chance of winning. Are you two listening?" The thief kept shouting. Hearing this, Jello said to the sheriff, "Let him go. I have decided not to sue him. He had to make sure that he won the championship. He had reasons not to lose. Then he kicked the pistol that had fallen to the ground towards the thief and said, "Pick up your gun and fight me like a man. If you really want to cause trouble for me, then show your courage." Duel was a common and legal way to resolve problems in this era, and no one involved had any objection to the solution. The sheriff then let the thieves go, saving them the trouble of solving the problem on their own. The thief picked up his pistol from the ground, cornered by his own words. He was already feeling timid, and Jello's boldness had intimidated him. But the situation had reached this point, and the thief walked out, swearing, "Come on, I'll take your registration fee from your corpse when you're dead." They both walked towards the open space at the entrance. Liu Chen followed suit. Only the registration staff member felt a little disappointed and couldn't follow. The duel naturally attracted a large crowd of onlookers. The cowboys were a curious bunch, especially since they were idle waiting for the match to begin. Soon, the crowd surrounded the two duelists. No one seemed concerned that someone with poor marksmanship might hit them while they were watching the show. Liu Chen was searching the crowd for the protagonist, Johnny Joestar, who was sitting in a wheelchair. The real protagonists always made their first appearance in the corners of the comics. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Storm. Chapter 2 Storm. Before the sheriff could even speak, the thief had already raised his pistol and was ready to attack. However, Jello, on full alert, was no match for such a trick. One of the iron balls struck the thief's shoulder, leaving a spiral wound. The iron ball then bounced back into Jello's hand. "You'd better put down the gun and go see a doctor. Maybe your arm can be saved." The thief fired angrily, but unexpectedly his arm twisted and the muzzle of the gun turned towards himself. Then he successfully killed himself. Most of the people around dispersed after seeing the duel end. Liu Chen praised Ji Luo, "Is this the power of spinning? It's really amazing." Jiro couldn't help but ask, "I didn't expect you to see the secret so quickly. Have you ever seen someone use a similar power before?" Although there weren't many people using this power, there were quite a few. So Liu Chen might have come into contact with someone who used this power. "I've heard of this technique before. I heard that the Zeppelin family has used this power for generations." Liu Chen couldn't explain that he had only seen it in a comic. And there would be another person who would use this power later. "It seems you know me." Jiro grinned, his gold teeth forming a gleam in his eye. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. This Oriental man might be connected to the opposition in his kingdom. Johnny, in his wheelchair, now came beside the two. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the still spinning iron ball. When the force of the rotation was transmitted to him, he miraculously stood up. However, it only lasted a very brief moment. Johnny couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He was overjoyed to be able to stand up again, like a drowning man finally grasping a life-saving straw. He had also heard the previous conversation between the two, so he was very curious about this strange rotation. Johnny asked impatiently, "What is this gyration?" Ji Luo didn't want to answer his question. He said to Liu Chen, "Thank you for your help earlier." Although that kind of thug wouldn't cause him any trouble, he turned around and walked away. Johnny glanced at Liu Chen again expectantly. This Oriental man clearly knew about this power. Perhaps he could give him an answer. "Spin is a magical power, maybe it can help you stand up. But I don't have this technique. You have to hurry and catch up with the gentleman who left." Liu Chen responded to Johnny's expectations. "Thank you." After saying that, Johnny used all his strength to drive the wheelchair to catch up with the departing Jello. The protagonist's encounter did not change because of Liu Chen's appearance. The two of them should set out together again to participate in the competition. After getting to know the two protagonists, Liu Chen left here alone. Their goals were different from his own. So there was no need to follow them now. Just a quick acquaintance would suffice. If he could successfully acquire a stand, he would surely meet them again. This was inevitable, guided by fate, after all, stand users were attracted to each other. After selling his watch to someone, Liu Chen earned enough money to travel to other places. Watches from the future were still quite valuable. Liu Chen's behavior made the thugs wary. In this era, the identities of Orientals in this area were not easy to determine. They had no need to cause such trouble. Therefore, all of Liu Chen's actions went smoothly. The next step was to gain power. After some consideration, Liu Chen felt that the Saint's spine located near the Kansas City Prairie should be the part he was most likely to obtain, and the rest of the parts were mostly guarded. Alternatively, the Saint's ears and right hand, located on Sweet Sugar Mountain, could easily be obtained. All he had to do was trade the remains to someone else before sunset, and he should have activated them before then. However, Liu Chen had some doubts about this. He wasn't sure if this brief possession could truly be considered his, and he was hesitant about whether he could activate his substitute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Chen finally decided to go to Kansas to search for the Saint's spine. This part was the easiest for him at the moment. He boarded the train to Kansas, and at this moment he was already far ahead of the others. The race hadn't even started yet, and he was already on the train to his destination. Now, except for the Saint's heart in the hands of the president, the rest of the body has probably not been found yet. Liu Chen spent several days reaching Kansas. The long train journey left him feeling a little tired. Trains in those days weren't particularly comfortable. The moment he stepped off the train, he felt like he was reborn. During the journey, Liu Chen had already figured out his next move if his plan didn't work out. As far as he knew, the Saint's spine was buried under the ruins of a nearby grassland, and the ruins were called the Green Tombstone by the locals. After asking the locals for the exact location, Liu Chen took the appropriate tools and hurried towards the destination. Just as he arrived at the grassland, a huge storm began to envelop the land. The strong winds prevented Liu Chen from moving forward, and the rain fell on the muddy soil in the wilderness, becoming a huge obstacle to his progress. Every step forward required immense effort. Moving forward in a storm was far more difficult than one might have imagined. But the storm couldn't stop Liu Chen's actions. Those who dared to participate in extreme sports had the inner awareness of challenging nature. And now, if they could defeat the power of nature, they could gain extraordinary strength. Stand in. Liu Chen stood up and continued to move forward in the storm. He didn't know how long it took. The moment the storm appeared, the sky became extremely dark. It was probably already approaching evening. The rain soaked Liu Chen's clothes, and the strong wind continuously blew away his body heat. Every step forward required a tremendous effort of his willpower. Or perhaps it was his willpower that was dragging him forward at this moment. This was perhaps the test the Saint's remains presented him with. No Saint's remains could be obtained at random. The information Liu Chen knew in advance allowed him to move forward with determination towards his goal. Finally, Liu Chen found the cemetery. A huge sense of joy filled his heart. When he eagerly dug up the tomb, the spinal column of the Saint's remains suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fate's guidance had quietly changed at this moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Substitute. Chapter 3 Substitute. When Liu Chen's hand touched the spine, he felt a strong sense of discomfort, and then the spine began to merge into Liu Chen's body. Accompanied by severe tinnitus and dizziness. A figure with pierced hands and a crown of thorns on his head whispered softly in Liu Chen's ear. If you believe your heart is determined, don't be confused. Traveler from a foreign land, I hope you can also find your own happiness. The Saint seemed to glance at Liu Chen at this moment, and then the figure behind him immediately disappeared. However, the words left by the Saint greatly stimulated Liu Chen, and he seemed to realize his identity as a time traveler. Then, Liu Chen, who had just been on the grassland, suddenly appeared in a small town. A blue and green figure appeared beside him. Its body was shrouded in a fluid, silvery metal. A golden heart could be seen within its partially hollowed-out body, and each arm bore a massive gear. Sharp teeth could be seen on its face, giving it a terrifying, ferocious look. It seemed Liu Chen was also someone with the same qualifications. His mental strength was sufficient to support him in obtaining a substitute. Therefore, Liu Chen successfully activated his own substitute. Now his first step had been achieved. Stand, Heart of Steel. Destructive power, B. Speed, A. Range, C. Precision, C. Endurance, B. Growth, B. Ability, imparts metallic properties to soft objects it touches. As the substitute emerged, the storm stopped immediately, and the dark clouds quickly dissipated in the sky. The sun began to shine on the earth again, dispelling the chill from Liu Chen's body. Liu Chen found a nearby rooftop and sat down, breathing in the air deeply. The door in his mind seemed to light up. If he collected all the saints' remains, would the door light up completely? Then he should be able to open this door. However, this would be a very dangerous undertaking. Especially when the remains are completely inside a single person, it would become a human sacrifice. This could cost the victim's life. Therefore, I had to use reasonable means to abandon this portion of the remains first. Once the president had gathered all the remains, I could then seize the complete body. By that time, he might not be able to defeat the president. However, he could definitely find someone to sacrifice after collecting the remains. It didn't have to be Lucy. And perhaps the entire remains of the saint were not needed to illuminate the door in his mind, so he should go to Sugarcane Mountain and try to obtain the remaining parts of the saint. These two parts were also easy to obtain. With this in mind, Liu Chen began testing his stand-S abilities. It was a close-range, powerful stand range C allowed it to move approximately 10 meters, far farther than Jotaro's Star Platinum and roughly the same range as Dio's World Attack. The stands shared vision. Furthermore, the Strength B and Speed A attributes wouldn't necessarily be disadvantageous in a head-to-head combat situation. While not a perfect combination of strength and speed, it was still more than adequate. With a casual punch, the stand created a dent in the ground. The stand-S ability allows one's clothing to instantly transform into armor, effectively protecting oneself from attack. Even soft objects can acquire the effects of metal. For example, a whip can be wielded like a blade. And objects held in one's hand can be altered to possess metallic properties. And the properties of metal extend beyond just sharpness. After testing his abilities, Liu Chen decided to find out how the competition was going. He would decide his next move based on how the plot progressed. This race was a national event, so many people should have known about it. Telegraphs travel much faster than horses, not to mention that the race was sponsored by a newspaper company, which would have reported on the details. Liu Chen shook off the rain and found a small bar. Seeing a soaked customer walk in, the bartender warmly greeted him, saying, "It's been raining heavily here lately, and many people are getting soaked. Come and have a drink to warm yourself up." Liu Chen sat down on a chair at the bar and replied, "Then give me a drink to warm me up." He then asked curiously, "How is the SBR competition going? I heard it already started." The bartender placed a glass of wine in front of Liu Chen, then casually threw out a newspaper and complained, "The first round of the competition is over. I didn't expect that the first place would be an Indian boy, but the second place is the famous Diego." It can be seen that he is still very dissatisfied with an Indian ranking first. Liu Chen took the newspaper he casually threw to him and started reading. It seemed that 1/9 of the competition had been completed while he was searching for the saint's remains. Perhaps the second leg of the race was almost over, as this newspaper was already a few days old. They were actually not far from their location, and trains in this era were not much faster than other modes of transportation. At this moment, on a train, a blonde man in gorgeous purple clothes suddenly woke up. The pattern of Liu Chen picking up the saint's spine in the storm inexplicably appeared in Fanny Valentine's mind. The picture shows an Oriental man picking up the saint's spine in a small town, and a sign showing the town's name is also in the picture. He was somewhat surprised that someone had already obtained a piece of the saint's remains, even though the competition had barely begun. This person was clearly not a participant in this competition. Perhaps he had connections to some other faction, but he wasn't the only one desiring this miracle. Perhaps someone else had already obtained the remains, but he had already sent someone from among the contestants to investigate. However, since I knew someone had already taken part of the body, I should have sent someone to retrieve it. The Oriental man probably didn't know that I knew he had taken the body parts. So now I had the upper hand in intelligence. The president ordered a man wearing a rainbow mask and pigtails beside him, "Black Moya, go and retrieve the spine. I saw someone get it near Kansas City. He's an Oriental." He was accompanied by a storm. Perhaps this is related to the ability he gained. "Your ability could be of use." Black Moya nodded and replied, "I will bring the saint's remains back for you." Then he stood up and walked out of the carriage. At the front of the train sat still, the organizer of the event, looking like a mere figurehead. The president looked at the backs of his men and said, "Don't let me down." End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Rainbow Catcher. Chapter 4 Rainbow Catcher. Liu Chen was about to take a train out of Kansas, but for some reason all trains leaving Kansas had been stopped. So Liu Chen was going to buy a horse to leave Kansas, but he had a bad feeling that someone might be manipulating all this. He wasn't very rich, so he'd been trying to find a horse these past few days. He knew how to ride a horse. If all else failed, he planned to steal one at night, a task easily accomplished by a stand user. He wasn't exactly a puritanical person. Meanwhile, the assassins sent by the president had already found him. Driven by the power of the state, Black Moya arrived much faster than anyone imagined. It had been raining in Kansas during this time, and perhaps the test the saint's remains had put Liu Chen through hadn't yet ended. The remains were also eager to be reunited. One day, while Liu Chen was looking for another way to leave, he suddenly noticed someone standing in midair above him. That person was staring at him intently. Liu Chen realized that his target was clearly him. Black Moya threw several glass-like blades made of raindrops at Liu Chen. His substitute, the steel of his body, emerged and he immediately pulled up the cloak behind him to cover himself. In an instant, the cloak became as strong as a steel plate. The blades made of raindrops were easily blocked. After obtaining his stand, Liu Chen bought a large, thick cloak to protect himself in order to better utilize his abilities. He also bought a long whip, which he couldn't wield yet, but it could still play a certain role under the power of his stand. Then, the substitute's body and mind rushed towards the target, punching through Black Moya's chest. However, it had no effect. His flesh and blood collapsed into pieces at the moment of the punch, dodging the attack. Black Mo then continued to move upwards along the raindrops, with his substitute body steel following closely behind. He dodged all the attacks by using his flesh and blood to collapse. By the time Black Moya stood on the raindrops high in the sky, Liu Chen's double's range could no longer capture him. After realizing that his double couldn't hit Black Moya with a close-range attack, Liu Chen deliberately controlled his range to about 8 meters. Maybe I can use this distance difference to catch him off guard later. Black Moya was extremely cautious about the enemy before him. He didn't know any intelligence about them, so he wouldn't rush down. He raised his pistol and fired repeatedly at Liu Chen below. The sturdy cloak blocked all the bullets. Liu Chen had a natural intelligence advantage here. He knew the abilities of almost everyone here. Aside from the Civil War's abilities, which were impossible to understand after just one look, Liu Chen knew every other enemy's abilities clearly. The gains and losses of intelligence are extremely fatal in the battle between stand users. At this moment, Liu Chen did not dare to move casually. He was not sure which drop of rain in front of him was controlled by Black Moya. If he moved rashly, he would only get scratched. As long as you enter any house, the enemy will be helpless against you. Or you can hold on until the heavy rain stops. Before this, his cloak should be able to help him withstand all attacks from Brakmoya. Brakmoya's stand's active attack ability is actually not very strong, and the stand will observe the surrounding situation for him. Brakmoya, who was standing overhead, spoke up. Can I ask you a question? How do you know the saints' remains are here, and who is standing behind you? The president had a map of the body parts, but he couldn't find every single one precisely. Yet, this man had actually found a part. He must know something. It's really rude to stand on someone else's head. Why don't you come down and I'll tell you what I know? Liu Chen decided to give him a good beating as soon as he came down. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll just take the body parts back. After saying that, Brakmoya threw a grenade over Liu Chen's head. After seeing that the dagger made of bullets and rain had no effect, Brakmoya chose a more powerful attack method. It depends on whether he can block the explosion. Liu Chen's stand-in punched the thrown grenade away. An explosion resounded within the city, and the violent impact spread outwards. A few drops of rain were firmly suspended in the air, unaffected by the shockwave. These were the raindrops controlled by Brakmoya. If they were caught off guard and hit, they would surely suffer great damage. Brakmoya looked at Liu Chen's actions and realized that the power of the explosion was unstoppable by the enemies below, otherwise he would not have had to throw the grenade away. His stand's range of movement is about 8 meters. His abilities are similar to those of Majid's 20th century boys. It doesn't seem as effective as his, as Majid isn't afraid of any attack. Why don't you move? Can't you move when you activate your ability? You have to stay still when your stand is moving. Brakmoya speculated about his ability. Do you think I will tell you? Guess it yourself. Although many stand users will explain their abilities to the enemy, Liu Chen is not such a person. My own actions of guarding against his raindrops had caused him to misjudge the situation. This was probably also related to Majid. For a moment, neither side was able to do anything to the other. Brakmoya observed the enemy below for a moment, then, as if on a whim, pulled out a piece of paper and began writing something. As he put the note away, a change occurred. Raindrops streamed down Brakmoya's cheeks. His flesh began to disintegrate. Parts of his limbs began to fall with the rain. His hand and the note he had just written appeared next to a pigeon cage. He wanted to pass on Liu Chen's information. While Liu Chen was captivated by this action, another portion of Brakmoya's flesh and blood had already fallen onto his cloak with the raindrops. It flowed down along the trail of the rain. His teeth suddenly appeared on Liu Chen's leg and bit down fiercely. Intense pain immediately set in. Liu Chen immediately gave his pants the solidity of metal. Previously, because he was prepared to move at any time, Liu Chen had not given his pants the properties of metal. After all, it is not easy to move something solid. The substitute hit Brakmoya's teeth, and his flesh and blood collapsed and disappeared in the rain. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Intelligence. Chapter 5 Intelligence. Brakmoya's teeth noticed the moment Liu Chen's clothes changed, and realized that he had not fully protected himself. The enemy must have changed the state of his clothes to protect himself. You protect yourself by changing the material of your clothes, right? He felt that he had seen through Liu Chen's ability. You can guess for yourself. I won't reveal information about my stand casually. Maybe I'm just transferring the damage. I understand. Let me see if you have the resolve to hold the saint's remains. Several daggers made of rain were thrown towards Liu Chen below. Liu Chen covered himself completely with his cloak, leaving no part of his body exposed. The dagger of the rain didn't strike the cloak. He wasn't aiming at Liu Chen, but at the puddle that had accumulated beside him. The raindrops fell into the puddle and then jumped up again. These were also raindrops. The raindrops hit Liu Chen's pants, making a sound like metal clashing. Ever since Liu Chen realized that he might be able to bypass his cloak and attack him, he had made all his clothes as hard as armor. Brock Moya's plan hadn't worked. It seems that your plan did not succeed. It will be useless for you to stand there all the time. According to my observations over the past few days, the rain should be stopping soon. Liu Chen said sarcastically, trying to provoke the enemy who had been standing above his head to come down. Black Mo realized that the enemy had figured out his stand-s abilities, but he began to bluff. He remained calm and said, "As long as there's water, I can keep using my stand abilities, so you don't have to worry too much about me." "And how long can your abilities last?" "I hope it's the same as you said." Liu Chen actually knew his ability from the beginning, so of course he knew he was lying. The situation was exactly as Liu Chen said. The rain in the sky was lighter than before. So Black Moya couldn't stand on the raindrops above Liu Chen's head. He decided to move to another location. The telephone pole not far away was a good choice. Whether the rain would stop or not, he could keep his distance from Liu Chen. The substitute body steel flew towards Black Mo, who was standing on the telephone pole. It seemed that due to the lack of distance, he could only vent his dissatisfaction on the distant electric wires. At that moment, a spark flashed, and Black Moya was actually injured by the current. He had often stood on the poles before, so he naturally knew which places were not to be touched. But now was not the time to think about it. Black Moya, who was standing on the electric pole, endured the damage caused by the voltage of about 110V and jumped out from the pole again. The soft outer covering of the electric wires would change the moment it collided with the steel of Liu Chen's stand-in body. Liu Chen was waiting for him to stand on the electric pole like in the comics. Conductivity is also a property of metals, and Liu Chen had just imparted this property to the insulating outer covering of the wire. In an instant, the insulating covering was no longer insulating, and Black Moya came into direct contact with the exposed wire. Furthermore, he was still covered in rainwater. Rainwater, as impure water, is also an excellent conductor. At the moment of falling, Black Mo realized that the information he had just passed on was wrong, and this wrong information might lead to the death of others. Black Moya, enduring the pain, stopped mid-air on the raindrops. He gasped for air, his mind already hazy. The raindrops beneath his feet could easily fall back down. The 110V voltage wasn't immediately fatal. Brock Moya's leap was timely. But the pain briefly blinded him, and the raindrops, trapped in the air, began to fall. The opportunity Liu Chen had been waiting for was now. He ran towards Black Mo, and his substitute body steel immediately emerged and flew towards the enemy quickly. The electric current paralyzed Black Moya's nerves, slowing his reaction speed. In this situation, he couldn't quickly avoid the damage by letting the raindrops reassemble his flesh and blood. The speed of the substitute's body steel was A-level. At this moment, a series of heavy punches were thrown. Liu Chen suppressed the urge of himself and his stand-in to shout strangely, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Black Moya, wounded, struggled to let the rain wash away part of his torso. He couldn't let his erroneous information be passed back to mislead his teammates. The rain once again carried away a portion of Black Moya's body. He also opened another pigeon cage. But now he had no chance to write any more intelligence. So he drew a mark on the pigeon with his own blood, hoping the president would understand his meaning. Under the continuous heavy punches, the mask on Brock Moya's face shattered. Black Moya, who had been barely able to stay aloft by the raindrops, began to fall. He finally had no way to control the raindrops. As the dove took off, Black Moya fell heavily to the ground. He had done everything he could, hoping that the president could bring ultimate happiness to the country. At this time, the rain stopped and a rainbow appeared in the distant sky. Black Mo looked at the rainbow in the distance and stretched out his hand to try to grasp it, muttering to himself, "It's a pity that I can't catch that beautiful rainbow after all." Unfortunately, rainbows only appear after rain, so he will never be able to catch one. Liu Chen walked over to Brak Moya and looked at the first enemy before him. He was not completely dead yet. When the dove flew towards the rainbow, his hand fell to the ground. Brak Moya also fulfilled his awareness. Here everyone fights for their own beliefs. At the moment of Brak Moya's death, the door in Liu Chen's mind also became a little brighter. It seems that it is not only the remains of saints that can recharge the door. Death also has the same function, or perhaps the death of a stand user. Liu Chen stepped forward and snatched the revolver from Brak Moya's body. Now it was his trophy. The pistol had a remarkable performance in this film. In other films, however, the stand users were almost not afraid of bullets. After further searching, he found a few more coins. He didn't carry anything else. Liu Chen placed the fallen umbrella on Brak Moya and strode towards the city gate. Since the enemy had found him, it meant he had been exposed to the president's sight. He didn't know why the president knew of his existence, but now there was no way to proceed with his leisurely plans. Fate would always bring those who possessed the remains together. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Heading to Sugar Candy Mountain. Chapter 6, Heading to Sugar Candy Mountain. Behind an inn near the city gate, Liu Chen found an unattended horse. He used his double to open the stable door and carefully led the horse out. According to current laws, stealing livestock is punishable by hanging. So Liu Chen doesn't want to be caught, otherwise he might end up infiltrating like in Assassin's Creed. But everything went smoothly and no one realized that a horse had been stolen by a double. Liu Chen mounted his horse and headed towards the Great Lakes. With a patchy map to rely on, he could only take things one step at a time. Staying put would inevitably lead to the next assassin. Especially during the Civil War, Liu Chen didn't want to encounter one at all. He had never understood this stand-in thing when he was reading the comics. Such an unkillable enemy was difficult to deal with. As for the saints' remains in Kansas, turning back wouldn't be enough to get them. So, I'd just wait near the Great Lakes for the others carrying the remains to arrive. Those people were probably moving much faster than I was. After all, they were participating in a speed race. After making the decision, Liu Chen started riding his horse along the road on the map. Just as Liu Chen was moving forward, the pigeon released by Brak Mo had returned to the president's side. The two pigeons arrived at the president's hands almost at the same time. The first pigeon brought a note that stated the enemy's capabilities, while the second pigeon carried nothing but a bloodstain on its feathers. By this time, the third stage had begun, and the body's left hand seemed to have been taken. The president thought for a moment and felt that the two pigeons sent by Brak Moya must have their own ideas. It was possible that what he wrote on the first note was incorrect, so he released another pigeon. If that were the case, Brak Moya had definitely been defeated. The president was mentally prepared for this. After all, he hadn't been able to contact Brak Moya in the past few days. The president felt somewhat short-handed. Apart from those already dispatched, there were hardly any stand users left. And sending only ordinary assassins to deal with the stand users would be nearly ineffective. The unexpected enemy who was able to defeat Brak Moya must be very powerful, so he cannot send out weak subordinates. The president was furious after receiving two pieces of bad news in a row. Johnny and Jiro disappeared, and the saint's spine was not obtained. This made him feel that his plan was out of control. Call back all my stand users. We need to all work together now. Gather everyone to Kansas. We need to adjust the plan there. The silver-haired man beside him nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mr. President, I will have them come here as quickly as possible. The president nodded and asked again, why hasn't Lin Kei's pigeon returned yet? With Lin Kei's ability, there's no way there could be a problem. It's a pity that the hot air balloon didn't see anyone. There are too many people participating in this event, a full 2,000 people, which is a big difference from the 500 people we expected. So it is difficult for the hot air balloon to monitor everyone. The followers on the side were unable to answer Link's question. Link was not an easy person to get along with among them. Perhaps someone betrayed us. I believe the person who planned this event will definitely betray us. Send someone to execute him secretly. The president casually decided the life of a person, even if that person was considered a high-ranking figure by others. Steve Steele possesses rare talents, and this operation cannot be without him. If he were to disappear, the entire operation would be thrown into chaos. Then, the operation would be impossible to proceed. The silver-haired man explained the current difficulties. Then keep him for now and execute him after everything is over. Perhaps we should send another person to hold back that Oriental man. I'll consider that. I must get the saint's spine. It's the most important part. Indeed, before everything was ready, someone had to stop this mysterious Oriental man, lest he escape with the saint's remains. He even considered whether he should personally retrieve the remains. The president quickly came up with a plan. He had recently acquired a subordinate, and even losing him wouldn't be a big deal. So, let him do this. Those people weren't part of the country he'd sworn to protect. Furthermore, their presence was an obstacle to manifest destiny. So, let him serve as a sacrifice. When the president and the others were discussing how to proceed with the plan, everything they planned was seen by a person outside the window. Liu Chen had been walking towards the Great Lakes for several days. Unfortunately, he had no experience traveling alone on horseback, so he was not making fast progress along the way. Liu Chen had done his best to bring everything he needed, but he still felt like he didn't have enough. Especially since he wasn't familiar with the stolen horse, making the journey extremely difficult. After walking for many days, Liu Chen finally arrived near the shore of Lake Michigan. The next step was to find the Humandan spring to exchange the saint's ears and right hand for his. Or he should wait here for Johnny and Jello to use the saint's remains in exchange for his own. After all, the conditions here are to spend all the items. For this, I can exchange the saint's spine for them. On the way here, Liu Chen carefully considered the various details in the comics. It seemed that the complete remains of the saint could only be nurtured by Lucy. She herself was the head of the saint. If the various parts of the body are not handed over to her, it is very likely that the complete body of the saint will not appear. Perhaps the person chosen by the saint is Lucy. If this is really the case, then I should find a way to hand over the body in a reasonable way. Liu Chen decided to eat first, so he sat under a big tree and ate the simple food he brought with him, some biscuits and dried meat. He also made a fire and brewed some extremely bitter cowboy coffee to refresh himself. He also wondered what stage the competition was at. Where were the protagonists now? Although Liu Chen was familiar with the comic's plot, he couldn't remember the time period clearly. He didn't know how long each stage of the competition took. End of this chapter. Chapter 7: The Way of Silence. Chapter 7: The Way of Silence. Just as Liu Chen was considering his next move, the tree he was leaning against was cut off. The tree fell with a loud noise. Liu Chen was startled and immediately jumped to the other side. Strange words began to gather towards him in front of him. Liu Chen immediately realized that he was under attack by a stand. This was clearly the sound man's way of silence. Although he didn't know why he was in this position, he knew that the enemy he faced this time was also a strong opponent. The way of silence can attach onomatopoeia to anything, and the words carrying the onomatopoeia possess corresponding power. When the object carrying the onomatopoeia collides with another object, the corresponding power is manifested in that object. The tree just now was struck by the sound of cutting. Liu Chen thought it was the fire he had built that had exposed his position, but now was not the time to draw conclusions. He had to respond immediately. He didn't know if the attacking enemy had any companions. In the comics, Sound Man sets out with Diego. Even without his teammates, his abilities are very restrained. Sound Man's voice can easily cut through metal. His own stand abilities are no match in this situation. The substitute body steel then emerged and looked around, and soon noticed that most of these sound characters were floating down from the upwind direction. Liu Chen knew that the place where these strange characters were most densely populated should be the direction where the sound man's body was, and the precision of his substitute was not high. Through his stand-in's keen observation, Liu Chen realized that the sound man had attached the sound to the leaves, and the wind had carried the leaves over. The enemy was upwind. So Liu Chen threw the biscuit in his hand towards the place where the words were most densely packed. After the biscuit hit the words, it immediately broke into powder and burned. The sound person mixed together several different words with different effects. He himself should be hiding behind a tree behind the dense text. Liu Chen ran a few quick steps toward that direction. He saw densely packed leaves carrying sounds floating in the woods ahead. The sound person was standing in the woods in the distance, watching him quietly. Yinren was the first to speak after seeing Liu Chen. Hand over the body, and I will not take your life. Otherwise, I can cut you into pieces with just one blow. Liu Chen responded by raising his gun and firing at the sound man. The bullet was shattered by the sound before it reached the sound man. However, this also confirmed that he was alone. Without Diego, the sound man's intimidation was less powerful. Without other help, the text he recorded the sound with would not move very fast. Previously, he relied on the wind to transport these things to his side. Liu Chen looked at the words in the air while moving forward carefully. Suddenly, a wound appeared on Liu Chen's left leg. At the same time, a feeling of nausea emerged, accompanied by a sense of loss of balance. Yes. Sound man can also create invisible sounds. These are probably the effects of infrasound or ultrasound. Liu Chen realized that he had definitely collided with the sound he had made. And what was he recording these invisible sounds on? This wasn't underwater, so he didn't have a very convenient way to record the sounds. Liu Chen quickly glanced around and was sure that he had not touched any leaves. He threw another biscuit forward, and as it hit the ground, it shattered. The sound man recorded that invisible sound on the dirt. He had already set a trap here, waiting for the prey to find it. Perhaps there were more traps in the dirt behind him, leaving a path for himself. The substitute body steel picked up a stone and rolled it forward, and it was quickly shattered. However, the path the stone had rolled over was safe. Seeing his trap had been discovered, Yinren no longer held back. He threw a stone forward. It struck the words depicting the sound of an explosion, and an explosion immediately occurred. Under the impact of the explosion, the leaves with words on them began to float towards Liu Chen quickly. Liu Chen's stand-in suddenly punched the tree beside him, and the leaves flew in the direction of the force. When the leaves were about to touch the words, they all became hard. Of course, the soft leaves could trigger the substitute steel effect. Suddenly, the woods erupted in a cacophony of sounds, explosions, slicing, and burning. The sturdy leaf fragments fell to the ground, triggering another attack. It was indeed a dangerous place. Burning leaves set fire to the dry branches on the ground. Smoke rose from the woods. After the sounds on the leaves triggered each other, Liu Chen fired several shots at the sound person. Because Liu Chen had no experience with firearms, and at this distance, even experienced marksmen couldn't hit accurately. Experienced marksmen like Link had to move within 5 steps before firing. The bullet didn't even graze Yinren's side, it deflected by a significant distance. However, Liu Chen's main purpose in firing was to attract Yinren's attention. The moment the gunshot sounded, the audience's attention was drawn to the bullet. This is human instinct. At the same time, Heartsteel slammed the tree again, using the hardened leaves to pave a safe path for itself. Liu Chen also took the opportunity to collect many leaves. Liu Chen rushed forward quickly along this safe road. Yinren wasn't afraid, for he was a seasoned Indian warrior. He drew his dagger. His stand materialized behind him. Crucially, he knew next to nothing about his stand, and his own stand's strength and speed were the same as a normal human's. So in his impression, everyone's stand should be like this. Of course, the president would not explain the various abilities of the stand to him. In other words, he did not have enough information. The sound man's stand-in continued to make sounds of cutting, explosion, and burning. Liu Chen continued to throw those leaves forward like flying knives. As long as he could touch the sounds in advance, the sound man would not be in any danger. The sounds in front of the sound man were touched off one by one. The impact of the explosion was partially blocked by Liu Chen's cloak. Soon the two of them were very close, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The distance was within 10 meters. Heartsteel suddenly accelerated and punched the sound man's stand-in with a heavy punch. Then came the continuous blows like raindrops. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Sand Man? Sound Man. Chapter 8 Sand Man? Sound Man. The Sandman's stand was beaten so hard he couldn't fight back. He quickly released the stand and knelt on the ground. He threw the dagger in his hand at Liu Chen. The stand punched the dagger away. Then he punched the sound man again, knocking him to the ground. Liu Chen did not kill the sound man, so the damage caused by the stand-in's punch was not serious. Then he walked to Yinren and deliberately asked, "Your name is Sandan, right? Shouldn't you be participating in the SBR competition? Why did you come here to attack me? Who ordered you to do it?" Of course Liu Chen knew all these questions. The Indian boy lying on the ground said viciously, "Sandman is just a derogatory name given to me by those white bandits. My real name is Soundman. The one who plays sounds. You, an Oriental, will never understand me." Liu Chen immediately retorted, "You hate white people, yet you know full well that I'm from the East. You harbor hatred for white people, yet you vent your violence on me. So, how is your hatred for me any different from that of those bandits you're talking about? I'm just here to complete the mission. I don't hold any grudge against you. Go ahead. I won't tell you anything. Don't even think about learning anything from me." Liu Chen squatted down and stared into Yinren's eyes and asked, "President Valentine asked you to come, right?" Yinren was not panicked by this. The grudges and hatreds between other people had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to make money to buy back his land. If you come to kill others, you must be prepared to be killed. Since you have lost, you must be prepared to give up your life. He is not afraid of death. He only feels regret for his sister and hopes that she can be happy in the future. Seeing that Yinren didn't answer, Liu Chen asked again, "Do you know what the president asked you to seize?" "Some of the remains, I don't know whose they belong to. He also told me that your ability should be related to defense. It seems that this is not the case." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the tone of Yinren. "You think he cheated on you?" Yinren felt that the possibility of him being deceived was not very high. After all, the president should also hope that he could successfully bring back the body. "I wonder what the president has promised you. If I help him get his body back, I can get enough money to buy back our land. Give up this dream. No one will go forward with you in the direction you are going now. And never believe that you can buy back your tribal land with money. The white people are waging a war against you. You will never achieve your goal through trade alone. Your very existence is a sin against them." Liu Chen gave him advice. This was a dream doomed to fail. The man fell silent again. He had previously tried to imitate the white man's ways, but today this Oriental man told him that all that was wrong. Especially since what he said seemed to make sense. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Liu Chen continued to ask, "Perhaps you should go back and visit your tribe. Aren't you going to kill me?" Yinren was a little surprised. In his worldview, it was normal for the loser to die. Liu Chen did not answer directly but asked, "Let me ask you a question. How long do you think your tribe can survive?" Though our lives are a little difficult, we can still hold on. So we should be able to hold out for a long time. Yin Ren was optimistic. Then let me tell you, they won't survive more than half a year before being wiped out. Liu Chen glanced at Yin Ren's increasingly unsightly face and continued. And guess who would do it? Someone would impose civilization on you. And call it manifest destiny. The Yinren roared, this is impossible. Nothing will happen to my tribe. You actually believe it, right? If you go back now, you can at least save your sister. With your newfound power, you and your sister can definitely survive. Anyway, I don't see how important the rest of the tribesmen are to you. They wanted to punish you before. Liu Chen's voice was like a poisonous snake tempting Eve. How do you know all this? Yinren was obviously getting panicked. It was impossible for this person to know so much about him. It was as if he was watching everything. Think carefully about your sister. She believed in you so much. Even though she knew it was impossible, she still gave you the ancestral gem. Perhaps she hoped you could leave that place where you were doomed to die. Yinren's tone became very excited. What do you know? Why do you know all this? It can be seen that he has begun to collapse. Sure enough, his sister is his weak spot. Now you understand what we're fighting for. All of this was told to me by God, of course. Your tribe is about to be destroyed. If you die here, then in a month everything you value will be gone, including your sister. She will die with the happiness of your victory, unaware that you've already perished in the wilderness. Liu Chen was like a charlatan, talking to himself with a pious look in his eyes. Anyway, the musicians now had no power to resist. Yin Ren, on the other hand, calmed down. Although this Oriental man was talking nonsense, he must have his own needs if he didn't kill him. His life itself was valuable to him. Why are you willing to let me go? Since he needs me to live, then he certainly won't mind if I offend him. And he will definitely be willing to answer my question. Although you are not my friend, there is someone who will definitely become your enemy. And that person happens to be my enemy. I won't help you deal with the president. The entire country is behind him. Yinren supported himself with his hands and answered. Once you have nothing, you won't be afraid of possible retaliation. Yinren frowned and asked, whose body are you stealing? What kind of power does he have? He felt that if the god he was talking about really had divine power, then the body would definitely be able to save his people. Liu Chen didn't answer his question but continued, let's go, while there's still a chance. Go save your sister. Then go find the president and ask for clarification. I hope you can survive until then. What if I keep following you? Then you will lose your sister. Every moment from now on is precious. I hope you can rush back when your tribe is destroyed, instead of a day or an hour later. Liu Chen ignored the revenge in Yinren's words. Seeing that Liu Chen was really unwilling to answer his questions, Yinren stood up while enduring the pain in his body, and then started running towards his hometown. Before leaving, he left a message, if what you said is true, I will find a way to repay your kindness later. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Johnny. Chapter 9 Johnny. Liu Chen watched the Sandman walk away, wondering if he could be of any use to him later. But the fact that he was alive was enough to attract the attention of a certain president. If an assassin sent out escaped control after contact with the target, it was obviously a problem, so he would definitely find a way to figure it out. I hope Yinren can return when his tribe has just been destroyed, so that he will definitely develop the most intense hatred towards the president. Hatred is the most powerful driving force. His love for his family will eventually transform into rage and be unleashed upon the president, especially now that he has the ability to do so. This will draw a significant portion of the president's attention, making his subsequent actions much more convenient. And if he succeeded in rescuing his sister, given his personality, he would probably be grateful to me. No matter what the outcome, Liu Chen had already received his reward the moment Sandman returned to the tribe. After that, it was just a matter of how much profit he would make. After the Sandman's back was completely out of sight, Liu Chen prepared to go back and take all his things away. The thick smoke from the burning would definitely attract many people to come and check it out. Just as he put away his kettle, Liu Chen realized that someone else had come here. Then he looked up and saw that it was Johnny and Jiro. This surprised him. Was he really so slow? Not only did the sound man catch up, but now even Johnny and Jello appeared here. Then almost all the main characters should be around here by now. However, the remains of the saints will all appear here, and then the scramble will begin. When the two men saw the person standing there and knew him, they rode their horses closer and closer. So Liu Chen stopped packing his things and stood there waiting for the two to approach. The two men rode their horses and stopped beside Liu Chen. Liu Chen was the first to greet the two protagonists with a smile. "We meet again. I didn't expect to see you here." Liu Chen really didn't expect to see them here. He had originally planned to wait here for a few days for the contestants to participate in the competition. Johnny immediately realized from the saint's remains in his left hand that the Oriental man he had met at the starting point also held a saint's remains. This was a mutual induction between the remains. Furthermore, by this time, Jiro had already revealed who the saint's remains belonged to. So this Oriental guy who didn't participate in the competition came here directly for the body parts? I didn't expect to see you here. Johnny looked at Liu Chen thoughtfully. Were you fighting someone earlier? He whispered to Jello that the man in front of him had a piece of the saint's remains. You encountered an assassin. I guess your journey wasn't smooth, was it? Liu Chen also realized that Johnny had not lost the saint's left hand, so they must have suffered several attacks. They knew the answer to this question. Jiro asked directly, "You knew about this before you participated in the competition, right?" It was obvious that this Oriental man was not sent by the Vatican, but he recognized himself as a member of the Zeppeli family at a glance. The person in front of me is not simple. Liu Chen looked at Ji Luo and replied with a hint of meaning, "If you ask that, then I do know about this. And I'm not the only one who knows about this. Obviously, there are other people who know about it, such as the person who organized this event." Jello shook his head and said, "I know who is behind all this. Maybe he is not the same person as you are talking about." They had met Lucy before, so they naturally knew that Mr. Steele was just a target set up in the open by the president. "I think it's the same person. Your goal from the beginning was to find the saint's remains, right? You know the location of the remains. Do you have the missing map?" Jello knew that there was a missing map. "Don't you think the route of this race is a coincidence? The map must be in the hands of the organizers." Jello agreed with this answer. Combined with Lucy's previous intelligence, it was obvious that the president was the one behind all this. But what role did this Oriental man play in this? Johnny blurted out, "Then how do you know all this? Why would an Oriental like you come here to look for the remains of a saint?" Liu Chen replied as a matter of course, "Isn't this the welfare of all mankind? Then I naturally have the right to touch it." Then his face suddenly darkened. "Aren't you participating in a competition? Or are you here to compete with me for the saint's remains?" As soon as these words were spoken, a substitute, YA1, immediately appeared behind Johnny. He was ready to strike if things went wrong. Furthermore, he also wanted the saintly remains of the man before him. No one could stop his determination to stand up again. Seeing this, Jello reached out and patted Johnny, indicating that now was not a good time to take action. Liu Chen didn't panic. Instead, he reached out and took out the copper kettle from the bag on his horse's back. Then he shook it and asked the two of them, "Would you like a cup of coffee? I just made it." Jello threw the cup in his pocket over and said, "Give me a drink then." Johnny was still a little wary of the tense situation just now. He looked a little surprised, but he still took the substitute back. After Liu Chen took the cup, he poured a cup of coffee for Jello with his own kettle and handed it back. After taking the cup, Jello said to Johnny, "Don't you want to drink something to refresh yourself? We still have a long way to go today." It was obvious that Jello didn't have to worry about Liu Chen poisoning him. So Johnny handed his cup to Liu Chen, and he also got a cup of extremely bitter coffee. Jiro took a sip of coffee and continued asking, "Now you can tell us why you know so many unusual things. All of this was naturally told to me by God. Every step I take forward is guided personally by the saint." Liu Chen made a pious expression. "Really?" Jello was a little skeptical. "Haven't you heard the guidance of the saint? I got a piece of the saint's remains a long time ago, and since then I have often been able to hear the saint's guidance to me. I always feel that I am the one chosen by the saint." These lies were beyond their ability to expose. Both of them had heard the saint's whispers when they obtained the saint's remains, so what Liu Chen said was possible. According to what Lucy said, the president was also sending people to hunt down the Oriental man in front of him, so it can be known that Liu Chen is not his enemy at the moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Destiny. Chapter 10 Destiny. What did the saints tell you? And why are you at the starting point of the race? Jiro asked, wondering if anyone in the Vatican knew about this Oriental man. Headpans was clearly sent by the Vatican. She seemed unaware of Liu Chen's existence. "The saint told me that if I followed the race route, I would be able to witness the miracles he performed. However, since I am not a good rider, I set out by train." Jiro glanced at Johnny. They had seen many miracles caused by corpses on the road. But he always felt that the words of this Oriental man were full of lies. This was his intuition. Although Liu Chen acted fanatical, he could tell that he wasn't devout. After all, who would take a train on a pilgrimage? Johnny thought for a moment and asked, "I also obtained a part of the remains, but I only heard a few words of revelation. Why were you able to hear so many revelations?" He thought that the saint seemed to have only said one sentence to him. "Perhaps it's because you are determined in your heart, while I am confused. Saints always guide the confused. So you came here specifically to witness the miracles of the saint?" Johnny looked at Liu Chen's facial expression suspiciously, trying to find evidence that he was lying. "No, I want to obtain another part of the saint's remains. I pray that the saint can give me more instructions." Liu Chen stated his goal frankly. The two of them probably wouldn't try desperately to seize the saint's remains from others. After all, they knew Diego also had an eyeball. "Have you got any clues?" Jello asked casually and didn't expect Liu Chen to answer him. "Of course. There's a portion of the saint's remains nearby, which is why I'm searching for them. But if you two can find it, I won't fight with you. The remains will choose their own owner. Whoever gets it will be God's will." Liu Chen told the two of them some of the information, and at the same time established an image for himself that was in line with God's will. The two were surprised that Liu Chen actually told them all the information he knew. Johnny said solemnly, "Even if you tell me the information, I won't return the body to you once I find it. Of course, the body belongs to whoever finds it." Liu Chen seemed quite open-minded about this, knowing that whoever found the body couldn't keep it. This was because it was a test from a saint, or perhaps a test from the Hugo Mandan spring. To obtain it, one must first give it up. It didn't matter who found it first. Jiro thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know how many copies of the saint's remains your attackers found?" He had only heard from Lucy that the president possessed a saint's heart. He didn't know the details of the situation now. But they weren't the only ones searching. Hurtpans and Diego were also searching for the remains. The moment he saw Liu Chen, Jello realized that there might be other people looking for the body. Liu Chen was not sure how the president was doing now. He remembered that the legs in the comics were obtained by the stand messenger he sent out. Then he shook his head at the two of them and said, "I don't know. The saint didn't tell me this. Do you really think the saint chose you? Johnny was very curious about this. I think so. Just as they were talking, the burning caused by the sound man's stand-ability began to gradually extinguish. The smell of fireworks gradually dissipated. And the surroundings became quiet again. A rabbit, dodging something, appeared near the three of them. Johnny immediately created a substitute when he saw it, and then fired his claw bullet, successfully hitting the unfortunate rabbit. His action might be to show Liu Chen the strength of his side. Liu Chen looked at his actions and felt that there might be a pull of fate here. With this rabbit, he might be able to exchange it for the saint's ears and right hand. Jello jumped off his horse, walked over and picked up the rabbit that had been shot, then shook it towards Liu Chen and said, "It's a very fat rabbit. I'm sure it can be made into a pot full of stew. Just consider it as a reward for the cup of coffee. You can use it to make a lucky rabbit's foot, which will definitely bring you luck. So you should keep the rabbit for yourself." Liu Chen thought of the saint's right hand and rejected his suggestion. Although this rabbit appeared here out of misfortune, or perhaps it was drawn here by fate. Jiro seemed to sense something from this. It seems that the saint has indeed said a lot to you. Don't you need luck? Believe me, luck is the most important thing on this journey, so don't share your luck with others. Liu Chen thought that only Poklok, who was focused on the competition, would be the final winner. It was as if the goddess of luck was sitting on his horse. After saying that, Liu Chen looked at Jiro's horseback. Was his death in the comics because he shared his luck with others? Just as he said. Ji Luo followed Liu Chen's gaze and looked at his horse's back. He said jokingly, "Can you believe it? The goddess of luck is sitting behind my horse. I believe." This made Jello a little confused about how to answer. Generally speaking, no one would answer this question in this way. "Will you come with us?" Johnny invited Liu Chen after seeing Jiro's awkwardness. He was still very concerned about the saint's remains on Liu Chen's body. Although he wouldn't take them away right away, he still hoped Liu Chen would stay by his side. "You're still going to participate in the SBR competition, right?" "Actually, my riding skills aren't very good. If I follow you, I'll definitely slow you down. You all have reasons to win, so let me walk slowly behind you, and I'll take the train later." Liu Chen rejected the invitation to go with them. If he walked with these two people without the aura of the protagonist, something bad would definitely happen. Jiro waved at Liu Chen and said, "We'll be leaving first. I hope to see you again somewhere in the future. When I become the champion, I'll treat you to a drink in New York. You'll definitely be there then, right? Fate will always bring us together again, and it won't be long. I'm afraid we'll meet before the end." Johnny also waved to Liu Chen, and the two of them walked away along the road. Liu Chen also gathered his belongings, then mounted his horse and slowly followed the two men. The moment the rabbit suddenly appeared, Liu Chen knew for sure they would find the Hugo Mandan spring. This was the mission the saint had given them. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, The Spring of Hugo Mandan. Chapter 11, The Spring of Hugo Mandan. After the two protagonists walked away, Johnny couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Jiro, "Do you believe what he said?" Jello replied with great certainty, "Some of what he said was true, but there were more lies." "Will he be our enemy?" Jiro shook his head and replied, "It's hard to say for sure right now, but the president is also his enemy. Our goals are different from his." He couldn't understand this person. Liu Chen knew too much, and it was impossible for all of it to be told to him by the saint. So this must be his stand-ability. What is his purpose in asking us to bring this rabbit? Johnny was very distrustful of Liu Chen. "I don't know, but he probably didn't lie to us about the saint's remains here. Maybe it has something to do with his stand-ability." As they were talking, a few mushrooms on their horses' backs fell into the spring in the forest during the bumpy ride. Jiro had picked them up in the forest earlier and was going to stew them in the pot when he was about to cook. Suddenly, a short figure wearing a hat appeared and quickly disappeared into the woods. The two immediately became alert. They were a little worried about the sudden appearance of a figure in this sparsely populated forest, especially since Liu Chen had previously told them that the saint's remains were there. Jello reached for the iron ball at his waist, but it slipped out of his hand and fell into the spring. This made Jello even more panicked. Everything here was wrong. The two of them hurriedly rushed towards the direction where the figure disappeared. It was only by a big tree that the two of them could see clearly that the figure just now was a little girl. Johnny wanted to go up and talk to him, but Jello stopped him. Instead, the little girl took out a piece of gold and a diamond the size of a pigeon egg and asked, "Which one did you drop into the water, the gold or the diamond?" Everyone had heard of the legend of the river god. The two looked at each other and immediately realized that this girl must be the guardian of the remains. Considering Liu Chen's previous suggestion of making a lucky rabbit's foot, Jiro felt the saint's legs might be here. He carefully replied, "What I dropped into the river was an iron ball." The girl was very happy to hear this and stuffed all the things into Jello's hands. She said, "This is a reward for your honesty." Johnny felt that this test was too easy. But Jello had other ideas and threw more things into the spring, including a rabbit's left leg. He then succeeded in obtaining a large amount of wealth in the right hand of the saint. He then seemed to have received inspiration and disassembled the rabbit into its parts, throwing them into the spring. He then obtained a pair of saintly ears and a large amount of prey. The rest of the remains never appeared. Jiro pondered. Are these the only saint's remains here? This location doesn't seem difficult to find. Why didn't Liu Chen come and take the remains away? What was he planning? Hu Mandan warned them, "Be sure to use all you have gained before the sun sets." Johnny wanted to return all the money he got to the little girl, but she refused and explained the rules to them both again. You must use up everything you get before the sun sets, and you cannot give it to others. Otherwise, it would be their turn to line up. Only then did the two men see many human faces on the side of the tree. These faces must have been living people before. This test might be more difficult than they thought. The two men took their found treasure and left. Liu Chen arrived at the tree where Hu Mandan lived shortly after the two left. He had been following them, so the time difference was not too long. After carefully examining the tree for a moment, he prepared to leave. He had no intention of throwing anything into the spring. Who knew what purpose this huge pit had for? At this time, the little girl Hu Gamandan appeared from the tree house she lived in. She stared at Liu Chen with her blind eyes without saying anything. Seeing this, Liu Chen said to her with a smile, "Everything here will be over soon." Hu Mandan looked at Liu Chen with a strange expression and replied, "The chosen one will end all of this, and you will be lucky enough to witness it." The one speaking at this moment might be the saint himself. Am I just a witness? Liu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Liu Chen knew that in this world, corpses had their own will, and his own power was also triggered by the corpses. Hugo Mandan said firmly, "No one can possess this power alone, not even the saint himself. Shouldn't my existence be the only exception? My existence must have had an impact on the world." Instead of answering the question, Hugo Mandan turned back to the tree and looked at the faces growing on the sides of the tree. Her empty, blind eyes seemed to be able to see everything here. Liu Chen followed her to the side of the tree. Looking at the face on the trunk, he asked, "Do you think the two of them can untie the restraints here? They are the two chosen by God. All of us here exist for them." Hu Mandan's tone was calm. This tree must be hundreds of years old. When did all this begin? God saw this many years ago, and you can't change it. So everything that's happening now was planned by the saint many years ago? Do you think God would be satisfied if the script turned out exactly as the saint had predicted? Or did the saint just set the stage? No one can decide the fate of mankind. All choices are made by ourselves. Really? Liu Chen didn't believe this at all. In Jocho, fate is predetermined. Su Gamondan didn't respond to Liu Chen's words. This person's existence was like a go piece on a chessboard. It didn't play any role, but it was very conspicuous. Since fate has made him involved, there must be a meaning for his existence. Liu Chen looked at the little girl and continued, "You've been here for over 50 years, right? You haven't grown at all. What will happen to you and the people in the tree after the two of them complete their so-called mission? Has time really left no trace on you? I have understood the mission God has placed on us, and today our mission will be completed." Hu Mandan ignored the horror in Liu Chen's words. Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh, "This story is really cruel. It's time for you to leave. If you really want to get involved, why don't you catch up with them quickly? You should understand the rules here." Su Gamondan ignored Liu Chen's sigh. "So I can't change the outcome of this story, right?" End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Yellow Bird. Chapter 12 Yellow Bird. After Hu Mandan ordered him to leave, Liu Chen tactfully left. This person who looked like a little girl was at least 60 years old. Of course, the final question remains unanswered. Since fate is fixed, can one gain more benefits from this predetermined destiny? I'm afraid that with my current strength, I'm not even qualified to touch the complete body. It seems that there is a setting that people with selfish desires cannot pick up the complete body. As his thoughts wandered, he couldn't help but think of that terrifying name. Fortunately, Tulong hadn't been born yet in this era. Disaster didn't have a spokesperson at the moment, so naturally, it wouldn't come looking for you just because you thought of a miracle. So, is there a chance for him to get the Rococaca fruit? Liu Chen barely remembered that Rococaca seemed to have been first discovered on the island of New Guinea. Unfortunately, he wasn't very familiar with the 8th installment. He'd only given it a quick glance. Perhaps he could look for it after finishing his work here. I don't know what the function of the door in my mind that needs to be charged is. According to Liu Chen's analysis, this door should be able to lead to another world. Liu Chen's mind was full of random thoughts as the horse slowly moved along the road. The trees on both sides began to decrease, and large farms began to appear. Not far ahead, a group of people were measuring something around a piece of land. One of them was crying loudly. Liu Chen was curious and went over. Of course he had to join in the fun. A farmer was regretting his previous transaction because he discovered a gold mine in the land he had just exchanged today. The people around him listened to his constant regrets. He had so much wasteland, but he casually exchanged the only piece with gold mine. Liu Chenro, mingling in the crowd, listened with interest. The others were also very happy. This kind of thing was a great pleasure for them. Behind the crowd of onlookers, a small team of 11 people rode their horses in unison and galloped towards the town. They did not see Liu Chen mixed in with the crowd. It's also possible that their targets were only Johnny and Jiro. The president should have assigned different tasks to different people. These people might not even be aware of Liu Chen's existence. A knowledgeable villager sighed, "This team is full of skilled fighters. I never wanted to face such opponents when I participated in the war before." Although these 11 people are jokingly called the Free 11, in fact their fighting ability is not bad. Liu Chen slowly set off only after these people had left for a long time. After walking a short while longer, a town appeared in the distance. Liu Chen glanced at the sun. It was probably around 3 p.m. at this point. It would still be a long time before the sun set. Sitting at the gate of the town, Liu Chen thought that he must have been involved in this dispute when he got the saint's spine. Could his appearance affect the fate of others? I wonder if Yinren can safely return to his hometown to save his family. If he survives, it means his presence will affect the fate of others to some extent. Perhaps because he is not a major character? His survival or failure does not affect the ripples of fate. At this moment, the door in my mind has not been completely illuminated, so I can't do anything too extreme. In this world, the power of fate is the most terrifying. After sitting at the town gate and resting for an hour, I suddenly heard gunshots in the town and a conflict broke out inside. Listening to the dense gunfire in the town, Liu Chen realized that the fight for the hands and ears of the remains must be intense. Jiro and Johnny were certain to win, for fate was on their side. After undergoing this inner struggle, Johnny suddenly understood why the Oriental man had told him to bring the rabbit and why luck was paramount. He had known many things in advance but hadn't shared them with him. Jello gradually recovered from his plant state. The remaining man among the 11 hurriedly rode his horse towards the town exit. When he ran out of the town and just breathed a sigh of relief, a strange figure appeared and knocked his horse down with a punch. Liu Chen, who had been waiting at the door early, was waiting for him to appear. As soon as he saw the enemy appear, Liu Chen immediately activated his stand to attack. The horse fell sideways to the ground, and the enemy was thrown to the side. He struggled to get up from the ground. But Liu Chen wouldn't give him this chance. He quickly stepped forward, raised his pistol, and fired several shots, killing the enemy in front of him. The door in his mind was recharged. Then he stepped forward and took the saint's ears and right hand, which he was holding. The body melted into the body as soon as he took it. There was no left hand, so it seemed the body's left hand was still in Johnny's hand. As the remains merged into his body, the light of the door in his mind suddenly appeared. Liu Chen had an intuition that if he killed another stand user or found the remains of a saint, the charging of the door in his mind would be complete. The body must have been traded to him by Johnny, which was Liu Chen's main reason for not going to the Hugo Mandan Spring to retrieve the saint's remains himself. If you want to gain, you will inevitably lose. Waiting patiently is the best way to obtain the body. Then Liu Chen squatted beside the corpse and began to check whether he was carrying any intelligence, as he might have orders from the president. Finding some money can also facilitate the next journey. Touching the corpse is an important process. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, and at the same time, a revolver was pointed at Liu Chen's back. "Sir, please put the gun down and turn around slowly. Not too quickly. Otherwise, I might shoot." Liu Chen slowly put the pistol in his hand on the ground. His stand-in suddenly appeared, hardened the cloak behind him, and then knocked the gun pointing at him away with a punch. It was only then that Liu Chen saw through his stand-in that the person coming was actually Cowboy Mandan Tim. Because Liu Chen had taken the saint's spine and killed Brak Moya in advance, he was able to live here safely. If he reaches this position, the president should be not far away. Fate will continue to gather these people in the network together, and the more they struggle, the faster this process will be. Only the saint's legs and torso remain, yet to be found. However, the legs aren't far from here. Once all the parts are found, they will inevitably be brought together by the power of fate. This is an inevitable process. In Mandantum's eyes, Liu Chen was a murderer and robber. He had just killed a traveler coming out of town and was now robbing him. As a man with a strong sense of justice, he could not allow such a thing to happen. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Mandantum. Chapter 13 Mandantum. After his gun was knocked out of his hand, Mandantum immediately fought back. He first split his body into several parts along the rope. A hand suddenly appeared in front of Liu Chen. Liu Chen held his hardened cloak in front of him, unable to touch his ropes or he would break them into pieces. While this ability wasn't fatal, it was troublesome. A substitute, made of steel, emerged and attacked Mandantum. As his body stretched out, Mandantum's other hand picked up the pistol that had been knocked away. Instantly, he fired several shots at Liu Chen. However, all the bullets were blocked by the metal cloak. At the same time, Liu Chen shouted at Mandantum, "I am not your enemy. This man is an assassin sent by Valentine. You are on Lucy's side, right? Johnny and Jello told me about you. Johnny and Jiro hadn't mentioned Mondantum to Liu Chen, but that didn't stop him from saying so. After all, the two protagonists were in this town. Whenever Liu Chen and Mondantum appeared in front of Johnny, they would never discuss the issue. After hearing this, Mondantum released his ability, but he remained on guard. Liu Chen's next move would determine whether he would continue the attack. After Liu Chen saw that he had regained his composure, he immediately removed his substitute. Then he slowly walked up to Mondantum and said, "Johnny and Jiro should be in this town. I met them in the woods before. They were going to participate in a competition, so we didn't go together. But we haven't been apart for long, so they should still be in town." "How do you know them?" Mondantum asked his question. The man in front of him didn't look like he was lying. "I knew them before the competition started. Didn't Jello duel with a thief at that time?" Mondantum knew this fun, and when he saw that Liu Chen didn't seem to be lying, he relaxed his guard. So he asked, "Have you found any clues on him? Does he have any instructions from the president?" "Nothing was found except $12. They must have communicated over the phone." Touching the $12, Liu Chen secretly complained in his heart that working for the president didn't seem to pay much. Then he took out a few of them and handed them to Mondantum, saying, "Whoever sees the spoils shall have a share." Mondantum waved his hands repeatedly to reject Liu Chen's kindness, which always made him feel like he was his accomplice in highway robbery. "I didn't take part in the fight, so the spoils don't belong to me." Although cowboys sometimes took spoils from bandits. Seeing that Mondantum didn't want it, Liu Chen stuffed it all into his pocket. The US dollar is still very valuable these days. If I plan to go to New Guinea in the future, I have to start planning the travel expenses now. I don't know how much it costs to travel to other countries these days. After seeing Liu Chen put the money into his pocket, Mondantum continued to ask, "You said Johnny and Jello are here. They should be here. We just separated from the woods this morning. They shouldn't be moving very fast. Besides, they still had to find a way to spend the money and then face the attack of the 11. They should be drinking together in the snow right now, which is a famous scene. Then let's go into the city and look for them together," Mondantum suggested. Although he already believed Liu Chen, he still needed to confirm it. If he lied again, he couldn't afford to be fooled. Liu Chen understood what he was thinking and nodded in agreement. "Let's go, then. I think they're both still in the city. It's a good opportunity to get more information about this group. They certainly don't have much information about the president, but you can ask them what they think of Hugh Mandan." Seeing that Liu Chen showed no sign of resistance, Mondantum returned his revolver to his waistband. He had been keeping a close eye on Liu Chen. No matter what he said, he wouldn't let down his guard until he was truly convinced he was a friend. This was fundamental to being a cowboy. Liu Chen also put the gun back on his waist, and then asked, "Why are you here? Is Mr. Steele nearby?" "If Steele is here, Valentine should be nearby as well." Seeing that Liu Chen seemed to be aware of what was happening to him, Mondantum explained, "That's probably the case. I learned that the president had sent 2 assassins to find the saint's legs, so I followed their footsteps, but I didn't meet them." Liu Chen guessed that the 2 people were probably Majid and Vika Bibbo. Had Lucy successfully infiltrated the president's side? So, because of his presence, Lucy was not suspected. So who holds the saint's heart now? Because the changes he has undergone have gradually caused Liu Chen to lose his intelligence advantage. As expected, the current situation is a mess. Then let's go to the city first. On the other side, the president, who had been waiting for contact from the 11, realized their failure. The failure of the 11 men left the president unable to remain calm. Although the men he had sent out successfully obtained the saint's legs, this still couldn't mask his own decline. According to his plan, he now had to possess at least half of the saint's remains. So now we have to go and retrieve the remaining parts. Except for the torso, the rest have already been revealed. Valentine decided to send all his men out now to recapture the various parts. The first was the Oriental man, who was not in his plan. He seemed to know the location of the remains and was also following the map. And the Sandman seemed to have betrayed himself after coming into contact with that Oriental man. Although Valentine had little hope for this Indian, his blatant betrayal was unforgivable. For now, he could only let him go, primarily because he had no remains and he was short on manpower. Once he had the remains, he would make sure he knew the consequences of betrayal. The president ordered his men, Majid, you and Wika Bibbo go get the bodies from Johnny and Jello. Majid, Vika Bibbo, Disco, Maiko and others expressed their loyalty to the president. Valentine was about to personally take the saint's spine from Liu Chen's hands. This was the most important part and he had to do it himself. After obtaining Jiro's saint's right eye, Lucy has been looking for an opportunity to seize the saint's heart from the president. However, since the president's plan has not been progressing smoothly during this period, he has tightened his defense on his side, and she has not found a good opportunity. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The Ball Hits the Net. Chapter 14 The Ball Hits the Net. When Liu Chen and Mandan Tim found Johnny and his partner after asking around in the city, they were sitting in the snow, drinking a bottle of cheap red wine. Johnny looked calm, a man who had been through a lot. Jello was a little surprised that Mandan Tim and Liu Chen arrived together. The two of them actually met each other. Liu Chen spoke first before anyone else. I said it wouldn't be long before we meet again. Jiro nodded helplessly, then said with a slightly teasing tone, it's indeed not too long, not even more than a day. So have you been following us all the time? He is a relatively lively person. Mandantam lowered his guard only after he saw that he knew the men. Johnny felt the body parts in Liu Chen's body. It was obvious that the body he had just exchanged fell into his hands, and the bodies could sense each other. This made Johnny feel a little disappointed, as if he had been tricked by the Oriental man in front of him. Liu Chen nodded, of course, there is only one way forward. It is inevitable that I will follow behind you. Jiro noticed Johnny's expression and asked thoughtfully, it seems you've finally gotten the saint's ears. You should know the rules of the Hugo Mandan Spring, right? Although it was a question, he was very sure that Liu Chen knew the rules. He might even know how to obtain the remains. Seeing this, Liu Chen did not quibble and answered frankly, of course, I know the rules. If you want to get something, you must first give it up. Only those who dare to give everything can finally gain everything. Johnny said with a hint of complaint in his tone, but it seems that you haven't given up anything. You are the ones who need to be tested, not me. The saint's remains will not fall into my hands in the end. I just hold it for a period of time. So fate will not test someone who is not in its plan. Obviously, I am such a person. The two were sure that it was Liu Chen who took the saint's body that Johnny had given to the assassin, but as mentioned before, Johnny would not give the body to Liu Chen even if he found it, so the body would naturally belong to whoever got it. As for whether Johnny would agree after hearing Liu Chen's explanation, no one knew. Mandantam understood a little bit. It turned out that when he met Liu Chen before, he was really killing and robbing, but the other party was just an assassin sent by the president. So he asked Johnny the question that concerned him most, how long do you plan to keep the body? I will hand over the body to the most appropriate person at the appropriate time. As for who is the right person, it depends on the specific circumstances at the time. All rights of interpretation belong to Liu Chen. Jiro stopped dwelling on the body's whereabouts and asked a different question, so this is your stand-ability? You know things that others don't. If someone could predict the future, it would be much easier to deal with the president. Liu Chen did not answer directly, maybe, it is impolite to directly ask others about their stand-abilities. Think about what Dongfang Xianzi said about stand-ins. At least you could tell us about Valentine's abilities. You should know quite a bit about him. He's the enemy of all of us, isn't he? Even if we knew about the president's standability in advance, it would be difficult to deal with it. So it doesn't matter if we tell these 3 people. Thinking of this, Liu Chen spoke, "Do you believe in parallel worlds?" Jiro frowned and replied, "Since you ask, it seems that there is, so you are from a parallel world." If that was the case, it would explain why Liu Chen knew so many things. He came from a parallel world. Liu Chen understood that Jiro and the others had misunderstood him, so he quickly explained, "No, I'm not from a parallel world. What I want to tell you is that Valentine can travel to a parallel world. And there are an infinite number of parallel worlds." The 3 of them were confused. What good could it mean to be able to travel to a parallel world? Could he have obtained other information in advance? Liu Chen continued to explain to the 3 people, his stand ability allows him to synchronize the memories of his selves in different parallel worlds. Once his original body dies, the self in the parallel world will take his place, so he has countless lives. Perhaps the self in this world has already died. An unkillable enemy made all 3 of them feel terrified. Liu Chen glanced at the 2 cheaters. Diego's methods were definitely not suitable for them. But Yafor was capable of interdimensional attacks. Chu Mimi would personally cross the dimensional wall to beat him up. This seems to be related to gravity. Let the protagonist discover this on his own. We can't tell you all the information at once. The so-called growth is to let the protagonist discover the secrets on his own. There should be limits on Valentine's ability to travel across dimensions, right? It's true that there are necessary conditions for activation, but they're not restrictions. They can be easily met. After all, there are strengths and weaknesses among stands. For example, Mondentum's abilities aren't very strong, and my own abilities aren't particularly impressive either. Perhaps it's because I haven't developed them yet. These simple abilities are generally quite powerful. What is the use of the saint's remains? Although almost everyone was fighting for it, Mondentum actually didn't know. Jiro should know this feeling. The existence of saints is of course to trigger miracles. Jiro picked up the remaining half bottle of red wine on the ground, gave some to the 2 people who had just arrived, and said, "We are toasting to the ball that hit the net." "That's a good reason," Liu Chen praised repeatedly. The fate of the others was almost certain. Only he was the one who hit the net and flew up. So he took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Mondentum thought for a moment and invited Liu Chen, "Since I have already withdrawn from the competition, why don't you come with me?" He wanted to keep the body by his side. Liu Chen shook his head and rejected Mondentum's invitation to go with him. "I plan to go back and take a look at Hugh Mandan. Johnny has completed the Saints test. Those who were imprisoned in the tree should be released. They are at least from decades ago. I plan to go back and see if they have changed." Liu Chen wanted to see what fate had done to them. At the moment when the power of the saints disappears, will the power of time reappear in them? What is their current state? Hopefully, thanks to the saints' miracle, they will be unharmed. Will the substitutes made of spring water and trees disappear after the test of the remains is over? Mandentum would not give up his idea easily. "I am actually quite interested in the people from decades ago. Why not take me with you to see them? It's very dangerous to follow me. You must have other things to do." Liu Chen once again refused his request to go with him. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Journey. Chapter 15 Journey. Jiro, on the other hand, deduced some questions from Liu Chen's words. Since there are infinite parallel worlds, what's so special about ours? Valentine shouldn't need to be obsessed with our world. Why bother dragging himself from other worlds into this? Because the saints' remains are unique, there are no saints' remains in other worlds. Only this world is special. This is the basic world. There are no saints in other worlds. Johnny was a little surprised after hearing this. "I don't know whether there are saints in other worlds," but what is certain is that only this world has the remains of saints. It is said that only the basic world has the remains of saints, and the other worlds should have saints. Is that so? Does that mean there are no stand users in other worlds? Johnny only knew that the remains of saints could inspire stands, and he knew almost nothing else. Stands aren't just activated by corpses, they're a person's spiritual power, and sometimes they awaken naturally without external stimulation. Liu Chen explained some basic concepts. At the end of the comic, Zero successfully activated his own stand, the Iron Ball Destroyer, through his own skill. What's the difference between the parallel world and the basic world besides the remains of the saint? I don't know, I haven't been to a parallel world. The comics don't talk about the basic situation of the parallel world. Shouldn't you know this? Jello kept testing Liu Chen. Intelligence-type stands are not as powerful as you think. How could I know everything that happens outside the parallel world? Taking Er Qiao's stand as an example, it is impossible for him to know so many things. Even the most powerful intelligence-type stand does not know as much as Liu Chen. Jiro didn't know whether he believed it or not, then let's just leave it at that. For a moment, Johnny actually wanted to attack Liu Chen and snatch the body away, but Liu Chen was too unpredictable. He didn't know if his opponent would expect him to attack now. He didn't know if Jiro and Mandantim would help him if he attacked directly. Liu Chen saw that he had almost finished talking, so he said goodbye to the three of them. I'm going to go back and see Huguemondan again. Do you have anything to say to her? Johnny shook his head and said, I understand the test the saints remains pose to me, but I don't have anything to say to her. Jiro frowned and asked, the tree should have been freed by now. Is there any point in going back to see it? Is it the same as in fairy tales? The princess and the prince lived happily ever after. The ending of the story doesn't tell us what happens to the dwarfs. I have to go and see what kind of ending the supporting characters of the story will have. I'm pretty sure I'm a supporting character in this story. Liu Chen answered with a hint of meaning in his tone. Then who is the protagonist? Us or the president? Jiro asked his own question based on the test that Liu Chen had mentioned before. What kind of story do you think this will be? Is it about fate, enlightenment, or growth? I hope this is a fairy tale and I can achieve victory like the knight in the story. Achieve my goal. Jello replied with a grin showing his gold teeth. Liu Chen took off his hat and said to Ji Luo, I hope that after this long journey, you can overcome your fate. This is my most sincere blessing for you. Jiro sensed the respect in Liu Chen's words. He always showed respect to nature. Nature understood Liu Chen's meaning. It seemed his fate wasn't destined to end well. He suddenly grinned, his gold teeth etched, and said, at least it'll be a good story, right? By this point, he had come to his senses. If fate couldn't be changed, then at least make this journey more fulfilling. So, Johnny was the protagonist of this journey. He felt honored for his friend. He hoped that at the end of the story, he would have a fulfilling journey. Yes, it will be a wonderful story. What role will you play in this story? I don't know. I hope the story will eventually change because of my existence. Valentine's stand requires him to be at an angle between two objects. Then Liu Chen took out the saint's right hand and threw it to Johnny, saying, take it. I'll give you this part first. I still have a use for the rest. Perhaps I will just hand the remaining parts over to the president. I hope you won't blame me. The gathering of the remains is inevitable, from a story perspective. The president will inevitably obtain all the remains, so it doesn't matter who holds the remains now. In the end, it will all be gathered in the hands of the person chosen by fate. Johnny didn't understand what he heard, but Jello already understood a lot. For the first time, Jiro felt a fondness for this oriental man in front of him. I hope this won't be the last time I see you. If this story really has an ending, then I hope I can have another drink with you at the end of the journey. Hope to see you in New York, if I ever get there. Goodbye. Lu Chen waved to Johnny and Jiro, then set off with Mondantum to see Hu Mandan. Mondantum insisted on following Lu Chen, his curiosity now growing even stronger. What kind of courage did it take to casually hand over the remains of a saint to someone else? Mondantum rode his horse and followed Lu Chen, and Lu Chen's horse also listened to Mondantum more. What about me in the story you're telling? Lu Chen glanced at him and replied, you are no longer in this story. Why don't you choose a better ending for yourself? Before fate drags you back into this story. Struggling will only make the net tighter. A cowboy never deserts a battlefield. I have been looking for an end since I started this journey. Now I can see it. I will not give up because of your words. Mondantum answered nonchalantly. At least every character in JoJo is very aware, and that is their charm. Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, Johnny held the saint's right hand and asked Jiro in confusion, what did this oriental man say to you in the end? Nothing. Just telling me that no matter which way the ball lands, I should accept it. We should move on. Johnny, Lesson 3, Trust the spin. Just trust it. Johnny also understood that Jello might suffer misfortune at the end of this journey, which made him afraid of this journey. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 D4C. Chapter 16 D4C. When the two came out of the town, the sun had already set completely. It's hard to walk after dark. Why don't you go tomorrow? I don't know if they'll still be there tomorrow, so I want to go check it out now. You don't have to come with me. Mondantum suddenly asked, your stand's ability is not actually to obtain intelligence. You can see the future, right? Otherwise, you don't need to take a look. And the future you know does not include you. You are afraid of your future fate. The tone of confirmation was beyond doubt, and Lu Chen did not need to answer this question. These people were indeed more perceptive than the other. I had only given them some information, but they had already guessed the situation on my side. After Lu Chen pulled the horse back, he asked, you're worried about the saint's remains, right? But you don't have the confidence to take it from me. You don't really want the saint's remains, so what drives you to keep moving forward? Of course it's the glory of a cowboy. Do you think death is something to be feared? Having already died once, Lu Chen thought carefully about it. He used to despise death, but the moment he fell from the mountain, his thoughts changed. Only when facing death will the most primitive fear arise. Yes, death is something to be feared. Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. When I was about to die of thirst in the clutches of the devil, I was also so afraid of death. But in the end, I realized that what I feared was not death itself. It was the loneliness of having nowhere to go, the loneliness of being extremely empty. He is also a person who has faced death. Since everyone has their own values, no one should try to criticize anyone else. The remains of the saints will eventually come together to form a whole. This is inevitable in fate. So there is no need to worry too much about the remains. I will die in this inevitable process, right? Just like Jello will also die in the torrent of fate. Mondantum has already realized it. Perhaps. Mondantum interrupted Lu Chen and said, since this is an inevitable fate, it must be unchangeable, right? Then I must find my inner home while I am still alive. The two of them set out on their journey again in the twilight. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the Hugo Mandan spring again. It was already late at night. The faces in the trees had all vanished, and any trace of human presence had vanished. It was as if Hu Mandan had never existed. The tree released all the people it had captured, but where were the traces of their departure? Lu Chen searched carefully. Mondantum looked at Lu Chen's actions and said, what did you find? This place was a place similar to the Devil's Palm in the morning. Now that the power of the remains has disappeared, everything has changed. I'm asking what you learned about fate. I don't know anything. It's so peaceful here, as if nothing has happened. It's as if their presence is truly to hand over the remains to the person being tested. What are you worried about? Liu Chen was worried that fate had spent so much effort to set up such a stage, and whether he would be included in it. There's a tree hole here where you can rest for the night. We'll start again tomorrow. Don't worry too much about fears that haven't come yet. Fear is inevitable and will come to you. The two rested in the tree house until they set out again the next morning. After leaving the Humandan Spring, we set out on the road again. This time, we found nothing. It was almost noon. Mandantam suddenly pulled out the pistol from his waist with a serious expression, as the enemy was attacking. Liu Chen saw a most unexpected enemy on the side of the road, Fanny Valentine. Shouldn't Valentine, the boss, appear at the end? Why is he here? What boss would show up before all the minions are defeated? Liu Chen blurted out, "Fuck! Why is the president here?" Then Valentine disappeared from the spot. He reappeared soon after. Valentine was also a little surprised and said, "I can't find you in any parallel world. It seems that you are also unique." Valentine originally planned to use the mutual annihilation of two people from different dimensions to deal with Liu Chen, but unexpectedly, after searching several worlds, Liu Chen did not exist in any of them. So he could only pull a Mandantam from another world. After meeting another Mandantam, Liu Chen warned him, "Don't touch the other you. The same objects from different worlds will be destroyed when they touch each other." Mandantam sensed something was amiss when he saw his other self and immediately replied, "I'll be careful. Could that be our enemy? I don't know, there is a gap between parallel worlds. If there is no fight for the remains, will Mandantam, as the sheriff, be the president's subordinate?" The president looked at Liu Chen with a strange expression. "It seems you know a lot about me. Then I need to make you leave here completely." Suddenly, people from all directions started shooting at Liu Chen. Almost all of them had a big president between them. There weren't just one or two presidents here, D4C had brought dozens of them into this world. They all raised their guns and fired at Liu Chen. The bullets were too dense, coming at us from all directions. The condition of being sandwiched between two objects was too broad. The steel of the stand's body was immediately activated. Although skin is of course soft, at this moment Liu Chen's skin was as hard as steel. This was Liu Chen's newly developed use of the stand's ability. The bullets only caused a slight pain when they hit the surface of my body, and the enemy's bullets failed to penetrate my armor. However, Liu Chen took the full impact, and I could only be thankful that the impact of bullets in this era was not very strong. Then Liu Chen shook the cloak behind him, and as usual, the cloak covered Liu Chen to avoid bullets. Suddenly, there were some subtle differences in the surrounding scene. The most important thing was that Mandantam beside him disappeared. The presidents in all directions also disappeared. Liu Chen immediately realized that he had been sent to a parallel world by the president. The cloak he had been using for defense was used by Valentine, and the cloak formed a sandwich with the ground. Once the conditions were met, Valentine could naturally activate his ability. So Liu Chen was tricked by his own actions, and Valentine took advantage of Liu Chen's actions and threw him into a parallel world. Diego seemed to have been sent to a parallel world in the same way. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Trading. Chapter 17 Trading. At this time, a great president appeared in front of Liu Chen. After all, the body was now on Liu Chen. People like Mandantam were not important to him. More presidents continued to appear from the gap between the two objects, and bullets continued to be fired at them densely. Liu Chen's metallic skin can block the damage from the bullet, but the impact of the bullet alone causes great harm to Liu Chen. Liu Chen tried to give himself the fluidity of mercury to allow the bullet to pass through his body. Unfortunately, he couldn't do this with his current strength. The growth of the stand required continuous development. Perhaps after obtaining the insect arrow, he would evolve this ability. Hard steel flew towards the nearest president and punched him through the body. But most of the presidents didn't even frown, they just kept firing. Luckily, 2 bullets collided with each other beside Liu Chen, and the bullets were immediately destroyed. A powerful force knocked Liu Chen to the ground. Fortunately, Liu Chen was now very strong. The fall to the ground did not cause any greater damage. D4C flew directly towards Liu Chen. Although D4C did not attack many times in the comics, it actually had both strength and speed. When Heartsteel started fighting him, the difference in their attributes was immediately apparent. Although there is not much difference in speed between the two stands, the power of Heartsteel is still far behind that of the president's D4C. D4C suppressed Liu Chen's substitute, the steel of the body. If the stalemate continues, defeat is inevitable. In another world, Mondentum saw Liu Chen suddenly disappear from his side, and immediately started shooting at the president. He didn't know what his companion had endured, but he thought his fate had ended here. Perhaps his own end would also be here. That Oriental man who had tried so hard to avoid his fate actually died here before me. How tragic! The remaining presidents fired at Mondentum, but he dodged the fatal bullets by splitting his body, while some less fatal bullets still managed to hit him. You are the sheriff of the country, why do you resist my will? You must know that my will is the will of the country. I will bring happiness to this country. And you are now blocking the path to happiness for this country. Put down your gun and show your loyalty to me. You will be part of the future of this happy country. Valentine asked Mondentum, and at this moment he was in a good position to win, so he was now qualified to speak. Mondentum's response was only 1 bullet. After emptying his gun, he slowly spoke. I don't see that your actions are for the sake of this country. Everyone in this country is free. Even you, the president, cannot decide the fate of others at will. Of course, Lucy is also a major reason for Mondentum. Valentine laughed contemptuously, haha, people like you have no patriotism at all. A lowly person like you cannot understand the great mission of patriotism. He now had no room for mercy for this man who had no patriotism. D4C is unique, so in the basic world, the presidents are suppressing Mondentum with bullets. Mondentum used his stand ability to dismantle the remaining presidents one by one. None of the presidents feared death. This was necessary to bring happiness to the nation. More bullets severely wounded Mondentum, his abilities were still too weak. In the parallel world, the suppressed Liu Chen felt he couldn't continue like this. His defeat was inevitable against the stand SA level. So now I have to find a way to change this situation. Liu Chen suddenly shouted at the president, you should be able to tell that I'm not from this world, so I have a way to leave. Don't force me to leave this world with part of my remains. That world isn't a parallel world. Once you lose my remains, you'll never get them back. D4C stopped what he was doing. Then a Valentine stepped out from the shadows. After seeing D4C stop, Liu Chen took a breath and then proposed a deal to Valentine. It doesn't necessarily have to be the remains of the saint. All I've been pursuing is power. This world seems to be vying for diamonds. You give me the diamonds, and I'll give you the saint's spine. What the world is fighting for seems to be a diamond with magical powers. The body is unique, but the diamond is not, so there is a possibility that the diamond could be taken away by Liu Chen. Johnny in the parallel world wins by doing nothing. In fact, as Valentine himself said, the body loved him, so it was inevitable that the body would fall into his hands. Because in this story, he is the only one who possesses the belief of selflessness. He doesn't even care about his own life. Johnny also possessed the body later, but the effect of the body was not as strong as when it was in Valentine's hands. Fate played a trick on him in the end, and Johnny showed his golden spirit in the end, because at that time fate had already called for his exit. Valentine stared at Liu Chen and began to digest the various messages in his words. Could there be a world he didn't know about? Where did this Oriental man come from? Seeing Valentine's troubled expression, Liu Chen immediately spoke. I'm not from this world. Since you've traveled through so many parallel worlds, you should understand that world walls can sometimes be unstable. I won't threaten your country. I have to leave. As long as I kill you before you leave, I can still get the body. Valentine said without changing his expression. You won't gamble. You don't know how I will leave. If the body is missing the most important spine, I'm afraid your country will never have a chance to be happy again. Liu Chen continued to bluff. Valentine really wouldn't gamble on whether Liu Chen could take the body away. He needed to make sure he got the saint's body using the most foolproof means. How do you prove you're from another world? Liu Chen thought for a moment and replied, as long as there is such a possibility, you can't just sit back and watch. You have the upper hand now. If I deceive you, even if the diamond falls into my hands, you can still take it back. The president was silent for a moment and then agreed to the suggestion. He then said, I will cover you with my cloak. There are no diamonds in this world. I will take you to another world. Diamonds weren't the most important thing to him, after all, he had already given up many worlds with diamonds. But there was only one copy of the saint's remains. And only the saint's remains could bring happiness to the nation. Liu Chen bet right that Fanny Valentine would not take such a risk. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Diamond. Chapter 18 Diamond. As the cloak successfully covered Liu Chen, the surrounding scene shifted slightly again. A gravely injured Mondentum collapsed to the ground, still alive. Liu Chen and Valentine returned to the basic world. Then the scene changed again. The president brought Liu Chen to a new world. He didn't notice Mondentum lying on the ground. A doomed sheriff wouldn't have any impact on his plans. Liu Chen figured out the mechanism of his teleportation. He could return to the door he had come from, and there was no need to rely on the power of D4C. In other words, the power added by D4C was for round trip. Diego had also used this to return to the previous world from where he came from. So he could return to the basic world on his own without the help of D4C. In this world, there is a president holding a diamond who is waiting for Liu Chen. It seems that Valentine in this world has successfully obtained the diamond. Valentine said seriously, now give me the saint's spine, and I will give you the diamond. I swear to the goddess that I will give you the diamond. I don't know if the diamond in your hand is real. Throw the diamond to me first. If it's real, I will give you the saint's spine. I still want to stay in this world for a while. So I have no reason to lie to you. Since you are willing to give me the diamond, why are you hesitating now? Valentine was silent for a moment and then threw the diamond away. Liu Chen immediately used the steel of heart to catch the diamond. The moment Liu Chen's double took the diamond, the portal in his mind suddenly glowed. The diamond's power fueled the portal, and now that it was fully charged, Liu Chen immediately knew that this portal could indeed lead to other worlds. However, he didn't know which worlds. He had to push the door open, but once it opened, he would be transported through time. So there was no way to prepare in advance. However, the words he had used to threaten Valentine before became true at this moment. Since there is a means to leave, the fear of fate will not be so deep. Moreover, Liu Chen felt that this diamond could also enhance the ability of the stand, so he would have to study how to use it specifically in the future. I've already given you the diamond. Now give me the saint's spine. Dozens of Valentines spoke in unison, dozens of pistols aimed at Liu Chen simultaneously, and the D4CS were ready to attack at any moment. If Liu Chen violated the agreement, the Valentines would immediately launch an attack. Liu Chen first grinned, then used his substitute to pull the saint's remains out of his body. The remains long to be reunited, so I will not break my promise. I will give you the saint's spine. I also hope that you will be able to gain enough awareness to obtain the complete saint's remains. Fanny Valentine, if you want happiness, you must face disaster. This is your destiny. After Liu Chen finished speaking, heart steel through the saint's spine at Valentine. Liu Chen felt secretly pleased with himself for verbally attacking the president. In comics, it was always the president who verbally attacked others. Valentine used D4C to take the saint's remains that Liu Chen had thrown over. He then laughed loudly and said, "I will keep my promise. You and Diamond will stay in this world until you get tired of it and leave." He planned to leave Liu Chen in this world, lest his return affect his plans. He also wasn't about to break his promise to retrieve the diamond. However, he hadn't promised to bring Liu Chen back. For now, he could only stay in this world and fend for himself. He was about to leave this parallel world when his body suddenly sensed that the Oriental man before him still possessed the ears of a saint. The spine was the most important part, so his previous attention had been focused on it. Valentine then stopped and returned to the basic world. Liu Chen looked at Valentine's puzzled expression and explained, "I was only talking about the saint's spine, not all the saint's remains in my possession. So the saint's ears still belong to me." Valentine was puzzled by Liu Chen's actions. Since he was willing to give him the saint's spine, it meant he had no desire for the saint's remains. Regardless of whether his claim of seeking power was true, it made no sense for him to keep the ear in his hands. Valentine then spoke up, "Since you understand that the remains long to be reunited, why do you want to go against the saint's wishes? If you hand over all the remains to me, you can do whatever you want in this parallel world. After all, you are unique here. When you have had enough fun, you can return to your own world. I will never return to this world again. This is another deal. You have to make a new offer." Valentine hated Liu Chen's greed. But it was good, as greedy people could be made to give up what they had at a price. After a moment's silence, Valentine offered his own advice, "Give me the saint's ears, and I'll give you a large sum of money so you can have fun in this world. I can also use my position as president to grant you some privileges." He was ready to give up this world. The basic world was the most important. Liu Chen was somewhat dismissive of this offer. However, he thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know about insect arrows? Are there arrows in any parallel world? If so, I'm not against making another deal with you." Valentine had never heard of worm arrows, but knowing the request made things easier. He immediately searched for them throughout the infinite worlds. Then, somewhat wearily, he reappeared and said, "I've asked my various selves in different worlds, and there's no such thing as you describe." Liu Chen pondered for a moment. Was there no insect arrow here? Was it because the world had been rebooted, or was it for some other reason? It seemed that if he wanted his stand to become Requiem, he would have to go back to the first 4 films. "What a shame, it seems you don't have what I need." Valentine threatened, "Do you think you can leave without handing over the saint's ears? Think about why you made a deal with me. You're not strong enough to make a deal with me. Maybe now I have a new idea and I'm ready to try again." After saying this, Liu Chen immediately covered himself with his cloak again, and in an instant, he was back in the basic world. Leaving was just as easy as coming in. However, it seemed like the trip back and forth between parallel worlds was only once. When Liu Chen returned to the basic world, the power D4C had applied to the cloak disappeared. After realizing the details of D4C's abilities, Liu Chen would no longer cover himself with a cloak. The president also appeared and looked at Liu Chen with a gloomy face. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Cowboy. Chapter 19 Cowboy. The seriously injured Mondantum lay on the ground, watching Liu Chen appear and disappear repeatedly. There were so many Valentines that he couldn't tell which one was the real one. Wait until Liu Chen appears beside him again. Mondantum understood that Liu Chen must also be fighting with the president, and their battle should be taking place in a parallel world. This Oriental man was indeed not on the same side as the president, and he was also fighting his fate in his own way. Since this was the case, I had to help him and absolutely could not let the body fall into the hands of the president. The resurfacing Valentine now harbored murderous intent towards Liu Chen. Since he had already understood his abilities, he couldn't let him live. Unfortunately, Liu Chen had the possibility of taking the body away, so he couldn't harbor murderous intent towards him until he got the body. But he couldn't leak his information at will. He was walking on a tightrope. Although you now understand D4C's abilities, victory still rests with me, Valentine. Give me the saint's ears, and I'll spare your life and the cowboys. Mondentum cried out, you can't hand over my body to the president. If death is my fate, then let it come. Aren't you afraid that I will just take the saint's body away? Liu Chen threatened again. I understand now. You won't leave now. Even if you truly have the means to do so. You still have things you want to obtain in this world. And you won't leave until you get them. After saying this, Valentine emptied his gun towards Liu Chen. At this moment, Valentine was still confident. He was able to suppress the two men just now, and this time was no exception. The president's arrogance was fully revealed at this moment. In fact, he was right. Liu Chen really wanted to stay in this world for a while longer. It wasn't an emergency yet. When that moment came, Liu Chen would naturally leave immediately. At the moment the bullets hit, the steel of the heart emerged and touched Liu Chen's clothes. His skin and clothes became hard again and blocked all the attacks. Valentine was not impatient. He first approached Liu Chen while loading bullets into his pistol, and his stand-in D4C flew towards Liu Chen. Although the range of D4C is also C, it is smaller than the range of Liu Chen's stand. All I can say is that there is a gap between C and C. Now his distance does not allow the stand to attack Liu Chen, so he has to move forward a distance. At this time, Mondentum struggled to break himself into several pieces through the rope. His right hand successfully touched Valentine, and a rope was wrapped around Valentine's right foot. No one paid attention to the seriously injured Mondentum, so he successfully approached the president. Valentine was immediately broken into several parts and put on the rope, and Valentine's attack was immediately alleviated. After doing all this, Mondentum shouted to Liu Chen, take the body to Johnny and the others. Don't give it to Valentine. He is a man who only brings misfortune. Leave here quickly. I will buy you the last time. Then Mondentum whistled, and his mount galloped to Liu Chen's side. He could easily make the horses obey because Mondentum was the most legendary cowboy. Liu Chen's stand-in, Mind Steel, touched Mondentum's rope, and the wound that was bleeding began to stiffen. Use this method to stop the bleeding first. And the bleeding will subside as the skin and muscles become stiff. Valentine was distracted for a moment and was ambushed, but this ability with little lethality had no effect on him. D4C turned around and cut the rope that was wrapped around Valentine with a single knife move. Even though the rope had been imbued with the properties of steel, it was rendered useless by the D4C's power. With the rope severed, Valentine successfully recovered. However, Mondentum's right hand was severed by the D4C. Seeing that Liu Chen had not left yet, Mondentum became a little anxious. Hurry up, the two of us are no match for the president. Since you fear fate, you know that this is the inevitable fate of mine. Now fate is calling me. Mondentum's remaining left hand wrapped the rope around the president's leg again. Valentine was once again broken into pieces and strung together. The rhythm of the attack was once again interrupted. After seeing Mondentum's determination, Liu Chen was not a pretentious person. Since he couldn't save Mondentum, he drove his horse forward at a gallop. The body really couldn't fall into the hands of the president yet. As Liu Chen rode away, he didn't forget to raise his gun and shoot the horse he had ridden. He couldn't leave the president with any means of transport to catch up with him. By the time Valentine returned to normal, Liu Chen had already ridden away on his horse. Valentine couldn't help but fly into a rage. He could have gotten the saint's ears from the lucky Liu Chen. As long as he didn't endanger Liu Chen's life, he would have been able to get the saint's ears. Then, whether Liu Chen left or was killed wouldn't be a problem. You lowly poor bastard, you're preventing this country from achieving happiness. Valentine angrily kicked Mondentum. A large amount of blood spurted out of Mondentum's mouth, and after he could no longer see Liu Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Valentine kept cursing him, as a citizen of this country, you should have patriotism for this country, but now you have become an obstacle to the country's happiness. The president's anger towards Mondentum far outweighed his anger towards Liu Chen, because Liu Chen looked distinctly oriental. Furthermore, he came from another world. But Mondentum lacked any patriotism, which made the president feel his beliefs were being insulted by this cowboy. Patriotism? You're just using it as a pretext for your despicable actions. Everything you do is motivated by your vile, shameless, and hateful selfishness. What Mondentum didn't know was that Valentine was really doing these things out of love for his country. But that didn't stop the president from doing despicable things. Just like the name of Fanny Valentine's stand-in, evil is easy. Those sacrifices are just the cornerstones to happiness, and even the president himself can become this cornerstone. People like you have no way of understanding the greatness of patriotism and will never be able to achieve happiness. After saying that, Valentine fired all the bullets in his pistol at Mondentum. Mondentum glanced toward the rising sun. In his heart, he had already found a place to return to. This was the glorious path that belonged only to cowboys. On this morning, just as the sun cast its rays upon the cowboy's face, the legendary cowboy, Mondentum, died at the hands of Fanny Valentine. Mondentum lived for Liu Chen, and finally died for Liu Chen. At this moment, fate turned its somewhat deviated trajectory back. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Evolution. Chapter 20 Evolution. After galloping for a long time, Liu Chen confirmed that there were no pursuers catching up. When escaping, Liu Chen discovered that the president did not bring a horse with him, so Liu Chen killed the horse he stole. When the sun was high overhead, he paused for a moment. Since Mondentum had used his life to hold Valentine back for him, he had to help him realize his last words. Liu Chen decided to give the saint's ears to Johnny and Jiro. This was a man's promise. Liu Chen knew that his wisest choice was to trade the saint's ears to the president, and then use the president's power to find the Rococaca fruit in a parallel world. He thought there was nothing else he could obtain in this world. However, not everything is based on profit. It's like Liu Chen said that Jello's death was fate, but he still told Jello the information because Liu Chen hoped that Jello could defeat fate and survive. He would wait until the remains of the saints were gathered together and then see if he had any hope of getting them, but Liu Chen didn't have much hope for this. The body will not be owned by anyone, and fate will inevitably stop you the moment you want to take it away. As for the president, Liu Chen naturally wanted to find an opportunity to retaliate. It had nothing to do with any position, only personal grudges. Liu Chen thought that after he overturned the president's car, he would get some money and go to New Guinea to look for the Rococaca fruit. After finding the fruit, he would leave this world. I just feel a little regretful about Mondentum's final realization. It's a pity that after struggling, Mondentum still couldn't defeat his fate. However, it can also be said that Mondentum took the initiative to face his own fate. What about Yinren? Has fate overtaken this man who escaped a certain fate? Perhaps he has been destroyed along with his tribe. Maybe Yinren was still alive, but he didn't look like someone who could face his fate calmly, especially since he was so anxious to save his sister. While riding a horse at a gallop, his mind was wandering. After walking all morning, Liu Chen realized that not only was he exhausted, but his horse was also extremely tired. If they continued walking like this, they would not be able to hold out for much longer. So Liu Chen found a shady place and stopped the horse. Both he and the horse needed to rest for a while. Liu Chen dismounted and took out the water bottle from the horse's back. Then, leaning against a tree, he slowly drank from it. After finishing the water, he took a long breath. The feeling of hunger immediately appeared. After a morning of running around, Liu Chen was thirsty and hungry. After a short rest, he took out a few extremely hard biscuits from the bag on his horse's back and started to chew them. These extremely hard biscuits could be used to block bullets. It took him a lot of effort to swallow the biscuit crumbs in his mouth. Being a cowboy is not an easy job. After taking a few casual bites, Liu Chen finally had time to experiment to see what use the diamond he had obtained before could have. Everyone in the parallel world was fighting for this thing, so it should be quite precious. Liu Chen took out the diamond containing magical power from his arms and looked at it carefully. The diamond sparkles in the sunlight, and just by holding it in your hand you can feel the powerful power contained in the diamond. Since it is a magical item in JoJo, this diamond is most likely used to strengthen the stand. So it is definitely not something that can be used by the stand itself. If it were Jianlucan, he would know how to use it. Thinking of this, Liu Chen threw the diamond above his head, and his substitute, the steel of body and mind, emerged and took the diamond. No magical changes occurred. Liu Chen wondered if he had to manipulate his avatar to eat the diamond. However, he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. No matter how he thought about it, it was definitely not how it should be used. He then placed the diamond on the devil's face and shone it in the sun, but it didn't do anything, so Kaz said he was an expert. It seems that the usage is different from that of Ige Redstone. When the diamond was close to the devil's chest, the golden heart began to beat violently. So Liu Chen placed the diamond through the hollowed-out gap next to the golden heart. The moment it touched the heart, the diamond melted and turned into a liquid that flowed into the heart. Fortunately, the middle part of this stand-in's body is hollowed out. Liu Chen also felt that something seemed to appear in his heart, and the substitute affected the real body. A faint glow seemed to emanate from the devil's surface, but it quickly disappeared. After the diamonds were fully integrated, the stand's appearance did not change much, except that the gears on the shoulders became diamonds, which were crystal clear. Previously, the gears were brass. The stand evolved due to the power of the diamond, but it did not evolve to the level of Requiem. It's like upgrading from Tooth 1 to Tooth 2. Now Liu Chen can impart more subtle types of metal properties to soft objects, rather than being limited to the characteristics of common metals such as strength and conductivity. However, the radioactive and chemical properties were not enhanced. Perhaps such an improvement would only be achieved when the insect arrow pierced the chest. Thinking of this, Liu Chen once again hoped that the world behind the door was the first 4 parts. For him, as long as he could go to the first 4 parts, the insect arrows would be very easy to obtain. The stand-in touched Liu Chen's arm, and the flesh and blood on his arm immediately began to flow. At this moment, the arm successfully possessed the fluidity of mercury, but bones were not soft objects, so there was still no change. If you need to dodge a bullet this way, you'll need to avoid your own bones. Furthermore, the bullet is more likely to embed itself in your flesh than to pass through it. Therefore, it is better to use hard skin to withstand bullets. This kind of fluid application can be used to heal wounds. When blood and flesh can also flow, wounds can naturally be easily healed. Fake Crazy Diamond Restoration Items. The real Crazy Diamond acts directly on the flesh and blood. The ability obtained by using diamonds can be called Crazy Diamond. Generally speaking, after this evolution, Liu Chen's means of dealing with enemies are more diverse, and from now on he can act as a semi-nursing nurse. However, the effect is far inferior to that of Headpan's Frost Traveler. Then, Headpan's application of Frost Traveler gave Liu Chen some inspiration. If flesh and blood could flow, then he could naturally change his appearance. Although height and weight could not be changed, the face could be modified. He did it right away. And soon Liu Chen's appearance changed. This ability of mine is just a simplified version of Frost Traveler. After a short rest, Liu Chen set out on his journey again. Now he was going to catch up with Johnny and Jello. The good news was that the distance between them should not be too far. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Diego. Chapter 21 Diego. We continued to move forward in the direction Johnny was walking. There were sparse trees on both sides of the road, and the sun was emitting scorching heat. It was already afternoon, and Liu Chen, who had been traveling all day, felt a little sleepy. The sleepiness made him consider whether he should take a short rest on the side of the road. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure right in front of him. After seeing this person, Liu Chen patted his face to keep himself awake. The man was riding a chestnut horse, wearing a blue coat, had blonde hair, and a hat with 3 big letters DIO on it. This person is Diego. He fell behind in the rankings because his horse was injured while competing with Johnny and Jiro for first place, but he was still in the first tier. After seeing Diego, Liu Chen began to wonder whether he had reached a deal with the president. If Lucy hadn't taken the saint's spine, Diego wouldn't have known that Lucy was the traitor to the president. Then Diego wouldn't have enough leverage to impress the president. So Liu Chen believes that Diego should be moving forward with his own will now. In other words, not many people knew that he had the saint's right eye. At least in the eyes of the president, Diego was just an ordinary contestant. Diego also discovered Liu Chen at the same time. Stand users are attracted to each other. Diego also realized the extraordinary nature of the Oriental man in front of him, especially after the saint's right eye began to emerge on his body. This change only occurs when encountering someone who also possesses the remains of a saint. He already knew this when he met Johnny before. During the game, Diego had already begun to guess the real purpose of this competition. Now he didn't know much because of the lack of information. This Oriental man in front of him might know something. Diego was sure that this man was not a contestant because he remembered all the top contestants. Liu Chen also knew that he could not hide the fact that he possessed the ears of a saint from Diego, because the ears of a saint in his body also began to emerge. Diego deliberately slowed down his horse, waiting for Liu Chen to catch up with him. Liu Chen didn't get too close to him. Diego's ability Terrible Beast possessed extremely powerful close combat capabilities. Even the president with A-level strength and speed was no match for him. The most important thing is that Diego is an unpredictable person, and you never know whether he will suddenly take action. The president's pursuers might be following him, and he has no time to deal with him. Diego grinned and said to Liu Chen, "Why don't you come over and walk for a while together? You're a competitor in the SBR, right? You're definitely aiming for $5,000 million. My horse is slow, so I won't go with you. Otherwise, it might affect your chances of victory." Diego spread his hands and replied, "My horse was injured so I fell behind. It won't affect me walking with you for a while." He wanted to get some information from Liu Chen, and it would be a good option if he could seize the remains of this Oriental saint. Liu Chen said with a teasing tone, "Oh? Is the nobleman of the horse racing world also feeling depressed?" Liu Chen certainly knew that Diego was not such a person, and every word he said was a lie. Diego also understood that since the Oriental man in front of him knew him, he should also know his bad reputation. After a closer look, Liu Chen realized the man in front of him was riding Mondentum's horse. Why was he riding Mondentum's horse? Liu Chen couldn't tell the difference between horses. But in the eyes of these masters, the characteristics of horses were more obvious than those of people. "You seem to know Mandentum." This surprised Liu Chen a little, as there should be no intersection between the two of them in the comics. "Yes, I know Mandentum." Diego asked curiously, "You are riding his horse now? Did something happen?" And the horse showed no resistance. "Just some things happened." The implication of his words was that Liu Chen didn't want to tell him these things. Diego showed a friendly attitude and said, "You may have heard some rumors about me, but unfortunately, they are all false. People always look down on people like me who come from poor backgrounds. They think people like me can't be on the same stage with them. But they can't beat me in the competition, so they make up those rumors to slander me. Liu Chen didn't know whether the information was true or false, such as marrying an 83-year-old rich woman and framing Johnny's brother. He didn't know whether it was true or false. However, Liu Chen fully understood what kind of person Diego was. So Liu Chen echoed Diego's words and said, "People are always blind. They don't care about the truth of things. They only care about having fun." For example, Liu Chen didn't care at all about Diego framing Johnny's brother, but he was extremely curious about the 83-year-old rich woman. This remark struck a chord with Diego, who immediately began to apply his own pigeon theory. Yes. Humans are like a flock of pigeons. If one flies right, the rest will follow. You can truly see how foolish humans are. Liu Chen felt like he was one of those foolish people. The truth or falsity of this kind of celebrity gossip didn't really matter to people, everyone just watched it for fun. So he thought about stealing the president's line about napkins. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Diego took the opportunity to ask what he wanted to know. There seems to be something unusual behind this competition. I wonder if you can tell me something about it. Liu Chen thought that it would be a good opportunity to say some bad things about the president to Diego, since he would definitely confront the president later anyway. Of course, spending such a huge amount of money on an event must be for some purpose. Think about it, is it worth spending at least 70 to 80 million US dollars just for a competition? If you don't have your own purpose, you definitely wouldn't spend that much money. So what is the purpose of this competition? It seems like you know. Liu Chen pointed at the eyeball that appeared on Diego's face and replied, "Of course, it's to find this thing on your face." Diego pointed to the saint's right eye that appeared on his face and said, "Then what is this thing?" "This is a rare treasure that can trigger miracles. You can sense its power, right? The organizers of this event are hoping to obtain this kind of thing." Diego squinted his eyes and looked at the ears that emerged on Liu Chen's body, and thought of Jello's other eye. This seems to be someone's body, right? It's obvious, isn't it? To obtain this rare corpse, you must be the chosen one, so the moment the corpse chooses you, this power should belong to you. But the organizer of the event doesn't think so. Liu Chen began to bring in his own private goods. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Hungry. Chapter 22 Hungry. So it was Steve Steele who wanted this miracle. Diego said with contempt. He could see that Steele had neither the resources nor the ambition. Steele was also a pigeon that needed to be led. Do you think Steele has the funds to host an event like this? He was a homeless man a few years ago. He couldn't afford such a large sum of money, he was simply pushed into that position. His fate won't be good when this is all over. If nothing unexpected happens, Steele will be liquidated by the president. Diego already had his own guesses, but he still asked out of habit, so there really is someone behind him, right? Who do you think it is? You already have a guess, don't you? Diego's answer was decisive, it's the state, right? Only the state can come up with such a huge amount of money. The fact that the remains are wanted at the national level shows that they are more valuable than one can imagine. Whose body could this be? Diego looked at Liu Chen with eager eyes. The man before him possessed the remains' ears. If he acted now, he might be able to obtain them. However, he was about to ask more questions, and Liu Chen wasn't close enough to him. Liu Chen sensed the aggression in Diego's eyes and prepared himself in advance. As soon as Diego transformed, he would immediately launch a counterattack. Diego casually asked a question that concerned him. You also gained strength from this miracle, right? I won't tell you this. Just think of it as me gaining this power. I gained the ability to manipulate magnetism from a distance. This was of course a lie from Diego, he was just trying to trick Liu Chen into revealing his abilities. He also hoped Liu Chen would get close enough to him. As long as Liu Chen got close enough, it would be easy for him to attack. Is that so? Then I'll tell you about my ability. I can actually control the weather. It's not a very powerful ability. It was just a lie, as if no one would know it. Liu Chen could easily tell him dozens of stand abilities, and none of them would be the same. It seems we are all blessed with this power, which is really happy. Diego thought that his ability to control the weather didn't seem very strong, so he could easily get the body from Liu Chen by tricking him over. Want to come over for a drink? I brought a bottle of good wine. Let's celebrate our good fortune. Diego made a hypocritical invitation, while reaching into the saddlebags on his horse's back, as if he was really taking out a bottle of wine. Liu Chen decisively rejected the proposal. No, I still have to travel. And as I said before, there are pursuers behind me. It's not good to stay here for too long. It won't take too long. Have a drink to relieve your physical fatigue. This way you can feel more relaxed on the road. After saying that, he really took out a bottle of wine. Diego was a professional at acting. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, Liu Chen prepared to take a detour. Seeing that Liu Chen couldn't deceive him and was even about to leave, Diego said, "The remains on your body are really touching." At the same time, his body began to change. Sharp teeth and claws grew out, and the letters DIO were printed on his tail. A dinosaur appeared here. Liu Chen said quickly. "Are you ready to fight me here? Don't you want to know why Mondentum's horse is in my hands? Then I'll tell you. You're not the only one who wants the saint's remains. Someone who is neither you nor I can match is chasing me from behind. The president must also be interested in the saint's right eye." Liu Chen wouldn't panic if a fight really broke out. Diego's weakness was obvious. After transforming into a dinosaur, he couldn't see stationary objects. As long as his original body remained still, he wouldn't be able to detect himself. Diego immediately realized that Mondentum was probably dead, so he ran towards Liu Chen and asked, "So the people chasing you were sent by the president?" "Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that. Our president is actually this powerful. He defeated the two of us alone." While speaking, Liu Chen had already taken off his cloak, hardened it, and threw it at Diego. He quickly completed the movement when Diego's vision was blocked, and the stand-in body steel also stopped on the path he had to pass, so as long as Diego got close, he could take the opportunity to sneak attack him. After Diego flung the cloak away, he realized he couldn't see Liu Chen anymore. Liu Chen must still be there, but he was completely motionless, making it impossible for him to find him. He had thrown the cloak just now to obscure his vision and allow him to move. He must no longer be where he was just now. Perhaps there was a trap. Liu Chen seemed to have known this weakness from the beginning. He must have come into contact with Johnny and the others knew his abilities and weaknesses. So, had he already exposed his intentions when he mentioned his abilities? So, his claim of weather control must be fake. This made Diego feel a little uneasy. The man in front of him clearly had his information, while he knew nothing about him. Diego then removed his stand and transformed back into the polite and courteous gentleman. Then he saw Liu Chen's stand parked not far away. Diego then explained, "I had no intention of fighting you. I just saw a rider appear in the distance. I thought he was a pursuer sent by the president. Fighting this Oriental would be too costly, especially since there were pursuers behind them. It would be better to seize the remains from Jiro and Johnny first." He knew their abilities well, and could easily ambush them in the dark. Thinking of this, Diego drove his horse forward and galloped forward, leaving this Oriental man with poor horsemanship to block the pursuers from behind. His speed was definitely not as fast as his own. Looking at Diego's quickly departing figure, Liu Chen shouted loudly, "I will tell the pursuers that you possess the right eye of the saint, and I will also tell you all the information I have shared with you." The president's power is not something you can contend with alone. They will attack the moment they see you. Forget about cooperating with the president. As long as there is any suspicion of this, you are a hidden danger that must be eliminated. Diego was extremely angry when he heard what Liu Chen shouted. He was actually fooled by this hateful Oriental man. He contacted me in order to bring my hidden self out into the open. Knowing so much information naturally put me in opposition to the president, even if I knew nothing. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Church. Chapter 23 Church. Diego wanted to stop his horse and fight with him again, but considering that there were unknown pursuers not far behind him, he did not pay much attention to Liu Chen's words. After all, the president wouldn't necessarily give him a chance to speak. Liu Chen was also currently fleeing for his life, so he certainly wouldn't stay and spread his news. Therefore, he still hadn't surfaced. There is no need to continue to tangle with that Oriental man now. There will always be opportunities later. Looking at Diego's disappearing figure, Liu Chen didn't know how much effect his words would have. However, given Diego and the president's personalities, it's unlikely they'll work together again. They're both self-centered. If hidden dangers need to be eliminated, then a confrontation is inevitable. The remains are also attracted to each other. Diego is also a man of great luck. Perhaps he has the ability to kill the president. Hopefully, he can cause trouble for the president. In a parallel world, the president has pulled out a Diego from a different world. Perhaps in that parallel world, Diego wins. If, under the extremely small probability, the two of them put aside their differences and united together. That requires a more metaphysical approach. Diego is a true team killer. Being his teammate is like being Liu Buletin's godfather. So, for the sake of your own life, it's best to keep your distance from Diego. With that in mind, the president certainly won't live long. Liu Chen looked behind him again and saw that there was no one behind him, no pursuers were catching up. Judging from this, the president should stop him somewhere else, most likely Philadelphia. Once in Philadelphia, all the remains should be in the hands of one person. When Liu Chen met Diego, the killer sent by the president also met Johnny and Jello. Just like in the comics, Wicca Bibbo was defeated by Zero, and then persuaded by Zero to rebel on the spot by using his sister's story. Then Jello asked Wicca Bibbo to fulfill his creed, because the lady was also within his protection range. So he needed to protect Lucy and Still. Jello's eloquence was always persuasive, and Wicca Bibbo was easily persuaded. Keep moving forward, and the rest of the journey will be smooth sailing. After chasing Johnny and the others for nearly a month, Liu Chen finally arrived at the church near Gettysburg on December 12. In the distance, an ancient and dilapidated church appeared in Liu Chen's eyes. In this generation, faith is no longer needed by many people, so this remote church naturally fell into disrepair. However, several waves of people have come here today. Except for the nun who arrived first and longed for salvation, most of the others had no respect for God. They each believed in other things. And more people are on the way. Watching the two speeding along the road from afar, Liu Chen realized that he had finally caught up with Johnny and Jello. Their current destination was the abandoned church. According to the plot, the civil war took place in this church. As for the name of the owner of the civil war, Liu Chen didn't know. The road that was originally not that far took Liu Chen nearly a month to chase, and even then the two protagonists only caught up after being attacked several times. Liu Chen could only sigh sincerely, how fast these two people are walking. Then he made up his mind to take the train from now on. This horse was not rideable at all. Although Diego was ahead of Liu Chen at first, his horse was injured. He fell behind Liu Chen at some point, but Liu Chen was so anxious that he didn't notice. Diego then quietly followed Liu Chen, feeling that the Oriental man held a secret. Therefore, Diego didn't rush to attack Liu Chen. He planned to see what abilities and secrets he possessed first. This pursuit lasted only 10 days. During this time, Diego realized who Liu Chen was chasing. They were almost the vanguard of this competition. In front, apart from Poklok and Dongfang Zizhu who were participating in the competition seriously, only Johnny and Jiro were left. The horseshoe prints left by Liu Chen were very clear to him, so he followed Liu Chen. Liu Chen, of course, was completely clueless. After all, he wasn't a professional writer and didn't know how to erase any traces. The most crucial thing was that in Liu Chen's subconscious, Diego was walking ahead of him. And behind the two of them there was a third person, Valentine, who had also arrived nearby. Liu Chen's previous guess was not accurate. The competition was almost completed, but the president only obtained the saint's legs and spine, which was far from his plan. So after learning about the itineraries of several people, he personally went to Gettysburg again. Everything here is inevitable. Now that he saw the church, Liu Chen didn't rush in. Instead, he filled a nearby river with clean water. He had 3 water bottles, all prepared in advance, too many would hinder his movements. Then they went to the church, tied the horse to a tree near the church, and took out the prepared water bottles from the horse's back and took them all with them. These were important props for dealing with the civil war. Clean water has the power to wash away sins in every civilization, and baptism is particularly sacred in this culture. After checking the bullets in the pistol, Liu Chen walked towards the church cautiously. As I walked, I was secretly wondering how the fight was going inside. Liu Chen didn't hear any violent noise in the church. There were no gunshots or fighting sounds, but Jiro and Johnny used an iron ball and claw bullets respectively, and neither of them made any loud noises. Diego watched Liu Chen walk into the church and followed him. He had a hunch that this church was important. It seemed like someone was behind him, pushing him in. The president knew that his subordinate Asaro was in the church, so he decided to go and see what his subordinate had been doing during this period. As far as he knew, Asaro was a man of bad character, someone who could abandon his comrades and had no patriotism. It was very likely that he had already obtained the body but had not told him. So the president has to go and inspect the work in person. In the president's mind, with Asaro's ability, he can easily defeat Johnny and Jello, and there is no doubt that the stand-in civil war is powerful. At this moment, the holders of the remains began to gather towards the church. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Sin. Chapter 24 Sin. Liu Chen had not walked far into the church when he saw a lot of strange things around him. Under the statue lay Sister Headpans, wrapped in a thin film, and Jello, who was not far away, was also hit. The gate to the backyard was open, and it seemed that Johnny had escaped from there. Only the lame man escaped. The things that Liu Chen had abandoned began to appear around him. The dead Black Mo, the horse shot dead while escaping, and the things that had been discarded during this period appeared out of thin air and began to appear beside Liu Chen and kept moving closer. These were all things that Liu Chen had abandoned in this world, and they began to gather around him. The distance between them kept shrinking. There was nothing from the previous world because death had washed away all of Liu Chen's previous sins. The meaning of the stand-in civil war is whether people need to constantly discard useless things in order to move forward. Apparently, the stand-in for the civil war was currently in this church, and Liu Chen's presence hadn't changed that. The sin-bearing person stayed in the church. This was the stand user Liu Chen least wanted to encounter. His abilities were nearly unstoppable. However, his stand's range wasn't very large, so as long as he took this opportunity to exit the church, he would be able to escape its range. But before that, Jello needs to be rescued first, while the attention of the civil war is on Johnny. At this time, a robot-shaped substitute suddenly appeared in the church hall, and Isaro of course also discovered this sudden intruder. New sins appeared in the area where his substitute was continuing, so he naturally needed to come and take a look, and this sight made him overjoyed. Liu Chen's appearance was a double blessing for him. That strange Oriental man also showed up here. For him, today he had to complete 2 major presidential tasks. So he put aside his concern for Johnny for the moment, saving the main course for last, and let him play with his father and the white mouse. After capturing that Oriental man, he will face the baptism of fate. So with this mentality, Isararo appeared in a corner of the church. He looked at Liu Chen, who was desperately trying to avoid the objects, and said, "I will tell you my weakness. Clean water can wash away my sins." Liu Chen said sarcastically, "So you mean to say that despicable won't become stronger? Don't dream. Your sins can never be fully repaid. Even if someone else uses your substitute ability to help you bear your sins. Because in your heart, you can't let go of your own sins. The power of a stand is a manifestation of the mind, and Isel will forever be trapped in that famous war. The guilt will always accompany him until his true death. This is impossible. I have already received my salvation. God has finally placed the path of salvation before me. Tomorrow will be my new life." Isararo screamed heartbreakingly. "Have you never tried to have someone else bear your sins before? You certainly have, but you've never succeeded. Because these are your own original sins. Liu Chen was a professional at stabbing people in the heart. Especially someone with an unstable heart. Most importantly, Liu Chen knew his experience. Of course, Isararo tried to let others kill him within the range of the stand to atone for his sins, but this did not work at all. The pain and guilt for the sins he committed continued to burn his heart. This made Isararo believe that only those chosen by the saints were qualified to bear his sins. Johnny was his chosen target, and there seemed to be a saint accompanying Johnny. When Johnny kills himself, he will bear the sins of the world. When the saint's remains enter his body, they will also take away all the sins in his heart. Isararo believed that only then would he be able to find inner peace, because the saint would bear all the sins of the world. Even someone like him who had committed a serious mistake would be redeemed. Isararo shouted in a voice that became increasingly agitated, "No, the saint will come personally to save me. And you will be surrounded by eternal pain in this church." The objects that had been surrounding Liu Chen began to vibrate violently, and then moved towards Liu Chen collectively. "All I can say is that if you don't have a plan to win, it is recommended not to provoke the boss." After Liu Chen had his fill of mocking, he had to face the attacking objects. "These are the sins you have committed, and you will eventually die in your sins." After saying this, Isararo burst into laughter as if he had successfully counterattacked. Of course, Liu Chen did not feel any guilt for the people he killed. He knew that these were just the abilities of the civil war. These things cannot be killed or touched. If you touch them, they will merge into your body. Liu Chen used his hardened cloak to block these things, and then fired several shots at Isararo, but missed. At this time, an iron can thrown away by Liu Chen had touched his legs, and a thin film appeared. The film began to spread upward from the legs. This effect was not something that could be ignored without any guilt. Liu Chen immediately poured out clean water from the kettle, and the thin film began to dissipate after being washed by the clean water. The other objects on the side had bypassed the obstruction and began to approach. Liu Chen was forced to run. Seeing Liu Chen in such a state of distress, Isararo asked, "Do people need to constantly discard useless things in order to move forward?" Of course, people need to constantly discard useless things to move forward, but you can't. You don't have the courage to face your own sins, nor can you become a truly evil person, so you can only let yourself be trapped in endless regret and pain. After uttering this taunt, Liu Chen had already approached the church's gates. Although he was suppressed by the civil war, the conditions for counterattack had already emerged. Isararo himself had appeared. The civil war wasn't large in scope, and one could simply run out of the church to avoid his reach. Then, I can kill the civil war in the same way as the president. The continuous bleeding bullets will take his life. This will prevent his ability from entangled with me. Distance is the key to defeating him. Liu Chen suddenly opened the door and successfully escaped from the church. Just when Isaro was about to continue chasing forward, he suddenly found that Johnny in the backyard had shown signs of escaping. In this case, Liu Chen is not that important anymore. He must first help Johnny cleanse his sins. Then he can deal with that damn Oriental man. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Civil War. Chapter 25 Civil War. Liu Chen, who had just run out of the church, heard a whistling sound coming from the side, and the sharp claws of a dinosaur appeared in front of him. Liu Chen quickly activated his stand ability and hardened his skin. At the same time, he dodged to the side, but his movement was still a little slow, and an extremely harsh sound was heard. It was the sound of claws pulling at metal. The dinosaur's sharp claws tore a wound on Liu Chen's face. Diego cut off his right ear, and the saint's right ear flew out of his body. Seeing this, Diego first rushed towards the saint's right ear, which was the most important thing at the moment. When Liu Chen entered the church, Diego followed him. Then he heard several gunshots, so he did not enter the church but turned into a dinosaur and waited outside the church door. No matter who comes out at that time, he will be attacked by surprise. No one can escape his swift movements. Liu Chen took this opportunity to quickly pick up his ear, then rolled over and entered the church again. Civil War's abilities were at least not that deadly, while Diego's attacks were aimed at the vital points. The substitute body steel then slammed the church door shut with a powerful punch. Then Liu Chen activated his ability and his flesh and blood began to flow, and he put the ear back on his body. It was a pity that Diego had just successfully taken the saint's right ear. Boom! The church door was kicked off, completely damaged by Heartsteel's punch and then the dinosaur's blow. It spun in the air before crashing hard to the ground, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Diego, transformed into a dinosaur, rushed in through the broken wooden door, but he didn't see Liu Chen. After Diego turned into a dinosaur, he could hardly see stationary objects. After learning that it was Diego outside, Liu Chen remained still. After Diego came in, he would still be attacked by the Civil War. As expected, Diego rushed in and more things appeared around him. To get to this point, he had to give up far more than others. For example, Diego's mother once paid the price of her life for him to uphold the dignity. His mother, Johnny's brother, his 83-year-old wife, and all the things he had discarded began to move towards Diego. Seeing the enemy attack, Diego instinctively counterattacked. The reappearance of the dead gave Diego a bad feeling. He didn't know whose ability this was, Liu Chen's or if there were other enemies here. Diego deduced that there should be other enemies here, and this person should be an assassin sent by the president. After all, Liu Chen had just escaped in a panic. But now was not the time to dwell on it. Since there were enemies, he would tear them all apart with his sharp claws. These long-dead undead could not stop his determination to climb to the top. The sharp claws swung past, and after touching the things he had abandoned, these undead were not torn apart but directly merged into Diego's body. Immediately afterwards, a thin film immediately wrapped around his wrist and began to spread. Diego had no guilt, so the film was not moving fast enough. But more and more things began to merge into Diego's body. Diego's close combat stand was naturally restrained by Civil War, although he was agile and could easily dodge these undead and objects. But Diego, who had attacking skills ingrained in his bones, could not help but initiate an attack. However, as soon as he touched these things, he would be attacked. Diego was horrified and quickly removed the substitute to see how Liu Chen, who had escaped, was dealing with the situation. Since he was facing the attack of everyone, it was impossible that Liu Chen, who had entered earlier, had not encountered this situation, and he had not moved yet. He saw Jiro who was completely wrapped, a nun he didn't recognize at all, and Liu Chen who was squatting in the corner, trying hard to endure being wrapped in the film. After seeing Diego entangled in the film and losing his offensive ability, Liu Chen controlled his stand to pour the remaining half-pot of water over his head to cleanse away the newly acquired sins. Diego now understood why Liu Chen had gone to the river before, and he quickly shouted, "Oriental, you must have other canteens. Help me neutralize this attack. The enemy here is not something you can easily deal with alone. Rescue me. I will help you deal with him. Just throw the canteen at me." Diego's words were filled with urgency. He tried to negotiate with Liu Chen to help him. This kind of enemy was definitely not something Liu Chen could handle alone. Otherwise, Liu Chen wouldn't have had to escape just now. It's obvious that I have a better choice, right? Liu Chen rejected Diego's proposal without hesitation. If Liu Chen hadn't heard the fierce fighting in the backyard, he would have wanted to kill Diego first. This man was a big hidden danger. Although Diego was wrapped in a thin membrane that affected his mobility, he had not yet lost his fighting ability. He definitely could not kill him in a short time. The top target now is civil war. After killing him, he will join Johnny and Jiro in a righteous 3-on-1 fight against Diego. This may be a manifestation of Diego's good luck. At least Liu Chen did not attack him at this moment. Johnny, who was no longer confused, occupied all of Issaro's attention, so Isaro had no intention of paying attention to the two people who had just appeared in the church. When Liu Chen saw that the real body of civil war did not appear, he realized that he must have been held back by Johnny. And now is a good opportunity to save Jello. So Liu Chen threw the kettle towards Jello, and when the kettle flew over Jello's head, he fired a shot. But unfortunately, he missed. Liu Chen had originally planned to shoot the kettle open and let the water flow onto Jello. He saved Jello handsomely, but his poor marksmanship didn't achieve the desired result. The kettle hit the statue directly and broke, then slowly flowed towards the bound head pansy. Her escape was inevitable. Liu Chen looked at the kettle that he had thrown away with regret and thought that it seemed unrealistic to kill the civil war in the same way as the president. His marksmanship was indeed not good. Liu Chen realized that he needed to practice more, and he made up his mind to find an opportunity to practice his shooting skills again. Diego was heartbroken when he saw Liu Chen wasting a pot of water like this. The most urgent task is to rescue Jello first, and then use his omnipotent iron ball to kill the civil war. The strength of the substitute's body emerged and he threw the only remaining water bottle at Jello. The kettle hit Jello's head directly, and the lid, which was not tight to begin with, fell off immediately, and the clean water still managed to clean Jello. When Jiro recovered, he saw that it was Liu Chen who appeared here to save him. Although he didn't know why he appeared here, now was not the time to think about these things. Johnny must be facing the enemy alone, and I must go to help him. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Destiny. Chapter 26 Destiny. Jello took out an iron ball from his waist and prepared to go to the backyard. Before he was completely surrounded, he saw Johnny being forced in this direction. Liu Chen grabbed Jiro and said, "It's impossible to kill the original body within the range of this stand's ability. Let's leave the church first and then find a way. Johnny is still in the inner yard. I can't leave without him. Especially since Johnny has limited mobility. Johnny will be fine. As long as this stand user is alive, no one can kill each other." Liu Chen explained to Jello. Ji Luo knew that Liu Chen knew a lot of things, so he believed this statement. Liu Chen continued, "Let's get out of the reach of the civil war first, and then I'll tell you how to kill him. Then let's go quickly." The two of them left the church without further ado. As soon as they left, the abandoned objects surrounding them vanished. The civil war's ability to sustain itself was indeed limited. Liu Chen began to explain to Jello how to kill civil war. Civil war's abilities can probably only be maintained within the confines of the church. When you see his true form emerge, attack him with the iron ball. But don't kill him outright, make him bleed to death. Jello nodded thoughtfully and replied, Can't just kill him? I see. I'll make him bleed to death. Now that the plan has been made, the next step is to wait for the opportunity. The two of them lay at the door and watched the movements in the church, waiting for Isser to appear at any time. Unexpectedly, Headpans, who was lying under the statue, stood up first. Diego saw another person standing up, as if grasping a lifeline. He quickly called out to the nun, "Please pour some clean water on me. The kettle is right at your feet. There must be some water left in it." Headpans looked at Diego silently, then picked up the kettle at his feet and prepared to rescue Diego. At the same time, Esaro, holding the saint's arms, escaped from the courtyard. Although he did not let Johnny bear his sins, he successfully seized the body. At least the mission was accomplished. Seeing the saint's body, Headpans casually threw the kettle to Diego, and then the frost traveler appeared in her hand. To her, the saint's body was the most important thing. Isaro's plan to make Johnny bear his sins is completely shattered, and Johnny successfully escapes confusion with his own will. Johnny's right hand stretched out from a vortex and shot a claw bullet at Isar. Headpans also ran towards him, ready to subdue him with Frost Traveler. However, she couldn't take more than a few steps before she was once again enveloped by the sins of the civil war.